Chapter 351 Titanium alloy is obtained. And the armor is upgraded again. At this moment, in this huge warehouse that was noisy just now, the giant white dragon suddenly had a thin layer of shining pure white armor. The armor covered most of its body, including the tip of its tail, except for its wings and 4 front and rear claws. And its appearance resembled that of ancient times. It reflects the light in the warehouse, and the light outlines the outlines of the layers of armor, revealing its mighty and powerful appearance. Gaw! The giant dragon roared. It did not feel any special sensation in its body that was different from before. Instead, it felt that this layer of armor was quite comfortable and breathable. It moved a little, and then increased its amplitude. Surprisingly, it was discovered that the armor did not cause any obstruction to it. Flexible, breathable, and comfortable. Xiaobai can't find any shortcomings in this defensive equipment. Before equipping it, the owner also tested the hardness of the armor with excellent iron spears, crossbows, and other weapons, and finally came to the conclusion that this armor can withstand any cold weapon attack that he has seen so far. Not bad. Xiaobai, it seems you have got a pretty good armor. Lin Yu was quite satisfied. When Lin Yu took out this high-precision multifunctional combat armor, he immediately decided to use it on Xiao Bai instead of himself. Because in its description, there is also a special description that can automatically adjust the size according to the user's body. Xiaobai obviously needs an armor more than him. During the previous attack on the saltpeter mine, Xiao Bai was shot in the tail by a lizard man with a poisonous arrow. Although Lin Yu didn't notice any scars there when he first put on the armor. Wouldn't it be very painful if he was shot? What if the arrow was hit in the abdomen? Or in the more dangerous neck? Although Xiaobai's speed is agile and his flying ability is constantly improving, there is always a chance. Lin Yu had indeed thought about it a lot since his last attack on the saltpeter mine. Lizardfolk aren't complete trash, nor are they simply superior in numbers. During the battle in the saltpeter mine, the reason why he was able to kill nearly 10,000 lizardmen and hundreds of beggars was entirely because the combined combat power of his current weapons and equipment, as well as those of the Xiaobai Xiaoming and the robot dogs around him, was far beyond to the lizard people. And it's not because the lizard people are too weak. If there were other survivors, even if there were the same number of nearly 10,000 people, there would probably be a considerable number of casualties. In that battle, Lin Yu had already discovered that the lizard people could fight in groups, form troops, and even make use of the number of people to make a fuss, such as shooting rain of arrows into the sky. The reason why they didn't use these was because Xiaobai, the robot dogs were too strong. But this does not mean that the lizard people are not good. And these guys will definitely continue to strengthen their tactical combat power in the future and further enhance their strength. But Xiaobai, a little guy who is known for his speed and agility, has shortcomings in strength and defense, especially in terms of defense. Even the lizard man's arrows can be shot. Unlike Xiaoming, who has an extremely hard exoskeleton that can be used as a means of defense. It can only rely on speed and agility to defeat the enemy. But if you always maintain the status quo without changing it, you will always suffer a big loss because of this. That's why he gave the armor to Xiao Bai instead of wearing it himself. The Heavenly Dragon Battle Helmet and Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor were basically enough for him. And now there was still stock of Poison Sky Dragon's SHL. After he went back and studied the leg armor, it could basically be said to be invulnerable. In addition, robotic arms and exoskeletons make him even more powerful. Not to mention that this multifunctional modular armored vehicle has greatly improved his defense. I believe this high-precision multifunctional combat armor will allow Xiaobai to at least not be easily injured in battle. Even the excellent iron spears and crossbow arrows cannot penetrate and injure it. It may allow Xiaobai to unleash his combat ability to the maximum extent. Xiaobai, you look quite handsome in this outfit. But don't let Xiaoming see it. Otherwise he will be jealous. Lin Yu joked. Xiaobai was also very satisfied with his outfit. He tried flapping his wings and found that the weight had no effect. He seemed to suddenly remember something and gestured in front of Lin Yu with his arms. Cut? What to chop? Guh. Xiaobai actually learned Xiaoming's special cry and made another gesture. Lin Yu understood instantly. You mean? You want me to go back and get a weapon for Xiaoming? Xiaobai clapped his palms and nodded. Good guy. I haven't forgotten my little friend now. Moreover, I can actually imitate Xiaoming's cry, which is not bad. To what extent does this little guy's intelligence reach? Sometimes Lin Yu even felt that he wouldn't be too surprised when Xiaobai could speak. Speaking of the impression of extremely intelligent dragon-like creatures, He actually remembered a cartoon. When he was a child, the kind-hearted deputy director of the orphanage once took him and several children to visit his home. The cartoon on the TV in the living room meant that one could play it. The story of a green dinosaur who plays guitar on a skateboard. That green dinosaur is called Dan or something. He often wears sunglasses and likes to eat potato chips. He looks a bit like the little guy in front of him. But having said that, giving Xiaoming a weapon is really hard to find. It has a small force but is invincible, and has extremely strong defense. It also has a certain bonus on short distance speed. Even the extreme cold spray can still be used. It is like a rampaging heavy tank. The shortcomings, the attack power is indeed not that strong. Or in other words, it lacks firepower. Xiaobai was right. Xiaoming should really think about how to get a weapon. How about taking this opportunity to complete the integrated forging workshop tomorrow morning, and then forge a weapon suitable for Xiaobai? Lin Yu thought of this and had a plan. Many things have been put on hold because of the lizards and beggars. Greenhouse, smelting furnace, integrated forging workshop. Even opening the treasure chest is not that enjoyable. Without their interruption, Lin Yu believed that he could arrange many things reasonably. Explore secret realms to collect various materials. Explore underground ruins. Build roads. Smelt. Forge. Plant. Breed. And mine ores. Looking at it now, the only thing that seems to be doing it more happily is the shelter that has to be continuously upgraded because it has to defend against these green guys. At this time, the night was already deep. Lin Yu stretched, opened the system panel, and contacted Fei Yu. After finishing this work today, go to bed immediately. Although there won't be much to do tomorrow, it is still very important to stay energetic. Lin Yu, we are back from the secret realm. I must give you what I should have given you last time. If you see it, please reply to me quickly. In the private chat interface with Fei Yu, Lin Yu sent him this message not long ago. Lin Yu recalled that it seemed that he was keen on driving armored vehicles at that time, and he really didn't pay attention to it. The things he talked about last time were probably the crossbow arrow designs he gave him during the lizardman's night attack, and the various materials owed by Fei Yu and the others from the refuge village. At that time, the crossbows made great contributions to their defense of the refuge village. But because he didn't have that many supplies on hand, and he had to move to a refuge village, Fei Yu had proposed that he owe the money first and pay it back later. And he accepted it. Now, it seems that Fei Yu has gathered the promised things in the past 2 days. It seems that he is quite trustworthy. Who said that Fei Yu is not suitable to be a leader? Fei Yu has grown considerably after that battle, and is now a very qualified leader in every aspect. Now that he can keep his word and take the initiative to bring this matter up, it proves his quality. In this different world, there are no legal and moral constraints. No one stipulates that we must keep our promises. We must not betray others. And we must maintain alliances and friendships. But some people still understand that even if there are no restrictions, these things must still be done. The reason why Lin Yu was able to promise them that he would owe them for the time being was also to test them. If you can't do it, then you will be strangers in the future, and everything will be in vain. But if it can be done, the original relationship will continue to be maintained in the future. The alliance in the different world is very fragile, and the relationship between them is also on thin ice. Trust is the most rare thing in this other world. Fei Yu, I'm ready. Thank you for keeping your promise. After Lin Yu replied, he stood up and stretched the muscles on his body. He touched the curvature of his body that was already somewhat shaped, and lamented that this other world has indeed changed a lot for people. Before he came, he was a lean young man that could be seen everywhere. 1 month after he came, his physical strength and body shape had changed significantly. I have to say that he is much healthier now, and his schedule has been adjusted. We have just returned to the shelter not long ago. We have gained a lot this time. Moreover, the sweat and blood of the lizard people are indeed quite effective. Thank you again. I have already made a product page for exclusive transactions. You can quickly go and trade. Fei Yu's message came back at this time. It seems that he finally looks like a leader and no longer dominates people and dominates others. Isn't he doing a good job? Lin Yu opened the world channel and quickly found the exclusive deal. You received 400 units of zinc alloy, 400 units of plexiglass, 200 units of asphalt. Is it too much? Lin Yu checked the chat history, and it seemed that it should be 300 units of alloy, 300 units of plexiglass, and 200 units of asphalt road. You gave too much. Fei Yu, take what you should take and don't take what you shouldn't take. This is our intention. Without your crossbow design and the information about the lizardman's sweat and blood, we would be in two different worlds from you now. Wouldn't we? Please don't refuse. Feiyu sent another photo, which was a photo of him and all the people in the refuge village. They all looked very happy. And Feiyu even gave a thumbs up. Good guy. I just praised you like a leader. Why did you change back so quickly? However, are these people just fished out of the water? This sweat soaked through my clothes. Then I'd rather be respectful than obey. Also, do you have any spare alloys or anything like that? Or, if you need something, I can take a look and exchange it with you. Linyu put all the newly acquired things into the huge warehouse. Looking at the huge warehouse that became more crowded in an instant, he felt very happy. Asphalt is available again, as is the rarest alloy. Comfortable. By the way, 2 alloy gift packages were just released. Linyu took out the 2 gift packages of various alloys from the treasure box. And the 2 treasure boxes disappeared. Are you sure you want to open the various alloy gift packages? Do you need to confirm this? Linyu couldn't help complaining. He walked to an open place and wanted to know how many alloys the system could provide this time. And what amount of alloys could be called a gift package. And, since there are 2 copies, let's open both copies together. He turned back and glanced at Xiaobai, who was touching his armor and walking around on the armored vehicle. Confirm to open it. And at this moment, a flash of light suddenly bloomed in front of my eyes. You have obtained Titanium Alloy X30, Zinc Alloy X60, Duralumin Alloy X60, Brass X30, White Copper X30, Stainless Steel X60, Manganese Steel X60. Linyu? Just now. Something extraordinary seemed to have happened just now. Linyu looked at the storage space and placed the 30 pieces of alloy he had never obtained on the ground. Looking at the smooth and shining surface, his heart began to beat violently. Titanium alloy. Finally got it. Ever since he mined a little bit of ilmenite in the ice lizard cave, he has always wanted to own this legendary alloy that only appears in high-precision equipment, such as aerospace-related products. However, the smelting furnace was too weak and could not be turned on. He could only place the ilmenite in the corner of the warehouse. As for the smelting furnace, it would probably rust and become scrapped if not used for a while. Titanium alloy. This thing is the best material currently available. Linyu took a deep breath. If shelters, various weapons, armors, exoskeletons, robotic arms, robot dogs, etc. were all converted to titanium alloy, then there is nothing to worry about in a real sense. In short, invincible. That would really be nice, but 30 units of titanium alloy is enough to do a lot of things. Linyu took out the Tianlong battle armor and the Tianlong battle helmet. Their defensive power goes without saying, and there are currently almost no weapons that can defeat them. The weapons of the lizards and beggars were still in the cold weapon age. Even if a hail of arrows flew over, Linyu only had to squat down and cover his legs and face with the alloy explosion-proof shield, and there would be no problem. Arrows, even armor-piercing arrows, would probably not be able to penetrate his defense. However, everything must be fully prepared. Who knows what might happen? He came to do Tianlong's pile of LS, immediately opened the world channel, searched for a while, and exchanged 2 kilograms of vegetables for a wooden leg armor design. After finishing making the wooden leg armor, he upgraded it to zinc alloy material with the universal upgrade design drawing. Then, upgrade to the Tianlong leg armor again. It's done! Then we can make titanium alloy. Upgrade the complete Tianlong armor set to a titanium alloy Tianlong armor set. Intermediate universal upgrade design drawing X3 is required. Sure enough, the span is really too big, so 3 intermediate level universal upgrade design drawings must be spent. Upgrade! Linyu did not hesitate. Chapter 352 Titanium Alloy Armor. I, Linyu, will never be weaker than anyone else in my life. An extremely familiar white light flashed, and the Tianlong armor suit on the ground was successfully fused with titanium alloy, which can be said to be the best material at present, under the influence of the intermediate universal upgrade design diagram. And after that, huh? It doesn't seem to have changed much on the outside. It's still the original shape. Oh, it turns out there is a layer of titanium alloy on the inside. When Linyu picked up the Tianlong armor, he found that it was really heavy. The density of titanium alloy was lower than that of ordinary steel, and the weight was not as heavy as expected. After putting it on, he found that the built-in layer of titanium alloy with a thickness of nearly 3 centimeters did not give him any uncomfortable feeling. On the contrary, the weight made him feel the sense of security brought by the thick titanium alloy. Titanium alloy T-on long armor suit. It was originally strong, breathable, lightweight, waterproof, anti-corrosion, fireproof, and anti-penetration by ordinary bullets. It is strong and has excellent durability. Now it seems to be even worse. Putting on the titanium alloy T-on long battle helmet and the titanium alloy T-on long leg armor, Lin Yu suddenly felt that the clothes he was wearing seemed familiar. I am a saint. Right. Good guy. If a small universe could explode, it would really look like it. But, Jiao, it still works. After posing several Jiao stands in different postures, he did not feel any obstruction. On the contrary, because of the appearance of the armor, Jiao stands looked even more imposing. The flexibility was indeed not disturbed at all. Although the overall weight increased a little, he believed that after putting on the exoskeleton, even this sense of weight would not be a problem. Lin Yu is now completely satisfied. This upgrade is really possible. It's really worth it to get the extremely strong armor that's like it's growing on your body. As for weapons, there is no need to use titanium alloy that is not much to upgrade. And it is enough for the time being. If you have to find a reason to use titanium alloy, it must be time to build a weapon for Xiaoming. Lin Yu stretched out and looked at what came out of the last treasure chest. The gem design drawings have been stored in the storage space. The medium-sized photovoltaic power generation array, which was once developed, is not of much need to him now. Now, whether it is wind power, photovoltaics, or even gasoline or diesel power generation, the power supply he currently uses is extremely sufficient, and even far exceeds it. The purpose of these 10 1-meter long and wide solar panels is currently not available for generating electricity in the shelter. And more than this, he wanted to break it down into smaller pieces. If a robot dog is manufactured again, these solar panels can also come in handy. It is also suitable to install air conditioners in the shelters of the saltpeter mine and the berg mining mountain. If you want to have electricity there, it does also require solar panels for charging. Lin Yu immediately disassembled these medium-sized photovoltaic arrays on a high-precision research workbench and obtained a large number of panels, wires, and other devices for generating electricity. Wait until tomorrow morning. You can go to the roof to disassemble the single small solar power generation package and break it down into design drawings, and then mass produce it. That's it. He does have a lot of small generators and the like. But as for various machine parts and so on, should I ask Xinglingfeng and the others? Xinglingfeng and the others have always been good at collecting this kind of things. He also exchanged most of the previous parts from them. Clicking on the system panel, a message suddenly came in the private chat. We need air conditioners, electric fans or something like that. If you have extra, we'd like to exchange it for other supplies you want. This is a private message from Feiyu, and it seems to be quite urgent. Lin Yu looked at the last photo sent by this group of people again. It looked like it was fished out of the water, which indeed proved the need of this group of people in this area. I need an air conditioner and an electric fan. Do these people have a power generation device? Lin Yu thought for a while, and realized that it was not impossible to exchange the air conditioner. The other party just gave him a lot of extra alloys, which was indeed interesting. So, the more alloys, the better. Of course, for all kinds of machines, no matter whether they are good or bad. If you have collected them and think they are more valuable, you can quote a price. Lin Yu took a look and saw that there were only 2 or 3 air conditioners that could be manufactured on hand, and the various parts required were not enough. To be honest, he can basically deal with this extremely hot disaster by himself. What about others? He really doesn't have many good solutions. The exchange operation between groups, like the acid rain flood before, is really impossible this time. After all, he cannot mass-produce things like air conditioning fans. And even if he can produce a batch, how many are there in the world? People have access to electricity? Although there are countless supplies in the secret realm, there are probably very few people who can directly find the ones that can generate electricity, take them back, repair them, and take them to the refuge village. After all, the Earth on the other side is not the Earth when they left, but at least 30 years later. During this long time, not to mention that many power plants that lack maintenance will be completely scrapped due to various reasons. But they are not scrapped. How many people can carry it back as a whole? And how capable is it of keeping it running? In Lin Yu's view, survivors currently don't have many options for generating electricity. Gasoline, diesel, wind power and photovoltaics. If you have too much, you will really have none. In addition to opening treasure chests, the most likely thing you can find is gasoline or diesel generators. The gasoline and diesel required for these two can only be obtained by opening treasure chests in this other world. They have expired long ago on the other side of the earth. There is no one that can be used at all. Wind power is difficult to build, unless you have the technology to build it. Photovoltaic power also requires luck to find solar panels before you can have further room for operation. In addition, the explosion rate of the treasure chest is too touching and so on. Therefore, this is also the fundamental reason why the survivors cannot enter the electrical age within this month. But he is different. 100% explosion of the treasure chest allowed him to obtain a large number of electrical equipment and design drawings. And during the search in the secret realm, he had been collecting related things, such as diesel and gasoline generators. As a result, he entered the electrical age early and has always found satisfaction in the convenience brought by electricity, which has greatly improved the quality of life. From the beginning of gasoline generators and small solar power generation kits, to the current medium-sized photovoltaic power generation devices, wind power, diesel and gasoline generators coexist. And we even have the trump card of ultra-high power thermal power generators, which can be said to be in use in terms of electricity. He has no worries at all. Even if giant hailstones and fire tornadoes hit, he will only need to store the photovoltaic power generation array and wind turbines in the storage space, and then use gasoline and diesel generators to maintain the current power consumption. However, others are different. Fei now seems to have obtained a device that can generate electricity, and this power generation device is enough to drive an air conditioner. He probably searched the secret realm thoroughly, and luckily found the power generation device, and successfully used it. Electricity? There are really not many people like this in this other world. We still have some alloys here, and we also found a few cars in the secret realm. Although the air conditioners were also found, they were completely damaged and cannot be used. The others are just bits and pieces. Although the total is large, the most of them are of little use. It took a while for Fei Yu to reply, but Lin Yu and Xiao Bai had already returned to the living room in the shelter, enjoying the coolness brought by the air conditioner again. I have to say that the warehouse is simply not a place for people to live. It's too hot. Fei Yu quickly sent another list, which listed all kinds of things in a wide variety of quantities. Lin Yu looked at it carefully and was a little surprised. Did Fei Yu go to some kind of parts processing factory or hardware store? Why are there so many hardware parts? He does want the alloy, but he cares more about the hardware and some parts necessary for the robot dog. Of course, he also wants the 3 broken air conditioners. And the most important thing inside is what he is bound to win. Tiny circuit board. This thing is a necessary part for making a medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform. And after the alloy inventory has been greatly replenished, it is the only missing part when he wants to make it. It is not good to be too greedy. And there is no need to force this ally who already has a good relationship into a situation where there is no resources to save. It is better to maintain a virtuous cycle. I've made a list of what I need. Let's see if it's okay. If you agree, I'll trade it directly. Lin Yu walked to the warehouse and quickly made a brand new air conditioner and an outdoor unit. Moreover, it was 2 big ones, which was enough for these people to blow through the hot night. The things he wanted were not too many, and they were mainly parts for robot dogs, alloys and the like. Even a few $dozen wouldn't be enough for anything, so let them save up first. After a successful transaction, he will also be able to create about 20 robot dogs early tomorrow morning, which will become his new combat power this time. Really? Just these? Fei Yu. Once again, thank you on behalf of all the people in the refuge village. Fei Yu was so grateful that he immediately put all the things Lin Yu wanted into the exclusive deal. Lin Yu also ran back to the big warehouse again and put a lot of things returned from this transaction on the ground. This weight is so worth it. Just one air conditioner can actually replace so much. And now that he has the air conditioner design drawings, he can still use the scrapped air conditioners that Fei Yu just sent to successfully make new and intact ones. The transaction with Fei Yu was a big gain this time. Lin Yu returned to the bedroom with satisfaction and turned on the air conditioner. At this moment, Xiao Bai also walked in from the living room and lay down on the thick sheepskin in the center of the bedroom. The temperature of the air conditioner was very comfortable. Lin Yu lay on the comfortable bed and covered himself with a thin quilt. Isn't it common sense to cover yourself with a quilt in an air-conditioned room? He glanced at Xiao Bai, and Xiao Bai also looked up at him at this time. Ha ha! What's going on? Why don't you go find your friends and come here to accompany me? Although Lin Yu was already sleepy, he still couldn't fall asleep right away. Xiao Bai seemed to be the same this time. His ruby-like eyes were staring at Lin Yu, as if he wanted to express something. It's a pity that we don't speak the same language. Otherwise, we could chat from morning to night. But it's also very good. You are the smartest and most human-like creature I have ever seen. Lin Yu felt a little emotional for a while. From the first day, in the different world until now, he has indeed come into contact with, and even met, many people. But it's a pity that even with Fei Yu, who has a very close relationship now, he can't leave his back to the past. Trust he lacked. Maybe this has something to do with his experiences growing up. Or maybe it has something to do with his personality. More likely, this other world taught him that if he trusts others too much, when he regrets it, he may see his own body covered in blood. Human nature. When constant disasters come, when there is a lack of food, water, or various needs, will bring out the potential dark side. Not to mention others. Even Lin Yu himself was like this. On the original Earth, he would never have dared to imagine that he would be able to instantly shoot deadly crossbow arrows at those who invaded the territory without hesitation, let alone use various thermal weapons to kill those lizards and humans. The beggars were killed like ants. He would also choose not to trade with some people because of his personal likes and dislikes. And perhaps because of his behavior. Some people's lives disappeared. But Lin Yu didn't think he had done anything wrong, compared to those crazy predators like Levick, or the beggars who surrendered to the lizard men, or even had fun with the lizard men and became their lackeys. He was as impeccable as a saint. It's enough for him to live. If you can help some people within your ability, that would be better. Just like what Lu Kai once said to him. Humans are group animals, and one person cannot survive to the end. The third master Meng Yutong once said that if he only looked at himself, then in the end, all human beings would disappear, and he would be the last human being in the world. Now, Lin Yu does have someone he can give his back to. Xiao Bai, Xiao Ming, and Xia Luzi with black spots and green claws can all do it. Among them, the most trustworthy and worthy of his reliance is Xiao Bai, who was just an egg at the beginning but has now grown into a frost-flying dragon. Even though he didn't depend on anyone, he still survived. Today, he maintains a firm grip on the #1 spot in the world rankings. He suddenly remembered a sentence and said with a smile, Xiao Bai, do you know that I, Lin Yu, will never be weaker than anyone else in my life? Gawu. Lin. Hearing this voice, Lin Yu's brain suddenly felt like a flash of lightning, and he suddenly sat up. Just now, Xiao Bai seemed to have made a sound that was impossible to make. Xiao Bai? What you just said? Say it again? Did Xiao Bai just say Lin? Ga? Xiao Bai suddenly yawned, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Lin Yu was stunned for a while, then turned off the light and stared wide-eyed in the darkness. What Xiao Bai said just now? Does it mean that he can learn to speak? Chapter 353 The Refuge Village's defense force has been upgraded with handmade equipment. Late at night, the high temperature is still raging throughout the other world. Countless people were tossing and turning, and from time to time woke up from the bed covered in sweat. There were also some survivors who did not have that good resistance, such as the elderly and children, and some who could not resist the heat and even fainted. Most of the survivors are struggling. Even the lizards and beggars, who were originally in the underground ruins, are now emerging from the underground in various places, and they are gathering together to move further and deeper into the mountains and other places, looking for caves where they can live. Under the 2 full moons, there was not a trace of breeze on the vast land. As the lizard people's teams continue to emerge from the underground and continue to merge in, the migrating teams become more and more numerous and larger. The green scales reflected scattered light in the moonlight, and the pair of eyes on the ugly head shone with eager and confused light. They moved silently, without any intention of stopping, although they also passed through refuge villages. They had no intention of attacking the survivors. This fatal temperature made them more intolerable than the survivors. From time to time, 1 or 2 fell to the ground and could never get up again. The fallen lizard man will not be rescued at all. He can only gradually dehydrate and lose consciousness in the high temperature. Finally, he becomes a corpse, which is constantly stepped on by the team behind him, mixed with the soil in the other world, and becomes a corpse. Puddles of mud. Rather than attacking survivors, they want to find a suitable habitat as soon as possible. In the process, they are constantly eliminating the fittest. The strong ones, who can adapt to the new environment, will also become the powerful enemies that survivors least want to see in the future. At this moment, in the refuge village of Fayue, nearly 200 people are gathering on the second floor of the main shelter. A small space. The gasoline generator made a sound of healthy operation. Under the dim light bulb, everyone was waiting nervously and looking forward to it. After the leader Fayue and a few others installed the air conditioner they obtained from Linyu and plugged it in. After a beep sound, the sound of machinery came from outside. The sound of the air conditioner starting up made everyone cheer loudly. And as the cold wind continued to flow out from the small air outlet, everyone became quiet again. The room temperature continued to drop, and everyone sat on the ground and closed their eyes, enjoying the extremely comfortable breeze. Since surviving the last disaster, they have been suffering from high temperatures and feeling extremely uncomfortable. Some elderly people with weak constitutions couldn't bear it, and even fell ill and suffered from heat stroke, and finally died unfortunately. However, this situation will never happen again. As the temperature drops, everyone gradually gets relieved from the heat and discomfort caused by the high temperature and becomes comfortable. Everyone had a relaxed smile on their face, and they were grateful for Lin Yu's generosity and kindness. Air conditioning, an extremely precious thing in another world. Lin Yu gave it to them as generously as before. What they need are actually scattered parts and old and unusable air conditioners that they all feel are of little use. A savior? He must be the savior. Fayue enjoyed the air conditioning for a while, and he breathed a sigh of relief as he watched everyone gradually lie down and fall asleep. Finally, one thing was solved. The difficulties caused by the extreme heat were much greater than every previous disaster. This time, the official disaster had not yet officially arrived, and the weather had become so hot, which really surprised him. Fortunately, I got help from Lin Yu this time. The third master said that if they establish a good relationship with Lin Yu, it will not be too difficult for them to survive in this different world. Although Lin Yu is a lone wolf, he is not a ruthless person. However, Fayue also has a different opinion. Lin Yu had already rejected the rulers of their refuge village, but his relationship with them was still close. Moreover, Fayue, who had become the leader, really wanted to be a qualified ally of Lin Yu, not a little brother. Of course, Lin Yu expected the same, but now their allies are not qualified enough, and the military assistance or other help they can bring to Lin Yu is almost negligible. The only thing they could do was to bring more resources and materials to Lin Yu, and then use them to exchange for what they wanted. Fayue walked out of the main shelter and came to the sentry outside. He had just come back from there to install the air conditioner. This time, he had to change his job. With the lizard man's sweat and blood on his body, he didn't have to worry about being attacked by mutated creatures, and endured the unbearable color. After climbing up the city wall, Fayue looked at the few people towards the vast wasteland. Under the moonlight, there were constant sounds of commotion in the distance, and the light emitted by the moving torches, which were like spots of light, gave the leader of the refuge village more thoughts. From the information summarized on the World Channel, it can be seen that the lizards and beggars seem to be unable to continue their activities in the underground ruins, and have to move from underground to above ground. Their current migration seems to be to go to more places, cool place to live, and don't want to raid the refuge village. At present, it seems that the current situation is not serious. The lizard people have gathered in such numbers just to survive. However, with such a large number gathered, there will be such a large number when they come out after the disaster. By then, it will be really difficult to handle. He thought for a while, edited the idea, and sent it to Lin Yu. After the disaster, I am afraid it is the most difficult time. The morning light is faint. Lin Yu got up early and glanced at Xiao Bai, who was still sleeping on the sheepskin mat. After walking out of the bedroom and washing up again, he went to the large warehouse outside and found the parts he had obtained from Fayue last night. Picking and picking, I immediately found all the parts to make the robot dog. It seems like I can make almost 10 of them. It's really fun now that there are no restrictions on alloys. The alloys that Fayue supported and the alloys he got from the 2 gift packages last night are indeed enough for him to use for a while. Not only the robot dog, he can also make 2 medium-sized electric sentry machine gun stations, if that thing is placed in the right place. Even when 10,000 lizardmen came to attack the shelter, he didn't even frown. You can even drink tea calmly in the house, while the gunfire outside is raging and bullets are flying. After the battle is over, you can simply clean up the battlefield. When you usually go out to the secret realm, or go to a mine or even do infrastructure construction, There is no need to pay attention to the safety issues in the shelter. The lizard people who only have low-level attack weapons, and those begging for survival, will not be able to protect themselves. Then, there are the obstacles that prevent him from collecting and exploring. When a few more medium-sized electric sentry machine gun stations are built later, it will basically be declared that this shelter is invincible. After a flash of light, 10 robot dogs equipped with dual MP5 submachine guns, mechanical claws and solar charging panels appeared in front of him. And Lin Yu immediately charged them up. When the sun comes out, let them bask in the sun to recharge. The bird mine is digging deeper and deeper now, and I'm afraid there won't be much that can be dug in a while. Although they can indeed produce a lot of stone, iron and coal throughout the day, the quantity is still too small. Among the 10 robot dogs, Lin Yu plans to send 4 to the bird mine for mining, and he will take the remaining 6 to the natural sulfur or mountain. He holds the saltpeter ore in his hands, and there are so many robot dogs. The reserves of saltpeter will be further increased, so there is no need to worry about such large reserves for the time being. Therefore, natural sulfur ore has become a target again. The road there has not been repaired, and there are no corresponding weapons or defense facilities. The last few times he went there, he was annoyed every time by encountering lizardmen and beggars who came to steal the minerals. This time, I hope the 6 little guys can guard that place. When a group of little ice lizards are trained, they will completely fortify that place and make it his own private property. Lin Yu took out the micro-circuit board from the parts pile and immediately started the next step. You have obtained the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun station X2. After the 2 white lights, 2 big metal guys 2 meters long, 1 meter high, and 2 meters long appeared on the ground. Each of them had 2 shooting barrels, and the whole had a metallic luster. Lin Yu fiddled with it a little and found that they could swing left and right close to 180 degrees, and the range of up and down could also reach this level. Infrared automatic aiming and night vision devices are also equipped, and the steel plate wrapped on the surface seems to have high defense. The effective shooting range is 5 to 200 meters. The ideal rate of fire is 60 rounds per second. And the magazine has 3,000 rounds. Is that what you say? Lin Yu checked the magazine and looked at the densely packed bullets inside, expressing his satisfaction. However, where should this thing be placed? Placed on the wall? I'm afraid it won't be too stable. After all, the wall is only 35 centimeters thick. It should be no problem to install it. But whether it will fall off or not is another matter. So, get an arrow tower or something like that. Or use stones to build a platform next to the wall? It seems that the latter is better. He doesn't have the design drawings for the former, so it would be difficult to build it. There was indeed a lookout over the saltpeter mine before, but I still have to go there again. It just so happens that Xiaoming and the others haven't been seen for 2 days. Let's see how the situation is. If it doesn't work, we have to get them back. Now the weather is really uncomfortable. By the way, you have to go to the bird mine as well, and you have to put the robot dog there. I was just thinking about going to the natural sulfur or mountain. Should I also go to the secret place? The cowboy is very busy. Lin Yu shook his head. There were so many things to do, but he only had one. If a disaster hadn't happened in 7 days, if the lizards and beggars hadn't come to make trouble, he should have been able to arrange everything. Fortunately, all the treasure chests have been opened, and no one is left behind. Thinking of this, Lin Yu returned to the shelter, opened the alloy door, and came outside. It was bright and bright outside, but the temperature was not low at all. As soon as he went out, moisture began to form on his forehead. It doesn't matter what you do in this damn weather, but there are some things you can't do if you don't do them. Right. He came to the integrated forging workshop, and what he wanted to do next was what he had thought of last night, which was to make a sophisticated weapon for Xiaoming. Before that, he first conducted an appraisal of the integrated forging workshop. Integrated forging workshop use coal or wood as fuel, which can be automatically ignited and fully burned after being put in. The bellows will automatically adjust the firepower at the same time. After putting in an appropriate amount of metal materials, weapons can be forged according to the selected mold. Oh, that's it. It seems that you only need to pay attention to the beating aspect. As for the firepower and temperature control, this integrated forging workshop has solved it by itself. Lin Yu found the fuel tank and put the coal he just took from the warehouse into it. The coal was obtained from the bird mine before. The quantity was actually not too much, less than 300 units. The fuel tank in this integrated forging workshop only has 200 in stock, which is enough. After a large amount of coal entered the fuel tank, Lin Yu observed the situation inside through the thick layer of glass, and found that it had begun to burn. At the same time, the bellows began to pump automatically, and thick smoke rose into the air along the towering chimney. Lin Yu looked at the injection port, thought for a moment, and threw in the steel he had on hand. After looking at the requirements, he saw that it was at least 3 units. Of course, he didn't directly invest in the titanium alloy he wanted to invest in most. He had more of this steel now, so he wanted to use it to see how it would work. It didn't take long for the green light of the prompt to light up. Lin Yu quickly saw that the molten metal port had successfully turned the steel into molten steel. At this time, several molds also appeared in front of him. Choose a knife? No. Xiaoming is so strong. A knife might be a bit inferior. It seems that a blunt object weapon is more suitable. Lin Yu thought for a while and looked at the hammer mold. This seems more suitable for Xiaoming to exert his power. Lin Yu was interested in swords, such as swords, guns, and swords. But there was no giant sword option in the mold set. The hammer of the mold happened to be in the shape of a giant hammer. If it was connected to a strong handle, it would be quite suitable for Xiaoming to pick it up and swing it into the air. The impact of the giant hammer is guaranteed, and it can also cause considerable damage to giant creatures and the like. As for ordinary ones, like lizard men, the giant hammer can also sweep away a large area, and there is no need to use bone armor to collide. Thinking of this, Lin Yu immediately chose the giant hammer mold. The molten steel seemed not enough, and the giant hammer seemed to consume quite a lot of materials. Lin Yu put in 3 more units of steel. It didn't take long for the molten steel to slowly flow out and converge into the pit at a platform with a rectangular depression. It quickly condensed into shape. This was more than twice as fast as Lin Yu thought. However, Lin Yu didn't care about this kind of thing. There were many strange things in the other world, and even more unscientific things. If we investigate one by one, the matter of traveling to another world itself cannot be explained by science. Lin Yu looked at the flaming red steel block shining with light, and then he looked at the long-handled hammer beside him. According to the instructions, it's time for it to appear. Lin Yu took a deep breath. The heat and high temperature made him constantly feel uncomfortable, but he had to continue. The mechanical arm seems to be just right. Lin Yu put on a mechanical arm that could give him several times the power and save labor, and swung the long-handled hammer. The sound of hammers resounded as he continued to swing. Chapter 354 Continuous Evolution. The potential of the Ice Lizard Clan. The fiery red steel block that has been repeatedly folded and tempered gradually shines brighter. Lin Yu beat it for nearly 5 minutes, and the speed during this time could be described as crazy. It has to be said that the mechanical arm is too powerful, and it increases the strength and speed of the exercise by more than 1.5 points. But the impact and fatigue on the shoulders also increases exponentially. The steel block that was hammered into a pretty good shape and color was quickly heated again by an electric welding machine that appeared from nowhere, and then put on the giant hammer's mold, putting on the mask provided by the forging workshop. Lin Yu waited for a while and found that the steel block was sent out again, this time in the shape of a giant hammer. Lin Yu's robotic arm picked up the hammer and struck louder again. As the prompt sounded, the boring but exciting hammering work came to an end again. The gradually cooling giant hammer revealed its true appearance as it continued to cool down, and Lin Yu immediately began the work of making the hammer handle. Considering the size of Xiaoming's arm and the weight of the nearly half-meter diameter giant hammer, Lin Yu chose to enlarge the diameter of the hammer handle as much as possible. With the experience just now, Lin Yu quickly forged a hammer handle that was 10 centimeters in diameter, nearly 2 meters long, and twisted like a twist. The electric welding machine was also in the forging workshop. Under the influence, the giant hammer and hammer handle began to be welded and fused to each other until they were completely fused together. Done! The light of the welding machine finally went out. Lin Yu also put down his protective mask, and the imposing-looking giant hammer in front of him was successfully completed. But he can't swing this thing. He has to be a heavyweight player like Xiaoming. Gawu! Xiaobai also walked out of the shelter at this time, as if the movement just now woke it up. Xiaobai! Didn't you sleep well? Lin Yu was also a little embarrassed. The beating just now might have been a little too intense, and he completely forgot that Xiaobai was still resting. By the way, speaking of this, the little ice lizard seemed not to hear it at all. And they never came out? Gawu! Xiaobai pointed to the ground and then to the warehouse behind. Lin Yu pricked up his ears to listen, and indeed heard the sound of puff, 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 puff behind him. It turned out that he was also woken up. But it seemed that he was led to the warehouse, and then went there to do some activities. Lin Yu came to the large warehouse at the back, and saw this group of little guys. Under the leadership of Xia Luzi and Hong Xian. They were arranged neatly in a formation. And the distance between them was quite balanced. Like a team of a small army. After they saw Lin Yu arriving. Although they kept their eyes fixed on him. None of them screamed. Lin Yu glanced at Xiaobai beside him. And Xiaobai also looked at him. Good guy. After officially becoming my pet. Is he completely obedient like this? He couldn't help but be surprised. And of course, he was quite pleasantly surprised. Judging from this first formal class. These little ice lizards have indeed proved their loyalty and determination to him. Xiaobai, the main task of you, Xia Luzi and Han Xian today is to train for combat and defend the shelter. But before that, let's have dinner. Lin Yu decided to give these little guys a good meal. There happened to be a lot of mutton chops left. But that was all that was left. Gawu. Xiaobai nodded. He knew that his master wanted to go out. But he didn't say where he was going. You guys will lead them to catch more mutated sheep today. As many as you need. If they get too hot, go back to the shelter as soon as possible. Do you understand? Lin Yu also gave Xiaobai a task. This task not only allows the little ice lizards to practice hunting and killing enemies, but also allows them to adapt to life on the ground. Of course, it can also update the reserves of mutated mutton chops, offal, etc. As the population increases, more food must be prepared in case of emergencies. The food appetite of these little ice lizards is not very large at present, and it can still be satisfied for the time being. But if something like Xiaobai and Xiaoming upgrades and evolves, their food intake will suddenly increase several times. Lin Yu thought about it, and gave Xia Luzi and Han Xian a piece of lion-headed bear steak each. These two little guys didn't go there last night, because Xiaobai was lazy. They have been bringing new companions for such a long time. And they have been here since just now. Look! Those little ice lizards also listen to them. There's nothing wrong with the reward steak. However, at this moment, congratulations. You and your pet have developed an emotional bond. And your pet has evolved a bond. Congratulations. You and your pet have developed an emotional bond. And your pet has evolved a bond. Lin Yu? What? Evolution? He looked at Xiao Liuzi and Hong Xian, and found that bursts of white soft light began to wrap around them. And this light gradually became thinner. Lin Yu discovered that Xiao Liuzi and Hong Xian, who were originally only about 20 centimeters tall, were also growing in this light. Please confirm pet information. Pet race, blade-winged lizard. Pet name, Xia Luzi. Status, adult body. Please confirm pet information. Pet race, red shadow war lizard. Pet name, red lion. Status, adult body. Ah, this. Blade-winged lizard? Red shadow war lizard? What's the situation? It seems that a new species has evolved? Lin Yu looked at Xiao Liuzi carefully, and suddenly found that this little gray guy, who had grown to nearly 1 meter in length, was crawling on the ground on all fours. The light gray mark of the word 6 on his back had now cracked, and a pair of membrane-like wings grew out. This pair of wings is gray-black in color, with extremely sharp edges, and the nails on the two claws have become slender and sharp. From the outside, it looks a bit like the current Xiaobai, but it is more or less different. Like a shrunken Xiaobai. Its body shape is quite slender, and its overall appearance is also very sharp. Besides, when Xiaobai evolved for the first time, wings didn't appear all at once. Xiao Liuzi quacked at Lin Yu. His voice sounded quite like Xiao Ming's, which was different from Xiao Bai's. Lin Yu discovered that Xiao Liuzi's pair of wings had also changed a bit, and the overall width was wider, even much wider than his slender body. Small flying dragon? No. Blade-wing flying lizard. Gaw, little Liuzi kept spinning in circles, seemingly very satisfied with his changes. It flapped its huge wings from time to time. Extremely excited, Lin Yu turned his head and looked at the red line next to it. Red shadow war lizard. At this moment, the slender silver-gray little guy, standing in a standing shape, with a height of 1.5 meters, seems to have not yet recovered from its own huge changes. The scales, which are as hard as iron, exude a metallic luster, and the whip-like tail supports the red line, which is almost upright like a human. Lin Yu also discovered that the red mark that originally ran from the bottom of its neck to its abdomen had changed dramatically. It is like a blood stain. It is not a straight line now, but is divided into countless lines, and those lines are like muscles that fit the red line. drawing across the edge of the muscle and outlining its perfect lines. And on its back, there were dozens of triangular spines like ridges, each one the size of his hand. And the tips were quite sharp. Blade-winged flying lizard! Red shadow ward lizard! Lin Yu had not recovered from the shock, and the little ice lizards continued to bring him surprises. However, he also felt a little bit unclear. Why do Xiaobai, Xiaoming, Xia and Hong Xian have completely different evolutionary paths for the same little ice lizards? Moreover, what exactly is this so-called tethered evolution? The growth of living things is a natural phenomenon. But Xiaobai and the other little ice lizards have so-called evolutionary behaviors that are like miraculous. Even so far, their evolutionary directions are not the same. Xiaobai is always pure white, and after evolving into a white little dinosaur, he becomes a flying dragon. Xiaoming evolved into a powerful lizard, and then evolved into a powerful defensive tyrannosaurus, wearing countless bone armor. Xiao Liuzi went straight towards the flying dragon in the first stage of evolution, while Han Xian is now more like an upright little dinosaur, but much stronger than Xiaobai back then. Will Green Claw and Black Spot bring him more surprises? Where are the other little ice lizards? Lin Yu suddenly had a feeling at this moment. It is very likely that in the near future, these little ice lizards will become a huge force. This power will also make him stronger. Lin Yu took a deep breath. His own strength can be improved by the bonuses of various new weapons. And the evolution of the little ice lizards also provides a jump-like bonus to his overall strength from the outside. Think about it. Xiao Liuzi with wings can become Xiaobai's wingman, attacking enemies in the air. And Red Lion can become Xiaoming's deputy, providing assistance to him. What's more, if everything goes well, they will undergo a second stage of evolution and become even more powerful. And there is another situation, which is currently only seen in Xiaobai, which causes a more terrifying increase in all aspects of power. Currently, only Xiaobai is molting, and Xiaoming is not even there yet. It is conceivable that if Xiaoming can shed his skin, his combat power will be greatly improved. The future is promising. Little Liuzi, Red Lion, you did a good job. The two little guys were also very excited after evolving. They both devoured the lion-headed bear steak, the highest reward given by Lin Yu, in one bite, and seemed to have more strength. After evolving, as their brain capacity expanded, their intelligence became stronger than before, and their loyalty to Lin Yu was also higher. The remaining new little ice lizards all looked at them with envy, and they all held back their energy to become stronger and like them. Lin Yu looked at the appearance of these little guys, and he was already happy. It seems that the future he imagined may happen sooner. Gawu! Xiaobai roared, and Xia Liuzi and Hong Xian immediately stood in front of Xiaobai and rushed towards the little ice lizards and roared again. The little ice lizards were all arranged neatly as before, and they were all facing forward. The temperature in the warehouse is already very high at this moment. Although the space is spacious and ventilated, it is not much worse than outside. Xiaobai and the others should be training the little ice lizards to tolerate high temperatures now. Lin Yu patted Xiaobai's arm, looking forward to the results it would bring. This mighty little general was already in shape. After putting away the charged robot dogs, he broke down a large amount of asphalt roads into raw materials and loaded them into the storage space. He walked out of the warehouse and took out the armored combat vehicle from the storage space. The space in the warehouse is getting smaller and smaller, so it is better to take it out and store it outside. The majestic and domineering metal behemoth, when it is not equipped with weapons, has not yet shown its ferocious look. But even so, it is indeed quite shocking. I have to go buy some more diesel from Xinglingfeng. At present, this is enough for a round trip, huh? What is that? Lin Yu was about to take out the ATV that had evolved into an armed combat vehicle, and was about to drive directly to the bird mine, when he suddenly discovered that there was a strange thing beside the greenhouses covered by high walls in the shelter. Ah! Airdrop! The giant creature, the spider-like oracle beast, that was killed last night dropped a platinum treasure chest. And of course, the system also gave an airdrop reward. There are so many things that I have completely forgotten. Lin Yu walked to the big wooden box, took out the fire axe, and opened it immediately. The things inside seemed familiar to him. You have obtained the Intermediate Universal Upgrade Design Drawing X20. Oh haha. It's not bad. Although it is not a new thing. This Intermediate Universal Upgrade Design Diagram is still quite useful. I just spent 3 to upgrade the armor set, so it is good to supplement it in time. Lin Yu glanced at the armored vehicle behind him. It is estimated that this thing will be used when upgrading more weapons and armor in the future. The muggy feeling continued, And it was already so hot in the morning. Linyu looked at the sun shining fiercely in the sky, got into the armed combat vehicle, stepped on the accelerator and drove out. However, he found that the state of the road outside didn't seem right. The road surface has melted? Linyu discovered that not long after he started driving. The wheels of the car seemed to be stuck to it. After walking a few meters, the sound of grogra kept sounding. He got out of the car and looked at the wheels of the car, which also had some asphalt on the road. There were black marks, and the soles of my feet were sticky. Good guy. Is this road built in vain? Linyu immediately took the armed combat vehicle off the road, then chose to go directly to the side of the road and start moving forward. Even if it is full of potholes, it is better than the road that is about to melt. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the bird mine ahead, and immediately put down the robot dog and set the program. For robot dogs, all mining, with the addition of the original 2 ends, the mine should be able to become deeper and wider. Of course, stones, iron blocks and even coal are all resources that he wants as much as he has. So it is naturally better to mine more. Having done this, he was ready to move forward and said, "Okay, there is still a certain distance to go to the saltpeter mine next, and the asphalt road is still so weak." So, when Linyu was about to leave, he looked at the pyramids beside him. He suddenly had an idea. "Can we build a stone road?" Chapter 355 Defeat the Disaster. This is 100 million points simpler. The car kept moving forward on the gray-white road made of stones. When it comes to road construction, although Linyu cannot guarantee that he is the first, he is definitely the one who has built the longest mileage. Although asphalt roads are smoother and more beautiful, their shortcomings are indeed fatal. In this extremely hot weather, the strong sunlight also makes it close to the melting point. If you continue to drive on it, it is likely to destroy the smooth road surface, leading to various possible problems. Therefore, Linyu chose not to lay asphalt roads. He was not in the advanced stage of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and it was not unacceptable for the pure stone road to continue onto the original asphalt road. Moreover, there is actually a bug in the road paving thing that can be exploited. That is, it is constantly broken down into design drawings. Just like last time, he directly produced the design drawings of 10 kilometers of asphalt roads at most. If there are enough materials, these 10 kilometers, he can further change it to 20 kilometers, 40 kilometers, or 100 kilometers. This will naturally become his main driving force in infrastructure construction in the future, as his resource points continue to increase. And as his territory expands, the importance of roads will become more and more prominent. He doesn't care what other survivors think of this road, nor what lizard people and beggars think of him. But if anyone wants to destroy the road or set up obstacles for him, then the outcome is very simple. The lizardmen left treasure chests, and the survivors left storage space. Linyu felt that there was no need to reason with unreasonable people. If he was the only one left alive at the scene, the matter would be solved perfectly. The stone road kept being paved, and Linyu kept driving forward. The distance from the bird mine to the saltpeter mine was only more than 10 kilometers, and the road was quickly paved. When leaving Bird or Mountain, he did not forget to lay out a small solar power generation kit and socket, and also program the robot dogs one by one to charge during their free time. In this way, they can really work 24 hours a day, and the efficiency of collecting ore can also be higher. Before the disaster officially arrives, the robot dogs cannot have a good rest. Having said that, it takes 30 stones to lay a 5-meter wide road, which is actually quite expensive. However, the number of stones he has is really unimaginable. The total number of stones dug out by the robot dogs working day and night is enough for him to lay the road. This road can even go further. Xiaoming had smelled his master's scent early. He excitedly pushed the huge rock away from the gap in the wall and fortress, and excitedly walked around the master's car with Black Spot, Green Claw and other little ice lizards. "Thank you for your hard work these 2 days!" Linyu took out the lion-headed bear steak to reward these friends who had been working hard for 2 days. Ouch! Xiaoming was particularly excited. The weather was really bad. So bad, it and other little ice lizards had to dig a small cave with the help of the robot dog to escape the torture of high temperature and heat. In the past 2 days, except for the attack by hundreds of lizard men on the morning of the first day, everything had been calm since then. Those hundreds of lizard men didn't even have time to let them take action, and those robot dogs were all taken care of. Xiaoming felt depressed about this, but they were quite impressed when they saw the capable robot dogs continuously mining the huge saltpeter mines and stacking them behind hills like mountains of ore. However, the boring life and the hot weather made them miss the life in the shelter even more. Since the last time Xiaobai came to deliver food, they have been waiting for the owner to arrive so that they can take them back. Lin Yu did think so too. Take the little ice lizards and Xiaoming back to the shelter. Don't let them continue to suffer here. Arriving at a stone platform left by the lizard man before, Lin Yu took out a high-precision research workbench and touched the two. You have obtained the stone watchtower design. Okay. Now it can be set up in the shelter. But he doesn't need a watchtower. This thing is more suitable for use as the base of a medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform. It's not that he can't build this thing. It's because there is such a thing here, and he doesn't need to study it by himself. Then, Lin Yu started collecting non-stop. You obtained the shelter design drawing X1. You obtained the shelter design drawing X1. You got. The system sounds continuously. Lin Yu was like an emotionless collecting machine, constantly turning the remaining shelters on this saltpeter mine into blueprints and storing them in storage spaces. Lizardmen and beggars gathered here in large numbers before, leaving quite a few shelters behind. These shelters also became one of his trophies after the battle at the saltpeter mine. It's just that he left in a hurry last time and didn't completely pocket them. Now that he's here this time, there's no need to be polite. It didn't take long for him to collect all the 167 shelter design drawings. The reason why there were only so many left, he felt, was because some of the beggars who had escaped when he attacked the inside of the saltpeter mine had collected a lot. Otherwise, there should be quite a few more. After doing this, there is really nothing worth noting here at the saltpeter mine. From his own personal experiences and chats on the World Channel, he can get some valuable information. The lizards and beggars are constantly migration. After the extremely hot temperature affected the underground ruins, they couldn't bear it, so they emerged from the ground and migrated in groups towards the mountains. Whether it's saltpeter mines or natural sulfur or mountains, I guess I don't have any power to get involved. However, Lin Yu was also curious as to why the lizardmen didn't go through the ancient gates of the secret realm to reach the secret realm. They should be existences that would not be affected by the rules of the system. Right? The system will kick out all survivors and beggars from the secret realm the day before the disaster. But there is no way to kick out the lizardmen even if it stops. Could it be that they are also affected? There is currently no evidence of this, and Lin Yu has no way of knowing whether this is actually the case. After all, if it is not affected by the system, according to his understanding, the secret realm should be the lizard man's first choice. The 6-headed robot dogs in the storage space are also set up to be responsible for the guards and sentries here. Although the number of robot dogs here is extremely large, he had previously set them all in mining mode, and would only fight when faced with a crisis. Lin Yu placed a medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform above the gap in the walled fortress. The width here would not hinder it at all. After that, he immediately connected the wires to the 2 small solar power sets and successfully connected them completely. Soon, the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun station flashed with light, and Lin Yu also recorded the images of himself, Xiaoming, Xiao ice lizards, and the robot dogs through its own recognition camera. Of course, he has also set up automatic idle charging mode for all the robot dogs here, and reset their special mining programs. After doing this, the defense of the mine has also been completely prepared. At least there shouldn't be any problems until disaster strikes. Xiaoming, can you run back? After the other little ice lizards got on the bus, Lin Yu discovered again that he had no way to get Xiaoming to sit on them. This little guy looks like it weighs at least a ton, maybe even heavier. His small car is really not big enough for it. It seems that we still have to go to the secret place and look for trucks and the like from there. But having said that, this hot weather is a bit too much. It's not even noon yet, and it feels like people are almost sunburned. The body temperature alone is probably over 40. I touched the seat cushion of the car seat and found that it was already too hot. There would definitely be no problem in getting a breakfast of bacon and eggs on it. Hurry back to the shelter. The outside is no longer suitable for survival. Everything in front of him seemed to be tanned almost white like a saltpeter mine. The only thing that made him feel normal was the forest that had been burned to char. How long will this damn weather last? Forget it. One day today. One day tomorrow. Good guy. Will it really start tomorrow night? With an air-conditioned room, watermelon and ice cubes to keep him alive. Lin Yu didn't feel too uncomfortable. He just felt uncomfortable for a while when he went out to collect supplies. He was easy to talk to, but other survivors would probably have a hard time getting through it. Fei Yue found something that could generate electricity, and with the help of his air conditioner, He was able to live a life that at least wouldn't kill him from the heat. But what about the others? Giant hailstones and fire tornadoes actually only need to do one thing to perfectly avoid them, which is to build a sturdy basement. But that's without the condition of extreme heat. If you can overcome this, you can simply get through this, which can be said to be the most difficult disaster since the beginning. To be honest, Lin Yu also wanted to help all the survivors in this world to the best of his ability. And he really didn't want to see that he was the only human being in this other world. But this time, so far, there really is no clue. The premise of supplying and manufacturing air conditioners in large quantities is that all mankind has access to electricity. And this hurdle alone will not be overcome. Where is it so easy to find power generation equipment? Solar-powered generators, or diesel and gasoline generators. These things are hidden in various places that may appear in the secret realm. But if you are unlucky, there is no way to find it. Even if you find it, you still have to consider the consumption of diesel and gasoline. After calculating this, even if he produced countless air conditioners, it would still be useless. There is no even the most basic electricity. Lin Yu shook his head and signaled to the little ice lizards and Xiaoming that it was time to leave. He took some saltpeter, and there was no point in staying here any longer. After that, he only needs to come again tomorrow to collect the saltpeter and robot dog here. Under the fierce sunshine, Xiaoming was also a little wilted, and he seemed a little thirsty at this time. I want to drink water. Wait. Lin Yu forgot that he hadn't given them food yet. He had smelled a bad smell in the mine before, and it was probably because the food had spoiled. He took out a large basin and poured water from a 4L mineral water bottle into it. The little ice lizards jumped in and gathered around the basin. It seemed that they were all thirsty. However, Lin Yu discovered that they did not drink it immediately, but sprayed streams of extremely cold mist into the basin. The water cooled down quickly, and soon after it became icy. They drank happily. Hey guys, do you want to use ice water to resist the hot weather and cool down your body? It really is. Etc. Ice. Lin Yu slapped his head suddenly. Yes, there is ice. Isn't ice a pretty good way to get rid of the heat? Why didn't you think of it earlier? Putting ice in water can reduce the temperature. And even if it melts there, it can continue to lower the room temperature. If a large amount of ice could be produced, wouldn't it be possible for the survivors to escape the disaster of this extremely hot weather? The little ice lizards, little whites, and little fierce ones can all emit extremely cold spray. If possible, make ice. No. Even if Xiaobai and the others vomit blood to make ice, they will definitely not be able to supply even 1,000th of the 2 billion people. There is no other way to make ice quickly in this world. There is no refrigerator, and there is no cold storage. How do modern people make ice without electricity? By what method? Lin Yu felt that he could give up this idea. If those people really couldn't bear it, there was nothing they could do. He didn't have magic or anything to make so much ice. Let's go! Let's go back quickly! Xiaobai and the others should be anxious. Xiaoming let out a low growl, stomped on the ground and ran towards the shelter quickly. He also started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and took one last look at the saltpeter mine. The robot dogs mined a huge amount of ore and piled up nearly 100 saltpeter mountains nearly 20 meters high. If they were to take them all back, they would probably have to go back and forth several times. He doesn't need so much to make various explosives. And the role of saltpeter ore seems to be only to make explosives in ice. Making ice? Make ice. Lin Yu felt like a flash of thunder flashed in his mind. Good guy. I actually forgot about this. He felt that his brain was almost numb due to too many battles with lizard men recently. He almost forgot about making ice with saltpeter. Using saltpeter to make ice. Isn't this the best way to solve the problem of extreme heat disasters? The method of making ice from saltpeter was something he had seen in the experimental class of the chemistry interest group in high school. He had forgotten the specific method, but his teacher once said at that time that the saltpeter ice making method was the most widely used method discovered by the ancients that could make ice cubes free even in summer. Then, the teacher actually made a basin of ice using saltpeter. At that time, this had a great impact on Lin Yu. After that experimental class, he secretly asked the teacher for saltpeter, but he was rejected because of the danger of saltpeter. It seems to be verified that if it is really possible, then surviving the disaster this time will not be a problem. Lin Yu's heart began to beat rapidly. Unexpectedly, I have been holding the method that can change the direction of this disaster. Chapter 356. I'm really not the savior. Damn it! Hot water to make ice doesn't work. Mine didn't work either. Where did the boss, who said it was possible, go? The disaster will officially begin in less than 40 hours. What should I do? I've long said it's useless. It's better to go to the secret realm to find something that can generate electricity, and then try your luck to find a working electric fan or air conditioner that's not broken yet. The people upstairs are sick again. Can we find a way to make ice with hot water? Let's see if there are any omissions in other places. If it doesn't work, try again. Let's follow the instructions of the boss here. The method of treating ice with hot water was not successful. But I have to say that the ancient method of the Tang Dynasty was really wonderful. And it was actually possible to use the Joule-Thomson effect. The Joule-Thomson effect? It's the one where gases will produce irreversible adiabatic expansion when passing through porous materials. And the temperature will change drastically. Right. The scholar upstairs is right. By the way, who took notes? I forgot the process of the so-called hot water ice making method. Is it too late to do the experiment now? If you've forgotten anything, just search it again. Let me tell you. Just make a bottle with a small mouth and a big belly. Then fill it with water. Put a fire under it to heat it. And wait until the water inside becomes less and less. When all the water vapor is present, quickly remove the fire source. Then find something relatively airtight, like a thicker piece of cloth, to seal the mouth of the bottle. And then put it into a deep pit dug in advance for 3 days. You can see the ice after that. What the big guy said before was not mine. Ah. Sister. Open the door for Miracle. Miracle is here. Whoever can make ice cubes, I will give you a thumbs up. 3 days? I'll be dead in 3 days. Don't talk about it anymore. I'll just lie down and die. Brothers, I succeeded. There are no ice cubes. But there is still some ice ballast. This is a picture. Look at the picture. The real thing is melted. Big ice cube.jpg. I have to hold it back. I still think saltpeter is more reliable for making ice. But you have also seen that some people are selling saltpeter now. But one piece requires 1 ton of water and a lot of food. I have a ton of water, and I don't want to soak it in it. If you don't give him food, go to H.L. with his grandma. Yes, someone used saltpeter to make ice successfully before. But there was too little saltpeter. Is saltpeter in this other world a rare mineral? Why do I remember that there was that thing in the toilet when I was a child? We did extract a lot of saltpeter powder in the toilet. But the amount was too small. It seems that this road is not feasible. Everyone. It seems that we will not be able to survive this disaster. It is estimated that we can survive 10% of the time. Not bad. Humanity is truly extinct. I'm so unwilling. I finally got here. Who would have thought? More than 10 people have died of heat stroke here. It seems like it's really over this time. Tired. Destroy. This won't work. And that won't work either. Anyway, someone will die with me. And it's probably hundreds of millions. Suddenly I feel it's worth it. Linyu won't come out now? Yes. Where is Linyu? Where is Linyu? Where is Linyu? Why doesn't he care about us? Damn it. This man is so selfish. Why doesn't he help us when he has the ability? Why doesn't he share his air conditioner with us? He deserves to die. Linyu deserves death? In the past few days, there have been people on the World Channel calling for the legendary and unreliable hot water ice making method to be done according to some so-called big shots. After failing one after another, we are facing a problem that only lasts more than a day, when the current situation of disaster is about to usher in. A mood called despair begins to spread to the entire World Channel. Although some people still insist on using hot water to make ice, they also know that this hope is extremely slim. In the face of extreme heat, no one has a better way. Even if someone does, no one wants to share it with others. It's not that no one sells saltpeter, which is the most likely way to make ice, but the price is prohibitive for everyone. Even if someone bites the bullet and buys it, they find that what a mere unit of saltpeter can do is extremely limited. At this moment, the World Channel has also gradually become less active. Only a few people were still cursing Linyu on the screen, but no one paid any attention to them. At this time, those who could still curse were the first to be eliminated, because they could do nothing but curse. The people who are still scolding Linyu must be beggars, who was not saved by Linyu last time. Besides, Linyu should save people. Right? If he has the ability, he should save billions of people. Right? What kind of logic is this? Linyu didn't say anything this time. It seemed that he had no choice. Even if he was as powerful as him. What did I see? Lin Yu died. A lot of saltpeter. And each refuge village is limited to 10 units. And the asking price only requires alloys or various scrap electrical appliances, parts, etc. Is he a god? Just when everyone fell into despair because of the failure of the hot water ice making method, someone suddenly discovered that an extremely large amount of saltpeter suddenly appeared on the World Trading Channel. And the one who hung up the saltpeter was none other than Lin Yu, whom they mentioned just now. Lin Yu, the person ranked first in the world rankings, is also the person who shared how to survive the disaster last time. He is also the person who is expected by countless people, and is also cursed and disgusted by countless beggars. He, once again, appeared like a savior before the disaster happened, when almost everyone here was in despair and felt that they could only hold on and see if luck could survive the disaster. Saltpeter, 10 units of saltpeter, is the most critical material for making ice locally. Almost half a ton. And this amount is enough to make ice cubes that can allow survivors in any refuge village to survive this extremely hot disaster. At everyone pay attention. Lin Yu has just sent us a piece of information, which is a guide on how to survive this disaster. It will be free for everyone to use. You can judge whether it is useful according to your needs. We have not deleted or rewritten any words in it. In addition, our refuge village has begun to transform. We believe in Lin Yu. At the same time that various refuge villages began to quote prices for the saltpeter trade sent by Lin Yu, there was another piece of information on the World Channel. That is the message from the refuge village of Xingling Feng, who ranks fourth in the global rankings. What? Lin Yu actually revealed another way to survive the disaster? Does he really have a way? Making ice can only be said to be the first step. Giant hailstones and fire tornadoes are behind. Holy shit! Is it so simple? But it seems to be possible. Is Lin Yu a genius? How could he come up with this method? Yes, he solved the doubts at once. Everyone, hurry up and take a look. I think this time the disaster can be over. No way. Is it such a simple method? But it seems true that as long as we use ice cubes to survive the extreme heat, everyone can hide in a basement without shelter and wait for the disaster to pass. It seems really feasible. We have already started experiments here. Someone once said that the method of making ice with saltpeter seems feasible. It has only been a few minutes, and the water has started to get cold. The same goes for us here. Lin Yu is awesome. Why not give it to individuals? I need it too. Is it discriminating against those who seek to survive alone? It's been more than a month. Where did the single survivors come from? Now! Except for Lin Yu. All single survivors are regarded as beggars. Those beggars, get out of here! The survivors in the refuge village, who had just fallen into the abyss of despair, after receiving saltpeter from Lin Yu one by one, immediately began experiments in making ice with saltpeter. Although the saltpeter ice making method cannot produce such huge ice cubes, the ice produced is enough to reduce the temperature in a shelter that is not too large, and can also help the people gathered in the shelter to survive. The researchers are no longer troubled by the extreme heat, thus basically solving the most deadly extreme heat disaster in this triple disaster. The temperature in the room continued to drop, and the survivors' hearts were filled with sincere gratitude to Lin Yu, who had always been behind the scenes. Although some people in the World Channel cursed Lin Yu for not taking it out earlier, others joined forces to curse him. Everyone felt that Lin Yu was the savior of this disaster. Here, Lin Yu continued to collect the saltpeter mined by the robot dogs into the storage space, while also clicking on transactions. Now, almost everyone has given up on the idea of going to the secret realm to look for power generation devices and air conditioners. I don't know who is leading them, but they are all looking for ways to make ice. And this is what Lin Yu wants to see, regardless of whether it is useful to make ice from hot water, or what theorems or theories are involved. Just talking about the 3 days of production time, it has completely failed in this aspect. What's more, if there is even the slightest mistake in these 3 days, if the cloth is not tightly covered or the pit is not deep enough, or if other aspects are not done well, 3 days will be wasted. After today, there are still 24 hours tomorrow. Where is there enough time to fail again? Besides, the heat is already quite unbearable. As for the saltpeter ice making method, he didn't know how to make ice at all. He had only mentioned it in a similar documentary he had seen before. However, just because he didn't know it didn't mean that others didn't know it. After searching the World Channel for a while, he understood the general process of making ice with saltpeter. In short, it is to find a water container such as a large tank and fill it half with water. Then place the large tank in a small pond. Put saltpeter in the pond. And then put the water into the pond. After a while, ice cubes will be produced. The principle is to take advantage of the fact that saltpeter absorbs a large amount of heat after being dissolved in water, allowing it to continuously cool down the water, thereby eventually obtaining ice cubes. If the amount is small, it can cool down the room temperature a lot. If the amount is large, the ice cubes can be stored for a long time, which is enough to survive the disaster. When the chat in the group was lively, he did search for the sales of saltpeter in the World Trading Mall. There really are, and quite a few. But the prices are more horrifying than the other. A ton of water or something. Hundreds of breads or something. Or power generation equipment. Or even various thermal weapons. It's almost as good as the sand cellars during the acid rain floods. Or even worse. And the quantity is really not too small. Among these people, Linyu felt that it was very likely that quite a few were beggars who had struggled in this saltpeter mine. Who else could have such a large amount of saltpeter besides this group of people? After all, it has never appeared before. After letting Xiaoming and the others go back first, Linyu built a small shelter inside the saltpeter mine, installed a solar power generation package, and also installed an air conditioner. Sitting in the center of the room in the underground shelter, Linyu lay on the sofa, gradually exchanging saltpeter for more resources. His exchange rules are also simple. Even if he had a one-on-one exchange with the leader of the shelter, he would not pay attention to ordinary people's quotations. The World Trading Channel is actually constantly improving various functions, and Linyu soon discovered that it can now publish various exclusive transactions. For example, the function of a separate transaction with the leader of the refuge village was something he had not noticed before. He also immediately took advantage of this and announced an exclusive transaction with the leaders of the refuge villages, using 10 units of saltpeter to exchange for alloys or various scrap electrical appliances or parts in the hands of these refuge villages. The reason why he didn't trade according to everyone was, firstly, to prevent reselling, and secondly, he really didn't have that much saltpeter mine. More than a dozen robot dogs work day and night. And the saltpeter mine they produced here in the past 2 days could not possibly supply all the survivors. After just passing the systematic appraisal, he found that the ice produced by these 10 units of saltpeter could maintain the effect for more than 30 hours. Linyu felt that he had done his best, and could not take into account too many things. People. 5 units is too few. 10 units is just right. The total population of more than 2 billion people can be seen from the rankings before. The most people are 300 to 400 people. And the least people are less than 100 people. Take the middle number of 200 people, excluding those individual beggars. In addition, the total number of refuge villages in the world far exceeds 1 million. 1 million. If there are 10 units in each refuge village, that is 10 million units of saltpeter. This astronomical figure cannot be achieved immediately even if he is given 1,000 robot dogs. Therefore, he wrote in that transaction that the quantity is limited and subsequent quantities cannot be guaranteed. First come, first served. We currently have less than 40,000 units. If we give the robot dogs a full day, they will only be able to hold on to 20,000 units. And no more. As for the things in exchange, Linyu is indeed not so demanding. He has a lot of alloys and various parts. And he can also get a lot of parts from scrap electrical appliances. But Linyu is not too demanding about these. Just have them. It should be possible to get something like a refuge village. In addition to saltpeter, Linyu also commissioned Xing Lingfeng to publish his thoughts on how to survive this disaster. Giant hailstones and firespouts are much simpler once the extreme heat problem is solved. Of course, there is really no way to solve the saltpeter problem. But it is not completely impossible. In the different world, except for a few terrains such as the Wasteland, according to the large regional map, other places do not seem to be troubled by water. In addition to making ice, in areas with abundant water resources, you can soak in water all day long. It is quite simple to build a pool or something. That's all I can do. The rest depends on the strong will of these people who have withstood several disasters. Linyu looked at the large amount of alloys and various scrap electrical appliances and parts that he had just taken out from the storage space all over the floor, and let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 357 Crisis is an opportunity. A crisis hidden deep inside. You built a large warehouse X1. You built a large warehouse X1. You established. It must be said that those desperate to survive in the high temperature are quite eager and enthusiastic. It only took less than 2 hours to replace all the nearly 40,000 units of saltpeter accumulated in the saltpeter mine over the past 2 days. With the arrival of the exchanged alloys, various electrical appliances and parts, Lin Yu had to consume some alloys and stones, and began to build 6 large warehouses near the walls of the saltpeter mine. The large warehouse has a large area and enough storage space to accommodate the influx of a large amount of things. Lin Yu actually didn't have time to identify how many pieces of alloy there were, what old electrical appliances there were, and what parts there were. As long as the storage space was filled up after the transaction was successful, he would exchange all these things, put it all in the warehouse, and then continue to confirm the next transaction. After more than 2 hours, Lin Yu felt that his efficiency was fast enough. Otherwise it would take more time to complete the transaction of nearly 40,000 units of saltpeter. Now, in the saltpeter mine, the robot dogs are still working hard, and the saltpeter ore is also piling up all the time. However, these quantities are still far from being able to supply all refuge villages. Lin Yu really couldn't guarantee this. He was not a god, so it was quite remarkable to be able to do this. Originally, he was not the savior that these people called him, and could not help everyone. Lin Yu actually disagrees with the so-called saying, "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." His ability is not enough to provide saltpeter for more than 2 billion people, and there is no need to do so. Even if someone kidnaps him morally, he will never let himself go because of so-called pressure from public opinion or verbal violence such as condemnation. Comfortable. Why? I have achieved what I have achieved now. To put it bluntly, it is my own willingness and my own desire to do this. Moreover, doing so does no harm to me. On the contrary, I can obtain a large amount of needed resources, and can also turn a huge amount of resources into a huge resource. Incomparably, so much saltpeter ore is consumed that cannot be used at all. In other words, what Lin Yu is doing now is based on his own interests. He is not a superhero. He cannot be so-called selfless. Nor can he not care about personal gains and losses, and then do actions that can only gain a false reputation. Selfish? Lin Yu did not deny that he was a selfish person. In this other world, all those who are not selfish at all would probably have died long ago. The rest are all selfish people like him. And those garbage people who think that if a person is capable, he must sacrifice for others, and not care about gains and losses. This idea came to Lin Yu unconsciously due to the environment in which he grew up, and the many things and people he had come into contact with since childhood. Although he also believes that human nature is good. Unfortunately, in this other world, this kind of thing seems a bit ridiculous. The wandering survivors and plunderers at the beginning, the beggars later, and the various refuge villages that were still loosely organized after more than a month, made Lin Yu unable to believe that he could still see the so-called truth, goodness and beauty in a short period of time. Of course, if Fei Yue can maintain the close alliance with him now, and will continue to do so in the future, then maybe they will be the light that breaks through this extremely dark night. It's almost ready. The saltpeter is gone. So I can only go back here again around tomorrow evening to be... Okay. Dot! Lin Yu tidied up and completely locked the only exits of the 6 large warehouses and took precautions. Then, he set 6 robot dogs in defense mode and filled the magazine with bullets. He also set a patrol route to ensure that other robot dogs would not be interfered with when mining ores. Anything possible may happen here between today and tomorrow evening before he comes again. He was not the only one who knew that there was a saltpeter mine here, but also the lizards and beggars who were driven away by him. And just now, he hit the entire market with a large amount of saltpeter ore, so that those who sold saltpeter ore alone had to accept the bitter pill that no one cared about. How could they give up? Lin Yu felt that as soon as tonight, there might be a coalition of lizards and beggars who want to take back the saltpeter mine again. However, even so, he has nothing to fear. Will it be lost here? Is the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform vegetarian? So many robot dogs are also armed. Right? Even if he really doesn't hold it, Lin Yu can guarantee that he will take this place back into his hands when he comes here again tomorrow. Lin Yu took away a large number of messy parts, and finally looked back at the mountains of saltpeter that were starting to be piled up again. He took out the armed combat vehicle and drove it quickly on the stone road towards the shelter. It was only noon, and there was still a lot to do. It's not too long since the disaster will be released tomorrow night. He must seize this last moment to upgrade and strengthen the other buildings in the shelter, and then prepare for this disaster. In the refuge village at the foot of the mountain, Fei Yu took one last look at the world channel, rubbed the corners of his sore eyes, and finally closed the system panel. He looked around. At this moment, Everyone else also opened their mouths, extremely surprised and shocked by what just happened. Lin Yu once again made them understand what great cause is. 39,210 units of saltpeter mines, and a guidebook to survive this disaster can save at least 3,921 survivors in the refuge villages. In about 2 hours, Lin Yu successfully sold such a huge unit of saltpeter almost as quickly as possible. And the exchange conditions were only some alloys, used electrical appliances and parts. It's really unimaginable, with the current importance of saltpeter, even if 1 unit was directly exchanged for 1 unit of alloy. I am afraid not many people would have any objections. But Lin Yu did not do this. Moreover, Lin Yu could have completely liberalized the purchase authority of saltpeter and no longer required each refuge village to purchase only 1 copy. But he did not do so. Fei Yu felt that Lin Yu was really unpredictable. Don't understand. But he couldn't understand it. And he saw the quality of this person. And the quality of this person, who would also think about other survivors at this moment. He didn't know Lin Yu well. And the third master also said that this Lin Yu was a lone wolf and would not associate with others. In essence, Lin Yu's starting point is his own interests. And this seems to be the case now. But there are some differences. Now, in Fei Yu's view, Lin Yu has done everything he can, and has indeed saved so many refuge villages for survivors. Fei Yu also saw that the remaining survivors who arrived late and failed to grab the saltpeter had not completely lost confidence. Lin Yu had just left a note on the product, and there might be some more tomorrow. And surviving extreme heat disasters doesn't require making ice. The disaster prevention guide also has some other methods, such as making a huge pool and soaking in it before the disaster strikes, to deal with giant hailstones and fire tornadoes. Survivors should strengthen their shelters and preserve important supplies. This is Lin Yu's wisdom and his strength. Although Lin Yu did not want to have too much contact with other people more than once, nor did he want to be the so-called savior. He made extremely important contributions to the entire survivor group twice in a row before the disaster struck. Contribution has actually saved quite a few people. Lin Yu is not the savior? I'm afraid it's just that he doesn't feel it. Chief, Lin Yu saved a lot of people this time. He is too strong. How did he get so much saltpeter? Zhang Jiwen sighed. The strongest in the world. Wang Su's words were quite brief. He left another refuge village and directly joined Fei Yu's refuge village. Now it seems to be the wisest choice. He had already been impressed by Lin Yu's strength when 500 people in Lerwick stormed Lin Yu's refuge village. Later, after seeing a huge white flying dragon soaring in the sky again in the secret realm, he was even more impressed by Lin Yu's strength. Yu fell to the ground. Therefore, he chose to leave his original refuge village, crossed the wasteland without hesitation, and found Fei Yu. His purpose was to get closer to Lin Yu, a strong man whose back he could only see. Fei Yu and Xingling Feng were undoubtedly the ones closest to Lin Yu among all the survivors. And compared to Xingling Feng, Fei Yu was more honest and safer than Lin Yu. After Wang Su came, he did see that Lin Yu was leaning towards Fei Yu in various aspects. And this group of people seemed to call Lin Yu a dominating person. But it seemed that Lin Yu did not agree. And it seemed that he would not do it at all. Promise. It is true that they have formed a very strong alliance with Lin Yu so far. And it seems that it will continue. The saltpeter mine should be the one that those guys who claim to have escaped from the beggars mentioned before were attacked by Lin Yu. Lin Yu is the owner of the biggest treasure in this disaster. We use saltpeter to make ice. It's not necessary. This air conditioner is enough for us to survive this disaster. Chief, should we also release the saltpeter we have? Fu Ming is now Fei Yu's deputy, and he has a fair understanding of the current situation. This morning they accidentally encountered some beggars hanging out with the lizard men. After wiping them all out and gaining some storage space, they accidentally discovered 218 units of saltpeter inside. These people probably ran out of the saltpeter mine, but they were encountered before they could run too far. But now that they have air conditioning, they no longer need to use saltpeter to make ice. Instead, these things are like a burden and take up too much space. It is better to exchange for some good things, such as various alloys. These alloys can also be exchanged with Lin Yu for various items necessary for their development. No, we won't change. Fei Yu looked at the many subordinates. Fu Ming and Zheng Jiwen suddenly realized, and Wang Su also nodded slightly. The 96 people in front of him were the core backbone of his refuge village. The rest are old, young, women and children, some with weaker combat capabilities, and some who have just joined their refuge village. They are all resting in air-conditioned rooms, and do not participate in the current decision-making discussion. Their refuge village currently has a certain system, and the prototype of different statuses. Fei Yu is the leader. Fu Ming and Zheng Jiwen are his deputies. And the rest are led and responsible by 2 team captains. The captain and the deputy. When discussing issues, 97 people, including Fei Yu, will gather together. Fei Yu will take the lead. Fu Ming and Zheng Jiwen will assist. And the team leaders will participate and put forward opinions. What's interesting is that almost 90% of the refuge village in Feiyue is from the original Tang dynasty. And the people in the center are also from the Tang dynasty. After all, this configuration is the most reasonable when the languages are similar. When it comes to some extremely important decisions, Fei Yu can also issue orders and decisions by himself. Just like now. Chief, saltpeter is useless. It won't be useful if we keep it until after the disaster. It will be garbage by then. We might as well replace it. Li Shuang, the team leader, looked at the people next to him. What do you think? Several team captains nodded. But in the end Wang Su shook his head. Saltpeter can be used to make explosives. Fei Yu nodded with satisfaction. That's true. We really don't have any thermal weapons. How long the crossbows Lin Yu gave us can be ahead of others is a big question. If we encounter a survivalist who accidentally collected a large number of thermal weapons in a secret realm, if the rebels attack our refuge village, we won't be able to watch it. Unlike Lin Yu, our combat power is not that strong. Isn't it? The leader is right. We don't have thermal weapons and have never found them. There are no relevant design drawings in the treasure chests we have opened so far. Compared to Lin Yu, who had a thermal weapon a long time ago, we are too far behind. Zheng Jiwen continued. One of the important materials of black gunpowder is saltpeter. Charcoal can be purchased in the mall. As for sulfur, it is also sold. Everyone. If we want to be Lin Yu's qualified allies, we must also do something when he faces a crisis. What? Instead of rushing over with others like last time, you can only watch Lin Yu kill those enemies that hundreds of us can't kill. Right. Fei Yu stood up. He now had many thoughts in his mind. Now was an opportunity. And the opportunity was precisely the crossbow arrow design that Lin Yu generously handed over to them during the night battle to defend the refuge village. Since then, their development has been smooth, and they are on track to catch up with the top companies in the world. This time, the saltpeter must be left behind. When the time is right, it may play a considerable role. So, Wang Su, what's wrong? Fei Yu was about to continue, but saw Wang Su standing up. Chief, I received a friend invitation from Lily Carahao. Wang Su looked surprised. Huh? Wait, the leader is here too. Me too. How did you add this person? Add me too. Suddenly, everyone discovered that they were all added as friends by the same person. And this person is none other than the leader of the refuge village ranked second in the world. Lily Carahao. Fei Yu clicked on his friend application. And sure enough, this person's name was there. And she also sent a verification message. Join our refuge village. Fei Yu. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the consequences. Chapter 358, Ultimate Disaster Prevention and Prevention. Ranked first in the world rankings. In the refuge village, Lin Yu has been busy since he came back. Busy cooking. For food. The system has no so-called design drawings or recipes, and can instantly turn raw meat or rice noodles into various delicacies. Therefore, Lin Yu could not turn the more than 200 mutated sheep that Xiao Bai, Xia Luzi, Hong Xian, and nearly 500 little ice lizards had hunted back into all kinds of delicious roasted sheep during the time he was out. Lamb, grilled lamb chops, stewed haggis, etc. Lin Yu had to clean up these mutated muttons one by one. Fortunately, his storage space was large enough, and with the help of the extremely sharp excellent dagger, he was quite efficient in taking care of these mutated sheep. A mutated sheep can produce 10 kilograms of mutated mutton, 15 kilograms of various internal organs, 2 large lamb chops, a sheepskin and 2 tusks, which seems to be a little more than before. In the process of Lin Yu's smooth cutting and stripping process, a large amount of meat and mutton chops immediately entered his storage space, without any sloppiness at all. However, Lin Yu also sighed while dealing with it. There were so many mutated sheep. I'm afraid Xiao Bai and the others drove all the mutated sheep within an unknown number of kilometers together and killed them one by one. From the huge bloody holes on the necks of these mutated sheep, it can be easily judged that they were almost all killed by one blow. I am afraid that the time to find them will be much longer than the time to kill them and transport them here. The fighting power of the little ice lizards is not a problem to deal with the lizard men. Judging from the fact that they could be in a state of complete non-interference with the lizard men in the underground ruins, I am afraid that the lizard men are still in a more dangerous situation. If it were not for Xiaobing, the lizards don't like the environment inside the ruins. Otherwise, the owner of the ruins would have been replaced long ago. Speaking of which, why are there so many mutated sheep-like herbivores? Lin Yu continued to deal with them, and he also had some doubts in his heart. In this different world, it seems that there are very few pure herbivores, and almost all of them are this kind of weird beasts that look like stitch monsters, like some tiger-spotted shadow deer. Aren't they all carnivores? After half of the cutting was done, Lin Yu started marinating the newly processed mutton pieces with a few hundred kilograms of onions left and various seasonings without stopping. Xiaobai and the others did not stop their work to cool down the mutated sheep because of Lin Yu's busyness. When Lin Yu came back, he saw that Xiaobai and the others had been using ice spray to continuously lower the temperature of the warehouse to ensure that the mutton would not deteriorate due to the extremely high temperature. I have to say that they did a good job. At least until now. Lin Yu didn't smell any strange smell. However, their stomachs kept making noises, as if they were really hungry. Lin Yu wiped his hands, found 2 big pots, washed rice, and made a fire to cook. Now that there were more friends, he had to cook more. Although the little ice lizard's food intake is limited, they still have to make quite a lot of things. Lin Yu moved in a coherent manner. After steaming the rice, he put it on the oven and cut the mutton chops. After putting them on, he called Xiaobai to be responsible for the barbecue. For him, this was not a big problem. After doing this, Lin Yu continued to decompose the mutated sheep without stopping, and there were more and more sheepskins, tusks, etc. on the ground. After Xiaobai had baked some, Lin Yu let it go to the little ice lizards. Of course, he didn't forget to give it to the little Meng who were lying in the house and hadn't fully recovered from the torture of the high temperature. A little after the rice was steamed, Lin Yu also finished cutting the mutated sheep. He washed his hands and immediately started the process of marinating the mutton. The previous food reserves, specifically the meat reserves, were indeed running low, and there was no way to store them outside due to the high temperature. So he had not cooked much since the beginning of this round of disaster. There's not enough time. If it weren't for the lizard men and beggars causing trouble, he wouldn't be as busy as he is now. Although he also wants to explore the secret realm or build roads over the natural sulfur or mountains. The basic work ahead of him must be done well. It would be great if there was an automatic barbecue robot. Unfortunately, Lin Yu felt that those robot dogs couldn't do such a delicate job at present. At least none of the various programs they carried were similar. Lin Yu glanced at Xiaobai, who was grilling meat excitedly. This little guy could do a great job in this regard. He hoped that there would be a little ice lizard who could help with this kind of work in the future. Time passed quickly, and Lin Yu's work was carried out in an orderly manner. The aroma continued to spread from the large warehouse with the door open, and the meat was being roasted. Lin Yu was also putting them into the storage space one by one while roasting. Xiaoming and the others seemed to have regained some energy after eating some meat. After they all ran over to help, Lin Yu also took the opportunity to rest for a while. I looked at the time. It was 3:20 in the afternoon, and there were only more than 30 hours left before the disaster officially started. After midnight tomorrow night, the triple disaster predicted by the system will also come. Now everyone can fully appreciate how terrifying extreme heat is. This kind of extreme heat that slowly increases the temperature like boiling a frog in warm water seems to have had a great impact on survivors, lizards and humans. Those who beg for life seem to be extremely deadly. The harm caused by the high temperature has caused heat stroke among the survivors, and the lizard people and beggars have to leave the underground ruins. The disaster of extreme heat, even if it occurs alone, can be extremely fatal. Now, some of the survivors' refuge villages have used a saltpeter, and they should be able to survive this disaster safely, as long as nothing unexpected happens. But the vast majority of people still have to use other methods. Otherwise, people will really die, even if it's extremely hot alone. You know, this time it's a triple disaster. However, no one yet knows how big the giant hailstones will be and how terrifying the fire tornadoes will be. However, Lin Yu had a preliminary judgment on what this disaster system would test. Every disaster tests the survivors, and every disaster tests them in completely different ways. The first catastrophic snowstorm tested the survivors' ability to collect food. They didn't even have to think too much about heating. Covered by the snow bed formed by the blizzard, it was not too difficult to maintain the temperature. The second earthquake disaster tested the survivors' understanding of the importance of shelters. If the shelter is not big enough, then it only needs to be reinforced to the extent that it will not be destroyed by a strong earthquake. Of course, it could also be like he survived in the wild like that, facing disasters alone. The third acid rain flood and the fourth hurricane thunderstorm followed similar patterns. Fatal will not be fatal, nor will it rush to eliminate more than half of the existing survivors at once. Its fundamental purpose is to use this to screen the strong among humans. Linyu believes that now that we have been in another world for more than a month, the so-called triple disaster has actually tested the survivors, or the entire human race, in many aspects. If you obtain electrical appliances early and successfully enter the electrical age, it will not be difficult to find an air conditioner that is not too difficult to find in another world to survive this extreme heat disaster. The various metals found in the secret realm can be used to reinforce buildings such as shelters to prevent hail and fire tornadoes. The premise is that the survivors really have the ability to search for supplies and have the ability to use the secret realm, which is currently the largest resource treasury, for their own use. Of course, this is the same for those begging for survival. They have no choice but to stay underground, and they have to make changes. From the current point of view, it seems that the beggars have not met the requirements of the system. So far, there should not be too many, or even very few, refuge villages with electricity, not to mention the use of refrigeration, heat-resistant equipment, and so on. Survivors who really use their willpower to survive the extremely hot weather may not feel very comfortable. Giant hailstones and fire tornadoes are still waiting behind them. As for who will be first and who will be last, and how many eyes are there, it is unknown. Everything will have to wait more than 30 hours. The mutton and mutton chops were being roasted bit by bit. And Lin Yu also discovered that Xiao Ming, Xiao Liuzi and Han Xian had also joined the team that was grilling meat with Xiao Bai. Lin Yu was able to take a rest after marinating all the food. However, he didn't rest for long. He went directly outside and used a large amount of alloys to reinforce various buildings outside. Whether it was a stone wall that completely covered the greenhouse, or an intercontinental missile launcher and a knapsack. He did not spare the garage of the Akisha launch vehicle or the above-ground part of the underground shelter where the gasoline was stored. Any slightest negligence can cause him to experience unbearable consequences immediately. The scariest thing about the disaster is that it can easily destroy various buildings and equipment that were finally built, if it is the kind that has nothing. In fact, you don't need to pay too much attention to the hail or fire tornado. Hiding in the basement with the conditions and ability to cool down is enough to survive this disaster. And this is precisely the most critical point in the system's release of this triple disaster. After more than 30 days of development, when almost all the survivors had formed large and small refuge villages, various facilities gradually became available, and more will become available as time goes by. Just like a greenhouse, Lin Yu felt that it was impossible for him to be the only one to have it. But when this disaster happened, when the various resources on hand could not protect such buildings and facilities, what a disaster it would be. The power will also be reflected. Originally, disasters on the Earth were also like this. In the face of increasingly developed Earth technology, the damage caused by disasters to human lives is much less than in ancient times. In fact, more damage is caused to property, or in general, to various buildings, infrastructure and effects on crops, etc. Lin Yu remembered that when a disaster like this occurs, people will usually hear how many billions have been lost. These are the lowest values envisaged for post-disaster reconstruction. Now, the same is true in this other world. The more infrastructure there is, the more crops are planted, and the more buildings there are, the greater the harm of this disaster will be. It is not difficult to imagine that after this disaster, how many refuge villages that have already achieved some development will have to start over, and how many will cause the entire refuge village system to collapse. That's why the building must be reinforced. Lin Yu came to the medium-sized warehouse he had built before, and kept putting a large amount of materials into the storage space, and then moved them to the large warehouse. After going back and forth several times, all the items in the medium-sized warehouse were removed, leaving only a few old cars and the like. Lin Yu took out a high-precision research workbench, turned these medium-sized warehouses into raw materials, and then built 4 large warehouses underground here. Lin Yu didn't think too much about what exactly these 4 large warehouses would contain. The previous 4 still had a considerable amount of space, but he still built them first and talked about the rest later. This is a large connected warehouse, and it is also not an independent building. Lin Yu connected it with the rooms of the little ice lizards. so that they can be easily accessed later. Then, after inspecting each building to confirm that nothing was missing, he returned to Xiaobai and the others and continued cooking food. Although he was still thinking about going to the secret realm or the natural sulfur or mountain to take a look in the morning. Lin Yu, who had done a lot of things now, didn't want to do anything else. There will be disaster tomorrow, and he has already done everything he can. At least there was no need to worry about the shelter. Even if hailstones as big as watermelons came, he wouldn't have the slightest worry. After all, the shelter was already strong enough. The main shelter and other buildings are wrapped in extremely strong alloy. Even if this disaster is played out, it will not have any impact. After that, tomorrow we will go to the Berg mine to recover the robot dog, and then go to the saltpeter mine to process the saltpeter. The robot dog will be housed in a shelter, and then it will be free to move around. Lin Yu stretched his waist. Sure enough, as long as there are no lizards or beggars, the plan can still proceed normally and smoothly and tend to be completed. I cooked all afternoon today and enjoyed a relatively leisure time. For Lin Yu, who was focused on dealing with the enemy, he actually felt much more relaxed. Soon, it was getting dark. After dusk, there is endless night. A platform was built in the corner of the wall, and a medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform was installed. After the test was successful, Lin Yu also realized that he did not need to do anything else today. If possible, a good, undisturbed sleep is the best reward he can pursue now. In the bedroom, Lin Yu turned off the lights early, and Xiaobai also came in and lay on the sheepskin mat to accompany him quietly. Xiaoming and the others were addicted to the huge pool and had a great time playing with nearly 500 little ice lizards. The night also becomes deeper. In another world, the 33rd day of the end of the calendar has passed like this. When the morning of the 34th day came, everyone who was still awake saw the king on the world ranking list again. And it was still the same person. Moreover, the degree of leading score is simply unimaginable. Chapter 359, remaining on the world ranking list. The prelude to a triple disaster. In the early morning, Lin Yu stretched and walked out of the bedroom. Xiaobai was still sleeping as usual, and Xiaoming and the other little ice lizards seemed to be resting over there in the pool, and they also didn't come out. Lin Yu walked to the kitchen and boiled some water with an electric kettle. It was a bit cold in the room, so he wanted to drink something hot to keep warm. So far, coffee is only available in instant form. Although I really want to drink some ground coffee, I really can't ask for more in this other world. Some drinks are considered good, but if you want to ask for something higher, you have to see if the treasure chest is powerful. However, there are indeed few surprises among the things that have been opened below the golden treasure chest recently. I don't know if it is because of the dark face, or because almost everything is available. For the treasure chests below the golden treasure chest, he has now some couldn't stand it. But it is true that all kinds of things have been released in general. But if you take a closer look, there are a lot of differences. The system does not seem to put everything into the treasure box. The wooden treasure box contains food and water, but there are only a few kinds of food, either bread or instant noodles, which are high-calorie things that can sustain a person's initial work, the physical demands of the time. What the iron treasure chest can yield is a variety of very basic survival equipment, such as flashlights and various blueprints, etc. It will also occasionally yield food, but it is not much different from the wooden treasure chest. Copper treasure chests are richer in stuff, ranging from food to various large and small survival equipment, as well as shelter design drawings, etc. Occasionally, they can also yield plant seeds and the like, which is pretty good. Starting from the silver treasure chest, the contents of the treasure chest have also improved in quality or quantity, and there will also be some weapons and the like. But the quality is not that good, and the probability of weapons exploding is also quite low. Needless to say, there is nothing wrong with the various items in the gold treasure chest. Regardless of the designs, entities, or weapons, the quality is at a higher level than that of the silver treasure chest. And the chance of getting good things is also higher. It is high, and most of them contain things that can change the current living situation, such as high-precision research workbenches. Even if the food is given out, it is always enough to last for a long time. Platinum treasure chest. Anything that comes out is shocking and shocking. Whether it is a Katyusha rocket launcher, a long-range intercontinental missile launcher, or various processing plants, alloy gift packages, armored vehicles, etc. Put it in everywhere, there are powerful weapons that can change the strength or destroy the enemy. And these treasure chests, now that I think about it, actually have certain so-called level requirements for survivors. Wooden treasure chests. As long as it is not in a deserted area like his, full of bugs, no matter how low the chance is, there is still a chance of getting water and food. And the amount will not be too small. When the survivors first crossed over, as long as they didn't want to lie down or were lazy, and had some common sense, they could get enough water and food to support their continued survival. Once you have mastered certain survival skills and killed the slightly more powerful mutant creatures, iron treasure chests and copper treasure chests will begin to appear, and the items inside will also improve the quality of life of the survivors and increase their combat effectiveness. More bonuses. And if you are lucky enough to kill a mutated creature that can drop a silver treasure chest, or a lizard man or the like, then the contents inside will also give the survivors more help in survival. Of course, this so-called lucky also requires survival. Their strength reaches a certain level. Either fight alone and have strength, or gather together and use numbers to increase combat effectiveness. The vast majority of survivors choose the latter. Of course, this is also the most suitable way of survival at present. After all, there are very few such as the king of soldiers in this world. Even if there is one, it is probably someone the leader of the refuge village. Like Xinglingfeng is an example. After the system launched the ranking list, the golden treasure box became the reward for the first place in the group. This also gave each refuge village that had already occupied the first place in each group an excellent opportunity to develop. With the golden treasure box, these groups, the refuge village that ranks first in the group, is also using this power to expand its strength. And its number of people has also become larger. As for the platinum chest, it seems that it has been his exclusive reward until now. No one else has opened it or obtained it. If you want to get it, you must kill a large number of lizards and beggars. And also only by finding all the hidden passages in the underground ruins can you get the reward of the platinum treasure chest. And now that the lizard men are not in the underground ruins at all, I am afraid that even if they step through the underground ruins, they will probably not be recognized by the system and get the platinum treasure chest. The water in the kettle began to boil, and a lot of bubbles and white steam came out. Lin Yu took off the hot water kettle, took out the instant coffee, and immediately made a cup of coffee. He walked to the window in the corridor with the cup and placed a comfortable sofa and a small table here. He also picked up the cup from the storage space. I took out a bag of chocolate biscuits that I got from opening the treasure chest earlier. The kind with pure cocoa butter. Tea is good, but at least Lin Yu doesn't have the habit of drinking it in the morning. He has never prescribed any serious black tea or green tea. Only some tea bags. And the quantity is not too much. If you want a better quality of life, you still need to keep opening treasure chests. The morning light shines into the shelter through the huge glass windows. Lin Yu was eating biscuits and drinking coffee in front of the window. His sleepiness gradually disappeared, and his mind gradually became clearer. He opened the system panel and looked directly at the rankings. He was no longer surprised and puzzled by the rankings above. After exchanging a huge amount of saltpeter for a large amount of materials this time, it makes no sense that his score is not high. Of course, not being number one would be weird. The rankings are not without any highlights. 1. Lin Yu 45411 points. 2. Lily Callahau, Refuge Village, 17,951 points. 3. Jia Yunjan, Refuge Village, 7,557 points. 4. Xinglingfeng, Refuge Village, 7,493 points. 5. Casbar, Refuge Village, 6,998 points. 6. Alejandro, Refuge Village, 6,741 points. 7. Sun Si, Refuge Village, 5,988 points. 8. Carmel James, Refuge Village, 5,622 points. 9. Feiyue, Refuge Village, 5,567 points. 10. Takeda Nabumesa, Refuge Village, 4,917 points. Among the top 10, there was an additional name that Lin Yu was very familiar with. Feiyue is also promising. He actually raised the noun to 9th place this time. I didn't expect it. Feiyue's progress is obvious. During the last disaster, Lin Yu saw that their refuge village was still among the top 5 in the group. But this time it actually ranked among the top 10 in the world. In this short 7 days, Feiyue and the others also emerged from their cocoons and finally reached the 9th place in the world. You know, the groups in this world are not just a few dozens or hundreds. There are more than 2 billion people. At least 1 million or more groups. It is quite remarkable to be able to advance to the top 10. There are indeed many factors of him in this. The last time the lizardmen attacked Feiyua's refuge village at night, he told them the design of the crossbow, and the secret of the lizardmen's sweat and blood because of the possibility of the future of this ally, and for various reasons. This was precisely the beginning of their takeoff. The evidence is that after they moved out of the original refuge village and arrived at a new survival point, they settled in very quickly, and then obtained a huge amount of resources in the secret realm. After the entire combat team is equipped with crossbows, if the tactics are appropriate, and with the help of the lizardmen's sweat and blood, it is not a big problem at all to level the secret realm. What they lack is probably the ability to fight collectively against large enemy forces. After all, no matter how powerful the crossbow is, it is still a cold weapon. If they directly face an army of 10,000 lizardmen, even if Feiyu and the others are perfect, they will probably be overwhelmed by the tide of attacks. Indeed, with the same cold weapons, a large number of people can easily destroy a refuge village. Although Lin Yu still can't figure out why the lizard people didn't do this. They obviously have numbers, and are given by beggars. Weapons allow them to traverse the entire different world. But they have always been operating on a small scale. And they never leave the underground easily, even if they attack the refuge village. Judging from the chat records on the World Channel, it seems that only he and Fei have encountered this kind of thing. Perhaps the reason why they did not attack the refuge villages of survivors is because they themselves have countless organizations, tribes, etc., and the information between them is not smooth. The number of beggars is unknown, but the number of lizard men is huge. For a long time in the future, they will be in existence that all survivors are afraid of. In other words, they are another kind of disaster. Moreover, this extremely hot disaster forced these lizard people and beggars to gather together and migrate to mountainous areas and other areas. Can we think that they will also take this opportunity to exchange information and intelligence, quickly integrate from loose organizations, and form a stronger and united force, and then take this opportunity to become survivors in the next cycle of disasters? The disaster you least want to see? This is not impossible. Lin Yu shook his head, hoping not to be like this. Even he cannot eliminate tens of thousands of lizard men in a short time. And those desperate guys have not used even thousands of troops to target him so far. The reason why the saltpeter mine went so well last time is because of the person who takes the initiative to attack is someone he has a certain relationship with. If it really develops like that, we really need to think about countermeasures. It is Lin Yu's habit to plan ahead and think too much. It is also the wisdom that enables him to survive alone in this alien world full of crises. Although the 100% explosion rate is powerful, people who don't know how to use it, or people who are incompetent just relying on it, cannot survive until now. On the ranking list, he did not expect that he could be so far ahead, directly reaching a score that made the second-placed Lily Kalaheo a little desperate. The gap was obviously not as big as this time last time. Lily Karahao seems to be a heroic figure among girls. Xingling Feng has mentioned her several times before, saying that this person wants to absorb Xingling Feng and his refuge village and then integrate them. It can be seen from the score now that Karahao has absorbed many survivors into the refuge village, and has also successfully opened a huge gap between their refuge village and the third place. There is not much chance of catching up even for a while. The gap between Jia Yunjian in third place, Xingling Feng in fourth place, and Fei Yu in ninth place is not too obvious. It is possible who can reach third place next time. And this time, half of the people here were from the Tang dynasty, which still made Lin Yu quite comfortable. This proves that the Tang people have surpassed other people to a considerable extent in this disaster, and have gradually become the leading group in this different world. As a native of the Tang dynasty, Lin Yu also had special emotions. But to be honest, there are many unfamiliar faces among these people. Among the top 10, Xingling Feng and Jia Yunjian were there last time, and Sun Si and Fei Yu were here this time. He was only familiar with Fei Yu's refuge village of these people. Although Xingling Feng had always maintained a relatively good relationship, Lin Yu was not familiar with their refuge village at all. And their relationship with Xingling Feng was just a simple and stable trading partner. Although Xingling Feng had led many people from the refuge village to come near his refuge in order to stop Levik's army, and seemed to be preparing to help him. But when he thought about it carefully, he was still afraid that the world's number one would be defeated. If he is killed, how long can he stay ranked third in the world? As for Jia Yunjian, this person is the same as Sun Si. The only thing Lin Yu knows so far is this person's avatar. Nothing more. By the way, Xingling Feng seemed to have said last time that Lily Carho, Jia Yunjan and Caspar were going to form some kind of alliance. It seems that there was no news later, and it even directly evolved into Lily Carho wanting to integrate other relatively strong refuge villages. Look, among the top 10, there is a neon one in the 10th position, which seems to need attention. Lin Yu sighed and looked at his score again. Comprehensive score, 45,411. Shelter rating, 13,569. Material score, 26,014. Bonus points for the number of people in the shelter, 0. Disaster resistance bonus points, 5,808. This time seems different from last time. While the shelter score has increased tremendously, the material score has increased horribly by nearly 10 times, and the disaster resistance bonus points have also increased considerably. It seems that there are no shortcomings to be found. However, one cannot be complacent about this, as the refuge village of many survivors continues to expand and become a so-called refuge town. The city of refuge will have his lead eliminated by the opponent's number of points. Being number 1 in the world actually has some benefits. Congratulations! You have become the first in the group rankings. Airdrop rewards will be distributed. Please pay attention to check. Congratulations! You have become the first in the world rankings. Airdrop rewards will be distributed. Please pay attention to check. 2 pieces of information passed by at the right time, and Lin Yu also understood that what he was about to face was the next unboxing session. What good things can be found in the platinum treasure chest and gold treasure chest this time? Quite looking forward to it. After drinking the last sip of coffee in the cup, Lin Yu pushed open the door of the shelter. Outside, at some point, a breeze formed by waves of heat blew. Chapter 360, Disaster is coming. Breeding business begins. Waves of heat waves hit each other under the breeze, gradually forming small whirlwinds that rolled up the dust on the ground and hit the people who had just gone out with the suffocating high temperature. Lin Yu's body. Wave after wave of hot dry air was sucked into his nose, making Lin Yu couldn't help but cough a few times. The cool air he had just brought out of the shelter was instantly dissipated by this dry heat, and this high temperature immediately made him feel an uncomfortable feeling of fainting. Good guy. How many degrees is this? Lin Yu looked at the thermometer hanging on the wall and found that when it showed 46 degrees Celsius, he was indeed drunk. It's just before 7 in the morning. What's going on? Are you planning to have a barbecue right at midnight? This temperature is really deadly. Lin Yu felt that his breathing was a little short. In this environment, if he wanted to do any heavy physical work, he would definitely be dying. Look up to the sky. The 2 black spots gradually fell from the sky and became clearer and clearer. Airdrop. The gold treasure chest that ranks first in the group and the platinum treasure chest that ranks first in the world are coming soon. Both of these seem to have become fixed reserved items ever since the group rankings and world rankings were established. They have been the rewards that will fall on time in the early morning of the 6th day of the cycle of disaster. Lin Yu wiped the sweat on his forehead and smoothed his hair again. In this short period of time, my hair was soaked with sweat and became disfigured. My hair is a bit too long. I'll cut it after a while, and then give it a good wash after unpacking it. Although after unpacking, you have to go to the bird mine and the saltpeter mine to recover the robot dog. It really needs to be washed well. There is plenty of water anyway, whether it is underground river water or rainwater collected from previous heavy rains. Pretty good water for bathing. Soon, as the 2 airdrops landed, Lin Yu enjoyed the coolness for a moment from the shelter, then opened the door and walked out, holding a fire axe, and walked to the location of the airdrop. This time it happened to be where the medium-sized warehouse was. If it hadn't been demolished, I would have had to go to the roof to get it. Lin Yu put away his parachute as usual and split the 2 large wooden boxes open with a fire axe. There is no surprise. There is 1 gold treasure chest and 1 platinum treasure chest. But actually this can be considered a surprise. After all, they are gold treasure chests and platinum treasure chests, the kind that can yield good things. Lin Yu took the 2 treasure chests directly to the newly built large warehouse underground. After thinking about it, he installed 2 air conditioners inside. The temperature in this sealed underground space was actually not low. After installing the last 2 air conditioners on hand, it was still extremely hot after running it for a while. Lin Yu thought about it and returned to the large warehouse behind the main shelter. Before opening the treasure box, Lin Yu first came to the large egg incubator. Through the observation window, he could see the situation inside. 1 day yesterday. 1 day today. It will come out tomorrow. Is this a good time or a bad time? If the chicks hatch, they will be the only earthly creatures besides humans in this other world. At least for so long. Lin Yu has not heard of anyone seeing the original earthly creatures. They were all weird things that looked like they were stitched together by various earth creatures. Especially the giant creature. Lin Yu observed for a while, and found no chicks hatching out of their LS in advance. It seems that the surprise will only appear tomorrow. Although it is said that it can be hatched in these 3 days. It is indeed outrageous. After leaving the incubator, Lin Yu took out the gold treasure box and platinum treasure box and placed them on the ground. The reason why I don't drive it in a cool shelter is because I don't want to drive something huge out of it. Like an intercontinental missile launcher. If it doesn't fit in the storage space, it won't be fun. Lin Yu doesn't want to save these treasure chests and open them together now. That will cause considerable mental fatigue. And to be honest, there seems to be some metaphysics in it. He always feels that nothing good will be opened in that way. After thinking for a long time, Lin Yu took a deep breath. So, open the treasure chest now. First, the golden treasure chest. You have obtained Special Fish Breeding Box X10. Medium-sized fish farm design drawing. This. Lin Yu was more confused than excited. Let's not talk about anything else. Medium-sized farm design drawing? This is a bit, what a coincidence. From getting eggs at the beginning, to getting a large egg incubator. And now here comes a medium-sized farm design. Good guy. Who designed this? Are you forcing people to breed? Could it be that the contents of this treasure box were all designed in advance? Lin Yu thought about it for a while, and felt that this possibility was not impossible. As for who it is there any other possibility besides system? Of course. Maybe it's just a coincidence. The probability is really uncertain. Just like the weapons that were fired before. A lot of them came out. Some of them I don't even think they can be used anywhere. Such as those for siege. Whether it was a cart or a catapult or something like that. He had already thrown it into the corner of the warehouse, where it was going to gather dust for a while. There won't be many sieges. At least for now. I'm looking at the design of a medium-sized breeding farm. To make a medium-sized breeding farm, you need 50 units of alloy, 100 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 100 units of iron. Wait, is this confirmed to be a medium-sized breeding farm? This so-called medium-sized breeding farm covers an area larger than 2 large warehouses. Lin Yu did not build it right away, even though he now had quite a lot of materials. The reason was naturally that it would have to be reinforced after it was built, which would consume more alloy. There is indeed a lot of alloy left, but that's not how it's used. Moreover, even if it is built, he will not be able to use it. Just like another thing that was developed. The so-called Special Fish Breeding Box. Lin Yu was very interested in fish breeding. He had been in this other world for many days, and had eaten a lot of meat. But he had never eaten fish before, and had never seen any aquatic creatures. I have seen 1 or 2 giant creatures like crabs and shrimps. But they are indeed much different from the aquatic products on Earth. At least if the crabs and shrimps on Earth looked like that, I guess there wouldn't be any livestock raised in the world. And we could just simply raise giant creatures to get a lot of meat. Lin Yu opened the system panel, looked directly at the World Trading Mall, and searched for the keyword fish. Just because he has never seen a fish does not mean that more than 2 billion other people have not seen one. If anyone sells it, oh no! The search turned up 0 results. What a sad story. Lin Yu looked at the 10 huge blue breeding boxes in front of him, which were 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and about 1.8 meters high. Are these just decorations? Could it be that we have to go to the secret realm to find it? Lin Yu thought of the secret realm. It was the Earth at least 30 years later. And the land and sky there had been completely occupied by various monsters that he now believed were originally from this other world. But in terms of the ocean, even it is indeed a place like rivers and lakes, which has not been confirmed yet. After all, it is true that until now, no mutated creatures related to fish have been encountered. If you encounter a place with water next time, you can do a simple search. What if there is no change in the water? At this time, Lin Yu suddenly remembered something. There is indeed nothing related to fish in the trading mall. But what about the survival point mall? You know, there are dozens of types of seeds sold there. Lin Yu opened the survival point mall and wiped the sweat from his face. It was quite hot in the warehouse. Lin Yu glanced at the unopened platinum treasure chest. The contents might be quite big, so he decided to endure it for a while. Let me see. Fish. Are there any fish? Oh, there are indeed some. Lin Yu soon discovered that there were actually fish eggs for sale on it. Moreover, It is a fish that he is quite familiar with. Grass carp, a fish that grows extremely fast. I remember catching it and roasting it when I was a kid. How does it taste? Indeed. When Lin Yu was a child, he escaped from the orphanage and went out to play while the director was away. He went to the main canal and pond under the railway near the city, cut a piece of bamboo to make a fishing rod, and found some earthworms to use as bait. One or several big fish can often be fished out from the place that can be called a fish nest. Those big fish are basically grass carp. They are large and plentiful. And Lin Yu also likes the taste of grilling. However, when he was in high school, the area there was developed. The main canals and ponds were replaced by clusters of residential buildings. And he also lost a place to open a small stove and eat meat. Grass carp, even if it grows faster, it will take a year to become an adult. Right. Is this thing worth breeding once? Lin Yu looked at the breeding box again. They all have extremely thick outer walls, about 15 centimeters thick. And inside there is a strange machine that looks like it is made of alloy. Not only does it look strange, it also takes up quite a lot of space. If you want to breed it, you will need to be quite huge. Amount of water. He does have plenty of water. But if the fish farming cycle is too long, it will be a problem. Could it be like a soilless cultivation kit or an egg incubator, with functions beyond the original science and common sense of life on Earth? Fish breeding box. After injecting an appropriate amount of water, 20 cubic meters, the pH value of the water will be automatically adjusted to suit the growth needs of different fish. At the same time, the growth and production speed of fish will be greatly accelerated, depending on the species of fish. Though the increase in growth rate will also be different. The breeding box comes with various foods needed for the initial growth of small fish. And the breeder will be reminded to feed after 2 days. Good guy. What kind of divine thing is this? Sure enough, it is something that can speed up growth. Just like the soilless cultivation kit and the incubator. Lin Yu doesn't know anything about the black technology here. But all humans in the world have traveled through different worlds, and can easily travel between the earth and underground ruins through a broken door. If you think about it this way, this level of black technology is nothing. Then, let's buy the fish eggs first. And then, let's raise them first and see how fast they can get. Lin Yu decided to try it with 5 boxes first. There was plenty of water, but he still had to test it. Moreover, Lin Yu saw that there were sea fish eggs in the Survival Point Mall. That seemed to be even more challenging. He didn't have any sea water in his hands, so he couldn't get it. Then, just spend 500 survival points to buy this pack of fish eggs. It's only 500 points. The number of survival points has reached a very scary level again. He has not paid attention to it since the last time he spent almost all of it. As a result, the survival points in the past 2 days have exploded due to various things. It is true that we can only accept the status quo that this number will increase again. By the way, doesn't the Survival Point Mall have something that consumes a lot of survival points? Ah, it really does. Shelter design drawings cost 2,000 points each. And if you buy them again, it will cost you 4,000 points. And if you buy them again, it will cost you 8,000 points. But Lin Yu had so many shelter design drawings that he wanted to sell them to the Survival Point Mall. There was no point in buying them anymore. After purchasing grass carp eggs, Lin Yu's next step was to go to the basement, directly load 3 large water tanks into the storage space, and then take them to the warehouse. Doing this kind of thing requires a lot of back and forth. This is indeed what Lin Yu needs to solve next. That is, in a relatively large and frequently used place like a warehouse. It must be fully connected to the main shelter. Even so, doing this well will come later. There are obviously more things to do now. Those are to wait for the disaster to pass, and then slowly transform it. A large amount of water was quickly poured into the space that could accommodate a huge amount of 27 cubic meters of water. After Lin Yu finished 3 in a row, he evenly divided the fish eggs placed in the transparent glass box. Put them into these 3 fish breeding boxes. And soon, a growth speed that was beyond Lin Yu's knowledge appeared in front of him. This growth rate is simply outrageous. In the bubbling breeding box, Lin Yu saw that the fish eggs he had just put down hatched immediately. Small fish were swimming in the wide and deep pool one after another. And it seemed that the alloy accessories of the breeding box also released some nutrients. And the small fish began to chase and eat. The same scene happened in the other 2 breeding boxes. Accelerate growth. To what extent can it be accelerated? It takes 1 year for grass carp to become an adult. How long does it take for this breeding box to be shipped? But no matter what, This can be regarded as putting Lin Yu's breeding business on the right track. Next, wait until the chick hatches successfully tomorrow. And then we will see how the disaster unfolds. Then build a medium-sized farm for it, and officially start the chicken raising business. It seems like I can really eat real earth food from now on. Lin Yu now also felt that he had eaten enough of this mutant mutton. Although it was delicious, it would make him tired after eating too much. The fear of pigs is also because I haven't been near the natural sulfur mine for too long. And I really haven't had the opportunity to hunt. As for the meat of the lion-headed bear, it has been completely exhausted due to frequent consumption recently. If you want to eat it again, you really have to take the initiative to trouble the lizard people. But this will have to wait until the disaster is over. Next, open the platinum treasure chest, and then move on to the next step. Lin Yu stood in front of the platinum treasure chest and grabbed the box with his hand. But what was inside surprised him extremely. This is Chapter 361 Unboxing. Strategic defense weapons obtained. Something extraordinary was actually found in the platinum treasure chest. You get a radar-embedded anti-aircraft missile launch vehicle. This is... The shock in Lin Yu's heart also made his heart beat faster. What happened? A heavy thermal weapon was fired again. This face is a bit too pale. As he took out the items from the treasure box, a large anti-aircraft missile vehicle with camouflage paint appeared in front of him. Is this an anti-aircraft missile launcher? This thing is too big. Lin Yu couldn't help but admire the transport vehicle parked in the warehouse, which was nearly 15 meters long, nearly 4 meters wide and high, and had extremely thick armor. In particular, the 8 huge light green anti-aircraft missile silos that seemed to be able to be erected and launched at any time were even more shocking. Lin Yu looked at the roof of the car. There was actually a complete antenna system installed there, as well as an iconic cauldron. In addition, Lin Yu also noticed that the car also had an extremely large power generating device, which was towed behind the car. This is about combining the functions of several cars into one car. Although Lin Yu didn't know the specific composition of the so-called air defense formation, he still knew that air defense could not be carried out by just one vehicle. Whether it is radar detection of enemies, power supply, communication and overall command, at least 4 or 5 vehicles are needed. But what came out was a car. Although no refuge village has developed a powerful weapon that can bombard his refuge village, it is still necessary to take precautions before it happens. Who knows when there will be a refuge village that kills giant creatures or breaks through underground ruins, and then obtains a platinum treasure chest. And then, it is possible to open something like an intercontinental missile launcher. Now, Lin Yu does have the most powerful intercontinental missile launch vehicle called Spear in this different world. But it does not have a correspondingly strong defense capability. If it is a ground attack, he can indeed defend against certain attacks. Now that he has enough materials, he will have no problem making about 20 medium-sized electric sentry machine gun units. 20 medium-sized electric sentry machine gun stations were placed around the entire shelter to guard the area. During the defense, even if tens of thousands of lizardmen came to attack the shelter, they would be destroyed. But this is when the opponents are those lizardmen. Lin Yu did find a problem. Lizardmen will not obtain treasure chests by killing mutated creatures. And no matter how many times they trample through underground ruins, they will not receive any rewards. Even the beggars who took refuge in the lizard people seem to be like this. Otherwise, he would definitely not be the first person to break through the underground ruins, let alone the second, third, or fourth person to break through the underground ruins. But just like that, he continuously stepped through the underground ruins and obtained platinum treasure chests and airdrops. The lizard people and beggars are now becoming less of a threat as the level of their weapons continues to improve. On the contrary, if the survivors continue to survive one disaster after another and gradually develop into a larger one, then one day, there will be a dispute between the refuge village and the refuge village, leading to a war. And he, who is number 1 in the rankings alone in a different world, may become the target of public criticism. At that time, someone might have opened the platinum treasure chest, and then launched a long-range rocket attack at his shelter. If there is no corresponding air defense force, then everything that has been built so hard will be ignited with flames and turned into smoke under the roar of explosions. In this regard, Lin Yu felt that it was necessary to have an in-depth understanding of the anti-aircraft missile vehicle that he had driven in the early stages. After all, an intercontinental missile launcher has been launched before that can attack according to his wishes. And it can also hit any place he has visited, as long as it is within the attack range. You don't even need to do it yourself. Just give a command in the system panel, If it is possible, this will be his other, hidden power, in addition to the intercontinental missile launcher and Katyusha rocket launcher. It's better to identify it and see what kind of thing this anti-aircraft missile vehicle is. Air Defense Missile Launch Vehicle and Radar Combination Set. It integrates a radar vehicle, a launch vehicle, a power supply vehicle, a communication vehicle, and a command vehicle. When deployed in a specific area, it can independently become an overall combat unit and has the function of shooting while traveling. It can shoot continuously within a specific 10-kilometer area. Regular movement. The launch vehicle is equipped with 8 infrared high-speed missiles. During launch, it uses radar reconnaissance to accurately locate the impact and detonate the target warhead. The combat altitude is 40 to 150 kilometers. The maximum range is 300 kilometers. And it can defend an area with a radius of 200 kilometers. The self-generated power system will supply itself during launch and does not require additional charging. It has an X-band radar detection system with a detection range of more than 2,000 kilometers. It can intercept ballistic missiles with a range of 3,500 kilometers and detect stealth targets with a small radar cross-section at a distance of 870 kilometers. This set of radars is connected to the system panel after the equipment is deployed. Once any threat is detected within 2,000 kilometers, a warning will be issued immediately within the system. In addition, this anti-aircraft missile launch vehicle and radar combination set will be destroyed immediately after the 8 missiles are launched. Oh ho! Looking at the content identified by the system, this is a really powerful combat unit. There are many points worth noting, and the information is quite complex. However, Lin Yu still summarized the most significant features of this powerful defensive weapon. That is to say, this is an aircraft or missile that can fly anywhere within 10 kilometers around the shelter, and then use powerful radar to lock on any aircraft or missile at a dangerous distance. After the 8 missiles are launched, it will be like an intercontinental A-killer weapon that automatically destroys itself like a missile launcher. Lin Yu now almost understood how powerful the strongest shield he had obtained was. To a certain extent, this thing can basically guarantee that after the opponent also fires a powerful weapon, he can immediately carry out air interception and defense, thereby guarding the refuge. Of course, there is also a major premise. The number of air weapons launched by the opponent was within 8. After 8, he was completely disarmed. It is said to be extremely strong. And it is indeed extremely strong. Within 8. If it exceeds this number, this thing will self-destruct faster than the shelter is destroyed. Indeed, this can be used as a trump card. But it is not the kind of trump card that can be said to allow him to sit back and relax completely. For the time being, there should be no problem in using it as a trump card in the future. Who can fire out many long-range attack weapons at once? And who happens to know the location of my shelter, and is extremely hostile to me? Lin Yu thought about it for a while. The probability of such an enemy existing was infinitely low. But it was not impossible. For example, the person who knew his secret was the one who took away a large amount of resources and storage space in Area C of the underground ruins. Or, as can be seen now, Lily Calihout will be a considerable threat. Or Lu Kai and Du Ping, who have a certain understanding of him and have joined the lizard people and become beggars. These are all possible, and they have all become his imaginary enemies. Even if one day one of these people suddenly appeared next to his shelter and brought a large group of people or lizard men to attack him, he would not be surprised. Lin Yu walked to the huge vehicle, looked at the defensive weapon with a strong deterrent appearance, and put it into the storage space. The total volume it occupies is 370 cubic meters, which is not a problem at all for him, who already has close to 1,000 cubic meters of storage space. After that, he found a location to build a large underground warehouse directly outside the large warehouse, and prepared ventilation and other equipment, and put the secret weapon inside. In fact, if possible, Lin Yu could really use his huge storage space to load the anti-aircraft missile launch vehicle, intercontinental missile launch vehicle and Katyusha rocket launcher into the storage space. And then let Xiaobai take him anywhere, a place to attack or intercept. You can even ignore the distance and search for the opponent's refuge in reverse direction to carry out precise strikes. Of course, this is all something that has not happened yet. But that doesn't mean you can't think about it. After coming out of the large underground warehouse, Lin Yu reinforced its walls with alloy and then walked out with confidence and returned to the cool shelter. Gawu, Xiaobai called out softly and waited for Lin Yu in the living room. After seeing him come in, he immediately stood upright and fluttered his wings. Lin Yu discovered that Xiaobai seemed to be a little bigger than before, and the distance from the head to the tail was further stretched. Have you grown up again? Basically spending every day with Xiaobai day and night. It was really not easy for Lin Yu to see the changes in this little friend, who had evolved and shed twice. If he hadn't discovered that Xiaobai's height was more than half a head above the 3-meter mark where the air conditioner was hung, he would never have discovered it. Moreover, its head is also larger than before. And its brain capacity. I wonder if it has also increased. Ga Wu. Xiaobai looked at his slender tail, then at his arms and strong legs, as well as his wings that seemed to have become wider, and nodded thoughtfully. It's good to grow up a little. Doesn't it prove that you are also growing up? Although Lin Yu said this, he still had some ideas. After the puppies get bigger and bigger, wouldn't it be more appropriate to build a bigger shelter for them? Although a crude version of the ice lizard cave has been simulated, it is still not a problem. After this disaster, we really have to think carefully about the official housing issues of Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the little ice lizards. Even though Xiaobai likes to come to sleep next to him on the wool blanket. But with this size, it seems that in the bedroom, it seems to be a little difficult to turn over. Speaking of wool blankets, Lin Yu suddenly remembered. Had Xiaobai ever called Lin? Xiaobai! Can you still make the sound of Lin? Lin Yu didn't think it was his auditory hallucination. Now that he thought about it, he had to confirm it with Xiaobai. Xiaobai stared at Lin Yu's face for a while, looked at the door, and then turned his head. Forest! Xiaobai's deep voice also came out at this moment. Lin Yu felt a numbness on the back of his scalp. Really? Really? Xiaobai can make this sound. Lin! Xiaobai screamed again with great effort. Then, he pointed at his belly, and even made a sound that surprised Lin Yu even more. Hungry! At this time, Lin Yu also sat back on the sofa, his mind going blank. What's going on? Did Xiaobai just make an incredible sound? Forget about Lin. But when it says, hungry, it points to its own belly. This can no longer be explained by common sense. Right? I am not in another world, but in some world of cultivating immortals. No matter how smart Xiaobai is, he can't express his inner thoughts in words so accurately. Can he? This is outrageous. Although it was true that surprises accounted for the majority, he did also have some scares. It has a completely different appearance from humans, and speaks the same words as humans. Lin Yu now didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Indeed, if he could communicate with Xiaobai like a human being in the future, he would no longer need to guess about many things. But on the contrary, he felt that Xiaobai would no longer look like Xiaobai. Lin Yu didn't understand why this feeling was so contradictory, but he always felt that he wouldn't be able to adapt to it for a while. After taking a few deep breaths, he walked out of the living room, and Xiaobai followed, arriving at the underground paradise of the little ice lizards. Xiaoming dragged his heavy body and moved over gently, as if he didn't understand what was going on. Xiaobai, tell Xiaoming that the two of us have to go out. Leave this place to it. We will be back soon. Today he must go to the bird mine and saltpeter mine to collect the robot dogs there. Otherwise, a fire tornado can easily take them away. Not to mention giant hail. Guh. Xiaoming nodded after hearing Xiaobai explain to it. Although it is obsessed with fighting, it really doesn't like to go into mines and saltpeter mines in such hot weather. It's too hot. There is nothing. After explaining to Xiaoming, Lin Yu returned to the living room with Xiaobai. The food I brought out before took up a little space. But so far, even if the refrigerator freezer is full, it can't hold much. So it's better to just carry it with me. 45 cubic meters of food is indeed a little bit too much. Ga Wu. Xiaobai seemed to understand Lin Yu's previous thoughts. At this moment, he no longer said Lin, but simply ate the roast mutton steak Lin Yu handed him, and then pushed it away with him. Door to the shelter. The rolling heat wave immediately destroyed the comfort in the cool room. After Lin Yu asked Xiaobai to drink some water, he rode on Xiaobai's back. Xiaobai, go to the ore mountain as soon as possible, and then go to the saltpeter mine. Today's main task is to recover the robot dog. Of course, the saltpeter mine must also be processed. Gawu. Xiaobai nodded and confirmed. It endured the rising sun, spread its wings, and took off quickly. The violent airflow kept hitting Lin Yu, and he didn't use this time to do anything. When flying, it is best to do nothing at all. But having said that, the temperature of the sun really wanted to bake him. But fortunately, Xiaobai's flying speed is getting faster and faster, and he is getting closer and closer to berg or mountain. Opening his eyes, Lin Yu felt that Xiao Bai's body seemed to be shaking as his flying speed gradually slowed down. What's wrong? God! Lin Yu looked at the ground. It seemed to be completely different from before. Why did it become like this? What happened? Chapter 362. The terrain changes dramatically. Crazy shipment of saltpeter mines. In the vast, silent wasteland, among the pyramid-like piles of ore, the berg mine no longer exists. Instead, there was a large lake that was constantly being stirred by the hot wind. Xiao Bai landed slowly and finally stopped on the bank of the broad lake. It was puzzled as it looked at the lake that had appeared for no reason. Lin Yu searched around and finally found the robot dogs in the shadow under a pyramid. Unfortunately, he only saw 2 that could still move, and the other 8 were all motionless on the ground. He touched after touching it a few times. There was still no response. It seemed to be completely broken. For the 2 that were able to move, he found that their control screens were completely black, and there was no response when he clicked on them. Moreover, it seemed that the battery was not enough, and they could be the same as those on the ground at any time. Lin Yu looked back at the lake where the mine was originally located. Thoughtfully, it seems that these robot dogs accidentally dug into the raging underground water veins while mining. As a result, they were rushed out because they could not dodge. In the end, due to the water intrusion, the robot dogs short-circuited and were completely unable to move. Being able to move here should be considered a miracle. It seems that the next time you open a mine, you need to make a comprehensive plan. You can't just let them dig down. Otherwise this kind of thing will happen again. However, Lin Yu also had some new ideas. No one can guarantee when we will encounter underground veins. If we remain rigid because of this, we will never make progress. Therefore, after this disaster passed, Lin Yu felt that he had to find a function that could make the robot dogs waterproof, putting them into the storage space. Lin Yu suddenly heard the sound of water. Looking over there, it turned out that Xiao Bai had jumped into the lake and was swimming happily in it, seeming to be quite enjoying it. The temperature of the lake water is always lower than it feels to the body, especially when the underground river water comes out of it. This is not surprising. Just when he was thinking about whether he should go down, Xiao Bai suddenly made a sharp thrust, and after less than a few seconds, he suddenly got out again. Lin Yu suddenly discovered that there was a big fish full of fangs in Xiao Bai's mouth. Fish? Is there really fish in this different world? Xiao Bai quickly came ashore, shook his body, and dropped the big fish in his mouth to the ground. Lin Yu walked over and took a closer look, and couldn't help but take a breath. This is really not a fish. How can a fish have hind limbs? Lin Yu looked at the nearly half-meter-long creature with 2 tiny hind limbs, and instantly rejected the idea that it was a fish at all. It is generally not much different from fish on Earth. But its eyes are extremely small, and its mouth is huge. It is filled with extremely sharp teeth, and there are an extremely large number of them. It almost has no eyes, probably because it has lived underground for a long time. The sharp teeth should prove that it is a carnivorous creature. Lin Yu looked at its 2 hind legs again. Calling it legs is a bit too condescending. After all, legs must at least have soles, and at least they have a shape. These are just 2 hind limbs with fins at the ends. Lin Yu also discovered that there were some sharp thorns on the hind limbs, which seemed to be formed from bones. If it weren't for the fact that it roughly resembled a fish and had scales, Lin Yu really wouldn't have mistaken it at first glance. Will this also be something sewn? Or is it a creature from this different world itself? It was the first time Lin Yu saw a mutated creature in the water. It was still quite new to him. But if this thing can grow so big, can it be eaten? Blind hunting fish, edible and quite delicious. Oh ha. Not bad. Lin Yu took out the excellent iron spear and pierced it directly into the guy's head. It stopped jumping instantly, and a copper treasure box burst out, and Lin Yu soon put them into the storage space. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with the food that he had never eaten before and was rated as delicious by the system. In fact, its body was over half a meter long, and it should have a lot of meat. After using the excellent iron spear for a while, he judged that the meat seemed to be quite tight, and it should be able to produce a lot of meat. At this time, Xiao Bai seemed to understand something, and immediately jumped into the lake again, and one big fish after another was thrown from the lake to the shore. Good guy. Xiao Bai is really awesome. Lin Yu continued to hit the target, and while harvesting fish and meat, he also harvested a copper treasure chest. In the end, he harvested a total of 36 big fish and 36 copper treasure chests. It's a good harvest, right? Gawu. Xiao Bai seemed to treat this as a bath while fishing, and seemed to have a great time. However, Lin Yu found that the combat uniform it was wearing seemed to be of the quick-drying type. It returned to dryness from the wet state after not using it for a while. It was really a black technology. Xiaobai almost doesn't know how to wear it in the shelter. But he will definitely wear it when he goes out. He seems to like this very much. I wonder if this combat armor can reflect its value in defense. Although he didn't want to encounter a battle, Lin Yu still wanted to see how powerful it could be in actual combat. Xiaobai, let's go to the saltpeter mine to blow up the air conditioner and take a look at what's going on there, Lin Yu said, and flew up to the sky with Xiaobai. Having just replenished some meat, Xiaobai has now recovered from the exhaustion of fishing. It flapped its wings vigorously, and arrived at the saltpeter mine at a faster speed than before. However, Lin Yu soon discovered that there were some new changes here. There are quite a few dead lizard men. And there are also human ones. Lin Yu looked at the edge of the walled fortress. The 2 machine guns of the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun station were still swinging up and down, left and right, as if they never tired. A large area of dead lizard men and human corpses lay scattered on the ground, demonstrating the power of the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform. Those dead corpses were also lying down in the fan within its attack range. Xiaobai lowered his height and began to hover, and the stench of dead corpses gradually spread. Putting on a gas mask, Lin Yu approached the bodies of several beggars and put away the storage space. You gain 2 cubic meters of storage space. You gain 3 cubic meters of storage space. You get... Lin Yu was very fast, and he obtained 49 cubic meters of storage space in one go. There was also some water and food in it. But Lin Yu discovered that there were 3 shelter design drawings. Leaving this land of dead bodies, Lin Yu entered the saltpeter mine through the gap, and there were more than a dozen corpses of beggars at the door. They gave Lin Yu 35 cubic meters of storage space, which turned it into a completely useless thing. The robot dogs are still working, and the 5 robot dogs responsible for guarding are also patrolling the mines diligently. Ga Wu. Xiaobai signaled that there was no body anywhere else. Lin Yu did not look for it anymore, but went directly to the air-conditioned underground shelter that was set up here yesterday. Xiaobai is also afraid of heat, so he can't let him be exposed to the sun like this all the time. He also needs a little rest. Soon, Lin Yu took Xiaobai to the underground shelter. After placing 2 pieces of sheepskin on the ground, Xiaobai was able to enjoy himself comfortably in the 17-degree air conditioner. Lin Yu opened the system panel and looked at the world channel. Compared to yesterday, it was obviously much messier there now. Also, 10 units of saltpeter are required for each refuge village. The large amount of saltpeter he supplied yesterday only accounted for a very small part of the many refuge villages. In the end, the total supply was less than 4,000. He estimated yesterday that there should be more than 1 million refuge villages in the entire other world. And these 4,000 are really only a small part. The quantity of ore mined was extremely limited, and he had no better way to increase the amount of mined material. No matter how powerful the robot dog was, there was a limit. Not all is doom and gloom, though. It has only been more than 10 hours since the disaster officially started. After surviving last night, the remaining evacuation villages should not have used too much. The next refuge village will be 5 units, including the disaster. It will only take more than 10 hours. Ice cubes made of 5 units of saltpeter will be able to survive this period of time. Lin Yu made a decision. He just took a look at the saltpeter mining situation outside. It was less than the expected 20,000 units. But it could still provide the same number of refuge villages as yesterday. And this was also the limit. There really won't be any more. Let's start first, and then go back to the shelter and check it again. No matter how good others are, your own shelter must be fully prepared. Lin Yu took a deep breath, stood up from the sofa, drank a few sips of iced tea, and put on a hiking hat. This time we still have to fight quickly, and we can't stay active in this high temperature for too long. If he gets a heat stroke, he's really done. The biggest harm caused by high temperature is heat stroke. Not to mention in other worlds where medical treatment is scarce. Even on Earth, heat stroke is the most deadly disease. He once read Popular Science and talked about the horror of heat stroke. Heat stroke is a very serious form of heat stroke. After a person works hard in a high temperature and high humidity environment, the body's regulatory functions cannot be controlled. It may even cause the internal organs to continue to be at a high temperature, as if they are being steamed, causing the person to suffer from multiple organ dysfunction, entering into convulsions and coma. Once you really get heat stroke, you can basically say it's over. This horrific symptom, with a mortality rate as high as 80%, can almost be said to have no cure in this other world. What is true for others is also true for him. So you have to pay attention, especially before the arrival of this extreme heat disaster, with temperatures as high as 36 or 7 degrees Celsius since this morning. Lin Yu put on his equipment, quickly rushed out of the underground shelter, ran directly to the saltpeter mine pyramid closest to him, and then filled the storage space with the saltpeter ore. Next, he immediately returned to the underground shelter and hung up all the saltpeter in the World Trading Mall. And his action, before he even had time to find Xing Lingfeng to convey it on the World Channel, was quickly discovered by many people, and they quickly made an offer. Why did Lin Yu end up with 5 units of saltpeter this time? He still wants to trade the same thing as yesterday after losing half of it? Is this considered raising prices? Are you provoking trouble? Yesterday. It was 10 units because it was yesterday. There are only more than 10 hours before the disaster. Okay. Why do you want 10 units of saltpeter? Save it for consumption. Right. Indeed. I have endured it for another day. It's a bit troublesome to use 10 units today. 5 units is enough. And I just put a broken small LCD TV. Lin Yu also replaced it just now. Why is the price so high? You only need yesterday if you haven't changed it. You can change it today. If you don't change it, you will be taken away by others. There is so much nonsense. Just tell me. It's good to have it. If it's too little, don't ask for it. Go to H.L. with your refuge village. Lin Yu's delivery speed is very fast. This batch has been gone in just a few minutes. Damn it. I didn't grab it. Upstairs. The new one has been released. Go quickly. I guess Lin Yu doesn't have that much on hand. There are 1 or 2 million refuge villages. How can we manage so many people? Lin Yu doesn't God. What are you talking about? You guys are all grabbing it. Right? I've done it a few times. But my hands are not fast enough. I miss the time when I used to go to scalpers to grab train tickets directly. Who can come up with a snatching software? Everyone. Have you ever seen big ice cubes? We have been enjoying it for a long time since yesterday. I have to say that it is much faster than making ice with hot water. And it almost never fails. Look at the picture. I think we have it here. It should be the largest ice cube. Picture.jpg. You are nothing. Look at ours. Picture.jpg. It's better. Right? Do you want to know the lowest temperature of our thermometer? Picture.jpg. Lin Yu didn't know that the World Channel had completely turned into a grand discussion about saltpeter in him. He had now transformed into a person who kept selling saltpeter, kept putting all kinds of miscellaneous things into the storage space, and later put them into storage. The ruthless machines placed in the newly built large warehouses have no time for others to care about. He can only do this kind of thing. And switching to a robot dog can only tidy up the various alloys and miscellaneous old machines and electrical appliances that were exchanged. What's more, the robot dogs on the saltpeter mine are still collecting saltpeter ore. And Lin Yu is also working hard to replace the saltpeter ore. However, he doesn't want to continue like this. No matter what happens, his life is still his. Although the idea of sacrificing oneself for others is noble and great, Lin Yu thinks he can't do it. He wants to live, especially after experiencing so many difficulties, various things, and so many disasters in this other world. He felt that he had found the value and meaning of life in his heart. Who do you live for? Live for yourself. Live the best. Live the longest. Live to the fullest. In this different world, there is a lot he wants to explore. Whether it is a map, various resources, or various mysteries that appear as the exploration deepens. He wants to explore. 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 Selfish. He doesn't feel selfish. There is nothing wrong with cherishing life. Or in other words, in this different world, this is the most important thing. I've been here for more than an hour. It's time to go. After selling the last 5 units of saltpeter, Lin Yu put the 500 units of saltpeter, the robot dog, the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform, the solar charging suit, and the air conditioner in the shelter into the storage space, and finally put all the saltpeter in each giant warehouse into the storage space. After the door was locked and buried, he and Xiaobai soared high into the sky again, and at this time, rolling dark clouds have filled 1/3 of the sky. Chapter 363 Different Style of Painting. The moment of decision. Dark clouds rolled in, covering the entire eastern sky. The temperature did not drop due to the sudden arrival of the dark clouds, but instead made the entire land become even hotter. Xiaobai flapped his wings vigorously and flew straight towards the shelter. Lin Yu looked back at the dark clouds and found that they were moving at an inexplicable speed. In a short period of time, they had already occupied 1/3 of the area. It became nearly half the area. Even the sun was partially covered, and the earth was divided into 2 colors, one black and one white. What kind of weird spectacle is this? Lin Yu turned around. He knew that the system was really serious about this disaster. Once all the dark clouds cover the earth, the temperature will not drop, but will rise. Plastic greenhouses have already given the answer to the principle of this. Or Venus over there on the earth has also given a clear answer. I'm afraid it will get even hotter. Of course, if it were just a cloud covering the wasteland, it wouldn't be so sad. But this is a system, and things have to be done to perfection. And earthquakes have to happen once in a completely different world. It exists. Lin Yu turned his head and no longer looked at the dark clouds that were gradually catching up. How could the system not let the entire dark cloud cover the other world? He could also predict that more than 10 hours later, under the dark clouds in the dark sky and the hot and scorching earth, Lish seen like a fire tornado connecting the heaven and the earth would appear. As Xiaobai gradually lowered his height, Lin Yu also saw the roof of the shelter. At this time, dark clouds had covered almost half of the sky. The speed could be said to be a bit terrifying. Jumping off Xiaobai's body, Lin Yu saw Xiaoming and the others opening the door and walking out, as if they were greeted, and seemed quite happy. Everyone, go back. The temperature outside is already almost 50 degrees Celsius. Lin Yu looked at the thermometer on the wall and couldn't help but feel horrified. At 50 degrees Celsius, this kind of weather on Earth can make people extremely uncomfortable, making them want to hold on to the air conditioner without letting go. In this different world, most people's method of cooling down may be to hide in the basement and use pieces of wood as fans to spend this difficult time. At the saltpeter mine just now, the amount of saltpeter he traded was only about 17,000 to 8,000 yuan, and he only brought in more than 9,000 yuan of alloys, scrap electrical appliances, parts, etc. Therefore, these more than 9,000 refuge villages can survive the disaster and survive the first disaster of this extreme heat. As for whether they can successfully survive the second giant hailstorm and fire tornado, it depends on how strong they can build the shelter. If there are still people who use ordinary wood as the main material of the shelter, then when the underground ruins are hotter than the ground, these 2 disasters will make them the ones eliminated by this disaster. I believe no one would be so stupid. It has been more than 30 days, and if you can still use simple wood as the material of a shelter to survive, then it is indeed different from ordinary people. Not to mention the fire tornado that burned it in one go. The huge hailstorm would have been too much to bear all at once. Lin Yu thought about this and quickly checked around the walls of the shelter. After the medium-sized warehouse disappeared, all the buildings in this huge shelter area, except for the smelting furnace, were now covered with a hard SHL made of alloy on the inside and stone on the outside. This can also be used in giant hailstones and fire dragons. Resist the roll when it comes. Of course, the smelting furnace cannot be left exposed to the weather all the time. It and the integrated forging workshop were naturally well protected by Lin Yu and placed directly in the large underground warehouse. Now, if there is any area that is still lacking, it is the stone wall outside. However, Lin Yu did not intend to reinforce it. After this disaster passed, he also wanted to further expand the area around this main shelter. As resources continue to increase, the small space now occupied by this shelter will become an obstacle. Before the location of the deputy shelter has been determined and a suitable location has been found, it is obvious that work must continue. Expansive. Of course, if he could find a suitable location for the sub-refuge, Lin Yu would build it the same as here. Don't worry too much if the stone wall is destroyed. Mutated creatures are more sensitive to disasters. He has not seen any mutated creatures today. Even the mutated sheep corpse he buried yesterday did not cause any trouble. Insects and the like. It seems they have all taken shelter in places that can withstand disasters as before. And without the mutated creatures, there is no need to worry about the safety of the shelter even at night. What's more, there is a medium-sized electric sentry machine gun station. If anything, it can also play a certain role. After checking again to make sure nothing was missing, Lin Yu finally returned to the shelter. The long-awaited cool air instantly enveloped him. This came from the convenience and comfort brought by technology, and made Lin Yu once again thank the inventor of air conditioning. By the way, who's coming? Ga Wu. Xiaobai finally waited until his master came back, seeing him walking straight to the bathroom. He thought about it, and went to the ice lizard hut underground to enjoy himself. Lin Yu filled his body with shower gel, threw the clothes he had been wearing today into the washing machine, and let the slightly hot water wash away the sweat and take away the fatigue from his body. I have to say that taking a bath is a pleasure, especially after a lot of work. However, it seems that this kind of enjoyment should be unique to him. It would be considered a luxury for others to have a pool to soak in. Of course, Lin Yu also thought about whether to try the paradise of the little ice lizards. The big pool should be cooler. After turning off the shower head, Lin Yu dried his hair and body, put on new and comfortable underwear and outerwear, and returned to the living room. After sinking himself into the sofa, he glanced at Xiaobai, who was also lying comfortably on the sheepskin on the ground with his eyes closed, and decided to take a nap. Taking a nap is to better prepare for the coming disaster with the best spirit and the best state. Anyway, everything in the shelter has been reinforced, and the only thing left to do is to prepare for the disaster. Of course, if he had time, Lin Yu would also like to do more other things. But after working all morning and feeling sleepy, he just wanted to take a good rest. Time passes slowly. Outside the impregnable, fortress-like shelter, above the sky, the billowing dark clouds had completely covered the entire sky before they knew it, and gradually wrapped up the planet, cutting off the sky and the earth like a huge pot lid. After these dark clouds cut off the sunshine, the temperature that was rising crazily in the other world instantly dropped a bit. But the temperature quickly returned to its original level, and even moved towards even more terrifying figures. 47 degrees, 48 degrees, 51 degrees. Hours later, the temperature finally broke the 50-degree mark, but showed no signs of stopping. This is supposed to be the dust time of the day when day and night alternate and exchange heat and cold. The temperature is approaching 60 degrees, reaching a new height. In this different world, people in countless refuge villages are using every method they can think of to resist the unbearable temperature. However, some people eventually have to die before this official disaster arrives due to their physical constitution and various reasons. On the ground, stopped breathing. Among the major groups, the total number of people in the group, which had not changed much in the upper right corner, finally collapsed at this moment. From 1 or 2, to 1 or 20, to 100 or 200, the numbers keep jumping down, and the numbers above are still dropping, making people fall into the abyss of mental collapse. The survivors in the refuge village, who got Lin Yu's saltpeter, were considered lucky. The ice cubes made from 10 or 5 units of saltpeter have always kept the temperature of the entire almost closed shelter within a relatively stable range. Even if the temperature outside continues to rise, it does not have much impact. But the refuge villages without saltpeter can only rely on other means. How many people will die this time? Fei Yu, many of his subordinates, and all the villagers in the refuge village gathered on the first floor of the main refuge. Everyone was sitting or lying down silently, enjoying the continuous breeze from the air conditioner. Cool breeze. He lamented the quality of the air conditioners manufactured by Lin Yu, and at the same time, he was worried about the future of mankind as a whole. The difficulty of this disaster is different from the previous ones. It is as if the system has deliberately increased the difficulty. From the first day of reincarnation, the high temperature has always been with the survivors. Of course, the same goes for the lizards and beggars, as well as the mutated creatures that inhabit all over the world. This disaster is widespread, not just for survivors. Different from previous times, this time, there was no cheating method such as underground ruins. When faced with this enhanced disaster, Fei Yu felt that quite a few people did not know what to do at all. This is still facing one of the disasters, not counting giant hailstones and fire tornadoes. It can't be done. Half of it. Wang Se took over the words. He was not far from Fei Yu. He had closed his eyes to rest just now, but now he suddenly opened his eyes. Really? Fei Yu shook his head. He actually also had this judgment. There were less than 6 hours before the disaster officially arrived. But looking at the discussion on the World Channel, the temperature everywhere still showed no sign of lowering. Moreover, he also saw many people uploading pictures of fire tornadoes connecting heaven and earth on the World Channel, although they are not scary at all in terms of size. Who knows how terrifying a murder weapon they will become in a few hours. The air conditioner Lin Yu exchanged for them didn't feel the same as the original one on Earth. It has an unpainted fuselage, strong wind power, and an external unit that never seems to break down due to overheating. And it is precisely this last point that allows them to become one of the few refuge villages in this other world where they can enjoy the coolness brought by air conditioning. According to the original characteristics of the air conditioner, generally when the outdoor temperature reaches 50 degrees Celsius, the shutdown protection function of the compressor will be triggered, and the cooling function will also disappear, making the air conditioner unable to operate normally. But there was nothing wrong with Lin Yu. "Chief, what are you going to do about Lily Calaheo?" Fu Ming pushed up the glasses with a broken lens on the bridge of his nose. "We have already discussed it, and we will listen to you, Chief." At this time, all the villagers in the shelter also sat up and looked at Fei Yu collectively. The development of their refuge village has been bumpy. The development was too slow at the beginning, and the third master passed away just as it started to pick up. When they were struggling to survive, they could only remember the third master's words and rely on Lin Yu. After finally establishing a good relationship with Lin Yu, they encountered a lizardman beggar who attacked the refuge village at night. With Lin Yu's help and their own efforts, they successfully repelled the enemy, but had to move away from their original home, refuge village. Now that their refuge village was on the right track, maintaining a good alliance with Lin Yu and achieving certain results in all aspects, Lily Calaheo sent the same message to everyone in their refuge village. "Join our refuge village. Otherwise, the consequences are not guaranteed." This is a deterrent from the leader of the world's second-ranked refuge village, and a threat to each of them. Join, or perish. Lily Calaheo, a powerful survivor, led many of her men to firmly secure the second place in the world rankings. Although the distance between them and Lin Yu was widening, they also kept other pursuers far away, have to be left behind. There is no doubt that her refuge village has great strength, and this strength just fuels her ambitions. After all human beings entered the different world for more than a month, she seemed to be no longer satisfied with the original status quo. Instead, he extended his greedy hand to refugee villages like theirs. Moreover, judging from the letters she sent to all the people in her own refuge village, the other party knew a lot about them. I am afraid that there are also survivors among them who have surrendered to her. Internal disintegration. External strategy. This person seems to be quite skilled in this aspect. Fei Yu had cleared his throat. "I have to admit that Lily Calaheo, who can maintain the second place in the world rankings, is indeed a very good leader of the refuge village, and she also has extremely strong strength. But we have experienced many difficulties and ups and downs since the third master era. From being unranked to being ranked 9th in the world. Everyone has worked hard enough, and I think we will become stronger. Now, the other party asks us to join, and if we don't join, we will suffer the consequences. I don't have any second choice." Everyone was watching him, and everyone was waiting for the decision of this leader who had grown tremendously. This decision may lead them to greater development at some point in the future, or it may lead them to the abyss of destruction. But almost everyone feels that no matter which path Fei Yu chooses, they will support it and follow it to the end. But people all have backbone, and I don't think our refuge village has reached the level of being annexed. We are relying on Lin Yu to persist in this other world until now. And finally, we let everything go. Everything is on the right track. If Lin Yu said this, I would nod his head without hesitation. And he gave us our lives. Everyone nodded heavily. Without Lin Yu, how could they survive until now? Even the newcomers immediately understood this truth when they saw that other refuge villages in the world channel were like H.L., and they had enjoyed air conditioning early in the morning. My choice is not to join Lily Calaheo's refuge village. Since you put your life on my body, I will defend this decision to the death. If she dares to come and give us something nice. Fei Yu station, he stood up and raised his fist. Then, just survive this disaster first. And then wait until then for a real war with us. Yes. Everyone stood up immediately and raised their fists too. If we survive to the end, then it just proves that we can be Lin Yu's qualified allies instead of his younger brothers. Right? Fei Yu said finally. And everyone raised their arms and shouted again. Chapter 364, Special Secret Realm. Crazy Collector Lin Yu is online. Gawu. Xiao Bai's slow roar sounded in his ears. Lin Yu opened his eyes and yawned, not knowing what happened. He looked around. He was still on the sofa in the living room, and there was no big sound. The whole room was a little dim, but the air conditioner was still operating normally. Lin Yu turned on the light and didn't know why Xiao Bai woke him up. By the way, how long have you been sleeping for? Gawu. Xiao Bai's paw pointed at the door again and opened the door directly. Lin Yu left the living room with Xiao Bai in confusion. But before he could look at the window, Xiao Bai pulled him in another direction. After taking a few steps forward, he came to the bathroom. And what suddenly appeared there was an ancient secret door. At this moment, Xiao Ming, Xia Luzi and Han Xian were also waiting by the door. After he arrived, they immediately retreated to both sides. The ancient gate to the secret realm actually opened into the shelter. What are the odds? It's okay to be able to create a special secret ancient door in the shelter before the disaster strikes. Lin Yu looked at the time. It's almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Even if I go to search, won't I be able to do anything? There were only more than 5 hours before the disaster started. In such a short time, there wasn't much that could be done, to be honest. However, Lin Yu did find that he had nothing else to do. The shelter as a whole has been strengthened to the best level it can currently achieve, and food reserves were completely prepared yesterday. The only thing left seems to be to wait for the disaster to come. It took 5 hours to collect it, but it was actually just right. Finally, if you go too deep, the system can kick you out when disaster strikes. And the foothold happens to be in the secret realm, which is really convenient. This time, Lin Yu felt that it was indeed necessary to let the little ice lizards have a real fight. We couldn't feed 500 of them in vain. Right. Don't ask for anything else. Just killing more mutated creatures is better than anything else. Xiao Bai, call all the little ice lizards here. We are going to go out to this special secret realm. Lin Yu said and went directly to the alloy shelter, and then took a large amount of saltpeter from the storage space. Outplacement. These things can be transported without catching fire. And they're just right in this place. Lin Yu returned to the living room, took out the alloy Tian long armor suit and put it on, then put on the exoskeleton, and finally installed the mechanical arm on his left hand. Naturally, hot weapons such as MP5 submachine guns, sniper rifles, sprayers, grenade launchers and sand eagles are all equipped. Of course, when the magazine is replenished, the magazine must also be upgraded. Lin Yu never likes to fool around in this regard. Maybe the extra bullet could save lives. No one can say for sure. Gah. Xiao Bai seemed very excited when he heard his master said he was going to the ancient gate of the secret realm. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. It was extremely hot outside in the other world, and it was quite uncomfortable flying in the air. For so many days, the time spent in the shelter was much shorter than the time spent outside. No matter what, it was more comfortable inside the secret realm than here in the other world. Xiao Bai immediately gathered the little ice lizards, who were waiting for orders. Soon, surrounded by many small ice lizards, Lin Yu, who was fully armed, was ready to enter the ancient gate of the secret realm. Before Lin Yu set off, he came to the window. After completely sealing the window with alloy, he climbed up the ladder to the roof and walked out of the window from there. Waves of hot wind hit, and Lin Yu stood at the highest point of the shelter, feeling the messy heat wave wrap around him. It was dark outside, with gloomy dark clouds completely covering the sky. In the distance, the red lines connecting the sky and the earth were moving slowly at the moment. That's probably fire tornado. A tornado that spins wildly and is burning with fire, although it was extremely far away. When looking around, Lin Yu found that the number of tiny fire tornadoes had reached a number that he thought could be called terrifying. There are them from all directions, and dozens of them are too noisy. In the wasteland, there were so many near his shelter. It really felt like the end was coming. How many would there be in the entire wasteland? What about the entire alternate world? Moreover, before the disaster strikes, there are already fire tornadoes. It seems that his guess is right. Extreme heat was accompanied by fire tornadoes, followed closely by giant hailstones. Speaking of which, the temperature now seems to be even more terrifying than during the day. Lin Yu felt as if he had entered a steamer, stuffy and hot, and even the wind made him extremely uncomfortable. He returned to the shelter, closed the window, and sealed it with alloy. Although it is thicker than expected, it is better to cover it first just in case. If it is broken by hail, let alone anything else, he still hates cleaning up glass shards. And it will be even worse if he steps on it. Arriving in front of the ancient gate of the secret realm again, Lin Yu thought about it and began to distribute. Xiao Bai, Xiao Ming, Xia Luzi, and Han Xian each led 100 little ice lizards with him into this special secret realm. The remaining little ice lizards, led by Black Dot and Green Claw, guarded the refuge village. Although he didn't think there were any mutant creatures or lizard men that could take advantage of this time to attack his refuge village. It was always right to be more cautious. To survive in a different world, what you need is to be cautious. It would be good to bring them all, But if anything happens, this refuge village is just an empty city. Anyone who comes can monopolize this place, causing him to suffer extremely terrible losses. First of all, eat something to replenish your strength. Xiao Bai, Xiao Ming, Xia Lizzie and Hong Xian. The four of you must take care of them. If you act casually over there, you may fall behind or die. Do you understand? It was the first time for Lin Yu to lead such a large force out. But he was quite confident. This time when he went to the special secret realm, the only thing he had to do was to collect resources in large quantities. And their goal was to increase actual combat experience. Nothing more. Soon, Lin Yu took out a large amount of food from the storage space. And he did not forget to use a superior dagger to cut up the strange fish he had caught. It has to be said that after being upgraded to excellent quality, the sharpness of the dagger is simply amazing. And it is also extremely easy to cut fish meat. A blind fish hunter can produce less than 200 kilograms of fish meat, which is obviously many times more than the meat produced by a mutated sheep, and even higher than the meat produced by a lion-headed bear. Moreover, the system's judgment also helped a lot, at least allowing Lin Yu, who rarely killed fish, to easily separate fish meat and internal organs. Soon the 36 strange fish were processed, and Lin Yu collected the remaining fish skeletons and internal organs and put them into the storage space. Speaking of which, the storage space has exceeded 1,000 cubic meters without even realizing it. In the saltpeter mine, he collected 84 cubic meters of storage space from the corpses of beggars who were killed by the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun, adding to the original 946 cubic meters. His storage space finally exceeded 1,000 cubic meters, directly reaching the level of 1,030 cubic meters. 1030 cubic meters? This number is already quite huge. Lin Yu felt that it could even be said that no one in the entire group could compete with him. But 1030 cubic meters is actually not much, now that places like food preservation refrigeration warehouses are not functioning properly. A large amount of food takes up part of the space, and various weapons and ammunition, as well as necessary stones, iron blocks and even alloys, also require reserve some space. You might be able to use it at some point, although the remaining area is not small. Once it is collected in the berg mine or the saltpeter mine, or when materials are collected in the secret realm, the remaining approximately 800 cubic meters are actually not that big at all. After Lin Yu put some unnecessary things in the shelter, he finally grabbed the door handle of the ancient door of the secret realm with his finger. Xiao Bai and Xiao Ming are also ready for everything. Lin Yu took a deep breath. After he opened the special ancient iron door, a ray of sunlight shone through. Daytime. Sure enough, there is a time difference between the special secret realm inside the ancient gate of the special secret realm and the other world. Lin Yu had not breathed in the slightly humid air for a few seconds, when a stream of hot air came from outside the door. The influx keeps coming. Heat? And this heat seems a bit familiar. Xiao Bai, Xiao Ming, you two are by my side. Lin Yu walked into the door. He looked around and found that his eyes were full of green. There were big trees with twisted trunks, moss-covered vines, and countless half-meter-high bushes of weeds, coupled with a sultry and humid temperature. It felt like we had entered some tropical rainforest. But among the green trees, vines and weeds, there are countless reinforced concrete buildings hidden and covered. Is this a town in a tropical forest? Lin Yu looked around and saw silence. He felt that they were the only ones making noise in the world. Xiao Bai and the others had brought all the little ice lizards over, and they closed the door very cautiously. They were also full of curiosity about this place. I'm afraid it will fail this time. It doesn't look like a place where you can find anything except plants. Lin Yu stepped on something that looked like tree roots and vines under his feet, and came to the nearest building covered by vines. He unexpectedly discovered that there were a lot of dark yellow things on the wall. Xiao Bai, let them all disperse to look for enemies first. Let Xiao Ming take 200 of them. Come with me and let's take a look. After Xiao Bai explained to Xiao Ming, Xia Lizzie and Hong Xian, he looked back at Lin Yu and found that he had actually used an iron spear to cut off all the vines blocking the building. And he hurried over. It's not that there are no good things here. Lin Yu put the large glass door at the door into the storage space and went straight into it. The light of the flashlight swept across the area not far from the entrance. Lin Yu stepped on the dusty marble floor tiles and determined that this was some kind of high-rise residential building. When looking from the outside, this building is not very high, only about 10 floors. And the dark yellow things are not anything else. They are exactly what is most lacking in the different world now. Air conditioner. Lin Yu was quite surprised that there was no central air conditioning here. Skipping the front desk, Lin Yu walked directly to the elevator and put the whole thing into the storage space without leaving any behind. After that, he found the emergency passage upwards, walked to the second floor with Xiaobai, and started searching, as he easily put the security doors into the storage space and entered the houses that seemed to be frozen in time. The search battle began. The residents here seem to live a pretty good life. They have all kinds of household appliances, including a lot of furniture, clothes, etc. Lin Yu doesn't dislike anything. As long as they are electrical appliances, he will accept them all, no matter whether they are good or bad. He didn't have time to identify it. As for the others, he didn't have much interest. As for those air conditioners, Lin Yu would naturally not let them go. From time to time, there were roars and roars outside, and there were even vibrations. Lin Yu knew that it was Xiaoming and the others who started to sweep around with the little ice lizards. At least 30 years have passed since then. On the Earth, there are almost everywhere monsters that did not belong here at all, regardless of size, type or appearance. They are completely different from the original mammals, bugs, birds, etc., and they are extremely aggressive. Force. Lin Yu's purpose in letting the little ice lizards come was to make them familiar with fighting and his method of survival. No matter how humid and hot it is here, it is much stronger than the extreme heat disaster in another world. Right? If you come here to exercise, you can at least feel more comfortable, and you don't have to go looking for mutant creatures. There are so many monsters here. Gawu. Xiaobai saw that Lin Yu was focused on searching and did not smell the enemy in the building, so he applied to Lin Yu to see the little ice lizards. Although Xiaoming is stronger in combat, he is far behind Xiaobai in terms of intelligence. Lin Yu agreed to Xiaobai's request and continued to focus on searching. There were 4 households on the first floor. When Lin Yu searched the 9th floor, he finally found that he had completely raided all the residents here, and there was not much space left in the storage space. As soon as he went downstairs, he directly collected the marble tiles on the first floor, and then when he got outside, he collected a whole piece of asphalt pavement. Then he returned to the shelter to unload the goods with satisfaction. The harvest is really quite big, Lin Yu sighed, and after quickly unloading the things in the large warehouse at the back, he hurried back. This seemingly innocuous place hidden by the jungle actually has quite a lot of good stuff. Returning to the secret realm again, before Lin Yu had time to walk around the high-rise residence he had just gone to, Xiaoming saw him and quickly led him to another direction in the area. Lin Yu looked at the corpses of many monsters that he could not tell what they were along the way. When he was wondering why Xiaoming brought him here, he unexpectedly discovered that there were 3 huge guys in front of him. This is a truck? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Hey guys! 4 medium-sized trucks were parked on the side of the road. 2 of them were carrying some cargo, although their wheels had completely punctured and their bodies were all rusty. Lin Yu felt that if he took all 4 of them back, it wouldn't be a problem to piece together a large truck that was intact. Xiaoming turned around in a circle as if he was asking for credit, and then picked up a boulder he found somewhere. After stepping on it, he jumped directly into the bed of one of the trucks and started jumping. Lin Yu nodded. He found that if everything went well, transporting Xiaoming, a super powerful fighting machine, would not seem to be a problem in the future. Chapter 365. How many big fish will there be if the air conditioner is used as bait? The collection of supplies is quite efficient. In this small town that was almost covered with plants, Lin Yu did gain a lot, especially in terms of household appliances, which made him go back to the shelter twice in a row to completely install them. I have to say that the special secret realms in the ancient gates are really powerful. There are so many resources inside that are simply ridiculous. This is true from Paris at the beginning, to New York later. And here, there are an absurd amount of various resources. As long as there is space in the storage space, there will be a lot of gains. After Lin Yu moved the 4 trucks back to the shelter, he then moved several nearby ones that had crashed into walls, rolled over into ditches on the roadside, and were buried in tall weeds, and put them into the storage space. Of course, the road surface, and so on, he didn't forget to lift it away. And naturally, he wouldn't let go of street lamps and the like. You're already here? Why don't you take something back with you? While Lin Yu was searching, he also gained some preliminary understanding of this small town buried in green. From the text signs left here and there, he found that this place was probably a tourist resort, or a certain place, a small town near the scenic spot. Among the wildly growing trees here, Lin Yu also saw a lot of shops that looked like houses. Most of them were restaurants, cafes, shops selling small commodities, etc., which indirectly proved his conjecture. However, this temperature reminds people of the tropics, which is indeed a bit difficult to adapt to. Having said that, it seems that after arriving in the secret realm, I have never been to the Tang state, and I have never heard of anyone who has been to the Tang state in the secret realm. Most of them are small towns, mostly in Europe and the United States. But these are not too important. For Lin Yu, the more resources, the better. Most of the things collected here were various electrical appliances and cars, which allowed him to obtain various parts. Even if half of them were rotten and only a few things were intact, Lin Yu would not let them go. Especially this time. He received a large number of air conditioners and dozens of relatively intact solar panels on the roofs of various buildings, which also gave him a lot of gain. During his search, Xiaobai, Xiaoming, Xia Luzi and Hong Xian led the little ice lizards to kill all the monsters that could be seen in this small town in the secret realm. And not a single one was left. The roaring barely ceased. Xiaobai and Xiaoming even killed 2 giant beetles and a poisonous dragon. Lin Yu didn't know why there were so many monsters in this place, but he felt that at present, it seemed that it was completely impossible to eliminate all such monsters on the earth. At least, judging from the strength of him, Xiaobai, Xiaoming and other little ice lizards. Although they are no longer afraid of tens of thousands of lizards and beggars, they are still facing the close enemies who could appear in the small town. With thousands of monsters, big and small, he was still a little pessimistic about it. Originally thought that their number should be controllable, or only of a certain scale. But Lin Yu no longer thinks so. He has been in and out of the secret realm frequently. Every time he comes to the secret realm and fights those monsters, he has a feeling. Or in other words, his feeling is changing from being sparse at the beginning to more and more monsters appearing in various types. It becomes more and more terrifying. Even in this small town, there are such a large number of monsters. The number of monsters is probably much larger than imagined. This is true on land. This is true in the air. And how many are there in rivers, lakes and seas among water bodies? There are all kinds of insect-like creatures, beast-like creatures, and monsters with indescribable weird shapes. What he has seen now is only a small part. Recalling that among the patterns in the murals in the Lizardman cave, there were dozens of monsters that he had never seen before. As the number of times he entered the secret realm increased, there would probably be more and more such unknowns. As for their number, I'm afraid it's measured in trillions. Lin Yu once again felt the insignificance of one person's power. If he had been cleaning up these things alone and trying to restore the earth to its previous state, it would probably be a fool's errand. Unless all the monsters in the world can be gathered together, and then he sends them away collectively with an intercontinental rocket. But this is probably impossible. Perhaps it is only possible to unite the entire human race, and then collectively return to the secret realm to eliminate these monsters bit by bit. But how can humans be united? Lin Yu has a pessimistic attitude towards this. In his understanding, human beings are very complex and contradictory. As soon as human beings appeared in the long river of history, they have always spent almost all their energy on getting others to understand. Arguments, diatribes, fights, battles, wars, in order to make people understand. Human beings keep repeating such things over and over again, and these have accompanied the entire history of human development. To this end, tribes were born, villages and towns were born, and more things were born, until the entire world was filled. The weapons used by humans to persuade each other range from fists to stones, knives, guns and firearms, even nuclear bombs, and even more terrifying weapons. But these have never been able to unite all mankind with one idea, and no one has been able to completely convince the other party. I am afraid that until the human race becomes extinct, no one will be able to absolutely convince the other. The root cause, probably, is because humans themselves are complex animals. Everyone has their own thoughts and opinions on things. This kind of thinking and perspective has continuously allowed human beings to evolve from the era of eating raw materials and drinking blood to being able to use stone tools, iron tools, and firearms, and has been driving the entire history of mankind. If you want the entire human race to do one thing collectively, except for necessary physiological activities such as eating, drinking, sleeping, breathing, etc., humans seem to have never done anything similar to a collective action. If there is such a thing, it is just that the collective was transported to a different world by something unknown to survive collectively. This was still a passive will, and the elderly, children, and those with limited mobility had not yet been transported in the previous 7 days. It would be even more difficult for everyone to deal with these monsters collectively than it would be for me to eliminate them all myself. Lin Yu finally returned to the shelter with his friends, and after counting all the little ones there, he made a final summary. Returning to Earth is probably just a luxury at the moment, although the disaster that occurs once every 7 days is terrifying. Except for the difficulty of the disaster, it seems to be quite easy here. After all, it's easier than dealing with the insect swarm physically. He pushed open the door to the large warehouse, and a wave of heat enveloped him at the same time. He just looked at the time and saw that there were less than 2 hours left. There is a lot that can be done in these 2 hours. Xiao Bai, you go and wash yourself first. I still have something to do. Lin Yu took a deep breath and piled the various things he had just collected in the storage space into the large warehouse. And these things made the warehouse look even more crowded. He glanced around, and when he saw the vehicles, he suddenly remembered something extremely important. My armored vehicle is still outside. I almost forgot about it. This matter still has to be done. If there is a huge hailstorm, and it is crushed to an unimaginable extent, it will be really worthless. Lin Yu pushed open the door of the warehouse, and at the same time, a dizzying heat wave poured into the warehouse. This temperature, Lin Yu felt like he could hardly breathe for a moment. He quickly stepped back and put on his night vision goggles, and suddenly found an extremely terrifying huge pillar of fire appearing in his sight. It is rolling up and down at the distance from the outer wall, burning with a fierce and terrifying whirlwind, and is traveling forward along the wall at a slow speed. The black and red fire pillar is directly connected to the sky, and while the entire night sky is lit up like day. He took off his night vision goggles, which were of no use at all. This fire tornado must be at least 3 or 4 meters in diameter, and this is before disaster strikes. The temperature it brought was almost unbearable. Lin Yu felt that its collective appearance and ever-expanding diameter could even raise the already insane temperature to a higher level. This disaster is really serious. Lin Yu swooped down and came to the wall next to the shelter. After putting the armored vehicle into the storage space, he returned to the large warehouse as quickly as possible, and the figures of Xiaobai and Xiaoming also appeared at the door. Gah! Xiaobai growled. It didn't understand why its owner hadn't gone to rest just after returning to the shelter. It was a little worried and immediately turned back. The same is true for Xiaoming. Although he is not good at expressing himself and is not as smart as Xiaobai, he is still a little worried about his master. They dragged Lin Yu from the door and closed the door completely. The high temperature made them a little unbearable, and the fire tornado outside surprised them even more. I'm fine. You two should go and rest quickly. I have to continue until the matter is finished. Lin Yu said that in the warehouse. He put a large number of air conditioners into the storage space, and then returned to the shelter without stopping, took out a high-precision research workbench, and continuously disassembled the air conditioners into parts. Then, he looked directly at the design drawing of the air conditioner. While there is still time now, I can just change the air conditioner and go out. Of course, that is if there is a shelter that can generate electricity. Soon, the internal and external air conditioners produced in batches by the system appeared in front of him, and Lin Yu immediately put them on the World Trading Channel. The asking price is alloy, and if you can afford an air conditioner, there will definitely be no shortage of alloy. It can generate electricity, so it can't be justified without alloys. Although Lin Yu does have a lot of alloy reserves now, they are far from abundant. If he has more reserves, he will naturally be more competitive. In the future, if something like a cold food preservation factory is unboxed that consumes a lot of alloys, he won't be stuck because of this. Wasn't this the reason why his development was restricted before? Secondly, the exchange of alloys is actually secondary. This time, he mainly wants to see how much of the 57 air conditioners on hand can expose the refuge village that has the ability to generate electricity. Power generation is a sign that mankind has entered a higher level of technological stage. On the original Earth, various power generation methods also continuously input power into most areas of the world, allowing humans living in these areas to enjoy great convenience. In another world, it is completely different. Everyone starts from scratch. It can even be said that they start over from the Stone Age, and then explore other worlds, explore secret realms, explore underground ruins, and constantly collect and search. Apart from him, only people with extremely good luck may be able to obtain electric power generation equipment, and the number of these people has always been hidden in the dark. Although he was the first survivor to enter the so-called electronic technology stage, The system did not tell everyone about the second and third ones. Who knows how many refuge villages there are with electricity? This matter has never been concluded, and everyone has kept it secret and has not talked about it. But at this time, it seems that we can just confirm how many refuge villages there are. He looked at the top 10. Among these 9 refuge villages, besides Feiyu and him, there should be at least one. At that time, Lily Calaheo, Jia Yunjan and Caspar did not grab saltpeter. It was even said that from the 2nd to the 9th mile, no one except Feiyu grabbed saltpeter. Did they have saltpeter? Or did they actually have electricity or air conditioning? Lin Yu placed the air conditioner on the world trading panel and waited for the price call. The auction system is the same as before. The one with the highest price gets it. There are 57 units in total. Let's see how many fish we can catch. Taking this time, he came to the power controller room. There are indeed confiscated things outside, but they are relatively easy to clean up. The solar power generation mode has been switched to the diesel power generation mode. After changing the power connection mode, the lights in the house went out briefly. Naturally, various electrical appliances were also affected to some extent. However, Lin Yu methodically filled the diesel generator with diesel, and then filled up the necessary electrical appliances, such as the air conditioner, freezer, refrigerator, and incubator in the warehouse were turned back on. Then, he climbed up the ladder and came to the roof. He removed the alloy that had been placed there to block the window during the day, and pushed the window open. High temperature once again poured in from the only opening of this strong and airtight shelter. Lin Yu endured the discomfort of the high temperature and quickly climbed to the roof, storing all the wind turbines and photovoltaic power arrays in the storage space. Even if the hailstones are smaller, these things are definitely not big enough to hit them all at once. He looked around, and there were 2 extremely thick fire tornadoes surrounding the shelter. One was the one he just saw, which was closest to the shelter, and the other was in the direction of the main entrance, where he regarded the acid rain as excreting sewage. Wandering around the lake, Lin Yu glanced at the sky one last time, then immediately stepped back. After sealing the window again, Lin Yu, who was sweating profusely, finally returned to the living room and finally lay down on the sofa, enjoying the comfortable temperature brought by the air conditioner. Lin Yu looked at the time. There's still a little over an hour left. The disaster will begin soon. So how many people will be bidding on air conditioners at this time? However, after Lin Yu opened the World Trading Channel and saw the bids there, he suspected for a moment that he had seen something wrong. How is that possible? Why? He couldn't help but exclaimed. Chapter 366 The Triple Disaster Begins. A huge disaster test. Warning. The 5th disaster. The triple disaster of extreme heat. Giant hail and fire tornadoes is about to come. Warning. The 5th disaster. The triple disaster of extreme heat. Giant hail and fire tornadoes is about to come. This disaster will last for 1 hour. The temperature of the extremely hot top will gradually increase, and the fire tornado will gradually expand in size and burning area. Giant hailstones will appear in the last 10 minutes. Once you are hit by them outside, there is absolutely no chance of survival. All secret realms will be closed at the same time, and those who stay inside will be forcibly kicked out of the secret realms. Refresh again after the disaster is over. More system functions will be enabled after this disaster. Wish everyone get through this difficult time. The next disaster warning will be issued in 72 hours. The survivors in a completely different world finally made it to this moment. The triple disaster is finally coming. But the notification from the system made them feel like they were falling into an ice cave instantly. Will the temperature increase? I'm almost dehydrated now. Did I make a mistake? I said before that the system was nothing at all the first few times. Now! Okay. This time the system is serious. Okay. It's not a loss if a lot of people die with me. The temperature has indeed risen again. It's now 28 degrees in our room. It was 24 degrees before. I have to say, the ice cubes smell really good. It's so hot that it's so hot. And it's so cold that it's so cold. Is there an air conditioner here? What can I say? The thermometer is 17 degrees to find out. Picture.jpg. Are you still thinking about anything else at this time? You guys are so evil-minded. Damn it. We didn't grab the saltpeter. Even if we did grab the air conditioner, we still don't have power generation equipment. Now the people in the entire refuge village have poured out all the drinking water in the big pool. Everyone is already soaking in the water. So why is there still 1 hour? Let's just say, it seems that everyone who didn't grab it is the same. Our skin is almost peeling off in the water. It seems that we have to hold on for another hour. At everyone. Look. This is the most incredible fire tornado I have ever seen in my life. It is more than 10 meters and 20 meters in diameter. Picture.jpg. Good guy. It's almost the same as ours. But here are 3 strips. Just waiting to be roasted. Extreme heat and fire tornadoes plus giant hail are the 2 worlds of ice and fire. Right. Lenyu is too strong. And he was able to get so many air conditioners. Our refuge village didn't get saltpeter last time. But we got it this time. One is pretty lucky. Ha. The poor are so poor. They are exhausted. And the air conditioners are used. Lenyu specializes in serving a group of people who are already at the forefront. It's okay if the elites stick together. Lenyu has always been like this. He sits on the ground and raises prices with a lot of resources. Lenyu has been called a profiteer from the beginning until now. When did he change? He is that kind of person. He must still have saltpeter. And he is holding back and waiting for us to raise the price. This person has a bad heart. Let's wait until the disaster is over to get rid of Lenyu and kill him. Let's see how many resources the shelter has. Good guy. If you don't work hard. The dogs are barking here. The last wave of scolding Lenyu. I don't think any of them got the saltpeter. Are those ones already dead from the heat? I wonder if there is a blacklist function. The above ones probably won't have any chance of doing business with Lenyu in the future. As for the one who wants to kill Lenyu, forget about Lerwick. Right. That guy is the last straw of 500 fools. It's almost 2 meters tall. Why are you paying attention to him? Last time everyone knew that this guy was a beggar. And they still thought that no one knew about it. Without Lenyu, most of us wouldn't have been able to survive the last disaster. Right. I think Lenyu has done the best he can. Who can produce tens of thousands of units of saltpeter like him? On the World Channel. Because the disaster has officially arrived. Survivors, and even beggars from all over the world have joined in the discussion about the disaster. No one fell asleep. And no one dared to sleep. Whether or not there was a way to withstand extreme heat, fire tornadoes, and giant hailstones. They couldn't sleep. Compared with any previous disaster, this disaster can be said to be the most difficult. Even if you survive the extreme heat and the fire tornado. No one knows whether you can survive the arrival of the giant hail. The extremely hot night continues. Wasteland, valley, forest, plain, mountain. The fiercely burning fire tornadoes, each nearly 10 meters in diameter connecting the sky and the earth, slowly move forward in this world, destroying everything they passed. The grass and woods were ignited, and countless thick smoke billowed into the sky, making the dark clouds covering the other world thicker. And the heat they bring raises the nearly 60-degree high temperature brought by the extreme heat to a higher level. The extremely thick clouds have also undergone some changes over time. And the temperature difference between the upper clouds and the lower clouds also makes these changes more dramatic. Powerful currents rolled and jumped between the clouds. Some broke through to the bottom, and then directly hit the earth, making a deafening roar. Some thunder and lightning even hit the fire tornado. And in an instant, a giant tornado of flames carrying electric current was formed. And the destructive power was even more amazing. However, this situation did not last long. As the temperature above gradually dropped, the fire tornado gradually disappeared. The thunder became more frequent, and countless silver snakes raged between the sky and the earth. The disaster reached its final moments. The thunder gradually subsided, and the temperature reached its highest point. However, as terrifying gusts of wind blew, the temperature dropped suddenly, and huge chunks of ice began to pour out from between the dark clouds. Boom! 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 As the first sound of hail falling to the ground sounded, the evacuees realized that the giant hail was the most terrifying of the 3 disasters. Huge ice cubes fell to the ground like meteors, bombarding the ground at extremely fast speeds like bombs. Of course, the traces of fire tornadoes that had just been ravaged on the ground, as well as the remaining flames, were also destroyed by these giant hailstones. All on the earth, in the mountains and fields, in shelters after shelters. 2 billion survivors and beggars. After finally surviving the first 2 disasters, listen to the terrifying crashing sounds above their heads. Everyone felt that. As long as these terrifying hailstones break any corner of the shelter, the entire strong shelter will be bombarded into pieces, and they will also become corpses among the fragments of ice. Above the wasteland, the huge and lonely shelter also became an important target for the giant hail bombardment. It has been the 34th day in the different world. And now it is the 35th day. Almost all the survivors have gathered into a refuge village. In the refuge villages, as the survivors in each refuge village continued to explore and build, more functional buildings were built. Walls were built. And there were more shelters within the walls. The more these buildings there were, the more they were destroyed by the bombardment of giant hailstones. The reason why hail has become an economic disaster on the earth is also due to this. We often hear that hail has damaged many wires, house doors and windows, as well as a large number of crops, etc. But we have never heard that these hail can kill people. But this time, it's different. The giant hailstones that kept bombarding from the sky like cannonballs were so huge that they deserve this description. It's as big as a cantaloupe. Is this hail or ice cannonball? Linyu had just opened a gap in the door of the warehouse. Under the strong southerly wind, there was a small area at the north door of the warehouse that was not affected by the hail. He took a flashlight and looked around, and found that the giant hailstones that were still bombarding the ground and shelters had covered the ground with a thick ice crust. Just pull it over with a superior iron spear, and you will find that the size of this so-called giant hailstone can be described as jaw-dropping. Generally speaking, isn't the largest hailstone on Earth the size of a fist? The cantaloupe-like hail in my hand should actually be called an ice bullet. And they are really like cannonballs, always pouring and destroying, setting off waves of ice storms. The extremely high speed when falling from high altitude and their terrifying mass also brought extremely serious damage to the ground. The wooden shelter could not withstand a blow at all, and the stone shelter was also crumbling. As for the iron, the homemade shelter was just like a can. Although it was not smashed, it was smashed and made a lot of noise, which also made the survivors inside who thought they were safe feel even more torture. Linyu found in the system panel that his main shelter had not been damaged at all, although the stone SHL covering the alloy had some damage. Even those extremely destructive giant hailstones had no impact on it. Method. At that time, the fire tornado had crossed the wall and rushed towards the greenhouse. After sweeping past the main shelter, it went in another direction until it disappeared without causing any waves. This is enough to prove that his disaster prevention effect this time is excellent. The sound of the bombardment of giant hailstones changed from dense to sparse, and finally disappeared completely at 1 o'clock in the morning in the system time. Linyu sat on the sofa and quietly watched various news on the World Channel. After the bombardment of hail disappeared, he came back to his senses. Putting down the pen and diary in his hand, he looked at the many words written on them. Those are the refuge villages, the names of the leaders who control them, and all kinds of information about them. The total number is exaggerated. 249. These were the last numbers of the refuge villages that made quotations for air conditioners when he released the important resource of air conditioners at the last moment. The amount of information is quite huge. When he saw this number, Linyu was really surprised for a moment. He did not expect that there would be so many refuge villages that could bid for air conditioners at this moment. Originally, he thought that only 100 people would be enough to survive. You must know that those who need air conditioning in this last critical moment of disaster relief are definitely not the kind of people who don't have electricity to join in the fun. In other words, these people have power generation devices and have entered the electrical age. Usually, almost no one talks about the so-called use of electricity or anything related to electrical appliances. Everyone on the World Channel, including Linyu, feels that the number of refuge villages with electricity available should be extremely small. But after he released the air conditioning deal, 249 people just saw the news and made offers. Among the other shelters that have already obtained saltpeter or have disaster-resistant methods in place before, how many of them can use electricity? The number is probably even greater. And it's not just that. I'm afraid all these people own are diesel or gasoline generators, not wind or solar power generation devices, which will not survive the hail. Among the 249 refuge villages that submitted quotations, there are no 8 leaders in the top 10 except me and Feiyu. And these 8 leaders have also never traded saltpeter mines. Linyu wrote down the names of the leaders of these 8 refugee villages in his notebook. A good memory is not as good as a bad writing. At this time, it is even more important to remember these names. It was strange that many of these people were quite familiar to him. They had done business with them before and even talked to them. But speaking of it, when he saw the chat on the World Channel, one person actually said something similar to what he was thinking now. He is indeed closer to the top people in the entire refuge village. And among the people he trades with, the top group also trades with him the most frequently. There is no other reason. These people have the richest resources and are more valuable as transaction parties. With a huge number of survivors and gradually mature combat and survival system experience, they clearly have an advantage in terms of collection and production. And these collected things also allow them to have more pursuits while becoming stronger. Toilet paper, fruits and vegetables, red wine, whiskey, and later saltpeter and air conditioning. Indeed, most of these hard currencies also flowed into these refuge villages. Lin Yu kept flipping through the chat records of the leaders among the more than 200 people on the world channel, and briefly browsed some of what they had said. This is the only way to understand these people. Focus on one wave so you can be prepared later, whether as a future partner or as a potential enemy. The current recording method can be considered as prepared for any danger. To say it's boring, it's indeed a bit boring. Anyway, there is really nothing else to do now, because he took a nap in the afternoon. He is not sleepy at all now. However, Xiao Bai seemed to be unable to withstand the Sandman's attack, and fell into a coma after the hailstorm stopped. This little guy is really cute. Just as Lin Yu was about to store his diary and pen in the storage space, he remembered something. Speaking of which, this diary was taken out of that lonely empty shelter and belonged to that poor survivor. He still remembered that it was written in the diary that the survivor's father was not his father, and his son was not his son either, but with the help of Uncle Wang, his biological father's neighbor, he got a lot of help and even lived a good life. The most noteworthy thing in the diary that deserves Lin Yu's attention is actually the information about Du Ping. There is actually an extremely strange and contradictory thing going on here. Du Ping should have been killed by him in the secret realm on the 14th day, but this person continued to appear in the diary, and was still related to Levick, the lizard man, the beggar, etc. Connect. Even now, Du Ping's head is still lit, as if he had never been killed. Du Ping didn't even come here to seek revenge. What on earth is this person thinking? Lin Yu wrote this person's name in the notebook again. At the same time, he glanced at Lu Kai's name in the group. Lu Kai. These two people have always been in the dark, and have never appeared since a special moment. Du Ping and Lu Kai. Is it possible that one of these two people will be that person who has never revealed his true face? Lin Yu looked at the names of these two people and fell into deep thought. Chapter 367 Disaster? Collect resources. 120 robot dogs. Asking you if you are afraid? In a different world, there is peace. The first ray of sunshine in the morning shines freely on the entire land. After the disaster, the Ice SHL, composed of ice cubes that gradually melted together as the temperature increased, also reflected the sunlight at this moment, reflecting dazzling light. However, as the sun gradually rises, the temperature becomes higher and the ice melts faster. Gradually, the ground covered by the ice SHL gradually revealed its true appearance. Pieces of burnt vegetation, gray-black rocks, and broken shelters seemed to tell the horror and ruthlessness of last night's disaster. Lin Yu was even more ruthless. After opening the door, he insisted on putting all the ice cubes he could see into the storage space. When it was full, he immediately turned them into water using a high-precision research workbench and put them into the already transformed ice cubes among the water storage tanks that were very empty. When the water storage tank is full, a new water storage tank is immediately built in the large underground warehouse and filled over and over again. Mechanical, repetitive, and tireless. After getting back the ice last night and identifying it as drinkable, Lin Yu knew that this thing would become a very important reserve resource. Therefore, after getting up, he immediately plunged into crazy collecting. Like a ruthless ice shovel, Lin Yu quickly cleared away all the ice in the shelter, and then started shoveling ice outside the shelter without stopping. Giant hail times. Freshwater replenishment square root. On the day of the disaster, the secret realm was inaccessible, and there were no lizard men in the underground ruins. Lin Yu decided to warm up before doing any other troublesome things. After doing this for a while, he sat on the ground again, breathing in the air that had become much cooler. When he went out that time, he hung the thermometer outside again and took a good look at it after a while. It was 14 degrees when we first came out in the morning, even a little cold. Now that the sun is out, it's probably around 20 degrees. Just like the extremely hot situation before. It was like a dream. He had a feeling. Every disaster that comes and ends seems to bring some changes to this different world. And this change seems to have an inexplicable common connection, making Lin Yu's premonition stronger and stronger. From the dryness at the beginning to the green wasteland due to the replenishment of snow water after the first disaster. This feeling kept coming. The first catastrophic snowstorm gave this originally barren world a large amount of moisture, which penetrated deep into the ground, causing plants to begin to grow in large quantities. The earthquake of the second disaster was more like loosening the soil, allowing plants to grow more lushly. For example, the poisonous grass with blooming flowers appeared because of this. Those mines and caves were even more. It is constantly being discovered from the hidden state. The acid rain and floods of the third disaster once again gave the earth more moisture. At the same time, more rivers and lakes were formed, making the soil of the entire other world wetter. The fourth disaster, hurricanes and thunderstorms, also carried away more plant seeds, replacing the transportation of giant creatures, allowing plants to grow in a wider range. At the same time, the rainfall brought by thunderstorms also transformed the earth once again, moist. And this fifth disaster is even more obvious. The extreme heat has made the entire other world sultry, and the fire tornado has also further heated the earth. As for this giant hailstone, I believe it will completely disappear within a day or two, or it will evaporate into steam, or form small streams, rivers, or converge into ponds, lakes, or even enter the ground and become part of the abundant underground water source. All of this is changing the appearance of another world. And at the same time, it is secretly giving something special and huge energy. This kind of thing can actually be seen everywhere. And it can even be said that it is more common than a plant. Linyu looked at the ground beneath his feet. Among the ashes burned last night, some dark green grass buds have emerged from the surface. And they seem to be even denser than before. Even more and more. They have plump cotyledons and contain extremely powerful energy. Less than 10 hours after being burned out by the fire tornado, they started growing again and broke out of the ground. The vitality seems to be stronger. In other words, the vitality is too tenacious. And some are too tenacious to be scientific. You can rise from the ashes in a few hours, even if it is said that the spring breeze is blowing again. This speed is outrageous. Linyu looked around and saw that the little ice lizards really liked these big ice cubes. A large group of little ice lizards, led by Xiao Liuzi and Hong Xian, were sliding around on the vast ice field. And they were so happy. Xiaobai and Xiaoming didn't say anything. They didn't pay any attention to this. Could it be that I am worrying too much? Linyu squatted down and looked carefully at the grass sprouts under his feet. After looking at it for a while, I found no more changes. They were still the same as before, although there were indeed a lot of them. He shook his head. Maybe it's just too much worry. He raised his head and looked at the obvious places on the wasteland except for the ice. The remaining bone armor and tissues of the giant creatures, the oxen dragon and the one-horned armor dragon, are quite dazzling. The combination of the beast's huge backbone and ribs looks like a huge passage. But only half of the ugly skull is outside. Most of the skeleton of the one-horned armor dragon is still there. But some are blackened and broken due to the burning of the flames. And some seem to have been injured by hail, with many cracks. Linyu walked over and put the 3-meter-long sharp corner of the huge skull into the storage space. You have obtained the horn of the unicorn armor dragon. I know. I have to say something about everything. And the system is really idle enough. The last time, because of the lizard people causing trouble, he failed to take this thing in. Later, because he went to rescue the little ice lizards, he completely forgot about it. At that time, it seemed that he only obtained the armor of the one-horned armor dragon, but forgot about the one-horned one. Linyu took out the horn from the storage space again and observed it carefully, and found that it seemed to be extremely hard. After thinking for a while, he took out the excellent dagger and sharpened it gently. As a result, I felt lonely. Only a faint trace was left. This is terrifyingly hard. This unicorn armor dragon's armor didn't show how hard it was. It could be blasted through by a howitzer, and it was even worse than Dutiamung's. But this horn seems quite unusual. Can it be combined with other weapons or armor? Linyu thought for a moment and took it back. There were many choices, so he just used it without being in a hurry. After all, it was just this one now, and it would be gone after use. After collecting some more ice cubes nearby, Linyu looked due south. This giant creature, the one-horned armor dragon, was probably led here by the lizard man. Attacking his refuge was probably not the subjective intention of this giant creature. According to the rules of the natural sulfur or mountain guarded by the pack ox snake dragon and the saltpeter mine by the spider-shaped oracle beast, this one-horned armor dragon, including the previous oracle beast, should be guarding some resource point. Moreover, every time the system is updated. Resource updates and the increase of giant creatures will be indirectly connected, making people have to equate the two. So, why not look south? I have always walked far north and east, but never to the west or south. Lin Yu opened the system panel, looked at the area map that he had almost opened, and looked straight to the south. The location of his shelter is also located relatively south on this regional map. There are not many map fragments describing it. However, there are only sporadic shelters on a few pieces. Lin Yu zoomed in and found no signs of survivors. These survivors either died, joined other people's refuge villages, or became beggars. Looking at the empty shelters, Lin Yu also had the urge to explore. He looked up at Xiaobai and then at the shelter. Indeed, there are some things that need to be done at hand, and when they are completed, it seems really worth exploring. He walked towards the shelter. Xiaobai saw it and followed him closely. Xiaobai, it just so happens that you can help me with something. After Lin Yu turned ice cubes into water and stored it in a water storage tank, he first installed the original photovoltaic power generation array and wind turbine, then converted the diesel power generation mode to a photovoltaic and wind power hybrid power generation mode, and then went straight through the main. The shelter came to a large warehouse. Then, he took out a high-precision research workbench and at the same time took out a bunch of robot dogs that had been placed in the corner. Most of these robot dogs are pretty good, but to be honest, after working at high intensity, they have more or less wear and tear, and some of them were completely damaged due to water immersion. Lin Yu checked it and confirmed that it must be redecomposed and manufactured. Moreover, the number of these robot dogs is still too small. After redecomposition and manufacturing, more need to be manufactured. He looked up at the pile of various things. These machinery, old appliances, parts and alloys are all good things obtained in exchange for saltpeter and air conditioners. They may not be of much use to others, but to him, these are treasures. Let's dismantle the robot dog first. Xiaobai, help me move the pile of parts to me, as well as the ones over there. If you want to do it right away. Otherwise you will have to put it off until I don't know when. Lin Yu placed the robot dogs one by one in front of the workbench to disassemble them, and Xiaobai followed his instructions and began to move them. After a burst of heavy footsteps, Xiaoming also joined the moving team. After all the robot dogs were manufactured into parts, Lin Yu began to break down the various parts, old appliances, etc. piled around him into smaller parts, and then put the useful ones into the storage space, and the temporarily useless ones. Throw it directly behind you and pile it up. Within an hour, Lin Yu, Xiaobai and Xiaoming never stopped. There were more and more discarded parts behind Lin Yu, and the storage space became more and more full. Okay, it seems that the materials are enough. Lin Yu finally stopped after seeing that all the materials were enough. At this time, Xiaobai and Xiaoming also stopped carrying the work and looked towards what seemed to be something to do. What a big deal. Ha ha. Don't be surprised for a while. Lin Yu smiled. The harvest this time was simply too great. Much bigger than imagined. He quickly found the blueprints and chose to start manufacturing. A white light suddenly appeared in the center of the warehouse, and after it dissipated, Xiaobai and Xiaoming couldn't help but growl in surprise at the new thing on the ground. Those are exactly 120 brand new, neatly arranged precision mechanical robot dogs that reflect the light under the light. Oh, it looks pretty good. At least we have a battle. Right. Lin Yu was very satisfied with his work. If 120 robot dogs were to fight against 20,000 lizard men, they would be able to beat the crap out of him. The MP5 Plus RPG rocket launcher, solar charging device and lithium battery are all equipped, and the mechanical claws must be reinforced. Lin Yu took the robot dogs outside together, and they quickly spread out their solar charging panels in the sun for charging. Gaw! Xiaobai was still in a state of shock, and so was Xiaoming. They have never seen that their master can make so many iron lumps that can move, mine, and shoot. Needless to say about mining, they also paid attention to the performance of these iron lumps in every battle. After the iron lumps were constantly transformed by their masters into more terrifying ones with stronger firepower, they also thought about what would happen if this happened. If the number of things grown increases, what a powerful existence it will be. And now after the 120 iron lumps come out, they looked at each other, and now they all understood the strength of their master, and they had reached a higher level. After Lin Yu charged these robot dogs, he started a new action. We came to the warehouse where the intercontinental missile launcher, Katyusha rocket launcher, and anti-aircraft missile launcher were hidden, and took them out one by one. Then we found an open space and raised it slightly with stones. After the terrain, placed them on top. If you don't take them out, they will lose their actual use. After all, there is no launch hole for them in the underground warehouse. If you encounter anything, it will take one more step. After finishing this, Lin Yu began to dismantle and disassemble the covers, made of alloy stones covering the greenhouses and other buildings. Among these, the stone was secondary. Lin Yu wanted the alloy inside more. Although there are still a lot of alloys in stock, the exact number is still unknown. These covers must be removed anyway, especially for plastic greenhouses. Not only do the covers have to be removed, but the greenhouse itself must be removed. He has collected all the materials for the glass greenhouse, and the hail disaster has completely passed. It is time to build it. Soon, as Lin Yu's speed continued to increase, each lid was immediately decomposed into stone and alloy. And Lin Yu once again put the plastic greenhouses into the storage space and sent them directly to the exchange survival point. Lin Yu also quickly moved the soilless cultivation kit and the fruits and vegetables on it to other places that would not interfere with them. A large space was also freed up where the greenhouses were originally. Lin Yu returned to the large warehouse again, quickly collected all the materials needed for the greenhouse, and came here again. What will a glass greenhouse look like? Lin Yu took a deep breath. He quickly selected the design drawing of the glass greenhouse on the system manufacturing panel. Design drawing of large glass greenhouse, concrete 20/20 cubic, organic special thickened glass 500/500, alloy 170/170, fiberglass 90/90, plastic 10/10, rubber 10 out of 10, intelligent induction electric plus temperature system, alloy 2 halves, copper block 10/10, controller 1/1, drive system January 1st, driver 1-to-1, driver power supply 1/1, integrated circuit board 1/1, temperature and humidity detection system, alloy 2 halves, controller 1/1, integrated circuit board 1/1, steel cable curtain machine, alloy 5/5, sunshade net, polyethylene May 5th, fan water curtain cooling system 20/20, aluminum alloy 20/20, stainless steel 20/20, motor 20/20, rotor 20/20, wire 20/20. All the materials are gathered. Then, confirm the production. Chapter 368. The glass greenhouse is built and heavy-duty mobile tools are obtained. For Lin Yu, the white light that could cover his sight in an instant was probably one of the most common things he saw after coming to this other world. Every time he creates something or builds something, this white light will appear at the right time, and then make the things he created and built appear out of thin air, like a magic show. At this moment, after the familiar white light faded, another extremely huge building appeared in front of him. The glass exterior walls that reflect the light in the sun. Rows of spears like waves. A foundation made of solid reinforced concrete nearly half a meter above the ground. Are also equipped with electric heating systems and temperature and humidity monitoring systems. Microspray tape for micro-sprinkler irrigation. Steel cable curtain machine. Sunshade net and supporting fans. Water curtains, etc. This huge building, nearly 60 meters long, 60 wide, and nearly 10 meters high, occupies a considerable area of the shelter. Is this a glass greenhouse? It's too big. The 3,600 square meter greenhouse is definitely unmatched by usual. Lin Yu was extremely excited at the moment. A long period of time has passed since this design drawing was drawn up, because the required materials have not been collected. There are also problems with huge hail, etc. The construction of the glass greenhouse has been delayed until the end of the disaster. Now after, however, at least judging from the current appearance, the wait is worth it. Lin Yu looked at the rows of dozens of fans and water curtains, and sighed again that this time the glass greenhouse was too big. This extremely thick glass is inlaid on all sides and tightly connected. It is estimated that it will not change no matter how time passes. High strength and corrosion resistant greenhouse glass can provide good light transmission performance and create more favorable conditions for crop photosynthesis. The top and periphery, as well as the strong alloy support, can make the greenhouse more solid, and the visual effect is extremely smooth, and it has good stability and strong ability to withstand wind and snow. The cooling system is a large fan water curtain square array, which uses fans to send air outward to form negative pressure. After the water curtain on the water curtain is cooled, the outdoor air enters the greenhouse to achieve the cooling effect. The top drainage channel adopts made of excellent materials, It is conducive to drainage and snow removal. It has a solar and electric heating hybrid heating system on the top, which can be switched at any time. The introduction of the system. Just the simple outer layer is already quite a lot. Not to mention other things such as electric heating system, temperature and humidity monitoring system, microspray tape for micro sprinkler irrigation, steel cable curtain machine, sunshade net, etc. A lot of description settings. Its complexity is truly mind-boggling. Linyu felt that this glass greenhouse was probably more high-tech, more complex, and more complete in function than the ones he had seen before. The huge glass door opened automatically as Linyu approached. Xiaobai and Xiaoming, after resting for a while from the warehouse, also came out and walked in. However, they, who were more than 3 meters tall, could not even open the door. You can't even reach the door frame. Linyu looked up at the transparent top floor and the surrounding glass, as well as the nearly 10-meter-high roof and the extremely strong alloy pillars. He couldn't help but secretly sigh again at its powerful structure. The ground has been covered with a layer of concrete, which also ensures that no weeds will grow from below, resulting in having to waste precious time on pulling weeds. Linyu took a closer look and found that this layer of concrete seemed to be too smooth, as if it had been leveled by an extremely precise machine. It seemed that if anything was placed on it in the future, there would be no need to worry about this problem. Having said that, this place is indeed a greenhouse. After just a while, he felt that the temperature inside was even higher than outside. And as time passed, the temperature even increased more obviously. He walked over to the platform-like thing stacked up in the corner of the greenhouse as high as a hill, and found that it was actually a pile of planting platforms with slide rails and rollers. It's 3 meters wide and about 8 meters long. It's quite huge, and it's surrounded by removable baffles that are over 30 centimeters high. Planting platform? You mean, if you install this correctly and place it on the ground, you can get a very convenient mobile platform? Linyu put them into the storage space and laid them in the greenhouse according to his own ideas. On the ground. Soon, the tiles were neatly arranged one after another, occupying nearly a quarter of the greenhouse's interior. Linyu discovered that they can be separated from each other and move horizontally or vertically to any location in the greenhouse. They can also be gathered together and remove the baffle to form a super large platform. Does this mean allowing yourself to do a large-scale planting? Linyu felt that there was indeed something promising. If it was planted on a large scale, it could be harvested repeatedly in large quantities in a short period of time, forming an industrial chain. Of course, this requires a lot of water and a huge amount of humus nutrient soil. The more Lin looked at the ridiculous number of survival points, he even felt that these might not be able to cover every planting platform. In the future, he would like to cover the entire greenhouse with this planting platform as much as possible. But he still needs to do some experiments in the early stage. Touching one of them to a high-precision research workbench, it quickly turned into a blueprint. Linyu took a look and saw that what he needed was aluminum alloy or stainless steel, some rubber, fiberglass, etc. And Jishi didn't lack any of them, so getting dozens of them wouldn't be a problem at all. Having said that, vegetables such as chicken feathers are considered to be one of the fastest growing vegetables, but it takes at least 10 days to harvest. According to the original speed, it is simply not available. Fortunately, the soilless cultivation kit or humus nutrient soil in this different world can increase the growth rate of vegetables to an extremely incomprehensible level. The chicken feathers are sown on the first day, and with the power of the soilless cultivation kit, they can be harvested the next day. A quick batch. Moreover, seeds are extremely cheap, and you can even collect them yourself to continue sowing without having to worry too much about deterioration. He has not yet tried how it performs on humus nutrient soil, but if it can be the same as the soilless cultivation kit, it will naturally be better. Speaking of which, we had some potato bulbs out of the box before, as well as a gift package of tropical fruit seeds. Now that we have this planting platform, it seems that we can do that too. While Linyu was thinking about how to plant for a while, he went outside, brought in the large and small soilless cultivation kits, and placed them in another corner of the greenhouse. Among these soilless cultivation kits, there are some plants that are still strong enough to grow fruits, but they cannot be said to be very healthy. It is abnormal for them to be healthy after being unable to access sunlight for many days. Linyu had no regrets and harvested all the plants, including their roots, and sowed seeds on them again. This time, he directly chose rapeseed, leeks, tomatoes, cucumbers, beans, onions, and lettuce as the main vegetable varieties. He also purchased celery, cabbage, and broccoli seeds from the Survival Point Mall and placed them in the clean cultivation area. On the plate. Soon, under Lin Yu's skillful operation, various vegetable seeds were planted on several soilless cultivation kits. After replenishing the lack of water, the rest can be left to time. As soon as tomorrow, the first wave of harvested rapeseed will be successfully launched, and leeks and lettuce are not too far away. Then it's time to start buying humus nutrient soil. I've already thought about what to plant on the planting platform for experiments. Lin Yu had just roughly thought about the direction of planting. As he spoke, he came to the planting platform again. A large amount of humus nutrient soil quickly disappeared from his survival point, like running water, and entered the storage space. Lin Yu immediately placed bags on the planting platform. He calculated that if he wanted to cover a planting platform with soil, he would need 7.2 cubic meters of soil. The amount was astonishing. It looked like there wasn't much, but the number was shocking. Each bag of soil exchanged for the survival point is 200 liters. Directly converted, each planting platform requires 36 bags of soil. There are a total of 40 platforms, and all that is needed is 1,440 bags. A bag of soil costs 200 survival points. So, 288,000 survival points. Lin Yu never felt such a great time. Good guy. I can finally get rid of all the survival points in one go. It's so painful to not be able to get rid of this thing every day. Lin Yu said he was quite comfortable. The survival point may be a life-saving thing to others, but to him, it is really not of much use. It always feels like a tasteless thing that is a pity to throw away. He currently only has more than 100,000 survival points. So it seems that he can't even fill these platforms. He can only fill the platforms with this by constantly replacing the survival points with humus nutrient soil in the following days. It was quite laborious to dismantle the bags of soil. Lin Yu felt that this was the best time for the little ice lizards to work. He connected the power cord of the greenhouse to the photovoltaic power generation array. After filling the water storage device of the water curtain with water, he immediately turned on the power. As the fan blades began to rotate violently, the air in the greenhouse began to flow. And when the wind blew against the water curtain on the other side, Lin Yu gradually felt that this huge space was wrapped in countless glasses. It seems to have become a lot cooler inside. Looking at the electronic temperature display, the temperature on it also dropped from 38 degrees to 30 degrees. Not enough. I remember there was an electric rolling screen machine or something. If you can cover it with a sunshade net, it should be able to lower the temperature a little more. Soon, Lin Yu found the switch. As the button fell, he suddenly discovered that on one side of the top of the greenhouse, a mass of black began to spread to the other side like a rising tide. It didn't take long for this large black cloth to cover nearly half of the area, and the temperature on the electronic temperature display was also constantly dropping. Soon, as the covered area increased, the temperature dropped from 30 degrees to 28 degrees, 27 degrees, and finally even directly to 22 degrees. In the end, the entire greenhouse was covered by this black sunshade net, and the sunlight went from being dazzling at the beginning to becoming comfortable now. Why do I think I can sleep here? Could this thing be used as a shelter? Lin Yu complained while walking towards Xiaobai and Xiaoming, who were happy because they had become much cooler. Xiaobai, tell the little ice lizards to break the bags on the platform over there and spread the soil inside on each platform. This is their little task today. Do you understand? Gawu. Xiaobai nodded immediately and rushed out. The environment here is so comfortable. Why would the little ice lizards not come? Xiaoming, follow me here. We have one more thing to do. Lin Yu greeted Xiaoming, who was strolling in the greenhouse, then walked directly out of the automatic door and returned to the large warehouse. He came directly in front of 4 large trucks. Xiaoming roared beside him, seeming quite excited, as if he had guessed what Lin Yu was going to do. Tear down the design and make a new big truck. After that, Xiaoming, you can follow me to patrol various places. How about it? Are you happy? Good. Xiaoming waved his powerful arms, and his voice became much louder, as if all the grievances he had been feeling were released at this moment. Lin Yu understood very well. Xiaoming himself is a fighting maniac, and he has evolved twice since then. His strength has increased tremendously, and his desire to fight is also unprecedentedly strong. In the battle with lizards and beggars, Xiaoming, who has high defense and strong destructive power, is a big killer, but its shortcomings are also fatal. Too heavy. In fact, Lin Yu felt that if he didn't give it a separate place, its weight could easily crush the stairs or something. It is also because of this that every time Lin Yu goes to fight somewhere far away, or goes to some place where he needs to move quickly, Xiao Ming is always arranged to be a guard at home, instead of fighting bravely to kill the enemy as he likes. When attacking the saltpeter mine, Xiao Ming fought fiercely with the lizard people for a long time because he had held it in for too long. Although he was not injured, he was exhausted and overly excited afterwards. After returning to the shelter, it has been quite quiet. Although the participation level is a little, it can't be said to be very good mentally. Haha. Don't worry, Xiao Ming. This big truck will be your exclusive car from now on. But wait a minute. I have to be busy for a while. Guh. Xiao Ming nodded fiercely, waving his two big paws in the air and wagging his tail. Good guy. Are you a little dog? Lin Yu glanced at the 4 vehicles. There were still more than 200 survival points left, and the identification was still fine. He appraised each part of the big trucks one by one, and quickly selected the most broken one. The 4 models are the same, so it is naturally the best choice to find the most broken one and make the design drawings. Lin Yu quickly touched the high-precision research workbench to the truck, and the system sound also sounded in real time. You have obtained the heavy truck blueprints. Okay, let's move on to the next step. Lin Yu took a look at the various required parts. It was indeed quite complicated. However, there were still 3 units that could be disassembled into parts, so this became no problem. Soon, Lin Yu disassembled the remaining 3 large trucks into various parts. Among these parts, he also picked out the things needed to assemble a brand new large truck. Soon, a familiar white light lit up again. Chapter 369 Heavy trucks show their power. The first step in the breeding industry. The powerful engine made a rumbling sound. Lin Yu was very excited about this newly built heavy-duty truck with powerful power far beyond that of an ATV. He was sitting in the cab, currently learning various operations and getting familiar with them bit by bit. It has to be said that the operation of a truck is a little more difficult for him to adapt to than that of an ATV. After all, when he was learning driving, he was also learning C1 instead of the higher B2, which is relatively much worse. The armored vehicle obviously doesn't count. That one has actually been modified by the system to be more convenient to drive and control, and is different from a serious vehicle. By the way, before driving the ATV, the last car he touched was the driving school's car, and it wasn't a big truck. However, Lin Yu's learning ability is indeed stronger than that of ordinary people. When learning new things, he will constantly summarize the gains and losses, quickly absorb new knowledge, and gradually find a correct path through a lot of practice. From the very beginning, when I arrived in a different world, I quickly adapted to it. After that, I used various weapons and traps properly, and even got various hot weapons such as firearms that I had never played with before. Reached a certain level. Practice makes perfect. This saying is always true. Soon, Lin Yu drove this brand new metallic heavy-duty truck out of the large warehouse, with a rather excited Xiao Ming riding on it. The heavy-duty truck made a deafening roar. In this other world, its sound was no less than that of a giant creature. After rushing out of the shelter's gate like a beast, the heavy truck quickly drove out from the road in front of the door and headed straight for the Berg mine. No, it should be called Berg Lake now. The large ice blocks that originally covered the road had been melted by the temperature of nearly 30 degrees, turning into puddles of ice water mixture. The terrain on this side of the shelter is relatively high, so it has not been submerged by this ice water for the time being. But the low-lying areas are completely different. Lin Yu found that the asphalt road leading to Berg Lake in front was basically covered with a mixture of ice and water, submerged in front of the powerful heavy-duty truck. This mixture of ice and water was pushed away by the collision of the front and the tires, and became more broken pieces. It was not completed, and turned into puddles of muddy water splashing on both sides of the road. As he became more and more proficient at driving, Lin Yu did not immediately let go of his hands and feet to increase speed or anything, and always kept the speed within 20 kilometers per hour. There is now a layer of ice water mixture that is tens of centimeters deep on this wasteland. It is not suitable for driving like this. Even without this, he cannot run rampant because of this. The weight of the heavy truck, plus the weight of Xiao Ming. If it started driving with this momentum, it would quickly slip and fly out in the icy water due to the combination of various elements. From time to time, he lowered his head and looked at both sides of the road. There were a lot of things above the water in this wasteland, but they were far apart from each other. They looked more like small islands floating in the ice sea than hills. Guh! Xiao Ming was swinging his arms and tail excitedly from behind. He was still very excited. It could be seen that he was very happy to be able to move quickly without his own strength. This is enough. Isn't it the same as the purpose itself? The truck stopped slowly. Xiaoming jumped down immediately after seeing his owner signaling him to come down. As a result, he seemed to be too excited and forgot his own weight. He stepped directly into the muddy water on the side of the road and sank a little. Guh! Xiaoming was also a little angry at his own recklessness. He struggled to pull out one of his legs, but before he could make the next move, there was suddenly a sound of water splashing from a distance. Guh! It immediately issued a warning. Lin Yu had just widened the original asphalt road in place, and was about to turn the big truck around and go back. After hearing Xiaoming's warning, he immediately rushed to the roof of the car, and then approached Xiaoming from the truck body. Meng threw something in the storage space towards Xiaoming again. Xiaoming! Try to take advantage of this thing without taking advantage of it. Gawa! Xiaoming saw a shining metal object smash beside him, and then looked at its huge main body that was almost submerged in the ice water. He immediately understood that this was a weapon given to it by its owner to fight. Arms! That's right. This weapon is none other than the giant steel hammer, the first weapon Lin Yu used to create in the forging workshop. Gah! Xiaoming grabbed the handle of the giant steel hammer with his claws. He picked it up easily with his brute force, and turned the giant steel hammer around in his hand like a toy. Turn 2. Xiaoming! Use it like this! Lin Yu took out the excellent iron spear, and then showed how to use this giant steel hammer. The most effective attack method of this thing is one word. Smash it. No matter what. If you hit it with a hammer, you will be killed. If you can't kill it, you will get a concussion. Although Xiaoming's intelligence is not as good as that of Xiaobai, it is still easy to understand at this level. After Lin Yu's simple demonstration, he soon started swinging the sledgehammer, which was extremely heavy for Lin Yu. For convenience, Lin Yu returned to the roof of the car, and at the same time, he had a sniper rifle in his hand. Xiaoming can try new weapons here, and as for him, he can concentrate on playing support. Lin Yu's scope searched for any possible enemy shadows in the ice and water, but he soon discovered that it seemed to be in vain. There were too many ice cubes, and the mixture of ice and water made it impossible to focus at all. I didn't feel much when driving before, but now I felt a sense of discomfort when using a sniper scope with a wide field of view. However, even if there is no such discomfort, it may not be easy to find the enemy among so many ice blocks. He felt better when he took his eyes away from the scope and looked at the roof of the truck. However, the sound of splashing water before seems to be closer. Monsters in the water. Lin Yu suddenly thought of the blind fish hunting he had encountered before. At that time, Xiaobai had caught a lot of that kind of fish in the bird mine, which was overflowing with underground water. Could it be them? That kind of fish has fins like hind limbs and a mouth full of fangs. If it were in the water, he couldn't guarantee that he would get much benefit from fighting this strange fish that was more than half a meter long. But for Xiaobai, dealing with mutated creatures in the water is no different from dealing with those on land. Just do what you want without any ambiguity. As for Xiaoming, Guh! Suddenly Xiaoming burst out with a roar full of strong fighting spirit, and the next second, with a roar, Lin Yu saw a black shadow being thrown directly from the water. In the bed of the truck, Lin Yu looked down, but before he had time to see clearly what that group was, as the roar came, the second group, the third group, and the fourth group of black shadows followed one after another, and they were all thrown in. Good guy! It's really that kind of weird fish. Lin Yu looked at the blind hunting fish that had not yet died, but were twitching in the carriage. He was not very surprised. Xiaoming had the strength to kill such a fish. Kill the big fish that can explode the copper treasure chest. The question is, how many can it kill? Speaking of which, how many such fish are there? Lin Yu looked at the increasing number of big fish in the truck, and felt that the huge noise made by the trucks this time seemed to have attracted many attackers. After a while, there were almost 20 or 30 fish in the bucket. But Xiaoming did not come up, but roared violently at the nearby people again. Almost a moment later, a huge object suddenly flew into the air and smashed directly into the carriage. By coincidence, it hit the blind hunting fish who were twitching and trembling just now, and seemed to be able to steal steel at any time. Smashed them into a pulp. This is... Lin Yu took a closer look, and unexpectedly discovered that the person who fainted in the car was none other than a turtle crocodile. Good guy. I haven't seen this thing for a while. Gah! Xiaoming came directly to the car this time, threw the big guy into a relatively empty space in the truck bed, and then took out the weapon in his hand. At this moment, Only the head of the giant steel hammer is left, and only a small section of the hammer handle is connected, making it unusable. It broke so quickly. Lin Yu shook his head. The giant steel hammer was no good. The attack power was enough, but the strength was not good at all, compared with the exquisite and industrialized weapons produced by the system. The one he created is obviously brittle. Putting aside the issue of aesthetics, the solidity alone is a big problem. It seems that we need to continue to improve it. Originally, Lin Yu didn't think he could succeed at once. He was really surprised when he could successfully create the giant steel hammer. But now it seems that this is just the first step, and he has not yet been able to reach his level, to the extent imagined. There is nothing wrong with the hammer head of the giant steel hammer. The problem is the hammer rod. The connection is really not easy to fix. If you build it next time, you should really start from this aspect. If it doesn't work in the end, just go ahead and make a long sword or a two-handed sword. That's one way to go. Putting the giant steel hammer into the storage space, Lin Yu took out the excellent iron spear and directly penetrated the head of the turtle crocodile, which seemed to be unconscious after being attacked by Xiao Ming with a giant steel hammer. You got a gold treasure chest. Oh! Fortunately there is something gained. Lin Yu thought for a while, and then appraised it, and found that although the meat of the turtle crocodile was edible, the systematic description focused on its sour, bitter, and smelly taste experience, which made Lin Yu have to give up. As for its SHL, it can be removed, and the fangs in its mouth seemed to be of some use. He quickly dissected it, and after successfully obtaining the turtle crocodile's SHL and fangs, he asked Xiao Ming to throw the thing into the ice water. Looking at the blind-hunted fish that had been smashed into pulp, Lin Yu scratched them with a superior iron spear. After confirming that there were no survivors, he started to dissect them again. Even a piece of mosquito meat had to be scratched off. Not to mention that this is several thousand kilograms of meat. Soon, Lin Yu put the fish steaks that were still intact into the storage space, and asked Xiao Ming to throw the rest into the water. As for what he would cause, he didn't care. This piece of ice water cannot always be there. Is this how to soak the wasteland in it? After returning to the cab, Lin Yu quickly turned the truck around and returned the way he came. The road conditions were not suitable for long-term movement, and the distance could not be reached. The fact that this heavy-duty truck could take Xiaoming so far really proved that it had provided the answer to Xiaoming's transportation problem. Moreover, he seems to have become more proficient in driving large trucks, making this trip worthwhile. Humming a tune that he didn't even know what it was, the heavy truck returned to the shelter. This time, Lin Yu put it in the yard and came to the greenhouse to check the progress of the work. And he also discovered that each of the little ice lizards inside was working hard to put the humus nutrient soil in the bag onto the planting platform. And there were also divisions of labor dedicated to transporting soil and paving it, so the efficiency was not low. Lin Yu also discovered that the little ice lizards still use their tails to do things like paving and leveling, instead of using much shorter arms, which still inherits their usual smart characteristics. Gawu! When Xiaobai saw his master coming back, he roared, and all the little ice lizards jumped down, making a lively noise. Good job! Lin Yu looked at it and clapped his hands with satisfaction. The little ice lizards also seemed to be happy with their master's affirmation, jumping up and down one by one. However, with another low roar from Xiaobai, they became quiet again and stood upright on their hind legs, using their tails to support them, like proud little roosters. Very good! Lin Yu nodded again. He has a promising future. Keep doing it! We will eat delicious food later. The little ice lizards actually shouted in unison, which was quite shocking. Xiaobai got Lin Yu's approval and asked the little ice lizards to continue working. These little guys also worked harder. Well, it seems not bad. Xiaobai, come with me and let Xia Luzi and Han Xian be in charge of this place. Lin Yu remembered something. Today is not only the day after the disaster, but also a very important day. Ga Wu. Xiaobai nodded, suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the big warehouse, and pointed his arm over there. Well, that's right. Our new members are here, and there should be quite a few of them, Lin Yu said as he walked out of the shed and went straight to the warehouse. The machine against the wall shining with warm orange light seemed to have some new changes inside. Chi 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 chi. Weak sounds kept coming from inside. And when Lin Yu walked to the giant incubator and looked into it through the observation window, he discovered the little life inside with only soft yellow fluff. The chick hatched successfully. Lin Yu was surprised to see that the eggs placed here 3 days ago had successfully hatched new life. growling. Xiaobai was also very interested in the little guys that appeared out of nowhere in the machine, and was extremely curious. He pointed his paws inside, and kept mumbling something. Lin Yu felt that it wanted to touch them. Ha ha. Wait. Let's put them in a safe place first. Lin Yu felt that although the big warehouse was good, it was too dark. It needed sunlight, but it couldn't be too strong. Wait. Wouldn't it be better to put it in a greenhouse? After finding a wooden box, Lin Yu opened the door of the giant incubator. If we build the breeding farm later, then a formal breeding industry should also be established. Lin Yu looked at the design drawing of a medium-sized farm on the system panel, and he had a vision of the future of egg freedom in his heart. Chapter 370. Build a medium-sized breeding farm. They are coming again. Medium-sized breeding farm. Zinc alloy 50/50. Wood 100/100. Stone 200/200. Iron block 100/100. Now that the materials are gathered, the next thing will be simple. The materials are naturally complete, whether they are alloys or others. He now has a considerable amount. There are even 7 or 8 pyramids on the other side of the berg or mountain, and the amount of stone, iron and coal in them is astonishing, coupled with a huge number of spare parts and scrap electrical appliances that he had previously exchanged for saltpeter, as well as the various electrical appliances and other things he had been searching for. Lin Yu's resource reserves are now sufficient for him to develop some new equipment. It can be built immediately without any hesitation. The chick has also hatched, and the only thing left is to build this medium-sized breeding farm for it. And this thing really needs to be thought of in a good place. It can't be too close to the main shelter, and it can't be too far away. Even going there is quite strenuous, so it's better not to cover it. Lin Yu drew the current layout of his shelter in his diary. After comparing the advantages and disadvantages, Lin Yu finally decided to place it 5 meters apart on the east side of the glass greenhouse. This place is separated from the main shelter by a glass greenhouse. Even if there is any bad smell coming from inside, it shouldn't have much impact here. And there's one more thing. Lin Yu looked at the description of the medium-sized breeding farm, and there was a very conspicuous item in it. It covers an area of 60 by 60 meters, which is just as big as a glass greenhouse. Although he does not have obsessive-compulsive disorder, Lin Yu still wants to design his shelter to be more regular and orderly, so as to create reasonable movement lines and save a lot of time. After walking to the east side of the greenhouse and confirming the construction location, Lin Yu immediately put the design drawings to use. As a large amount of material disappeared, the gentle white light quickly shone and then faded, and a huge building appeared in front of Lin Yu. The strong pointed roof of alloy, the exterior wall made of regular stone that is 5 meters high, and the alloy door are huge enough to allow a giant body like Xiaoming to enter. This building is quite qualified just from the appearance point of view. Pushing open the alloy door, Lin Yu immediately entered. It was dark inside, but this was not a problem. It's easy to just plug in the lights and power, isn't it? Lin Yu installed a photovoltaic power generation array on the southern slope of his roof. This was found from a secret place and was almost undamaged. Then, using the function of the system panel, nearly 30 sets of lamps were installed inside to ensure the illumination. Walking into it again, the lights automatically turned on, and Lin Yu quickly figured out the situation inside. There are 3 large management areas: living management area, auxiliary production area, and production area. There are breeding rooms, feed storage rooms, poultry breeding platforms, water storage tanks, and movable greenhouses, and it seems that it can be renovated. Lin Yu felt that at present, the direction of his breeding was to raise chickens. He had not considered raising pigs and sheep, and it was probably difficult to find them. Furthermore, let's not talk about the problem of not being able to find it. Even if it is really there, it would be better to just choose the right mutated sheep or horned pigs to raid. There is no shortage of meat similar to pork, mutton and beef in this other world. What is lacking exactly is eggs. In all mankind, I guess not many people have eaten eggs in these 35 days. He had only obtained this thing once by opening a treasure chest, and the rest was obtained from a beggar's storage space. Compared with the huge daily consumption of eggs on the original Earth, it can be said that people in the other world are too miserable. It is estimated that tens of millions of people are going crazy thinking about eggs. He walked to the poultry breeding platform, and after identifying it, he found that there was nothing special. Then he asked Xiaobai to bring in the wooden box containing more than 100 chicks. Xiaobai seemed to like the chickens very much. After putting down the wooden box, he gently stretched his paws into the wooden box and let the cute yellow little guys peck at it. The smile on his face, the expression is also very gentle. I love chicks so much. Xiao Bai. We'll play later. Let's get down to business first. Ga Wu. Xiao Bai took out his big paw before he finished, followed Lin Yu's instructions, and placed all the chicks in the mobile greenhouse. The activity greenhouse is a room of almost 100 square meters, almost entirely made of wood, covered with a thin layer of plastic film, and a lot of hay on the ground. Lin Yu saw a button next to the door. After pressing it, a hole the same size as the top of the room opened in the roof. Sunlight also shone in through the hole, and the temperature slowly increased. So that's it. Imitating the setting of a greenhouse. Lin Yu was thoughtful, and after thinking about it for a while, he added an air conditioner to the room. 100 square meters of space is not too small, and this place seems just right for the chicks to spend their first fragile days. As for their food, Lin Yu looked at the Survival Point Mall. There are indeed people selling animal feed there, and they are divided into high, middle and low end. In the past, some people complained on the World Channel that even livestock on the earth could not be found in this world, and that animal feed had no meaning at all. But now it seems that this is not the case. But will this also allow the chicks to grow to the size of laying eggs in a day or two? It feels a bit like super growth hormone. Lin Yu looked towards the greenhouse. Soilless cultivation kits and humus nutrient soil seemed to be of this type. Spending 100 survival points, Lin Yu bought a bag, immediately opened a 10-kilogram bag, and identified these things that look similar to dog food and cat food. Lower animal feed. It is rich in many nutrients, provides a lot of protein for animal growth, supplements fiber and multiple vitamins, promotes absorption, and increases the animal's growth and development speed. Good guy. This is really the case. Lin Yu looked at the chickens that were already walking around in the greenhouse, and then looked at the feed in his hands, wondering whether he should use it or not. He could also provide rice and other things, but it seems that these are better. With the idea of giving it a try, he poured all the feed into the tray that was fastened by the wooden frame and was like a tray for holding food. He added a few kilograms of rice into it and stirred it evenly. Then he immediately put it in this wooden frame opens. And almost the next second, the chicks swarmed over. The sound of chirping is endless. Oh, okay. Lin Yu looked at the group of chickens who were enjoying the meal, and then looked at Xiao Bai, who had been observing him carefully, knowing that this little guy was probably learning how to feed chickens. Xiao Bai, why are you so interested? Lin Yu patted his friend on the shoulder, while Xiao Bai continued to look at the fluffy chicks in fascination. As if he hadn't heard anything, Lin Yu ignored it and poured some water into the drinking fountain, then returned to the shelter and went straight to the kitchen. I'm hungry and want to eat eggs. I took out 5 eggs from the refrigerator, set up a pot to boil water, put the eggs in cold water, and closed the lid. Immediately afterwards, he found a big bowl, put soy sauce, sesame oil and vinegar in it, put a pot on another stove to heat oil, cut some onions and put them in the big bowl, and poured hot oil over them. With a squeaking sound, the fragrance comes out instantly. He added the soy sauce, sesame oil and vinegar mixture he had just made into a large bowl. Lin Yu did not forget to put some sugar in it. Freshen up. The aroma came out, and after waiting for a while, Lin Yu took a big spoon and took out the almost cooked eggs, soaked them in cold water for a while, and then peeled off the SHLS. The slightly hot boiled eggs wafted out with a unique fragrance, which made Lin Yu's stomach growl. He put the 5 eggs into a large bowl one by one, crushed them with chopsticks, and stirred them together with the seasonings. Finished. Mixed eggs. This was one of Lin Yu's favorite dishes. After graduating from high school and graduating from the orphanage, he found the cheapest house to live in and cooked for himself until he went to college. And this mixed egg was also one of his most common dishes. The easiest and most delicious way to mix eggs is to add black pepper, salt and mayonnaise, or add some chili pepper for seasoning. But the most delicious method is the way he just made it. Taking out some rice from the storage space, Lin Yu took out a small piece of mutton chop and slowly cut the meat with an ordinary quality dagger. The simple yet unique taste bloomed the moment the eggs were imported. Lin Yu was so moved that he swallowed the first bite of the mixed eggs, and then used a small spoon to get some and mix them with the rice. He didn't know if he was the only one who liked to eat it this way, or if it was a more common practice. But relatively speaking, this was one of the most delicious ways to cook eggs. Halfway through eating, Lin Yu opened a bottle of Coke, put some ice cubes into the cup, and poured the bubble-rich Fat Boy's Happy Water into it. I have to say that carbonic acid goes well with meals. Lin Yu ate all the lamb chops and a bowl of rice. But there was still half a bowl of eggs left. The only drawback of this food is that it gets tired easily. Even if you love eating it, you can't resist this. After all, the taste is still relatively simple even if various seasonings are added. However, the scent still attracted the greedy cat. Gaw? Xiaobai followed the smell and walked into the kitchen. After seeing the things in the bowl, he couldn't take his eyes away. Ha ha! I knew it was you! Xiaobai! You should try it too! Xiaobai ate the rest of his mixed eggs like a storm. And even after licking the whole bowl clean, he couldn't help laughing. This little guy is still the same as at the beginning. Even though he is much bigger, he is still the same. Lin Yu looked at Xiaobai, who was chewing the mutton chops again, and suddenly thought of the previous incident, and the conflicting mood could not help but arise again. It is not impossible that his little friend will become even smarter in the future, and may even reach the same level of smartness as him. A human being. There was indeed such an animal on Earth that was as intelligent as human beings. That's the dolphin. As a mammal that lives in the sea, dolphins seem to be no different from ordinary fish in the eyes of ordinary people. But their brains are extremely developed, with a lot of leather and nerve cells on their brains. It is even said that their brains or the wrinkles on the abdomen are much more than those of humans. Lin Yu has heard that the IQ of an adult dolphin can even reach the level of a 6 or 7-year-old human child. For this reason, these little guys have become the backbone of performances in major aquariums. Because they are indeed smart enough, can complete quite complex actions. But despite this, the IQ of dolphins is still somewhat lower than that of normal adult humans. And they are unable to communicate with humans using language, or even engage in abstract thinking. Still, that's good enough. Now Xiaobai's heads even made Lin Yu feel that their intelligence level seemed to be in an extremely high state all the time. The little ice lizards are able to obey some of his simple commands, and they also show a sense of community. Although they are sometimes disobedient, they are really okay. If the wisdom can reach the level of a 3 or 4-year-old child, then it probably does. Recalling that after Xiaobai and Xiaoming evolved for the first time, their wisdom has grown tremendously. Xiaobai, in particular, can even understand some more complex commands and dialogues, which is even more outrageous. After evolving for the third time and peeling off his skin again, Lin Yu felt that Xiaobai's IQ was not much different from him. This kind of thing is actually quite terrifying. After all, it has only been less than 35 days, and Xiaobai can learn Xiaoming's cry, can also say the word Lin, and can even point to its own belly and say, hungry. In the end, perhaps seeing his surprise, Xiaobai pretended to be stupid again. From then on, he never made such a sound or made any anthropomorphic actions. But, I'm afraid this little guy will really be able to talk to him fluently one day. Is that good or bad? Somehow, when he thought about this, he thought of those green-scaled monsters living underground. Before the arrival of the beggars, those monsters even evolved to the point of using stone tools. And they were considered intelligent creatures. As for these intelligent creatures with upright bodies, he only had a preconceived idea that, if they are not from my race, their minds must be different. If Xiaobai could talk. Lin Yu shook his head. He looked at Xiaobai's grin and closed his eyes happily because he had eaten something good. But he still felt that he had not been able to convince himself. For the time being, that's it. Gawu. Xiaobai came over at this time and gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder with his big paw. What shone in its ruby-like pupils was the light that Lin Yu had always been familiar with. Ha ha. I'm fine. He suddenly grinned. Xiaobai was indeed an irreplaceable companion. What was he thinking? After clearing away the dishes, he followed Xiaobai back to the greenhouse. Looking at the little ice lizard still working hard inside, and Xiaoming working hard to supervise the work, Lin Yu exhaled softly. The days are still long. They will always be together in the future. No matter what. No matter what you think. It will take time to get along. He might still be unable to turn the corner for a while. But one day in the future, Lin Yu felt that he would eventually accept it all. Compared to them, humans are much more complex. Lin Yu sighed and opened the system panel. There is an additional dialogue box in the private chat. Oh! It came from Feiyue again. Lin Yu, we were attacked by lizards and fish just now, but they were repelled by us. How are you doing over there? If you can help me in any way, please tell me. Lizard Man? Why are you here again? Chapter 371 Undercurrent Surges. The most dangerous figure among survivors. Lizard Man? Lin Yu felt that he had not heard this proper term for a long time. The last time he saw them alive seemed to be a long time ago. There are no lizardmen here to attack. But we did encounter a strange fish. He did encounter strange fish while driving a truck to Lake Bird. And he encountered quite a few of them. Those fish should be carnivorous fish mutants that escaped from the gushing groundwater. Why did they all go to Feiyu and the others? Isn't it just the kind of mutated creatures that swam out of the bird mine? Oh, that's good. But many people on the World Channel have encountered that kind of strange fish. You should pay more attention. But I think there should be nothing that can trouble you. By the way, everyone is here with those ice cubes for discussion. You can go to the World Channel and read their analysis. You may gain something. In addition, there are other things. If you have any ideas, please talk to me. Feiyu seemed to be quite worried about this, and reminded him that he should go to the World Channel to take a look. Ice cubes? What can that thing have? Wait. Indeed. If you understand it this way. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something after Feiyu's reminder. The disaster has passed. But the ice cubes that have turned into a mixture of ice and water have not disappeared. They are still melting. And the mixture of ice and water has already submerged a considerable part of the entire wasteland. What about other places besides the wasteland? He opened the World Channel and searched for useful information. Good guy. After the acid rain flood, there was a small flood like a thunderstorm. Now the ice has melted and it's a flood. Right. Next time it's just a big flood. Stop talking. Stop talking. I'm drowning again. And there are strange fish in the ice water. We followed the leader out to collect ice cubes just now. But the leader was accidentally dragged away. I guess. I said these ice cubes won't be related to the next disaster. Right. Although the system has determined that these are drinkable. The amount is probably too large. Don't rush me. Water storage tanks are already being built here. We had a big river here during the last flood. If the ice melts again this time, it will probably turn from a plain to a swamp. Would it be better for us to move away? Ha ha. Who remembers that during the second disaster and earthquake, our refuge village was turned into an isolated island? We moved away after the water receded. After the last thunderstorm, we went back to see that it was completely flooded. The hail has melted. So it's probably a big lake over there. The person above said it was related to disaster. I feel the same way. Just like the extreme heat last time. It might be a precursor to disaster from now on. Speaking of which, aren't Lily Karahao and the others a bit arrogant? Last time she actually informed everyone in our refuge village to ask to join their refuge village. What's going on? Do you want to be the queen? What a coincidence. We have also been notified. Everyone is trying to find a way to survive. She is doing well. She has already developed her power. Right. Ha ha. Have we gone from tribe to empire in this survival game? Good guys. Is it time to start a war? Looking forward to it. It's not just Lily Karahao. Kazbar also joined me. This is Jia Yunjan. This is Takeda's Neon Man. Everyone in the top 10 has taken action. No. Wait. I just looked at the rankings. Who is this Feiyu? I've never heard of him. Yeah, sure. It seems that last time we were in this refuge village. Right away from Byran? The others were pretty much the same as before. If you want to join the alliance. Right. Our refuge village will only choose Lin Yu. Who isn't? It's obvious that Lin Yu and the others are not from the same dimension. The last 9 are simply not enough to fight. Only fools would join others. Right. I am Carmel James. I am joining our refuge village now. Everyone is guaranteed to have 3 meals a day, enough water pipes, and fewer tasks to work. Everyone is welcome. Good fellow. The leader will go into battle in person. Well, we want to join. Please ask friends to chat privately. Lin Yu closed the World Channel. What Feiyu wanted him to see just now was not the threat posed by the ice, but another aspect. Specifically, it is a robbing operation in various refugee villages. With a population of more than 2 billion, the minimum number of refuge villages for hundreds of people is more than 1 million. After the disaster just now, it is conceivable that many refuge villages have suffered heavy losses. It is even conceivable that some refuge villages there are only a few survivors left. At this time, some refuge villages began to absorb weaker refuge villages, and the top 10 in the world rankings. Except for him, Xing Lingfeng and Feiyu. Other refuge villages were doing this kind of thing. Even Carmel James went to the battle in person, and went directly to the World Channel to advertise. A merger between refuge villages. Lin Yu thought thoughtfully. From small to large, from more to less. This trend is indeed an inevitable law of development in this different world. There is great power when there are many people. And it is easy to get things done when there are many people. A group of hundreds of people going out to collect food and explore secret areas is much more efficient than dozens of people. Or a few people. Or even one person like him. In terms of combat effectiveness, the number of people also has a greater bonus. And in this era of cold weapons, the number of people can really solve many things. It's like a snowball. From a refuge village of a few hundred people to thousands, tens of thousands, or even more. The refuge village will turn into a town, a small town, or a larger city. Humanity will therefore be like the original development process of civilization on the earth. From scattered tribes to slowly forming countries with vast areas. And finally, weak countries will disappear and powerful countries will stand side by side. During this period, various battles, wars, and other scenes will continue to be staged. Eventually, like the Earth, it will become a peaceful environment maintained in a delicate balance. This seems to be a rule, especially when everyone is a modern person who has traveled through time. Rebuilding the original system on Earth is also what some people are pursuing. And these people, led by Lily Carajo, Caspar and others, will make waves from now on. But even so, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Yu knew his position very well. He is an alien in this alien world. It's not entirely because of his 100% explosive treasure chest. Even without this, he would not easily choose to cooperate with anyone, or be ordered by someone to do something he doesn't want to do. He would not become a leader of any refuge village. At least he felt that he had no leadership skills, interpersonal relationships, management, etc. Therefore, he has basically kept a certain distance from everyone until now. The only one who can be said to be good is Fei Yu. Thinking of Lu Kai from before. We actually got along well at that meeting. But this guy went crazy later. Hacked several people in the refuge village to death. And then defected to the lizard people. Lin Yu once again thought of the person who only existed in his imagination and moved like a shadow in the dark. And this person does exist according to various clues and information. He collected 100 treasure boxes and a bunch of storage spaces from him. And even dug through the iron wall he built. Overlapping common actions with him in different time and space. Is this person Lu Kai? Or is it the Du Ping who inexplicably came back to life and frequently appeared in the mysterious diary? No matter which one it was, Lin Yu believed that this person posed a huge threat to him. Even if this person has not taken any further action until now, it is still quite dangerous to spread the information that he has a system that is 100% sure to explode the treasure box. If you really meet this person, it would be the most reasonable decision to kill him immediately. Lin Yu thought of this and looked at Fei Yu's chat history. After flipping through it, I found that Fei Yu had actually sent a message before that Lily Carajo had invited him to join. But he rejected it. Oh! And this thing? Xing Lingfeng had told him about this before. And many people on the World Channel were also talking about it now. But it seemed that Fei Yu had never said it. And he thought it had never happened. Lily Carajo can notice Fei Yu, which proves that she has a high opinion of Fei Yu. But what exactly is going on? Fei Yu, have you ever rejected Lily Carajo's invitation? Can you tell me more about it? Lin Yu felt more and more that this Lily Carajo was a little dangerous. It seems that when other refuge villages are absorbing and integrating weak refuge villages, this person is at the forefront. And he is targeting refuge villages like Xing Lingfeng and Fei Yu that have great potential and resources, and are relatively high in the world rankings. Integrate? Annexation? Alliance? It's possible. Soon, a message came from Fei Yu. Before the disaster struck, Lily Carajo once sent a message to me and all the people in our refuge village, asking us to join her refuge village. Otherwise, the consequences are not guaranteed. What's the situation? Have you sent messages to everyone in Fei Yu refuge village? So, you rejected it. Right. Lin Yu thought thoughtfully. Lily Carajo's acting style was indeed surprising. It's equivalent to giving it to General Fei Yu. As long as there is one person who wants to surrender to Lily Carajo, then a considerable number of people can be driven to leave. And this will also shake the foundation of a refuge village. And even collapse because of it. Finally, if Lily Carajo comes to persuade, then basically there will be no difficulties. If you still don't obey, we will directly use the numerical advantage to attack. Wonderful. Yes, I rejected her proposal on behalf of all the people in the refuge village. For me, Guarding the refuge village left by Master San is something we have to do even if we pay for it with our lives. And I don't think we should. Who did we surrender to? Our refuge village has grown from being weak in the past to ranking 9th in the world. Which proves this. Fei Yue's answer changed significantly from before. Lin Yu felt that this person was really reborn. As if he was a different person. So, no one objects? He asked another question, wanting to know more. There was opposition. Even more than one person. Oh, sure enough. Lily Callahow's style is vicious. And there's a problem. How could this person know everyone's contact information? You know, it's not easy to find everyone in a refuge village. Unless those people were instigated by Lily Callahao and became the other party's people. So they can know the contact information of all of you. Lin Yu replied. That's right. That's it. We kicked those people out of the refuge village directly. They were all the ones who joined us later and defected to our refuge village. If these people weren't stupid enough, we might have fallen into chaos. In the end, someone took advantage of it. Fei Yu answered what Lin Yu wanted to hear. Sure enough, maybe Lily Callahao seemed to have done this a long time ago. They sent their own people to each refuge village, and then used these spies to mess up each refuge village and make people's hearts wander. When the time is right, he will issue a warning to everyone in the refuge village, and then use those spies to take the opportunity to change the direction of the wind towards the surrender. In this way, a refuge village can be destroyed from the inside. And then Lily Callahao will take the opportunity to collect the fruits of victory. The information synthesized so far allowed Lin Yu to judge the general situation. There may be other ways. Speaking of which, if this is really the case, then the recruitment advertisement for Kamal James seems much low. Okay, if there is anything else going on over there, please contact me right away. I understand. You should be more careful over there, Fei Yu said finally. Lin Yu closed the chat panel. And in the world chat panel, he searched for Lily Callahao's name. Then, he clicked on her profile picture. The face of a woman with long brown-black hair and a cold but fierce face appeared in front of him. She is probably in her 30s. According to the bonus points for the number of people in her refuge village in the world rankings, her refuge village should have a total of 574 people. 574 people is really an exaggerated number. In this different world, she is really quite powerful. She can rush to the second place in the rankings as quickly as possible. And she can also lead so many survivors through disasters one after another. It would be strange to say that she has no ability. However, the biggest feeling this person brought to him was the word danger. From the so-called top 5 alliances, at the beginning to now being persuaded to join her refuge village. The ambition is really quite big. Moreover, the methods were quite despicable. Although he did have strength, Lin Yu did not agree with what this man did to expand his strength. Anyway, you should be more careful with this person. Lin Yu sent another message to Xing Lingfeng asking about Lily Callahao. And Xing Lingfeng responded quickly. As you said, that woman is very dangerous. The new ones like us seem to be her spies here. And we have clearly rejected her. But we have not suffered any other damage. So, do you have any other information about her? Is that really the case? It's really what I thought. This person is really scary. Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. After a while, Xing Lingfeng replied again. This person is too dangerous. I guess you will make more moves soon. By the way, I got the exact information. It is said that Lily Callahao and the lizard people are related to the beggars. And she was able to develop rapidly with the help of those guys. Lin Yu, do you want to investigate? Oh, it seems that I got some great information. Chapter 372, The Disintegrated Refuge Village. The 5th system upgrade? At this moment, Xing Lingfeng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The intensity of his heartbeat. Reason? He made an innings. In just one sentence, Lin Yu, ranked number 1 in the world, and Lily Callahao, ranked number 2 in the world, were completely opposed, based on Lin Yu's attitude towards the lizards and beggars, and Lily Callahao's aggressive actions. It is almost certain that a war between them will probably start soon. If it succeeds, with Lin Yu's strength, enemies like Lily Callahao will never fall under his words, and will even be uprooted. The danger in their refuge village will also be lifted at the same time, and they may even achieve greater development as a result. After that, together with Jia Yunjian, he will become the top of the second echelon of this different world and gain more say. The premise is, he opened his eyes again and looked at the 3 confidants sitting opposite him. Feng Peng, Hui Yu and Yu Siyuan. These three people followed him through life and death, trusting each other extremely much and being extremely loyal to him. The reason why this refuge village can develop so rapidly is inseparable from the assistance of these three generals. But now, Xing Lingfeng suddenly felt that these three people seemed to have regarded him as a stranger. After they learned that he had made this important decision without consulting all the villagers, they seemed to find it unacceptable, and they all stared at him, rather than the excitement, anticipation, and other emotions he imagined. Why is this? Although it was said that this refuge village originally believed in collegiality rather than dictatorship, he felt that he had to make the decision on this matter. If successful, it's a great opportunity. Excellent opportunity to make this refuge village take off. At the same time, he can also get rid of his biggest enemy, and even sell Lin Yu a favor. It can be said that it accomplishes multiple things with one stone. I think what I did was not wrong. Xing Lingfeng finally shook his head at the three people, but did not look directly at them. He felt that he had to convince them. If he couldn't convince them, this matter would eventually be a time bomb. In his judgment, this matter must be resolved, and convincing the three people is the key. Boss, I think your decision is a bit excessive. Yu Siyuan's voice trembled. Not long after the leader Xing Lingfeng told them about this matter, he directly mentioned Lin to the three of them, without discussing it carefully with the three of them. Yu was pushed into a dangerous situation. The important thing is not what happened to Lin Yu, but that Xing Lingfeng actually, arbitrarily ruled on such an important matter. Yu Siyuan, you're done. Stop talking. Hu Yu sighed and lowered his head, full of disappointment in Xing Lingfeng. Feng Peng said nothing and stared at Xing Lingfeng blankly, as if he didn't recognize him. Xing Lingfeng smiled bitterly. Blame me? I have no choice. I want to protect all of you, so letting those two tigers fight is a better choice. And Lin Yu will definitely be able to defeat that woman. Otherwise, we will definitely be killed by that woman. The women's refuge village is so absorbed that you can't even spit it out. Besides, isn't this an opportunity for us? Really? I was a savior before, but now I am a tiger. Lily Carahao is indeed very powerful and dangerous. But what about Lin Yu? Feng Peng suddenly became excited. Chief, you said that mankind needs a savior, and we also firmly believe this one thing. He is indeed recognized by us and the vast majority of mankind because of his great deeds in these two disasters. Isn't it? Whether it was the last thunderstorm hurricane or this triple disaster. Without him, it would have been impossible. What will happen? Of course I know what you are talking about. And Lin Yu will never be killed by that woman. If he were a tiger, wouldn't we have died there when we were chased by the group of lizard men and beggars in the underground ruins? His gun could have been aimed at us. But did he do it? He chose to deal with it himself. There are so many enemies. And in order to prevent us from being in danger again, the passage to the underground ruins has been sealed to prevent us from being attacked by the lizard people. Leader, you don't even remember? Feng Peng stood up and seemed to have completely forgotten. The man in front of him is the leader of this refuge village. Boss, why do you think that if Lin Yu doesn't fight with Lily Carahao, we will be absorbed and eaten by that woman? Can't we rely on our own strength? Besides, no matter how powerful that woman is, she can still be 100,000 away from us. Is it possible to jump over 8,000 miles away? Boss, you are too arbitrary, and the three of us don't think it's okay. Yu Siyuan stood up. But will you push them back again? Okay. You too? Well, you looked at them, and then at Xing Lingfeng, who still didn't raise his head to look directly at them. Since the leader has made this choice, we have nothing to say. However, I never think that you, leader, the choice now is the right one. In order to protect all of us, we don't need anyone's protection. The reason why we followed you to fight in this different world was not because we wanted to see you do this. It's all right. Besides, Lin Yu is not sure of anything. If he misses, have you ever thought about the consequences? Just kill him first without consulting any of us. This is not the public opinion, you said. I have no choice. You are not blind. Didn't you see that under the instigation of those few people, our refuge village, which has always been united, almost fell apart and accomplished that woman's conspiracy? Our refuge village was almost destroyed. That bastard planned it. Didn't he? Xing Lingfeng's voice became louder, and he even said that he was a little angry. Originally, he wanted to continuously expand the number of survivors, but Lily Carahao took advantage of it. Because of those few people, the last discussion he had with the whole village actually caused a huge backlash. In fact, under the infiltration and instigation of those few people, More than half of the people actually felt that it would be better to defect to Lily Karahao in order to prevent the collapse of the refuge village. He impulsively went up and killed those few people. However, this also caused quite a bad impact. Many people criticized his approach, and some even openly protested. Finally, several people openly wanted to lead people away, and he killed them again. Although it caused a riot for a time, he finally succeeded in suppressing the commotion by relying on this method. Although several confidants said nothing on the surface, Xing Lingfeng felt that they seemed to be dissatisfied. This is what Xing Lingfeng doesn't want to see. But he has no choice. Boss, although my brain is not very good, I can still figure out which direction is correct. You are so afraid of that Karahao. Just be afraid of yourself. You have never done anything about supporting Linyu. Arrive. Xing Lingfeng snorted coldly. Support him. We have to support him. Lerwick that time. That time at Lerwick. That was the only time. And it was because we were afraid of death. No matter what happened after that. We watched him from a distance. It was like that in the underground ruins. Attacking lizards and beggars. Even we took almost no action during the saltpeter mine battle that shocked everyone. Chief, do you think bartering counts as support? What did we do to support him? We just wanted to fight with him. As an ally. He agreed? No. Feng Peng couldn't help but raise his voice. What Xing Lingfeng said was really hard for him to accept. Ally? He will not be an ally with anyone. He is just a lone wolf. Xing Lingfeng was also annoyed. What happened to these people? Have you forgotten who they are? What benefits did Lin Yu give them? Boss. You? Chief. Do you know what you are talking about now? Yu Siyuan and Feng Peng were suddenly held down by Hui Yu again. Hui Yu sighed, but he stared at Xing Lingfeng. Chief, I didn't expect that you couldn't even think of the reason why Fei Yue couldn't be ranked in the group and is now 9th in the world rankings. That person told you from the beginning, however. Although Lin Yu did not agree to let Lin Yu be their leader. What is certain is that they are definitely not ordinary trading partners. Lin Yu is not a lone wolf. But you? Are you kidding? I'm a lone wolf. How did you get here? Xing Lingfeng felt that today was too strange. His mind that was trying to calm down was now extremely heated. Okay. I get it. You three are working together to deal with me. Right. You've already colluded. Right. You must have been bewitched by that woman. Right. Anyway, I can't see the private messages between you. I get it. You three are trying to force me to leave today. And then you three come up. Right. What you? Yu Siyuan and Feng Peng suddenly fell silent. And all three of them felt shocked. Xing Lingfeng has always been their leader. And Xing Lingfeng has indeed led them to survive from the initial snow disaster to the triple disaster of extreme heat, fire tornadoes, and hail they just passed. However, in terms of various abilities, Xing Lingfeng is only slightly stronger in various survival skills. But he has natural disadvantages in command, hunting, collection, and even strategy. He has even become a burden to the entire team on several occasions because of his age, which is close to 50. Indeed, they gathered together because of Xing Lingfeng's fame. And what Xing Lingfeng said at the beginning was that they should discuss it together no matter what happened. Later, everyone felt that there was no need to detail everything. So only some particularly important things would be sat down and discussed in detail. But everything has changed since Lily Karahao's message to persuade him to surrender came over. Xing Lingfeng first killed those people. And also killed the remaining ones who dared to resist as a warning. Then he contacted a man named Du Ping without telling them. Made a deal with him that seemed to be a total loss. And sent away lots of food. Now, he inexplicably wants to make Lin Yu and Lily Karahao enemies. And this series of things has not been discussed at all. And it is all his own arbitrary actions. What Xing Lingfeng did, and what he said just now made them finally understand that this would not work after all. If they follow Xing Lingfeng this time, he will do the same thing next time. If they don't comply, what they will receive next time may not be just groundless accusations and abuses like this. Yu Siyuan suddenly took out a bunch of things from the storage space and threw them directly on the ground. You kill people in public. Have you ever considered others? Now let these two people fight. No matter which one wins. We have nothing. The benefits can only be annexed by the winning side. And now, do you still think you have done this right? Have you asked the three of us? Feng Peng also took out a lot of things from the storage space and placed them on the ground one by one. Chief, this is the last time I will call you leader. I don't want to stay here anymore. And I don't want to be here anymore. I will take anyone away. Whether you want to stop me or not. I don't want to stay anymore. You and also said what I wanted to say just now. You kept saying you supported Linyu. But you did nothing after the Lerwick incident. I did. But now I keep saying that I want to consider all the people in the refugee village. But I always keep my word. You can clearly expel those people. After all, there is no evidence that they are Lilicarajo's people. But you still keep them. Killed. And even cut down Ronaldinho, who had been with us since the beginning, to death from serious injuries. I don't understand. And I don't want to understand. Indeed, Xing Feng, if you want to do anything, we will accompany you. But we have decided on the door of the shelter. Well, you finally said this. And together with the other two, stared at Xing Feng. Okay. You have already planned it. Right? You have been waiting for this opportunity. Right? Get out. Get out. Go find that woman. Get out. Xing Feng suddenly roared and turned around. His chair was kicked down. And even his hair was scattered. Like an injured wild dog. The three of them looked at each other and left the room, leaving Xing Feng alone with red eyes and panting. The three of them left the refuge village without any hesitation, without any obstruction. A considerable number of people in the refuge village were dissatisfied with Xing Feng. Even if he issued an order to kill 3 people, no one followed it. Where are you going next? Feng Peng looked back at the increasingly smaller refuge village and asked Hui Yu, who was walking in front. Yes. Where are we going? How about the 3 of us build a refuge village together? What do you think? Although Yuan tried hard to keep his mood high, he failed to do so. Yes. Where can we go? Go find a place first. The further away from there, the better. It's getting dark soon. Why are you two so stupid and threw so many supplies to him? Will you complain to the 2 of them? Although he acted in excitement just now, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. They have almost nothing left. And who can take them in? Suddenly, he thought of a candidate. What do you think? Hui Yu wrote a person's name on the ground. In the early morning, Linyu opened his eyes. The cycle of the 6th disaster will begin at this time. After washing and brushing his teeth, Linyu opened the system panel and looked at the system announcement. As usual, it came in the early hours of midnight yesterday. But by then, he had already laid down to rest and didn't notice. But it's upgraded again. Upgraded from 4.0 to 5.0 system. End of the 5th disaster. As of the end of this disaster, the remaining surviving population in the world, 211,578,9654 people. Please note that after this system is upgraded to the official version 5.0, various previous functions will be extensively updated. Update Content 1. The variety and number of mutated creatures have been further improved. And they are also more aggressive. The number of giant creatures has also increased. And their range of activities has been expanded. Update Content 2. More resource points will be refreshed in the wild immediately. And the quantity, scale and variety will be further increased. Update 3. The system will merge groups again to reach the standard of 400,000 people. Update Content 4. The World Trading Mall will undergo a multifaceted humanization upgrade. It will automatically recommend products based on search records. And at the same time, different rewards will be given to the top 10 based on actual transaction volume. Update Content 5. The width and height of the ancient secret door will be expanded to facilitate entry and exit. And the coexistence mode of the 2 ancient secret doors will still be maintained. Update 6. People in the same refuge village will have notes after their names. And the World Channel has added a simultaneous search function for any person's name. The next disaster will be a triple disaster. After 72 hours, a disaster warning will be issued. Again, death here is real death. Good luck to all mankind. Looking at this announcement, Linyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems that this upgrade has a lot of new changes. Chapter 373, Refuse Malice. New way to open treasure chests. The updated content doesn't seem like much, but it doesn't seem to be simple. Linyu looked at these updated rules and felt that almost every one of them was an enhancement of the previous update, but also had a deeper difference. On the surface, these so-called updates also give this survival world a higher degree of freedom, more resources, and more possibilities for exploration. At the same time, they seem to be constantly improving some mechanisms. Increasing the variety and quantity of mutated creatures makes them more aggressive and more likely to appear near refuge villages, making it easier for survivors to obtain food and treasure chests. The emergence of more resource points will also help survivors obtain more various resources and further develop. As for group mergers, although it is not necessary for groups to exist now, in fact, Every merger brings more people in the same area together, and can also promote connections in the entire area. The upgrade of the World Trading Mall has optimized the search, and will also give different rewards to those with the highest trading volume. This essentially promotes the frequency of barter exchange and allows more people to participate in barter exchange. It will further optimize and circulate resources. There will be nodes in the same refuge village. The World Channel has a name search function, which makes the communication and transactions between people more transparent, and also makes it easier to filter out some useless information. It is also possible to prevent groups like survivors from continuing to become a danger that survivors cannot recognize due to the past inability to identify. Opportunities and convenience. Even dividing and eliminating the unfavorable parts. On the surface, it looks like this. However, if you think about it a little more carefully, you will realize the malice in it. Crises often appear at the same time as opportunities. The greater the opportunity, the deeper the crisis. The number of mutated creatures has increased. By how much? With the current strength of the survivors, it should be no problem to kill a small number of mutated creatures in a group battle. But if the number of opponents increases, it may not be possible. Especially for tiger-spotted shadow deer, which are fast and powerful. 1 or 2 may not be a problem, but more will become a worry for the survivors. The emergence of strange mutant creatures forces the survivors to re-recognize and adapt to them. Refuge villages with a large number of people may not have a big problem, but refuge villages with a small number of people may enter a difficult situation later on. If there is a large group of carnivorous mutated creatures wandering nearby, the small refuge village may be trapped, or even fall into a vicious cycle due to this unexpected situation. In the end, they had to choose to merge with a larger refuge village or perish on their own. As for the more giant creatures that are updated, some refuge villages will also migrate to avoid their edge, and the various resources that appear will also make the refuge villages flock to them, and in the end they may fight. Large refuge villages will also have more advantages in this kind of battle, while small refuge villages can only fail in the confrontation between the strong and the weak, falling into a vicious cycle, either failing to recover, or being absorbed and merged by large refuge villages. As for expanding the size of the ancient gate in the secret realm, it may not be as simple as allowing large troops to pass through. Lin Yu's conjecture on this was more pessimistic. Those lizard people who have attracted various monsters inside to other worlds may also use this method to attract monsters with larger sizes and larger numbers to other worlds. Isn't this impossible? You can imagine that swarms of storm-flying lizards are all over the sky. Those big spiders that can weave webs that cover the entire street. The poisonous dragons that are like centipedes, but have indestructible armor. And the tentacles that have more tentacles that are hard to defend against. Monsters. Poisonous insects and female insects that can suck blood. Extremely fast and numerous strange rats. There are even a variety of unknown monsters in greater numbers. And they all have more convenient methods and ways to come. This is not a good thing, and may lead to even greater disasters. Finally, Lin Yu looked at the remark suffix function that almost completely separated survivors and beggars. Although it does allow the beggars to hide, relatively speaking, it also allows the beggars to find companions among themselves, thus becoming more cohesive, and the organization will be more stable. As another invisible disaster, the threat posed by lizardmen and beggars to survivors is unquestionable and must be faced. In the coming days, unless the number of lizards and beggars shrinks sharply, the harassment and attacks on survivors that have been continuing before will continue. Thinking about it from a deeper level, the system seems to have been trying to use various so-called upgrades to force the survivors to transform from individuals to alliances, from loose to collective, forcing small refuge villages to merge or group into large refuge villages. Or even in the future, there may be a life and death fight between the weak and the strong, after each refuge village is integrated into a larger refuge town, and the larger refuge town becomes a larger refuge city. City-states appear. Countries are born one after another, and after each other's attacks, they will eventually form, like the modern Earth, hundreds of giant countries. Looking back, every upgrade of the system seems to be like this. Not what everyone superficially understands. Every day in the future, I am afraid that small refuge villages will disappear, and large refuge villages will become more and more likely to appear. Lin Yu didn't think that the remaining people were fools, especially the leaders of the refuge villages. They were all human beings. Everything he could think of, these people would also think of. Moreover, powerful people like Lily Carajo have already taken action. Yesterday, Xing Lingfeng told him a piece of news that was said to be reliable. The reason why Lily Carhao, ranked second in the world, was able to develop so fast was entirely because she received sufficient assistance from the lizard people and beggars. Lin Yu still had some doubts about this. Indeed, Lily Carhao's development speed is quite outrageous. She has become second in the world rankings, far behind the third place and the subsequent asylum village. The total number of people in the refuge villages has also reached a new high. This person even used a half-threatening and half-coaxing approach towards other refuge villages, and seemed to have planted many undercover agents, causing the various refuge villages to fall into chaos. He looks like a standard villain, and it's a very ambitious one. Coupled with the information about the exact source of Xing Lingfeng, who had a good relationship with him, it put this person on the opposite side of him. If it is true, then Lily Carhao must be eliminated. There is no reason to allow a powerful and cunning human traitor to remain in the world. Her existence will threaten more aspects. But what if not? It's possible. Maybe it's a trick played by Xing Lingfeng. It's said to be exact information. But where is it exactly? Human evidence or physical evidence? Neither. Lin Yu was not stupid. He had no reason to believe Xing Lingfeng's words. Moreover, Xing Lingfeng has always maintained a very ordinary, normal and simple relationship with him. Not a relationship like Fei Yu's close cooperation, and which can be viewed as an alliance. Close? There is no such thing as intimacy. Xing Lingfeng and him were not even acquaintances, and the relationship of trust was also very fragile. Furthermore, he, Lin Yu, is prone to overthinking, and in this different world, he has developed the caution of taking one step and thinking 5 steps before doing anything, and thinking 3 steps before retreating. Therefore, in this case, if there is no definite evidence, he still has a basic distrust of Xing Lingfeng's words. Gawu. At this time, Xiaobai came out of the living room and walked to the huge window, looking at the owner sitting on the sofa next to him, who seemed to be deep in thought. He couldn't help but give a reminder. It's time to go out. Yesterday, the owner originally decided to go south in the afternoon, but the melting ice made the road difficult to navigate, so the trip had to be cancelled. In the end, because of these ice cubes, we didn't even go to the saltpeter mine. The owner was busy sorting and dismantling various materials and electrical appliances in the warehouse, and finally fell asleep late at night. As a result, when it woke up, it found that its owner seemed to have woken up early, and judging from the cold cup, it seemed that he had been thinking here for a long time. Are you awake? It's quite early. Lin Yu smiled. The sun outside had just risen not long ago. Xiaobai, a lazy man who usually sleeps for a long time, rarely gets up as early as now. Yesterday, Xiaobai and Xiaoming were supervising the work, but later they perfectly let the little ice lizards cover all the planting platforms with humus nutrient soil. After simple sowing, Lin Yu also made a new one by the way. As things, fully automatic drip irrigation equipment. The design drawing of this thing came out of the box later. It did not come out together with the design drawing of the glass greenhouse, but it seemed to be suitable for matching. So Lin Yu saw that the greenhouse's own one looked like a shower. After learning the watering mode, I built this fully automatic drip irrigation equipment. The production of this equipment requires some fiberglass, rubber, and a small amount of alloys. Coincidentally, Lin Yu has many of these. After producing hundreds of sets, he also connected these things to the greenhouse's own internal water inlet and outlet system according to the system instructions. The fully automatic drip irrigation equipment, with the correct installation, also gave sufficient and appropriate moisture to the various seeds sown by Lin Yu on the planting platform. After that, he and Xiaobai tried to fly south for a while. After being unable to distinguish the direction and specific location in a sea of ice and ice water, he finally had to return to the shelter. Then, they kept packing up the various machine parts and various good or scrapped electrical appliances that were exchanged for saltpeter and air conditioners. Of course, the alloys were not left behind. After finally disassembling everything on a high-precision research workbench last night, he also obtained an unimaginable number of various parts, as well as various alloys up to 3,722 units. Such a huge amount of alloy also completely announced that he no longer has to be restricted in the construction of various units due to insufficient quantity of alloy. The weather outside seems nice. Xiaobai, do you want to get up and exercise in the morning? Lin Yu pointed outside and made an invitation. A large bowl of rice, mixed eggs, barbecued meat, and hot vegetables was placed in front of Xiaobai. And Xiaobai immediately started to devour it. Gah! Xiaobai was very happy with this meal. He also had no resistance in front of this high-calorie and nutritious breakfast, and quickly devoured the big bowl of food. Next, open the treasure chest. Lin Yu stood up and stretched his body. There are 36 copper treasure chests, and 1 gold treasure chest. It's not a problem to keep them there all the time. Moreover, it seemed that because he hadn't opened a treasure chest for a long time, Lin Yu felt that it felt good to open it once in a while. The 36 copper treasure chests were discovered by the blind hunter that Xiaobai caught in Lake Berg the day before yesterday, while the gold treasure chest was discovered by the turtle crocodile that Xiaoming accidentally encountered yesterday while driving a heavy truck. I've been saving this for a while, so open it quickly and don't keep it. If more are revealed later, I'm afraid I'll open the box until I vomit like last time. As for letting others drive for me, Lin Yu actually thought about it. It's actually good to let Xiaobai, Xiaoming or Xiaoluzi drive for a wave. And even letting robot dogs drive for them is a new option. But then again, let's face it, it's not necessarily a white face and a black face. Even though it was a copper treasure chest, Lin Yu felt that it would be better to open it by himself. Even if it was white or black, he would recognize it. After all, no matter what you say, unboxing is annoying and time-consuming. But the feeling of pleasure when you unbox something good by yourself is not a lie. Especially when it comes to weapons that are very necessary, or various necessities that are very helpful for survival, or even various precious construction equipment. The huge feeling of pleasure can really make him excited instantly. But if you let a robot dog drive, even if it drives a tank, the feeling of pleasure will be reduced by half. Not to mention that if no good things are opened, the emotion will have an extra layer of anger towards it. But can Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the others try the copper treasure chest? After all, he doesn't value the contents too much now. It would be a pity to throw them away if they are tasteless. After placing the wooden treasure boxes and the gold treasure boxes in the living room, Lin Yu glanced at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, how about you open the treasure box once? How about trying to have a white face or a dark face? Gawa. Xiaobai looked in disbelief, pointing at himself and then at the treasure chests with his paw, as if he couldn't believe that Lin Yu actually let him open the treasure chests. Yes. Be confident. It's you, Lin Yu said. But he wanted to see what good stuff Xiaobai could come up with. Now in the shelter, there is actually no shortage of various survival materials, including food and drinking water, which can last for several years. Ga Wu. Xiaobai finally walked to a copper treasure chest, first glanced at Lin Yu, and then pointed at himself, as if he still couldn't believe it. But after seeing Lin Yu nodding affirmatively, it finally touched the copper treasure box with its paw. You got Lady Zero Sugar-Free Soda 2L Pack X2. Oh! Laid by? Nice. There is a lot of water, but the inventory of carbonated drinks is indeed very low, and it is even better to have one with this 0 degree. Good job. Keep going. Xiaobai. Lin Yu walked to the treasure chest and was about to take out the bottles and put them into the storage space, but found that the bottles of the 2 drinks seemed to be wrong. Why is it not a classic green bottle but a transparent one? Forget it. It's not important. Just this thing. This is the first time I let someone else open the treasure chest. It seems to feel good too. Chapter 374 Unboxing. New weapons continue to be obtained. Speculations on new disasters. Lin Yu put 2 bottles of lay-by into the storage space, and after a brief flash of white light, the treasure box disappeared. In a different world, treasure chests exploded by killing monsters will disappear immediately after being opened, instead of leaving anything decomposable. As for the treasure chests that are rewarded for ranking first in the rankings, or for killing giant creatures or trampling underground ruins, they will be well preserved. However, Lin Yu also left only a platinum treasure box to contain some important parts and other treasures in these treasure chests last night, and the rest were broken down into various alloys. In the end, 4 units of gold and 6 units of platinum were obtained. Ga? At this time, Xiaobai's voice rang again. It was looking at the second treasure box and then at Lin Yu, asking if it wanted to continue driving. Stand still and don't want to continue? Lin Yu expressed that he was very satisfied. The copper treasure box could bring out anything, and it seemed that Xiaobai's face was really quite white, as expected of a novice. After Xiaobai received the instruction to continue, he immediately opened the treasure chest again. You have obtained 1 gift pack X1. Roast Duck X2. Gaw! Xiao Bai was quite happy. This time he didn't ask Lin Yu anymore. He opened the third and fourth paws, getting happier and more excited as he opened them. It seems to be quite immersed in the pleasure of opening the treasure box. And it never stops holding it. This made Lin Yu seem to have a sense of déjà vu. It seems that it was like this when I first opened the copper treasure chest. When I first got copper treasure chests, I called them sweetie. Later, when silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, and even platinum treasure chests began to appear in large numbers, the new treasure chests outweighed the old ones. I really couldn't stand it. But Lin Yu looked at the contents of the 35 boxes and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems much whiter than my face. You got Coca-Cola 2L Pack Set X1, rewritable water-based pen and perpetual calendar notebook set, anti-theft alarm and number 5 battery pack X12, induction cooker X1, wooden fence design drawing X1, box snail noodles 2 sets of cured meat combinations, X10 lamp sets, X20 power strips, and 10 kilograms of low-gluten flour. Good guys. No matter which one is quite useful. It mainly contains a variety of colorful foods, as well as some furniture and design drawings. And the most important thing is, snail noodles? This one is finally available again. The last time snail noodles were sold was a long time ago. He still remembered the last time when Xiao Bai started to say, I, Xiao Bai, will starve to death. Die outside. Jump from here. And I won't eat you like shit. Something. And then I had such an aftertaste that I licked the bowl clean. It smells so good. At that time, Xiao Bai was still a small ice lizard. But now, he has grown into a giant dragon. Ga Wu. Xiao Bai instantly became excited when he saw the delicious food in Lin Yu's hand that made him think about it countless times in his dreams. Want to eat? But I guess you just finished eating. Don't make yourself uncomfortable after eating too much. Let's call Xiaoming over to eat together at noon. Lin Yu calmed his friend's restless heart, counted all the things, and took those that were easy to save to the warehouse for storage. Then he returned to the living room and looked at the last treasure box. Golden treasure chest. There is no doubt that the gold treasure chest can unlock good things. And every time something is unlocked, it can give more help to the shelter. Of course, sometimes it can also unlock various weapons and the like, allowing him to there are more choices. But speaking of it, it's quite strange that Xiao Bai didn't get any area map fragments when he opened the copper treasure chest. Since it's so pale, let's just let it open copper treasure chests, and below in the future. Let's see what this golden treasure box can bring out. You still have to do the golden treasure box yourself. And the greatest feeling is when you find something good. Lin Yu's hand also reached out to. You have obtained Rag Bull Sniper Pistol Design Drawings, Electromechanical Dart Launcher Design Drawings. Oh, Weapon X2. The luck seems to be good. I wonder if some of Xiao Bai's luck has also been shared with him. But what exactly is a sniper pistol? It only costs some alloys, plastics, resins, etc., as well as some small parts. Oh, and you need to get a scope by yourself? It's all available. After Lin Yu gathered all the required materials, he immediately chose to make it. You get the Rag Bull Sniper Pistol. Soon, after a familiar white light flashed, Lin Yu suddenly had a heavy weapon in his hand. Is this a sniper pistol? Lin Yu weighed the heavy silver white guy in his hand, looking at its large caliber barrel, the perfectly streamlined gun body, and the matching and powerful infrared sight installed on the gun body expressed his joy at having a good weapon. Unlike sniper rifles, the range of a sniper pistol seems to be somewhat compromised. But it seems that you don't have to find a suitable bunker to lie down or half crouch like a sniper rifle. You only need to use it like a pistol, no matter when and where. It makes it easier to snipe enemies. If you want to test it, try again later. First upgrade the magazine and make some bullets to prepare. The so-called being prepared is what Lin Yu will do every time. Soon, the magazine was upgraded to 20 rounds. And after 1,000 bullets were produced, he settled down and filled up the magazine. Lin Yu rubbed the sniper pistol for a while, then picked it up and made some gestures. And suddenly remembered something. Are my various weapons never maintained at all? Lin Yu remembered that TV series and movies had talked about the need for maintenance of guns. But he seemed to have never done this at all. Every time he used it, he threw it directly into the storage space, which avoided mildew, corrosion and rusty. But over time, and after heavy use, these guns will suffer from all kinds of problems. Didn't the M19 pistol suddenly jam at that time? And as a result, he almost faced an insurmountable danger? Thinking of this, Lin Yu took out the trolls and sniper rifles that had no blueprints but were always in use. Maintenance is impossible. There is no gun oil. And there is no oilcloth to clean the gun. We can only break them down into design drawings and then remanufacture them to maintain normal use. Soon, brand new trolls and sniper rifles were produced. And Lin Yu was not satisfied and made 2 or 3 more as backup. There's no harm in being extra prepared. Anyway, there are so many kinds of materials now. If they are not used on the blade, they will just gather dust here. Right? By the way, he loaded these guns with bullets. As for the sniper pistol, he decided based on its power. One way is to use this thing on your own. And another way is to put it on robot dogs and let them build a long-range attack force. No matter which one, it will be an effective supplement to the combat power. Lin Yu looked at the design drawing of the electric dart launcher again. This thing is said to be a cold weapon. But it doesn't seem right. It seems to be a mechanical launch device. Cold weapons. It seems that the only ones that can be used now are the excellent iron spears for examining monster corpses, the excellent daggers for dissection, and a lot of other things. For those who are close, use MP5 essence sprays. And for those who are far away, directly sniper. It is really not possible. There are also robot dogs for long-range or short-range guerrilla warfare. Not to mention grenade launchers and rocket launchers. You can even put on a mechanical arm and walk around with a sand eagle. Cold weapons seem to be really useless. However, once this thing is released, it will be a little itchy if it is not produced. It also requires alloy and plastic resin. But the difference is that it also requires a small generator in cloth. Naturally, there is such a thing. Lin Yu went to the big warehouse to pick one and took it over. After looking at it, he immediately chose to make it after the materials were complete. You get electric mechanical throwing knife launcher. Oh haha! This is the electric mechanical throwing knife launcher? It seems to be hanging on the arm? Lin Yu picked up the mechanical flying knife launcher that seemed to be strapped on the ground, and studied it for a while. He found that it seemed to be strapped to his arm, and it also had a glove. There is a simple red button on the top of this glove. There is a launch box on the back of the glove, as well as the upper forearm and upper arm. Each launch box contains 3 flying knives. The flying knives are all held in place by circlips, and are connected to the small power generation device at the top through several wires of different colors. The structure is quite simple. Lin Yu took out the flying knife and tested the sharpness. Awesome! The flying knife actually cut the piece of meat he took out into 2 pieces with ease. The sharpness is enough, but it still feels useless. Lin Yu put the flying knife back and looked at Xiaobai again. Xiaobai hadn't put on the combat uniform yet. Lin Yu looked at its arm for a while, and then looked at the flying knife launcher. Could this thing be equipped on Xiaobai's body, like a combat uniform? Xiaobai, do you want to try? Lin Yu handed this to Xiaobai. But Xiaobai found that even his big claws, not to mention his arms, couldn't get through it. Lin Yu identified it, and found that it could not be resized according to body shape. This is a bit stretched. At this time, Xiao Liuzi didn't know whether it was because he was sleepy or something. But he came to the living room, turned around in a daze, and fell asleep directly on the thick sheepskin. Lin Yu looked at the mechanical flying knife launcher, then gestured at its size, and suddenly realized how to use this thing. Soon, Xiao Liuzi was pulled up by Lin Yu, and then he was put on this coat, while half asleep and half awake. The positions of the 3 flying knives were just behind its head, back and near its tail. After Xiao Liuzi was woken up by Xiaobai, he was asked to go to the yard outside to try shooting a flying knife. And Xiao Liuzi, flying in the air, soon discovered that it had 9 more sharp weapons. For the time being, it seems that there is no better use. Lin Yu asked Xiao Liuzi to continue to look after the house, leaving enough food for the little guys. After briefly tidying up, he pushed open the door on the wall of the shelter. The temperature outside was quite comfortable, and there was a gentle breeze blowing. Lin Yu and Xiaobai quickly walked out of the shelter and went straight outside the shelter. At the beginning of yesterday, he had cleared away all the ice in the shelter and nearby areas, so the area was quite dry. However, the patches of green under his feet made Lin Yu couldn't help but lower his head and take a closer look. What's under your feet can no longer be called buds. After all, it would be quite impolite to call this kind of grass that is already 7 or 8 centimeters tall grass buds. Growing up really fast, and it seems like it's not just about growing up fast. He raised his head and looked around. Almost covering his entire field of vision were these reddish-brown or yellow-green plants on the ground. Originally, this place was just a wasteland, with only exposed reddish-brown soil, lifeless hay, and poisonous grass with flowers of various colors, but not much energy. But now, the wasteland has become a carpet of various colors, which is quite spectacular. He immediately opened the World Channel, and people inside were discussing the plants that seemed to grow like crazy overnight. Many people also posted photos or videos to convey these anomalies to everyone. Sure enough, is it related to plants? Linyu felt that he could confirm something now. Among the 3 disasters this time, one disaster must be related to these plants. A plant-type disaster? What could it be? I can't think of it. These plants can indeed grow at an alarming rate. But what harm can they cause? Linyu thought for a while, but couldn't think of anything. Have plant-type disasters ever happened on Earth? It won't be overwhelming pollen or anything like that, but for people who don't have pollen allergies, these things won't matter. Plants growing like crazy? So what if it grows like a tree? Linyu was puzzled. Plants, unlike animals, cannot actively attack people. Even the legendary piranha and the like are the kind that won't pay attention to you if you don't get past them. Just like the common pitcher plants and sundew, vegetables, etc., must be close enough to a certain extent for the bugs to be trapped and digested. And that can also be done to small bugs. People can easily destroy them. What's more, plants are extremely weak to fire and have too many weaknesses. Could it be that plants are not one of the victims of this disaster? Gaw! Xiao Bai suddenly flicked his tail and let out a low roar. Linyu turned his head and looked over, and found a mass of bloody flesh near the tip of his tail. He walked over and looked carefully. The beetle is quite small. It was a metallic green beetle, with patterns like white dots on its shell. It was about the size of a basketball, and its size was quite astonishing. However, this kind of thing is usually just a scavenger. Once killed, it will become a wooden treasure chest. So it is no shame. Gaw! Xiao Bai flicked his tail again, and there was another smaller metallic blue beetle. Linyu shook his head. There were so many bugs. According to the system, the number of mutated creatures had indeed increased. If he had this frequency from the beginning, he would probably start to completely dominate everyone on the first day. Xiao Bai, who put on the combat uniform, spread his wings and led Linyu to fly high into the sky. Looking down from the high altitude, his entire field of vision was flooded with green. What will happen next? Linyu looked down with some thoughts about the new disaster. Chapter 375 Ultimate Exploration. Discovery of major strategic resources. On the boundless wilderness, most of the ice and water that were still covered yesterday have now disappeared, replaced by plants all over the sky. And those ice cubes and water did not disappear completely. They gathered in lower-lying places and became small ponds, small lakes, and even water bodies with wider water surfaces. Looking down from a high altitude, these water surfaces are like huge mirrors, reflecting the blue sky. Those reddish-brown and yellow-green plants are like a huge mottled carpet, occupying the entire field of vision. This place really looks like the Earth. Linyu looked at the wasteland, hills and water on the ground, and couldn't help but think of the beautiful grasslands he had seen when he was on Earth. In this different world, I never expected to see such scenery. However, there are no cattle or sheep here. Instead, there are mutated creatures that are like little black dots, wandering around on this carpet. Moreover, the number seems quite astonishing. Gawu! Xiao Bai roared, and its flame-burning pupils stared at the mutant creatures on the ground, which were more surprising than usual in number, and seemed to be worried. Indeed, there are so many mutant creatures living just a few dozen kilometers away from the refuge. Will they pose a threat? Don't worry. It's just the quantity. Linyu comforted his friend. Compared with this, he was more worried about having to open low-level treasure chests again until he vomited. Linyu looked around again, but there was still no change in the scenery, and there was nothing noteworthy. The direction the 2 giant creatures came from was obviously this way, according to the previous rules of natural sulfur or mountains and saltpeter mines. There should be a huge mine at the center of the giant creature's original activity range, and this mine is what the system calls a resource point, whether it is natural sulfur or saltpeter ore. They are extremely important resources, which can allow survivors to master gunpowder and other technologies in the early stages, and even show their talents in previous disasters. However, he has found nothing so far. But having said that, it seems that only the first beast of burden can spit out poisonous gas and give people a high fever or something. The subsequent giant creatures are all very ordinary, just larger in size, with rough skin and thick flesh. Looking at the sparse distribution of the poisonous grass on the ground of the wasteland, Linyu still doesn't quite understand why this is the case. His high fever at that time seemed like a dream. However, he was not alone in this dream. Many people said this in the previous group and later on the World Channel. Even in the wilderness, the owner of the mysterious diary, Uncle Wang and his family, and himself had experienced fever. But Uncle Wang died, and that person was still alive. But speaking of it, the high fever that time was really outrageous. A sudden onset of illness can immediately burn a person to the point of confusion, and then quickly drain the person's physical strength, making the person extremely weak. Then the fever disappeared as if it had never been there. The whole process is quite magical. At that time, he had seen countless seeds of the poisonous herb on the giant creature, the pack oxen snake dragon. And he had also speculated whether the pack ox snake dragon had eaten the natural sulfur, and then the poisonous herb. The combination of poisonous gases can cause a person to have a high fever in an instant. But this is just his guess. Not entirely correct. After all, he later learned from the chat records on the World Channel that it was not just like this in the wasteland. Similar, high fever, situations occurred in other places. And some people died because they could not withstand it. But many people still survived. Among them, there are indeed people like Lily Callahau, Caspar and others. So is his previous guess still correct? Linyu now has no more evidence and intelligence, so he can only believe that it is true for the time being. Gawa. At this time, Xiaobai suddenly made a sound, interrupting his thinking. What's wrong? Linyu discovered that Xiaobai's flying altitude was constantly decreasing, and his speed became much gentler. After a while, Xiaobai landed on the ground. After Linyu jumped from its back to the ground, he suddenly discovered that dozens of mutant creatures that he had never seen before were surrounding him from a distance. Good guy. He's quite aggressive. Linyu had no intention of observing what these things looked like. He put on the armor and exoskeleton as quickly as possible. When he just picked up the sniper rifle, the roaring mutated creatures had already rushed to a distance of only 100 meters. And the people around him Xiaobai also rushed out at this time. As a mixture of roaring and wailing, crashing and biting sounds sounded, the surrounding area became quiet again. Xiaobai flicked his tail to shake off the blood on his arm, and his violent growls gradually subsided. Linyu looked around at the corpses of 23 mutated creatures lying on the ground, then looked back at Xiaobai, and couldn't help but secretly admire them. Xiaobai's combat power is now able to defeat these mutated creatures the size of a rhinoceros in an instant. Just as he was sighing, Xiaobai had already pulled all the mutated creature corpses over and turned them into a small pile. Each of the monsters on the ground looked extremely heavy. They all had snake-like scales, but they were black. The head is similar to that of a dog, and there is a pair of long, everted horns on the head. The eyes are red, and the fangs in its mouth look quite scary. It's a pity that it can't be eaten. Linyu examined it, and found that the meat of the mutated creature named Darusta was rated as hard to swallow. The scales did not seem to be too hard. It's no longer needed. Linyu finally collected their heads and corners, and took away all the corpses. Although it is useless, if the corpse is buried in the soil and rots, it can still attract some bugs and the like. And you can also get some wooden treasure chests if you step on the dead spot. These wooden treasure chests can be opened later by the little ice lizards, which is just right. Gawu. Xiaowai roared again, seeming to remind Linyu of something. What's wrong? Linyu didn't hear any hint of crisis in this voice. He turned his head and looked in the direction where Xiaobai's arm was pointing, and suddenly saw a river. He ran quickly towards the river with thick yellow-black river water. When he reached it, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wait! Is this crude? Crude? The systematic appraisal quickly told Linyu what an incredible thing he had discovered. It's really crude oil! Linyu looked at the extremely slow black river flowing forward in front of him, and felt an unprecedented joy and excitement. Is this actually crude oil? A river of oil? It is also a river of energy. Petroleum can be said to be the blood of modern industry on Earth, and the basis for survival. It is the so-called liquid gold. Controlling oil means development and money. It can even be said that it is one of the most important factors that can affect the economic foundation of a place. Today's science and technology are all based on petroleum. Whether it is industrial production or daily life, petroleum is inseparable. Primary petroleum, that is, crude oil, will be further refined to produce gasoline, kerosene and diesel. Heavy oil can be further refined into asphalt, fuel oil, lubricating oil, paraffin, solvent gasoline, and so on. It also produces organic compounds, which can be transformed into various chemical fibers, vinyl, plastic products, paints, and various detergents through various processes, affecting all aspects of life. It is so important. And it is also a precious energy source that all forces on Earth are eager to obtain. It can be said that before various new energy sources have achieved great development and mature applications, oil is a major strategy that can determine almost everything. Resource. I can actually find oil. My dear, am I about to take off? Lin Yu was still excited at this moment. This seemed to be the first time. With oil, you don't have to look for others to replace your various energy needs in the future. Wrong. Oil alone without the machinery to extract and refine it is useless. Lin Yu calmed down quickly. Before it can be refined, crude oil is just crude oil. When it is exhausted, it can be used as a fuel to make other things. It seems like all I can do is think about it. So, does a high-precision research workbench work? Lin Yu took a unit of crude oil and touched it to the high-precision research workbench. However, nothing happened. The workbench didn't even give any indication, whether it was decomposition or anything else. Maybe it's impossible to decompose this natural mineral? The same was true when we were experimenting with decomposing natural sulfur. Some natural sulfur ores had some gypsum attached to them, and the workbench couldn't separate them. It seems that this method is not working, and we have to find other methods. He quickly searched the World Trading Platform and found nothing relevant. As for the Survival Points platform, the same is true. The Survival Points still can't buy anything good. However, his Survival Points yesterday reached almost 60,000, which is scary and useless. Then, it seems that there are only two paths left. The first is to find ways to get high-level treasure chests. The quantity should be large. And then use your face to open a wave to see if you can open something that can help in oil mining and refining. The second is to search in the secret realm. Try your luck to see if it is possible to find oil and gas fields, and then make an exploded design diagram of the various equipment there. Or directly carry it back and study it slowly. Weakness is, the odds are really too low. The odds that high-level treasure chests will yield specific goodies, especially specific items like oil miners and smelters, are simply impressive. After all, there is no designated explosion rate. There is no so-called prize pool. It is all very random. It may be available immediately, or it may not be available even if 100 are available. As for searching in the secret realm, it's even more unlikely. How much of the oil extraction machines and smelters that have not been maintained for 50 years can be preserved is unknown. Not to mention the integrity of the preservation. Just finding them is extremely impossible. Regardless of whether it is an ordinary secret realm ancient gate or a special secret realm ancient gate, the location leading to the earth is extremely random. And judging from the pattern of entering and exiting the secret realm so many times, there is almost no one that does not lead to a city or town with a large number of humans. The only thing that was special was the small island with an airstrip. But apart from the airport, there were no traces of any industrial facilities on the island. It seems that we have reached a deadlock. Lin Yu shook his head. Before taking further action, the most he could do was to properly encircle and protect this oil reserve as his own private property. With this mentality, Lin Yu walked against the oil river toward its source area, wanting to see what was there where the oil flowed out. Indeed, it is indeed very good to be able to see this kind of resource. But without the method of mining and refining, it is useless to say anything. Soon, Lin Yu and Xiao Bai stepped on the weeds almost touching their ankles, and walked forward to the area where the crude oil was gushing out. Many places on the surface here are polluted by black crude oil, causing some places to become barren. Moreover, there is a small lake of about several thousand square meters near the source. But the lake water is clear and transparent, and there are some black substances in it. The shadow seems to be moving. Lin Yu walked around the shore of the small lake and finally found where the crude oil was gushing out. It was like a torn hole, a huge crack 7 or 8 meters long. It was unknown why the crude oil erupted outwards, although the flow rate was not fast. This oil river had flowed for nearly 200 meters. Come on. Huh? What is that? Lin Yu suddenly noticed that on one side of the huge crack, a yellow and black thing that was almost completely submerged in the oil river attracted his attention. Gawa. Xiao Bai looked at the oil river, then at the owner, and after thinking about it, he suddenly grabbed him, put him in his arms and flew up. Xiao Bai quickly made another low-altitude dive and rushed towards the yellow and black thing. Lin Yu instantly understood Xiao Bai's thoughts. He took out the Excellence iron spear. Soon, with the crisp sound of metal hitting each other, Lin Yu also discovered that something appeared in his storage space. Something huge. When Xiao Bai landed, Lin Yu looked over there and found that a huge pit had been sunk there, and crude oil was pouring into it all the time. At this time, when he looked at the things in the storage space, he couldn't help but be shocked. It's actually a giant medium-sized machine. The name is an oil mining and refining platform. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to find anything. And it won't take any effort at all. Lin Yu took Xiao Bai back a little to a flatter and spacious place, and then excitedly took out this huge thing from the storage space. Soon, a huge metal machine with a rather sci-fi appearance, but painted in yellow and black, revealed its true appearance. Good guy. This shape is completely different from what I thought. I was in the oil river just now, and I didn't realize it was so huge. Lin Yu couldn't help but admire this large machine, which was more than 10 meters high, more than 10 meters in diameter, and had a huge crane. But praise is praise. Lin Yu has never seen this kind of machine that can't be said to be anything. But it definitely shouldn't be an oil mining machine or a smelting machine. But if it works, oil extraction and refining platform damaged, well, you know it's bad. However, wouldn't it be okay if it were broken down into design drawings? Chapter 376, Beyond the Laws of Another World. A terrifying discovery. You have obtained oil mining and refining platform design drawing. A damaged oil extraction and refining platform has no value. Lin Yu is not a professional, and he has a very deep understanding of what he is capable of. No matter how strong his hands-on skills and learning abilities are, he is still an ordinary young man, not a professional technician. He is not powerful enough to repair a giant machine that he has never seen on any channel on Earth before. Degree. Therefore, it was quite reasonable for Lin Yu to choose to break it down into design drawings. Wait a minute. All the things needed for this are all kinds of alloys? Are there any materials that require a lot of effort to get? Lin Yu even discovered that although it had extremely complex parts, these parts were basically made of various alloys. Even if there were other needs, they were all made of rubber or fiberglass. Nothing special. This can simply be said to be quite good. If there are any special components that are hard to find, it would be really difficult. We have to go back and make this big guy again. Of course. We also have to get some guards. Gawu. Xiao Bai also nodded. If you want to make the most of the oil river in front of you, you can't let others get involved. Especially those lizard men and beggars. Necessary guards, such as medium-sized electric sentry machine gun stations and small ice lizards, are all suitable choices. However, there was one thing that Lin Yu was still very concerned about. Why is there such a large piece of machinery sunk in the oil river? Could it be that this place has been discovered before, and such a big guy came out of the box? Make a hypothesis. 35 days ago, there was such a big boss who opened a treasure chest and happened to open this oil mining and refining platform, and then happened to discover this oil deposit. And then, by chance, he was no longer there? Xiao Bai, do you smell anything special and noteworthy here? The more Lin thought about it, the more something was wrong. The probability of this happening is too low. Where have people gone? It couldn't have been driven by a lizard man. Growling, Xiao Bai smelled something in the air carefully, like an oversized puppy, walking around and sniffing carefully. Finally, it suddenly stretched its head to the ground. After sniffing for a while, it suddenly looked to the west. Gawu! Xiao Bai roared, waving his hand to Lin Yu to follow him. And Lin Yu immediately followed him and walked westward step by step. After walking for almost 2 kilometers, Xiao Bai suddenly stopped and pointed to the ground with his big paw. Underground? What's beneath the ground? Lin Yu looked at the soles of his feet. They were covered entirely with weeds and were extremely flat. There was no difference between them and other places. But since Xiao Bai said this, it proves that there is indeed something underneath. Lin Yu took out a shovel. This thing has been used to dig traps before. But since the courtyard wall was expanded and became 5 meters high, traps have indeed not been dug anymore. But it works really well. And it's quite effortless. Even if you don't wear an exoskeleton, it's quite effortless to use it. When the shovel went down, a large piece of soil was shoveled out where Xiao Bai pointed. And then he dug another shovel. But after 2 shovels went down, dozens of centimeters deep, nothing was seen. What's the situation? Xiao Bai pointed downward again, as if he was quite sure about what was in this place. He also took the shovel from Lin Yu's hand and dug a few more shovels. When? Suddenly, with the sound of metal collision, Lin Yu immediately looked towards the place where the sound was coming from. Metal. Lin Yu took the shovel from Xiao Bai's hand and dug around. And the entire metal was revealed. It's just a metal lid. There are specks of rust on this metal cover, but its general outline can still be seen. The round, large lid with a diameter of 2 meters looks familiar. Lin Yu remembered that the underground alloy shelter built next to his main shelter also had such a large lid at the entrance. And as long as it was opened, one could directly enter it. Underground shelter? Is there such a thing here? Lin Yu continued to clean up the nearby soil, and unexpectedly found that except for the large cover and a little area next to it, the rest was filled with soil. He continued to dig down for more than 1 meter, but the result was still the same. What's going on? Shouldn't it be directly on the wall of the shelter? Lin Yu felt even more strange. This was completely different from his own shelter. His shelter, not to mention the one on the ground. The underground one is a vast space that opens the entrance and directly enters the interior of the shelter. Although there is also a ladder. It is also a means to get down to the floor. But this shelter seems completely different. The big lid is like a beer bottle cap, and the downward part is like a bottleneck. Lin Yu thought about it, and felt that it would be more appropriate to break the door violently. Wearing an exoskeleton and a pair of mechanical arms, he tried to open the door, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. Xiaobai volunteered to fight for a long time, but there was no response. It looks like it's probably locked internally. However, this did not trouble him, since violence can't break it. Use high technology. Taking out the high-precision research workbench, Lin Yu immediately touched the workbench to the alloy door. You got 5 pieces of titanium alloy. Oh! Titanium alloy. However, just as the big lid disappeared, a gray-brown gas suddenly came out from inside. Lin Yu was hugged by Xiao Bai and jumped back a big step to avoid this sudden attack. Lin Yu also put on a gas mask the next second and stared at the hole with strange smoke coming out. Within a few seconds, it returned to normal, but Lin Yu still did not approach, but looked at Xiao Bai. At this time, Xiao Bai's sense of smell is the most acute. Gah! Xiao Bai shook his head at this moment, indicating to Lin Yu that there were no enemies inside the alloy door. What was that strange-looking gas just now? Could it be that? Lin Yu took off his gas mask and found that the air was filled with a rotten smell. This smell was very familiar to him. This is the smell of death. However, after quite a while, although the smell was extremely rancid, it was not so unbearable. He looked at the entrance of the cave, waited for about 10 minutes, put on the night vision goggles again, and took out the flashlight. There is no danger in this shelter, and the rotten smell just now proves that the survivors inside are probably dead. However, only 35 days have passed. Moreover, within 35 days, I had an alloy shelter. No, I only had an alloy shelter around 20 days ago. Could it be said that someone had drawn up the design drawing of the alloy shelter before him, and was able to make the door out of titanium alloy? And could he even successfully build this alloy shelter? In fact, this shelter may have something to do with the mining and refining platform that I collected before. No matter from any point of view, this person seems to be in the leading group. But, no. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more impossible he felt. You still have to see it with your own eyes. Otherwise it's just speculation now. Lin Yu took a deep breath and came to the entrance of the cave. Sunshine quickly told Lin Yu what was next to the entrance of the cave. It's not surprising that it's a wooden ladder, but it just doesn't match the alloy door. The 2-meter diameter large cover made it easy for him to get in. But Xiao Bai was different. Unless the little guy knows how to shrink his bones, he will never be able to get in. Lin Yu stepped on the wooden ladder, but it was crushed to pieces with the first step. How old is this ladder? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. He seemed to feel that he was facing something that was incompatible with this other world. An iron ladder was made from the iron blocks in the storage space. Lin Yu put away the old one and extended the iron ladder downwards, and soon touched the bottom. Xiao Bai, you are watching from above. Since there are no enemies inside, there is no need to worry. If anything happens, I will come out immediately. After Lin Yu finished speaking to Xiao Bai nodded with a very calm expression. Lin Yu also had a better idea. There shouldn't be any danger in this underground shelter, so Xiao Bai can rest assured. His feet stepped on the first step, and he gradually went down with his hands on it. After a while, his feet stepped on solid ground, and the flashlight in his hand was turned on at the same time. However, a hideous and terrifying skull suddenly appeared in the light of the flashlight. Lin Yu's scalp felt numb for an instant, and he took a step back while raising the spray gun in his hand. But soon, he discovered that it was just a skull on a prone skeleton with a spear stuck in its back. And then he wiped the cold sweat from his face with one hand. He took out the excellent iron spear, shined the flashlight on the skeleton in sportswear, and used the iron spear to pick out the clothes on it. However, the clothes were like a very thin brittle SHL, and it shattered directly. All at once, the spear hit the ground with a clang. Looking at the tip of the spear that was already covered with rust, Lin Yu murmured to himself, "No! No!" Lin Yu felt more and more that there was a fundamental contradiction and difference between this place and the world he knew. Could it be that? No! It's impossible? How is it possible? He squatted down and looked at the skeleton, and found that it had been covered with a layer of dust. And judging from the color of the bones, it seemed that it would take several years to become like this. However, it has only been 36 days since all mankind traveled to this different world. What is the condition of this skeleton? Lin Yu felt that his heartbeat was accelerating violently. He also remembered something that he seemed to have forgotten for a long time. Among those underground ruins, there are clay pots filled with human bones on both sides of the passage. At the time of the underground ruins, humans had just arrived in this other world. But those bones didn't seem to have appeared in a short time. No way! Lin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his face again. It seemed that something had gone beyond reality. He took a deep breath, stood up again, and shined the flashlight forward. This is a long and narrow passage. The two sides are still made of metal, but I don't know if it is alloy. At the end of the passage, Lin Yu saw another half-open door. He tied the flashlight to his arm, picked up the spray gun, and put on earmuffs. Although Xiaobai said there is no danger, he must not take it lightly. Moreover, the impact of the skeleton on him was really great, and he could also feel that there might be even more incredible things appearing in this shelter. Lin Yu entered the door with a gun, and soon he found the second, third, and fourth skeletons. They were lying and hanging in various strange postures among several tables, chairs and sofas in the room, and two of them even shattered on the floor. The same thing is that they have a long gun stuck beside or on their body, and the gun head is also rusty. But they also have weapons such as machetes near their metacarpal bones. Did something happen here? Lin Yu looked around with his flashlight, and found that the interior of the shelter was square in shape, with an area of nearly 200 square meters. There were many tables, chairs, benches, sofas and the like, which seemed to be a resting place. However, Lin Yu also noticed that there were many cylindrical water storage tanks stacked in the corners, with numbers such as 1, 2, 3 written on them with dye. This shelter seems to be different from mine and everyone else's shelter. Lin Yu sighed while searching around. Soon, he found a metal staircase going down in the corner of the room. Going down the metal stairs, Lin Yu soon came to a space similar to the one above. There were a lot of metal shelves stacked here, but he checked and found that there weren't too many things on the shelves. Most of them were decayed machinery and tools, and he couldn't find anything to eat. Search first, and then collect them all. As the saying goes, Lin Yu didn't want to miss the opportunity to collect resources, but that had to be done after searching. After continuing to look around, I found 2 more corpses with separate skulls and skeletons. They also had weapons in their hands. The cuts on the skulls and necks were obvious, and the death conditions were quite miserable. This is the same as the ones above. They were all killed. Moreover, he was killed by someone. Lin Yu checked the color of their bones and the decay of their clothes, which were the same as those above. What big thing happened here? Was it an attack? Or was it something internal? Without exception, these skeletons all had their heads facing the direction of the door, and one even ran all the way to the ladder. This made Lin Yu feel that there should be an internal problem, or the enemy had invaded from within. But it doesn't matter. The appearance of these bones is definitely not what they will look like in just a few dozen days. Lin Yu looked at the stairs that continued to go down, and then walked over. After reaching this level, he found that he had entered a new space. There's more space here. And there are more skeletons too. Chapter 377, The Underground Tomb. A mystery like a mess. After entering the third underground space, Lin Yu found that it seemed to be much more open than the 2 floors above. It's about 300 square meters and up, but there are really enough bones. The light of Lin Yu's flashlight swept around, confirming the surrounding situation. in order to confirm whether there was enough oxygen. He also lit the torch. And the scenes in front of him were indeed terrifying. He saw miserable skeletons lying on the ground one after another. Some had various weapons inserted into their bodies. Some had their heads flying to unknown places. And some even had round holes on their skulls. The various decorations on this floor are all kinds of tables, chairs, sofas, and the like. There are also what look like weapon racks against the wall, with some swords and guns stuck on them crookedly. But they are not neat. As for the walls of the shelter, they have also been changed from alloy to stone, which looks a lot rougher. Moreover, Lin Yu always felt the breeze coming from here, but he didn't know where it came from. The light of the flashlight shone at the corner of the room and found something different. After Lin Yu walked over, he found an open door. He looked inside and found that there were all neatly arranged single beds. More than 40 pictures. The single bed was still covered with dust. And in the light of torches and flashlights, Lin Yu discovered that there were 11 dead bones inside. Of course, they all have more or less fatal injuries. And they range in age. Something indescribable must have happened here. It's so tragic. Lin Yu sighed again. There were too many dead bodies here. There were a total of 27 skeletons on this floor. Their terrifying postures made Lin Yu seem to have witnessed the scene of a tragedy. They were all hit in vital parts. And some of them should have been shot in the head and died directly. He shook his head. Maybe what happened here was not just a tragedy, but maybe a bigger one. An unacceptable tragedy. Looking around, Lin Yu found nothing worth noting. This larger area should be the functional area of the residence. The upper floor is the warehouse. The first floor is probably the dining area. As a shelter, it is indeed planned. It's not very good, but it's safe enough. However, there are so many skeletons here. Looking at the footprints on the dusty floor behind him, Lin Yu once again had doubts about how long this place had existed. No matter how you look at it, the tragedy that happened here definitely lasted more than 35 days. Who could open an alloy shelter in 35 days? Is it possible to build such a hidden and deep underground shelter? There's even an oil extraction and refining platform. Moreover, the time of death of these people is also a mystery. But there was really too little evidence at hand. Although Lin Yu had doubts in his heart, he had no direct evidence to prove the terrible conjecture in his mind. Lin Yu finally shook his head, walked to the downward stairs, and then went down to the next floor. At this time, a sudden breeze blew, and the torch in his hand floated in another direction. This proved that there should be an outlet for ventilation, which also explained the source of the breeze above. However, Lin Yu didn't care about this. Under the light, he was staring closely at the space in front of him that was occupied by dozens of wooden shelves and was much smaller than the upper floors. The light of the fire and the flashlight illuminated the wooden shelf, and the things placed on it turned out to be books. Books? And many of them are in Tang Dynasty characters. Lin Yu picked up one at random and found that the cover said some key points of strawberry cultivation. He picked up another book, and it was similar. There is quite a lot of dust on these books. But it seems that due to moisture, most of the books are deformed, and many pages are stuck together, making them worthless for collection. It seems that the people in the shelter must have gone to the secret realm to collect a lot of books, and then made it into a library for the convenience of reading. The torch is shown in a circle, and the surrounding shelves were full of books. It really made him feel like he had entered some kind of library. Lin Yu continued to search forward. The light of his flashlight shone toward the deepest place between the bookshelves and found a dark thing there. As he got closer, he suddenly saw that it was a withered skeleton sitting on a chair. This withered body was wearing a windbreaker and jeans underneath, and there was a large amount of blood on these two light-colored clothes. It was lying on the chair with its body tilted, one hand hanging on the chair, and the other one hangs from the armrest of the chair and is kept in a reclining position. Is that a pistol? Lin Yu walked over and saw a pistol lying on the ground under the hand bones hanging outside the armrest. Looking at the side of the withered skull, there was a round bullet hole. Lin Yu picked up the pistol and found that it was a wheel type that he had never seen before. Among the 6 bullets inside, only one bullet was missing. Looking at the bullet hole on the skull, he seemed to understand something. Did this person seem to kill himself with a pistol? Looking at this withered skeleton, Lin Yu seemed to understand something. So those things outside, were they done by this person or someone else? The exit of the shelter is blocked. So, Lin Yu almost deduced the whole story of the tragedy here. But there were still some things he couldn't understand. But what exactly caused this to happen? The torch suddenly crackled twice at this time. Lin Yu looked at the flame swaying backwards, and walked in the opposite direction of its swaying. As a result, he found a fist-sized crack in the corner of the wall, which was filled with coldness. A gentle breeze also continued to come from it. This gap is not big, but it is big enough for something to come in and out freely. Yes, it's the bugs and lizards that are the little things in this world that are responsible for decomposition. Linyu looked back at the skeleton and remembered a similar situation before. The Bergs. At that time, what he saw in the mine underground of Berg's shelter were the bones of the Berg couple. They obviously hadn't been dead for long, but not even a bit of flesh on their bodies was gone. And naturally no other tissues were left, leaving only two skeletons nestled together. The lizards and beggars who died in Area C in the underground ruins also became secondary skeletons in a very short period of time. The reason is that they are eaten at extremely fast speeds by the numerous and ubiquitous scavenging bugs and small lizards. It seems that the reason why these corpses turned into skeletons has probably been found. Normally, decomposition in this closed shelter would be an extremely long process. And no matter what, there would be residues such as hair or nails left behind. But none of these corpses were like this. I'm afraid that this crack is the entrance and exit made by those little bugs and lizards. After all the people inside died and gave off a rotten smell, they also flocked to it. In the end, only these skeletons were left here. They then left through this crack. Linyu put on his night vision goggles and shined a flashlight into it. Unexpectedly, he discovered that opposite the crack was a rather wide space. Does it lead to somewhere? Linyu took out the diamond pickaxe and knocked it a few times. The crack quickly turned into a passage for him to enter alone. After knocking to a depth of less than half a meter, he also entered this wide space. However, he suddenly found that this place seemed familiar. Is this torch similar to the one in the underground ruins? Linyu looked at a torch on the wall. It was very similar to the one in the underground ruins. Looking around, the stone brick walls, floor, and ceiling are also made of stone. There were torch marks on the wall, one a few meters apart. Although they were all extinguished, they were quite regular. Good guy. Are we really here at the underground ruins? Linyu took out the spray gun and prepared for battle again. He continued to tie the flashlight to his arm and picked up the torch to check around. A large rectangular space with no exits or passages on the four walls. But, what is that? Linyu suddenly discovered that there was a dark hole on the ground, 2 or 3 meters long and wide, square, and there were steps extending downward. A sense of déjà vu suddenly flooded into his mind. It seems like, been here before? This underground entrance seems to be the passage I went down when I first went down to the underground ruins. And this large space is also similar. Wait. No way. Linyu felt his scalp numb. This strong sense of déjà vu made him eager to open the system panel and immediately looked at the regional map. As a result, I was shocked to discover that this was actually Area F of the underground ruins. And it was the large space he came to when he first passed through the stone gate of the underground ruins. However, this hole was located in another corner. And at that time, I didn't realize that there was a crack here. Good guy. Linyu called him a good guy. Unexpectedly, the actual distance between Area F of the underground ruins and my shelter is only a few dozen kilometers. Moreover, this mysterious underground shelter can also lead to this underground ruins. Is this a coincidence? The underground ruins are intricate, mysterious and dangerous. Linyu once imagined how many meters underground the lizard man's underground ruins would be. But he never imagined that the underground ruins here might really be only dozens of kilometers away from his refuge. Area F of the underground ruins is connected to Area C and Area C2 of the underground ruins through the Ice Lizard Cave. Based on this calculation, it is actually closer to my refuge than imagined. Could it be that the stone gates of underground ruins usually appear near shelters? No. I met Xingling Feng and the others back then, and their shelters were much further away than here. Linyu did not continue to explore. There was nothing worthy of nostalgia in this place that he had trampled. After all, he had taken everything he needed to take, and not a single lizard man was left. Although a new mystery has been born, this is not what we should think about now. After returning to the shelter, Linyu blocked the crack with stones and built an extremely thick iron wall. Then, he walked towards the skeleton lying on the chair. Even if these corpses had been eaten clean by small insects, the dark yellow color on their bones and the thick layer of dust could not have been formed in just a few dozen days. So, the key to the decryption may be near the bones, or in this shelter. Linyu looked at the skeleton and searched around carefully, but found nothing. The bookshelf was full of books. Linyu put every book into the storage space. The system did not make any special beeps. It kept telling him that they were just books with different names. Naturally, nothing was found when those bookshelves were put into the storage space. These decayed and deformed wooden shelves were almost to the point where they would fall apart at a touch. And they did not hide anything. After putting all the books and bookshelves in this space into the storage space, Lin Yu found nothing on the ground. Finally, he looked at the dead skeleton leaning on the chair. That's all that's left. According to his previous reasoning, a tragedy once happened here. The corpses on the floors above were all killed by a single blow, or had their heads chopped off. The method was quite cruel. Not even one of them survived. The direction of escape was also towards the exit. They should have been killed by someone behind them. Chased and killed. Moreover, the alloy door of the shelter is locked from the inside. And there is no other exit here. So it is certain that the murderer is among these people. Among all the skeletons here, the only one who wasn't killed by someone else was the one lying on his back on a chair with a round hole in his head and a pistol on the ground. It must have been that this person had some kind of illness. After locking the shelter, he had to kill the people inside one by one. In the end, he was left alone. And then he committed suicide. But that might be the answer to the matter. But it's not the answer to the mystery of this refuge. The age of their bones and the dust on the ground were so strange. Even if they were really killed from the first day, their skeletons would never have aged to this extent. Somehow, they should be gray-white. Just like the Bergs. Maybe things will be more complicated than imagined. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu looked around the withered bones again. There was nothing of note about the chair or anything else around it. And there was no message left on the wall behind it. All that's left is this giant withered bone. Lin Yu observed it carefully, and suddenly found that the left chest and abdomen of the windbreaker worn by dry bones seemed to be somewhat bulging, as if there was something inside. Lin Yu put on his gloves, held a dagger in his hand, and gently pulled the button windbreaker. The rag of the windbreaker was cut instantly. Lin Yu cut the bulge around the place with 3 strokes. After cutting it for a while, the contents of the dress soon fell off. With a clang, the thing hit the chair and made such a sound. Lin Yu's first thought was that of a book. However, when Lin Yu picked it up, he discovered that it was really not a book. Diary? Another diary. However, after opening the contents, Lin Yu couldn't help but take a breath. What? How could it really be like this? It's a lie. Are we really not the first? Chapter 378. Incomprehensible diary contents. Impossible person. End calendar 3rd day. I finally opened the treasure chest today and found a diary that I can write in. The pen and ink set I opened yesterday seems to be useful. However, can anyone tell me why I can get the so-called treasure chest by killing those disgusting monsters? What's a treasure chest? I haven't seen a single person in the past 3 days. Where did the other 100 million people go according to what system they claim to be? Where is this? Also, what is that thing that appears in midair in front of your eyes? It doesn't feel like the technology of our time. The past 3 days have felt like years. This dilapidated house that the system mentioned is called a shelter. It is worse than the mud house in my hometown. It is said that there is some kind of disaster predicted tonight. What on earth is it going to do? Also, how come everything can be put into this so-called inventory? Where is this place? This is a nightmare. I want to go back. My mother still has to rely on me to support her. End calendar 8th day. It is already the 8th day since I came to this so-called different world. I feel that I have completely adapted to this place. But I still have not found a way to go back. Writing a diary seems to be the only way I can find to relieve my worries and loneliness. In the past 8 days, I still haven't seen anyone. And I can't even find a way to contact anyone. I only know that there are 100 million people in this world with me. And after yesterday, after the disaster, there are less than 70 million today. The system releases various announcements every day. And almost every once in a while, I will take a look at the so-called updates or various information. But I'm very suspicious. Why doesn't the system have a function that makes it easier for everyone to contact you? It's like a BP machine, a paging station, or a mobile phone. I saw people using it on the street. It's very convenient. If that doesn't work, there should be an ordinary phone. Right? But it seems that no such thing exists at all. I wonder if there will be any future updates? Speaking of yesterday's disaster, it is also a bit confusing. I didn't care about the locust plague itself. But on the 6th day after seeing locusts as big dogs in this world, I didn't think so. So on the 6th day, I blocked all the gaps in the stone shelter, stored a lot of food, and even dug a basement and blocked the hole with stone boards. After ventilating it, it seemed like extremely safe. After sleeping there for a night, the disaster was over, and I became one of the 70 million people who survived. Still quite lucky. By the way, at night, the number of those monsters also increased, but it was still acceptable. The probability of killing those strange bugs and getting a wooden treasure chest was still high. After all, the number was there. By the way, the system says it will be updated tomorrow. I wonder what new features there will be. End calendar 15th day. I moved. The place where I stayed before had too few resources, and the disaster was so outrageous. Even after the incident, the water had not receded, turning the area near my shelter into an isolated island. It was outrageous. I made a boat with the materials I had and left with everything I had. After walking on the grassland for almost 2 days, I met someone in this new place. And like me, he is also from the Tang dynasty. Haha. I finally saw someone of the same kind. I met several big lizards standing up with stone axes before, which scared me to death. She was also forced to move due to the flood disaster, and was looking for a new place. I tried to invite her to live in a shelter with me, so that the two of us could take care of each other. Of course, I will still abide by the 3 chapters of a gentleman's contract. The eldest girl is 3 years older than me, so we must abide by the rules. Having said that, the new functions added to the system before were really a bit like a BP machine and a paging station. They also gave the contact numbers of everyone in the group of 10,000 people, but they could only send 30 messages a day. The communication was really not easy. The system is so far ahead of human science. So why not invent a function that makes communication more convenient? It's like the kind of message board in school where anyone can leave a message, or when talking to someone alone. It's like making a phone call. End calendar 20 Nineth. Xiaomin and I welcome new members. Lao Sun and Cricket. More members is a good thing. After all, more people are more powerful. The more people there are, the easier it will be to survive. Cricket was tall and mighty, and looked very powerful. But Old Sun was much worse. And he came with almost nothing. Really. With Xiaomin's support, I became the leader of our 7-person shelter. Everyone listened to me and respected me. This was something I had never thought of before. Xiaomin is very capable, and she is like a good wife to me. I never thought that I, a bachelor in my late 30s, would be able to find such a wife in a different world. Who can say for sure about things like this in life? Xiaomin always keeps the shelter in good order, can cook, and is also a good hunter. Everyone is envious of me, which feels really good. It was thanks to her that we managed to survive yesterday's disaster smoothly. Xiao's son was almost blown away by the strong wind. If Xiaomin hadn't made a quick move, our shelter would have lost its labor force. By the way, the system also released information today, saying that there are only more than 43 million people left in the world. Half of the people were missing this month. I suddenly felt a sense of despair. I want to go back now, but I don't want to go back. I can find my mother when I go back. But where is Xiaomin? End calendar 38th day. We are moving again. The reason is not that the disaster has damaged our extremely sturdy shelter, but that we have discovered a new resource. Oil. After defeating monsters, even those lizard-faced people, the number of treasure chests we can get has never increased. And it seems that there is no way to improve this luck in this world. Although there are few treasure chests, the things that can be found are quite good, whether it is food or tools, or even some things that we could not imagine. We are quite excited when they are found. For example, the revolver I always have on my waist, called Colt, is what I can get out of a treasure chest. That foreigner from Cricket seems to be able to make bullets. We have brass and the like. And we also have the design drawings for gunpowder. Finally, we also successfully found saltpeter and sulfur, and successfully made bullets. So my gun is not used now. No shortage of bullets. Moreover, when I have enough bullets, I can take it out hunting when I have nothing to do. The accuracy is now quite good. By the way, there are already 15 people in the shelter. When did there become so many people? However, when my Xiaomin gives birth to our child, we can add one more. The young man named Xing Lingfeng who joined before is very strong and has outstanding abilities in all aspects. Although he is young, he is a qualified deputy. The day before yesterday, 8 of us came out of the shelter and explored the surroundings in pairs. Lu Cheng and I walked through the forest and crossed a mountain. After walking for 2 days, we found this land where birds don't shit. There is actually a black river in the wasteland. Lu Cheng said it was oil. so we both took some back. And the rest of us were sure it was oil. The new function released by the system a few days ago is said to be tradable. What will happen if we can add oil? I suddenly felt that maybe I wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. How important things like oil are. I know, even though I haven't read a book for a few years. So our main task today is to pack up and take the entire shelter away. 4 of the remaining 6 people who went out have returned. Lao Sun and Xingling Feng have not come back yet. I don't know where they went. I left a note for them, which was pressed with a big stone. They couldn't see it. Lao Sun doesn't care. Xingling Feng has a very strong fighting ability, and he will be in big trouble if he can't come back. By the way, the disaster has changed from this time to once every 15 days. And I can finally relax a little faster. End calendar 41 ST. Lao Sun is back. But Xingling Feng is not. Lao Sun said that the direction they were going was to the small lake in the opposite direction to us. And it would take about a day's walk to get there. There, they actually found a strange door on the shore of the lake. The door was made of wood and surrounded by brick walls covered with vines. It didn't look like it had been built by someone somewhere. There was nothing on the other side of the door either. It felt like a prank. Lao Sun added that after they curiously opened the door, they found that the opposite side of the door was not the small lake, but a big mountain. The 2 of them entered the mountain and saw many animals, bugs and plants that were originally on the earth. Instead of the monsters and strange plants in this ghost place, the 2 people hurried back. After finally returning to the original shelter location, they saw our message and knew that we were here. As a result, as soon as Lao Sun was about to set off, Xingling Feng said that he had lost something and asked Lao Sun to go forward first. And he immediately followed. I asked Lao Sun what happened next. And Lao Sun said that he was too tired from traveling at that time. So he found a tree to rest and asked Xiaoxing to go back quickly. If he couldn't find it, he would have to come back within an hour. But Xiaoxing never came back. Lao Sun went back to look for it, but he couldn't find it. So he quickly found it. I feel that Lao Sun is lying. Did he kill Xiaoxing? After all, he found a strange door and left something behind. This reason sounds too lame. Lao Sun swore that the door definitely existed. Seeing that I didn't believe it, he said he would immediately go back to find Xiaoxing and bring him back. I discussed it with others and decided to send 5 people to look for it together with Lao Sun. Anyway, we can march at night. If we wear protective equipment, there will be no problem. Even walking at night is not impossible. End calendar 44th day. The disaster was still early, so we didn't need to worry about the disaster. We marched in a hurry and finally arrived at the lake. But we couldn't find Xiaoxing, let alone the door that Lao Sun mentioned. How dare this old guy? Lao Sun. Lie. Fooled me? Xiaoman said that although this incident was bizarre, Lao Sun had been with us for a long time and shouldn't be able to lie. But I feel that this matter cannot be tolerated. Although Xiaoxing has just arrived, he is much better than this old guy in all aspects. And he also brought us a lot of supplies. If he just disappears without any reason, is it over? This old guy had nothing when he came. Lost a go-getter and left behind an old guy, buying and selling at a loss. I must find a reason to drive this old guy away when I turn around. End calendar 59th. Oil can only be mined manually. At the beginning, we could collect it as a group of people and sell the crude oil to those who wanted it, but didn't know what to do, in exchange for a large amount of food, water, and some tools. I have forgotten which round of disasters this is, but the total population has dropped to less than 30 million. I don't know whether this is faster or slower, but I think humans are still quite tenacious. Our shelter is located 2 kilometers away from the oil mine, and we chose to build a shelter underground instead of above ground. The ground is not safe, and if it is built like a building, it probably won't be able to survive the hurricane disaster that follows. The underground shelter currently has 2 floors. We feel that the entrance cannot be designed according to the system. It should be like a submarine. It seems safest to have the entrance vertically like a well. This was all Xiaoman's idea, and I listened to her. Our children seem to be growing up slowly. Then build a slightly longer passage so that enemies can retreat indoors if they come. The main shelter will be made of alloy. As for, this was also Xiaoman's idea, and I listened to her. By the way, Lao Sun ran away to who knows where after he went out. Did he die? End calendar 83rd day. More than 30 of us. Together we killed a huge monster, 2 or 3 stories high, like a dinosaur drawn in a book. The system of this thing was only updated a few days ago. We really used a lot of methods. Only then did he lead it to the swamp. If it weren't for this, I really wouldn't be able to kill it. As a result, the monster died without leaving the treasure chest. The system notified me that I got a treasure chest and said it was made of platinum. As a result, we really found a good thing. Moreover, it is also a platform that can mine and refine crude oil. After installing it, we not only got gasoline, diesel, etc., but also some unknown things. Xiaoman said they were all useful and should be kept. End calendar 142 Indie Day. Disaster? That kind of thing doesn't exist in this shelter. All kinds of disasters can only be avoided in this absolutely safe refuge. Thanks to Xiaoman. There are still over 20 million people in the world. Isn't that too small? Some people came to the shelter. Some died. And now these 42 people are all very strong partners. Recently, we found thousands of books in an abandoned shelter. I don't know how the previous owner got them. I thought it was useful. So I opened another floor underground and turned it into a study room. It was pretty good. By the way, we killed another huge monster. And from the platinum treasure chest it exploded. We got dozens of kilograms of nitrocellulose. Cricket said this thing could replace black powder and be more powerful. Xiaoman said that he would help me exist in a space that would not explode easily, and that it would not deteriorate for decades. Is it true or false? End calendar 302 Indie Day. Xiaoman was actually about to give birth, and she was born prematurely. Fortunately, Claire knew how to deliver the baby, and the baby was born smoothly. But the child is dark-skinned. I killed Cricket, the only dark one among us. Die! Die! Damn it to me! Xiaoman confessed that she and Cricket were getting along. Everyone else knew that. And everyone regarded Xiaoman as the leader here. Not me! Am I a clown? Turns out I'm a clown. Die to me. End calendar day 369. After 2 months, I came back here again. The air was filled with the smell of rot. I just took a look and saw that I was the only one left in the world. The system did not give me, the only survivor, any reward. I wandered around like a lonely ghost for a long time, and finally returned to this sad place. Living seems to have no meaning at all. It seems that it's time for me to leave too. It's so funny and ridiculous for me to write these diaries. Ha ha ha. Everyone is dead. All dead. Ha ha ha. Chapter 379 Collection of the Doomsday Bunker. The key to solving the mystery. How can this be? Lin Yu closed the thick diary. And at this moment, it was as if he was in a dream. Everything recorded in it was almost equal to the most terrifying thought he had just thought. Moreover, it is more bizarre and magical. He closed his eyes, feeling that his original understanding of this place was on the verge of collapse. The countless information and intelligence revealed in the diary that was inconsistent with the current survival game in another world made Lin Yu doubt everything, and made him fall into deeper thinking. Lin Yu took another look at the withered skeleton in front of him. According to what was said in the diary, not long after this person traveled to this different world, he met a female survivor. After that, as more and more survivors entered the shelter, their team grew bigger and bigger. This woman established a relationship with a female survivor, and after moving twice, she settled down in a place far away from the oil mines. In the end, she originally thought that her child with the female survivor was the child of another black man. He went crazy, killed everyone, and finally killed himself in this study. However, these are obviously unimportant things. In this diary, other information that was completely unfamiliar to him was more important. Lin Yu read the diary again, took out his pen, and wrote some noteworthy keywords in his diary. But he found that these keywords could not be finished in 3 or 4 pages. After entering this shelter, mysteries appeared one after another, and each one even made him doubt the world. The entrance to the shelter buried under the soil, the body that had obviously been dead for more than 35 days, the clothes that were almost broken at the touch of a touch, the dust everywhere. This place was like a huge whirlpool of mystery, easily swallowing up all the various understandings that Lin Yu had originally established in this world. If this diary can be judged to be authentic, no, this calendar and these bones can basically prove that everything in this shelter and our survival this time are two things that exist in time and space. The diary's handwriting and the preservation of the paper have considerable traces of time. It definitely could not have been made in 35 days. Regardless of everything else in this shelter, it all shows that this place is strange and different. Lin Yu was silent. He tried to calm down his excitement and focused on thinking. In his mind, He tried to piece together these keywords and various information to find the closest truth. So, this is not the first time that human beings have traveled to this different world to survive. There was such a time decades ago. And specifically, it should be nearly 30 years ago, when 100 million people came this world. Judging from the information recorded by the owner of this diary about BP machines, paging stations, Big Brother, etc., the last batch of people who came to this other world to survive were led to this other world by the system nearly 30 years ago. The evidence is that the owner of this diary does not have the slightest knowledge or understanding about network, and so on. And the system is also quite complete, giving this wave of 100 million survivors a more suitable communication platform and trading platform. 30 years ago, this group of people was transported to another world. Although I don't know where this number of people came from. After these people came to the other world, it was much easier to survive than it is now. After all, they can move around freely even at night, and there seems to be no shortage of food and water. Moreover, the cycle of their disasters was even later extended to once every 15 days. Various resources seemed to be easy to find. Even giant creatures appeared much later than now. Lin Yu kept recording the conclusions of his analysis in his diary. After they easily used the platinum treasure chest to get out of the oil mining and refining platform, they were finally completely eliminated on the 369th day in this different world. They also found the ancient gate of the secret realm and encountered the lizard people. Although this diary is filled with a lot of water and descriptions that have nothing to do with important information, there are indeed many things worth noting. Especially, Lin Yu wrote the words, Xinglingfeng, in his notebook and drew a circle. This should not be a name that appears in this diary, but it is actually mentioned. This can be said to be the biggest mystery in this diary. Moreover, from the time Xinglingfeng joined this shelter until he disappeared, almost every day there would be something written about him in the diary. Xinglingfeng in the diary is in his 20s and is not very talkative. However, he has higher abilities than ordinary people in all aspects of survival and is quite obedient. Therefore, the owner of this diary values him very much and treats him very well. He was extremely trusting, and even spent several days searching for Xinglingfeng when he disappeared, and therefore had some grudge against Lao's son. Xinglingfeng's description of his disappearance is even more mysterious. According to what Old Sun said in the diary, Xinglingfeng was a thief. When he and Old Sun went to a small lake together, they found a strange door that led to a strange mountain with plants and insects on the earth. The results were two. When the people returned to the shelter, they found that the shelter had been moved, and they were explicitly told that it was because oil had been found. After that, Xinglingfeng made an excuse to look for the lost things and disappeared since then. When the shelter owner led others to search with Lao's son, the strange door disappeared, and the search for Xinglingfeng also ended. But, Xinglingfeng, this name has appeared again now, and it just happened to be one of his few friends in the chat group, and he is also the leader of his refuge village, with which he has relatively close communication. Could these two Xinglingfeng be the same person? There shouldn't be many people with the same name as Xinglingfeng. And even if there are people with the same name, how many of them will be strong and capable of surviving? Moreover, judging from the various information he has now, the disappearance of Xinglingfeng in the diary can actually be explained by a bold hypothesis, since all the functions of that system are extremely imperfect, and many of the functions that have appeared very early today were almost experimental in nature at that time. The function of the secret realm ancient gate is probably not as good as now. It's so seamless and drillable. The strange door that Lao's son and Xinglingfeng found by the lake was undoubtedly the ancient secret door leading to the earth. But it was very likely that the ancient secret door at that time was not connected to what he and other survivors encounter today. This is at least what the earth will look like 30 years from now. Instead, it is very likely that it will lead directly to the earth of the original era, and there is even no rule to force it back. Therefore, Xinglingfeng most likely returned to earth through this ancient secret door, and then hid for a long time before finding that he did not go back to another world. He relied on his extraordinary survival awareness and skills developed in another world, became a world-renowned outdoor survival expert very early on. Later, after the 7 billion people on the earth came to this different world again, he was able to successfully adapt here as quickly as possible, and led a group of survivors very early on, becoming the strongest person in this different world. One of the teams. Evidence? In fact, there are indeed some. Lin Yu still remembered that in his first few transactions with Xinglingfeng, he needed gasoline, a very rare resource. At that time, He only found one person on the entire group's trading platform who could provide a large amount of gasoline. After the transaction, when he was faced with problems with pistol bullets and a lack of raw materials for making bullets, Xing Lingfeng took out nitrocellulose that was generally unimaginable to be found. And the quantity was huge. After that, he traded a lot of gasoline with Xing Lingfeng. Even in terms of diesel, Xing Lingfeng also had a lot of storage. Xing Lingfeng also spent several consecutive disasters in an extremely low-key manner. It can even be said that this Xing Lingfeng almost had quite a wealth of disaster response plans, as if he had experienced them before. Just like the last terrible triple disaster of extreme heat, hail and fire tornadoes. Xing Lingfeng didn't say anything superfluous from the beginning, but went through the disaster silently, without even asking for any help. By searching the world channel, he found that Xing Lingfeng didn't even say anything. Lin Yu took a deep breath. There is actually considerable overlap in the keywords of various intelligences between the two Xing Lingfeng. Gasoline, diesel and nitrocellulose. These are all things written in the diary of the original shelter owner. And my Xing Lingfeng quickly acquired these at the beginning of the disaster and succeeded after the first disaster the establishment of a refuge village, coupled with the inextricable relationship between the two Xing Lingfeng. It's hard not to think too much. Lin Yu felt that if it was true, then this matter was really terrifying. If the Xing Lingfeng on his side is the same Xing Lingfeng, then this person is equivalent to having experienced survival in another world twice. He already has a lot of knowledge and experience. But he is really hidden. After 369 days, the original owner of this diary said that he was the last person left in the world, which may not be accurate. There were too many bugs in the survival system at that time. Like this Xing Lingfeng, like that old grandson who disappeared inexplicably. They might have slipped through the cracks. But in the end, these are just conjectures. It is even said that it is a forced explanation. After all, everything in the world will not develop according to what he said. These hypotheses are actually just speculation. God! At this time, Xiaobai's shouts came from above, which seemed to be quite urgent. Lin Yu looked at the withered bones again, put away the chair, and quickly returned to the entrance from here, where he met Xiaobai, who was quite anxious. What's wrong? Little guy, are you worried about me? Lin Yu smiled and jumped out from the entrance of the underground shelter. The sky outside is very blue. Breathing the fresh air, he looked at the entrance of the underground shelter again, feeling that what he had just experienced inside was like a nightmare. However, the diary left by the withered body in his hand told him that this was not a nightmare. All kinds of things that were contrary to the current different world were still swirling in his mind, making him feel doubtful and confused about everything now. Ga Wu! Xiaobai glanced at the entrance, then looked at Lin Yu, as if he didn't understand why the owner stayed inside for so long without coming out. After all, there is nothing else here except the smell of death. Xiaobai, I don't know how to tell you. This world doesn't seem to be as simple as we imagined. He went down inside again, starting from the underground level and ending at the 4th underground level. He searched the entire shelter again, collected everything he could get, and replaced the rags with survival points. However, he did not obtain anything similar to that diary, nor did he collect any supplies. He couldn't find any of the things mentioned in the diary, whether it was diesel, gasoline, or nitrocellulose. After getting out again, Lin Yu stroked the entrance of the shelter without the alloy cover, thinking about how to deal with this place. When suddenly, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Whether to fold the Doomsday Bunker. Doomsday Bunker? The system made the same mechanical sound that he had made when collecting unmanned shelters. Doomsday Bunker. It has a completely different name from Sanctuary. Is this the name of the original Sanctuary? Or is it that the original owner of the diary and the female survivor named Xiaomin designed this underground shelter and was recognized by the system as another type of refuge building? Whether to fold the Doomsday Bunker. After Lin Yu thought about the general structure and orientation inside, he took Xiaobai to stand on the other side. Confirmed folding. A white light suddenly flashed, and bursts of rumbling sounds erupted on the ground. The soil on the ground continued to sink downwards, and Lin Yu was caught by Xiaobai and flew into the air. At the same time, a light blue blueprint also appeared in his hands. The design of the Doomsday Bunker? Lin Yu imagined the huge 4-story space below, as well as the safe enough corridors and the entrance to the deep and narrow shelter, and felt that he had gained a lot this time. He looked at the ground, under the billowing smoke, in the large pit that suddenly appeared on the ground. Some bones were tumbling and covered by the floating soil, and his heart was quite complicated. This is the last remaining group of people from the last survival game. And this is also their final grave. His own arrival took away the secrets and the doomsday bunker where these people were buried. He thought of the last words in the diary written by the owner of that diary. He is the only one left in the world. And the meaning of living becomes meaningless. Xiao Bai, go back first. We have to go back to the shelter to get all the necessary materials. We need a new doomsday bunker here. Gawu. Xiao Bai just responded softly. It spread its wings and flew over the vast grassland. Its ruby-like eyes looked at everything on the earth and in the sky. The black river flowed slowly. And the large pit with no smoke and dust floating around was also behind them, waiting for their arrival again. Xingling Feng. As Lin Yu read this mysterious name, he remembered that not long ago, this person seemed to want to instigate opposition between him and Lily Kalaheo. Do you want to use the trick? Or do you want to test him? This person is both the mystery itself and the key to solving it. Chapter 380. After repeated trials, the city wall is finally completed. The breeding industry is on the fast track. It's 35 centimeters thick. It's just a courtyard wall. It's still far from a city wall. At this moment, Lin Yu was standing at the gate of his shelter, looking at the cracks formed by the impact on the 5-meter-high wall in front of him, and felt that it had to be upgraded. Whether a city wall is high or not is another matter. First of all, it must be thick. Lin Yu still remembered that when he organized a trip to Xijing in high school, he once walked around the city wall there. The city wall in Xijing is ridiculously thick. At that time, I heard a tour guide with a few tourists say that it was at most 18 meters wide at the bottom and 14 meters wide at the top. You can drive a car easily. Lin Yu still remembered that he actually saw someone riding a bicycle on it, which was outrageous. Looking at this now, it seems a bit too shabby to see the huge cracks and ravines that were smashed by the giant hail, and the dilapidated 35-centimeter thick wall. Originally, when he came back from there just now, he wanted to collect all the materials, and then immediately go to the crude oil mine to build a doomsday bunker, and use defensive methods such as walls and medium-sized electric sentry machine gun stations or robot dogs. There will be an impregnable defense over there. But unexpectedly, before they could go out, under the prompts of Xiaoming and other little ice lizards, they saw the walls that could be described as shabby or collapsed or damaged. Lin Yu checked around for a while and found that the wall he thought was very strong could basically be thrown away. The original function of the fence is to protect the various buildings in the refuge, preventing mutant creatures and lizard men from easily approaching the main refuge. As the scale of his production increased, various buildings were erected, with more and more requirements for the breadth of the land. The walls were constantly pushed outward. Today, the length of one side of the wall is 220 meters, and the four sides enclose an area of 48,400 square meters. At present, when there are no glass greenhouses, medium-sized farms, large warehouses, food processing plants and other buildings, this is actually barely enough. However, with the addition of these large buildings, the entire space has obviously been squeezed and compressed a lot. Nowadays, this vast space of 50,000 square meters is completely insufficient. Even without the serious damage caused by the giant hail, Lin Yu was indeed ready to tear down this wall and expand the space occupied by the shelter outwards again. Then let's make some plans. Lin Yu took out his diary, turned to a blank page, and drew the existing square meters and the approximate space occupied by each building on it. He asked Xiao Bai to take him around in the air again, and then came down to make some corrections, roughly marking out the more correct icons. Then came the boring but necessary demolition work, to dismantle the wall bit by bit. All you need is the same tool. Lin Yu discovered that the usage rate of his high-precision research workbench was too high. It should have had a special place in the basement. But now it has completely become the most powerful tool that Lin Yu will take with him wherever he goes. One of the helpers, today, as a tool for demolition, it still functions as stably as ever, turning this large circle of walls into its original stone very quickly. However, these stones are currently completely insufficient. The stone wall not only needs to be expanded outwards, but also needs to be thickened. The height of 5 meters is enough for now, but it will continue to increase in the future. After spending some time, Lin Yu turned all the walls into raw materials, stopped at the same time, and immediately started the second step of action. Thickness, actually. It's easy to say. It depends on the system's judgment. Lin Yu first built an ordinary fence, and then immediately built a fence next to it, so that they were completely attached to each other. You have obtained the thickened wall design drawing. Oh! The system is indeed quite convenient. Lin Yu continued the previous operation and pasted the two thickened walls together. You have obtained the extremely thick wall design drawings. He then made an extremely thick wall, and then continued to act as before. After repeating this several times, you have obtained the thickened city wall design drawing. This time, after Lin Yu made it again, a city wall with a length and height of 5 meters and a width of 2 meters stood in front of him instantly. 2 meters thick, not bad. For the time being, the 2-meter thick city wall should be able to ignore the attacks of mutant creatures, lizards and beggars. Moreover, the platform with this width can also allow the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform to be located directly on it. There is no need to build an attachment like an arrow tower against the wall. Only, the number of stones required for 1 unit of thickened city wall is 100 pieces. It really tests my stone reserves. The thickness of the city wall is sufficient, but the length will also be longer than before. So the total number of stones required will become a quite large number. Lin Yu drew again in his diary, with the main shelter as the center, and quickly determined the length of the city wall to be built this time. If it's 500 meters, it should be enough to expand it by more than double the current size. If it's bigger, the amount of stone required will increase even more. If it's not enough, it won't be fun. Lin Yu took out a ruler and started from the center of the main shelter. After measuring a full 250 meters to the south, he also measured another 250 meters in other directions. In this way, you only need to connect the extension lines of these 4 points together to get the specific locations where each city wall with a side length of 500 meters needs to be built. Soon, with the help of Xiaobai and Xiaoming, these 4 lines were successfully drawn. The next thing to do is to prepare the materials. Is 1 unit of city wall 5 meters long? If it costs 100 yuan per wall, the total demand is 10,000 units of stone on one side and 40,000 units of stone on 4 sides. It's really a lot. Lin Yu immediately gathered together the stones that had just been dismantled, plus all the stones in the large warehouse and those placed in the open air, and found that there were less than 23,000 units. For the rest, he had to go to Lake Lerwick and the pyramid at the saltpeter mine to collect the rest. On the other side of Lake Lerwick, there are several pyramids composed of stones, iron blocks and coal that have not been moved here. There are also pyramids on the side of the saltpeter mine, which are also composed of associated mines of saltpeter, mainly stones. If these are collected, the stone materials required for the shelter will not be a problem. Moreover, it can also meet the stone materials needed for the doomsday bunker and walls to be built over the crude oil mine. Xiaobai, it seems that I have to trouble you for a while. Let's try our best to get this matter done within today. Xiaobai. Lin Yu was talking to his friends around him, when he turned around and found that it was not Xiaobai who was suitable, but Xiaoming who looked confused. Guh? Xiaoming expressed his incomprehension towards Lin Yu, who was always talking to himself. However, when he heard that his master was looking for Xiaobai, he quickly pointed out the way for him. Its huge arm stretched out to the other side, which was nowhere else but where the medium-sized breeding farm was. Farm? Breeding farm. Good guy. Look at those chickens. Lin Yu couldn't help but shook his head. Xiaobai seemed to like the hatched chicks very much. They were just placed in the medium-sized breeding farm yesterday. Xiaobai was busy and even went to the cub activity greenhouse to lie down and watch them for a long time. At this time, Xiaobai probably thought that there was nothing going on here, so he went directly to the breeding farm. He was really serious about it. Lin Yu even felt that Xiaobai was more concerned about breeding issues than he was. It seems that after these chicks lay the first batch of eggs, Xiaobai will be allowed to eat them first. Lin Yu quickly ran to the door of the breeding farm, and bursts of shichijiji sounds came from inside. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the chicks inside since this morning. I wonder if any of them are sick or dead due to malnutrition or the like. Although Lin Yu had never raised chickens, he had watched some similar breeding programs on TV at the orphanage. He knows very well that an industry like breeding is actually quite laborious. Especially raising chickens requires a lot of things to worry about, no matter how much attention is paid to food, water, illness, or other breeding precautions. It is actually quite easy for a chick to die due to various reasons. After all, it takes a long time to grow from a chick to a laying hen that can lay eggs. Maybe of these more than 100 chickens, less than 20% to 30% may be left. Lin Yu walked into the breeding farm and went straight to the greenhouse. Yesterday, he put in enough feed and water, so he wouldn't die of hunger or thirst. But considering the chick's resistance, Lin Yu opened the door and found Xiaobai he was looking for sitting on the ground inside the door. This little guy folded his wings, but his huge body took up a lot of space. However, Xiaobai was trying to huddle together as much as possible at the moment, leaning gently against the wall in a corner of the greenhouse, letting those little chicks running and jumping on it. Gaw! Xiaobai squinted his eyes, as if he was enjoying the time he was having. He didn't dare to make any big movements except breathing. However, Lin Yu's attention was not on it, but those chick boys. Yesterday, there were some chicks with fluffy bright yellow hair on their bodies. Now they have white feathers on their bodies. They are several times larger than yesterday. You can even tell the difference between roosters and hens. Got it. What is this? Isn't this growth rate a bit outrageous? Today's chicks actually grow from chicks to chicks in just one day. And at this speed, Lin Yu felt that one day, they would grow from chickens to big chickens. Is it because of the feed? But it's too scary, huh? All the feed has gone down? Good guy. It's really surprising at every turn. No. It should be said to be scaring. Lin Yu searched around the greenhouse and found no dead chicks or any similar traces. No. The survival rate is still 100%? Do you want to be so strong? And there was another point that Lin Yu couldn't believe. All the chickens discharged their excrement into a corner of the greenhouse, where there was a small basket that was already there. Although the smell was indeed unbearable, it also made the greenhouse unbearable. As messy as imagined. It can even be said to be too neat. Xiaobai, do me a favor and put these chicks in the activity area outside. Lin Yu still felt a little unbelievable. What kind of situation was this? It's okay to grow fast, but the survival rate is 100% ridiculous. Gawu. Xiaobai stood up gently, and the chickens immediately jumped off the big guy. Then, after Xiaobai roared softly again, the chickens immediately stood up straight like little soldiers. Oh! Lin Yu didn't expect this to happen at all. Can Xiaobai still command the chickens? Although they were standing sparsely, and there was nothing in the team formation, Xiaobai was quite capable of making chickens with almost mediocre intelligence obey orders and stand like this. Xiaobai let out another soft cry. And then, these chickens actually walked past Lin Yu's feet one by one and headed straight for the activity area. Do you have a flute or something near your mouth? Lin Yu couldn't help but think of the story of the flute player in Hamelin. But his little boy really didn't have a flute. As the chicks poured out one by one, and then one after another into the activity area, Lin Yu once again asked Xiaobai to order them to stand still. He also took this opportunity to immediately count all the chicks. 104 chicks. No more and no less. Of these, 41 were roosters and 63 were hens. It's amazing. I really didn't expect it. Lin Yu sighed again in the activity area. Xiaobai was able to train the chickens to be so obedient in a short period of time, which is really a bit magical. Here, Lin Yu bought another bag of stones from the Survival Point Mall, put it in water into the feed trough and drinking water trough, and called out to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, you are really powerful, but it is true that you will have to worry about something here in the future. Moreover, it seems that the days when we can live a free life are not far away. Lin Yu patted Xiaobai's broad shoulder with satisfaction. The breeding industry had entered a benign track from the beginning. Ah, by the way, how are those fish? Is it time to take a look at the vegetables? Xiaobai, we really have a lot to do before we go to get the stones later. You really want to do this? Lin Yu doesn't even feel like a human being. He can even kill nearly 10,000 lizardmen defenders, as well as many of us. That guy is ridiculously strong. You are kidding. Right. In the dark underground ruins, the man looked at the system chat panel flashing in front of him. These two neon beggars, who had just decided to join his force and wanted to become his men. When they heard him saying that they were going to kill Lin Yu, they seemed unable to believe that such a thing could succeed. Yagasawa, Suzuki, you two only need to bring your forces to join me, and I will also take you and other people who are also dissatisfied with Lin Yu to kill Lin Yu. This kind of thing. I don't want to repeat it again. What do you think? The man pinched the cigarette, but that was about to burn out from his mouth. Took it in his hand and flicked it out. The flames quickly bloomed and bloomed among the corpses of a group of lizards and beggars. But, no buts. Join me or die. It's that simple. We understand. I understand. That's good. The man closed the chat panel, looked back at the old man behind him, and smiled softly. The team has expanded again. Are there more than a dozen people? However, old man, Let me tell you something. If there are more people, they may not be Lin Yu's opponent. Wasn't Lerwick an example last time? Uncle Son, don't be ridiculous. What are the 500 people in Lerwick? The man snorted and lit another cigarette. 500 people can't stop it. But what about 5,000 or 50,000 people? Is he a god? 50,000 people? You can gather so many? By the way, are you hiding something from all of us? The old man also smiled. How about we exchange secrets? I can guarantee that. The secret I told is much weirder, and weirder than the one you hid. Chapter 381, Deploying Troops and Generals. The future plan of the shelter. Scary! Isn't it too scary? Impossible. They can actually. At this moment, in the corner of the large warehouse, Lin Yuzhen looked at the large number of grass carp swimming in the 3 giant breeding boxes and exclaimed again and again. Cause nothing else. The grass carp eggs that were placed here 3 days ago have now grown from tiny fry to more than 10 centimeters long if you pick one out, according to the normal growth rate of fish on Earth. This is simply an impossible situation. But, Lin Yu quickly calmed down. Vegetables are harvested in a very short time. Chickens turn into chickens in a day. Fish turn into fry like this. Actually, there is nothing unacceptable. Indeed, as an agricultural breeder from another world, he should be able to adapt to this terrifying growth rate by now. But sometimes, he couldn't contain his surprise. After all, this is indeed outrageous and fatal. Now, in fact, if you take out anyone from the breeding box, you can put it in the World Trading Mall to exchange for good things. Right? Lin Yu was thinking about the fish trade at the moment. There is no doubt that after this grass carp is put on the shelves, it will soon attract everyone's attention. After all, it is the first fresh food in this other world that is not meat from another world. On the World Channel, all kinds of meat originally found on Earth, whether beef, mutton, pork, chicken, duck or fish, have never appeared in this other world. Instead, there are new food types such as mutant sheep and 2-horned pigs. Even the previous blind hunting for fish was a new thing that just appeared. Besides, it was not a fish in the complete sense, let alone a fish that originally existed on the Earth. The bacon that you got from opening the treasure chest before is not considered unprocessed meat at all. It is completely different. But when it comes to trading grass carp, this one doesn't have much meat. If it's full to death, the people in a refugee village can only get a mouthful of fish soup. If they could be raised larger, these fish would be able to create greater value. Right? But he should still put more than 10 items on the trading mall to let others know that he owns these, which can be said to be another unique, hard currency, holding the large fish net that comes with the breeding box. Lin Yu caught 15 grass carp at once, and then he put these grass carp on the World Trading Mall. Also on the shelves are some wines and whiskeys. Although it doesn't matter how long you keep things like wine, Lin Yu now feels that if you get rid of it earlier, you can get more things back. He now has enough alloys and various parts. But after cleaning up in the warehouse, he found that if he wanted to make more robot dogs, he actually lacked some key parts. With all these parts and alloys in the warehouse, he could still get 50 robot dogs. With the fully charged robot dogs, he now actually has a large armed force. But it's still a little short of it. Who would think that his subordinates are weak? In Lin Yu's original idea, 120 robot dogs were placed in the saltpeter mine, and about 30 were placed in the natural sulfur or mountain. Another 30 were used to guard the shelter, and the remaining 30 heads found a new place where stones and other minerals could be mined to continue mining. But now, with the emergence of another well mine, some robot dogs need to be sent to guard there. Building walls requires more stones, etc. The needs of various aspects also require more robot dogs. Not to mention, if some lizardmen attack the city, those medium-sized electric sentry machine gun stations alone are actually not enough. After all, although the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform is powerful, it cannot be moved, and it also consumes a lot of vision. Let's not talk about the relatively low places where their attack blind spots are. If there is a place that cannot be taken care of, then those places will become a breakthrough and turn them into decorations. Therefore, the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform must cooperate with the robot dogs to form a shooting net with no blind spots at long and short distances, making the shelter invulnerable. Then, let's just replace various key parts, like precision electric pushrods. There's no such thing as too much. Lin Yu quickly edited the transaction information and placed it in the trading mall. Next, it depends on the purchasing power of survivors around the world. Holding a precision electric push rod in his hand, Lin Yu also shook his head. It's not that he doesn't have a design for this thing, but the various parts required to make it are far more complicated and far beyond what can be done with a simple material such as alloy. Rather than collecting the various parts to make it, it would be more efficient to concentrate on collecting the item itself. There is power in numbers. There are 2 billion survivors in the world who are likely to encounter this thing as long as they go to the secret realm. Even if the chance of finding it is low, the base is here. How can they find this thing that was originally in the elevator, or they are small parts that can be found in places like lifting frames? Speaking of which, after the last disaster, the total remaining human population was only a little over 2 billion. Compared to the last time, as many as 400 million people died in one fell swoop. This is even more than the number of people who died in the previous 2 double disasters combined. The culprit responsible for this situation is undoubtedly the last triple disaster. And whether it is extreme heat or fire tornadoes in the triple disaster, they are the most direct reasons for this large number of casualties. And not only the survivors, but also the beggars must have suffered extremely serious losses. What about the next disaster? Lin Yu thought of what was recorded in the diary. When the first wave of survivors who came here in the diary faced the 6th disaster, the rules of the system changed, changing the disaster cycle from once every 7 days to once every 15 days. If this time is the same as last time, no matter what, you still have to be prepared. Lin Yu felt that he had to get things done quickly. He didn't know the art of shadow cloning, and he couldn't do it alone in different places at the same time. Different things. Again, cowboys are busy. There are actually quite a lot to do today. First, we need to take a look at the greenhouse. Then we need to go to Berg Lake and near the saltpeter mine to collect the stones and place robot dogs and other defense devices. Then we need to complete the walls of the main shelter and then go that oil mine, build a doomsday bunker there, and also take good defense measures. As for how to remove the saltpeter mines, pack up the various parts and alloys placed there, and go to the natural sulfur or mountains to build. In addition, we need to make some necessary things. Things are almost piling up. No matter how efficient a person is, playing like this will never last long. But in this initial stage, these things have to be done. And once many things are done, there will not be so much repeated construction. In other words, everything to be done now has to be done. It's laying the foundation. Once the foundation is laid, it will be easy to do whatever you do next. Well, let's get one thing done. Anyway, it still takes most of the day. Lin Yu asked Xiaobai and Xiaoming to gather all the little ice lizards and let these little guys have a meal first. After all, these little guys will also need to work hard in the coming time. And after the oil mines, natural sulfur or mountains, saltpeter mines, and even the area around Berg Lake are cleaned up. Some small ice lizards will also be allocated and placed there to ensure the safety of each sub-base. It would be too wasteful to keep nearly 500 little ice lizards here in the main shelter. Moreover, after many of them have been taught and trained by Xiaobai and Xiaoming these days, many of them have shown quite good combat effectiveness. Given time, he will definitely become a powerful partner capable of guarding one side. Xiaobai and Xiaoming gathered all the little ice lizards together in no time, and ate in front of the cooked rice and barbecue. Lin Yu did not eat with them. Instead, he came out of the large warehouse and walked directly into the glass greenhouse with a roasted lamb chop. Under the dual effects of the fan, water curtain and sunshade net, it is quite cool and comfortable inside, and it is a little more moist and refreshing. Lin Yu walked directly to the direction of the planting platform, and at the same time, he was getting closer and closer to the green patches. It has to be said that in these humus nutrient soils, the growth rate of plants is as terrifying as the soilless cultivation kit. After this day, all the seeds that were sown have sprouted. For example, chicken feathers are now ready to be harvested immediately. Lin Yu looked at potatoes. This was a crop variety that he cared about very much. A single bulb could produce a large number of fruits if it was rich in nutrients. Moreover, its starch content and the energy it can provide are extremely high, and it is also quite excellent in terms of storage stability. There are quite a variety of ways to eat it. Lin Yu really wants to eat some French fries now. There is plenty of oil. Wouldn't it be nice to get some junk food and some Revy or Coca-Cola? The potatoes have sprouted now, and have grown to a height of nearly 5 centimeters. The speed is not bad. At this speed, they may be harvested in 2 or 3 days. But having said that, if planting platforms can be spread over a huge area, Can these vegetables and other things be provided to dozens, hundreds, or even tens of thousands of refugee villages? These vegetables not only provide the survivors in the refuge village with various necessary nutrients, but can also exchange for various supplies that he lacks, thus bringing his strength and the overall strength of the refuge to a new level. Isn't this better than going to the secret realm to deliberately search for incense? But talk about it. Think about it again. It is difficult to make it happen. The vision is beautiful, but it still needs to be achieved step by step. Lin Yu used today's survival points to exchange for some humus nutrient soil. He took out the planting box that had been used in the greenhouse before and opened the tropical fruit seed gift package. Let me see. Pineapple, banana, red guava, lotus root, lychee, mango, coconut. My goodness. They are all common tropical and subtropical fruits. And each one has 10 seeds. And the coconut still sprouted. Understand? After Lin Yu took out all the items in the gift bag, he immediately arranged the planting boxes one by one, put in a large amount of humus nutrient soil, and then made drip irrigation equipment again to provide a total of 7 species and 70 pots. The seeds of various fruits continued to grow in the water source. I believe that under the combined effects of this magical humus nutrient soil and drip irrigation, they will soon be able to grow. Gawu. Guh. At this time, Xiaobai and Xiaoming brought the little ice lizards, who were eating happily, to the large greenhouse with a large space, waiting for Lin Yu's next order. Lin Yu ate the mutton chops in his hand, took a sip of water, and looked at the little ice lizards, who were neatly arrayed and held their heads high, like little generals. In the past few days, under the training of Xiaobai and Xiaoming, they have become more and more impressive. However, if there is anything I am not satisfied with, Lin Yu looked at Black Spot and Green Claw. These two little guys have been following him for a long time. They have never stopped fighting, eating or drinking. As a result, after such a long time, Xiao Liuzi and Han Xian have evolved for a while. Still no movement at all. When I go out with Xiaobai later, I have to give these two little guys a good workout. Xiaoming, you are responsible for conquering the underground ruins today, leading 50 little ice lizards to find the door to the underground ruins. Red Line, you are also leading 100 little ice lizards to find another special door to the underground ruins. Now set off. Good. Xiaoming accepted the order, and Han Xian seemed quite excited, bouncing and nodding. They each roared low, and 150 little ice lizards separated from the others, stood aside, and immediately walked out of the greenhouse in a mighty manner. After entering a new round of disaster, the underground ruin stone gate and the special underground ruin stone gate have also been refreshed. But because of what happened at the oil mine, he hadn't had time to explore it yet. The lizardmen attacked Feiyua's refuge village yesterday, which proved that these green-scaled monsters had returned from where they had previously hidden to avoid hail, and might have returned to the underground ruins a day later. If this is really the case, then it is necessary to send Xiaoming, Han Xian, and the others to attack the underground ruins. Lin Yu looked at the remaining little ice lizards and thought for a while before continuing to order. Xiao Liuzi, lead the remaining little ice lizards except for the black dots and green claws to guard around the shelter and ensure that no one is allowed to escape. Mutated creatures or lizardmen, or even beggars and survivors are approaching. Do you understand? Puff. The little ice lizards responded in unison. Xiao Liuzi was quite quiet, but immediately nodded firmly. Its flying ability is second only to Xiaobai's. If it can continue to evolve in the future, it will definitely become an excellent scout and guerrilla. And it can also serve as the most flexible combat unit in various combat situations. Now that the remaining 300 little ice lizards have been handed over to it, its task is also quite arduous. I don't know if it is capable of the task. When the city wall has not yet been built, it is quite difficult to defend the shelter. If there is a general attack by the lizard men and there is no defense, then it will be terrible. Their combat effectiveness can be guaranteed, and the rest depends on Xiao Liuzi's command. Xiao Liuzi suddenly screamed loudly, and all the little ice lizards followed him and poured out of the shelter. Lin Yu looked at the mighty little ice lizard surging out, and finally turned his attention to Black Spot and Green Claw. Xiaobai, we will need 2 more passengers in a while. Is that okay? Gawu. Chapter 382 Love Opening Treasure Chests. Let you have enough. The shadows of the black crows are constantly gathering in a huge room in the underground ruins. In the flames of the flickering torches, the eyes of the 34 beggars flickered. They held weapons in their hands and looked nervously at the two people standing at the front. They are the leaders of these beggars, and they are also the guides who will lead them to join the big boss. Next, we will start from Area S of the underground ruins, and then go through the tunnel. We will be much closer to the gathering place. Gentlemen, we will arrive victoriously. Among the chat messages in everyone's system, there was also this message sent by Yanagi-sawa Shinji. Oh. Everyone present cheered. And then, they each yelled again in their original languages. The shouts also continued to echo in the passages of this underground ruins. Yanagi-sawa Shinji and Suzuki Kino were also quite excited at the moment. They could finally put an end to their previous wandering life of no food, no warmth, nowhere to hide, and fear. Before the last disaster, they could no longer survive in the underground ruins, forcing them to leave there. They followed the lizard people on a long journey to the mountains, faced with serious difficulties such as high temperature and lack of water. Some of them and the lizard people kept falling behind or falling directly to the ground, and they never followed. Superior. Food began to be scarce. Water sources were also extremely scarce, and coupled with the extremely hot disaster that made people easily fall into a state of water shortage, survival became extremely difficult. After finally finding a cave to live in, they had to squeeze together with countless unimaginable numbers of lizard people who didn't know where they came from. Let's not talk about whether they were hot or not, but the disgusting touch on the scales was also make them unbearable. But even so, they were completely unable to cope with the extreme heat, fire tornadoes, and giant hail. In the end, both the beggars and the lizardmen lost nearly 1/3 of their numbers. In the end, just barely survived. Among the dead bodies everywhere, they finally gathered together. After secretly communicating, they separated from the lizard people and other beggars and came to the underground ruins again to survive. However, the lack of food and drinking water, as well as the lack of combat power, made them increasingly unable to cope with the survivors who had begun to explore the underground ruins again. Even more and more lizardmen and mutant creatures living in various caves have returned to the underground ruins, further compressing their living space. And when they were struggling, the person who originally had a certain prestige among the beggars suddenly contacted them at this time. That person now has a team of nearly 1,000 people. The power is quite large, and there is plenty of food and water. He is even more powerful with the assistance of Lao Sun, who was originally a powerful force in the team of survivors. But the condition for joining that person proposed was for them to deal with Lin Yu together. Lin Yu is the one who is #1 in the world rankings, riding a huge white flying dragon. And there is also a dragon that is as terrifying as a chariot. Dozens of robots with heavy firepower trampled through several underground ruins and killed many people. Imagine the number of lizards and their people. The strongest survivor. Who could not know his terror? Combat, supplies, exploration and appeal. This strongest survivor is a monster that is far superior to everyone in every aspect. Just like the last time, when this terrifying monster attacked the saltpeter mine. It not only used a dog-shaped robot that could launch rockets, a giant dragon that could blow away hundreds of lizard men with its own power, and a flying dragon that soared in the sky. It can even drive the giant creature with a huge size to launch a battle of annihilation against the defenders of the saltpeter mine. You know, Lin Yu is just one person, not thousands of survivors. Such a terrifying person. That person actually wants to eliminate him? Really? Can it be done? Just rely on these beggars who only have cold weapons. Beggars don't like the term. Beggars. Someone begging for life. No. They think they are the last ones to survive. Living under the protection of the lizard people, they are more accustomed to calling their group survivors instead of survivors, which was first proposed by Lin Yu and finally adopted by all survivors. Name. We have no other choice. No matter what the conditions are, all we have to do is obey in order to survive. Shinji Yanagisawa said to everyone again in the chat group. We want to survive. So, a choice must be made. This is the consciousness we survivors must have. Even if the condition for joining is to kill that Lin Yu. Suzuki Kento waved his fists, raised his arms and shouted. Everyone roared again. The two leaders looked at each other. Time waits for no one. You must meet up with that person early. As for killing Lin Yu or something, that is not that important. If it doesn't work, just run away. Didn't that person say that there are already 700 or 800 people in the team? By then isn't it very simple to take advantage of the chaos and escape? If it doesn't work, just find those lizard people again and start over. The two of them thought very well. After all, they were the two who successfully escaped from Lin Yu's attack. If you say this, you can brag about it for a year. No problem. Okay, everyone, follow us to the tunnel over there. After we get out. Boom. Before Suzuki Kinto could finish speaking, suddenly, a loud noise came from an unknown direction, making everyone hold their breath involuntarily. Wah! What? Yanagisawa Shinji felt that his heart was about to stop. This sound was not the vibration of some underground ruins, but more like, Guh! At this moment, a roar sounded again, and everyone felt their scalps go numb instantly. This is the roar of a mutant creature, and judging from the sound, it is the roar of a mutant creature that is definitely not too small. Then, what is that cry? Suzuki, let's get out of here quickly. This is definitely not coming from the original creatures in the underground ruins. I'm afraid the sweat and blood of the lizard people are useless. Everyone run. This group of people was a ragtag group, and neither Yanagisawa nor Suzuki had much leadership. Now everything was in chaos. Everyone held up torches and ran straight towards the hidden tunnel. As a result, you pushed me and squeezed me. The person fell to the ground instantly, and the torch fell to the ground, directly setting the trousers of the person next to him on fire. Among the cries, running and shouting, a burst of rustling sounds also followed one after another at this time, and approached the group of beggars at an extremely fast speed. As the first person screamed and fell, the second and third people also fell to the ground, under the light of the flames on the beggar who had become the Burning Man. One after another, a beggar was horrified to find that white lizards with sharp teeth had crawled on them. However, this was also the last scene they saw in the human world. With the severe pain and accompanying blood splattering, their consciousness quickly disappeared. The battle was over in not too long. Xiaoming walked into this huge room, looked at the dead bodies on the floor, and the little ice lizards waiting in line for his arrival, and roared with satisfaction. The mission given by the master is to kill beggars without any mercy whenever they encounter them in this underground ruins. Its giant claws picked up the corpses one after another, and after carrying them on its shoulders, it ordered the little ice lizards to work in groups of 10 and 10 to help it carry the remaining corpses to the door. The taste of a beggar is completely different from that of a survivor. Most of them have the smell of lizard people mixed with them, so Xiaoming can quickly identify them. Soon, the 36 corpses were moved in 2 batches to the side of the stone gate of the underground ruins. Xiaoming also took the trouble to move them to the huge underground warehouse opposite the gate. Guh! After Xiaoming carried all the corpses, he asked the little ice lizards to spray ice spray on them to ensure that the corpses would not rot quickly. This was also something taught to him by his master Lin Yu. After piling some stones and iron blocks next to the stone door of the underground ruins, it ordered the little ice lizards to hold the place temporarily, and then walked out of the shelter, looking at the blue sky outside. Xiaoming sniffed around, but couldn't smell his master's scent. The master has been out for a while. Right? When they explored the underground ruins, they also spent some time, and finally found the beggars. This period of time was not too short, but the master and the others did not come back. Did you encounter something? In the sky, a vigorous flying dragon circled and landed. Xiaoming was surprised when he saw Xiao Liuzi's anxious look. He quickly ordered the 50 little ice lizards he led to join the team guarding the shelter. An enemy is coming. The giant dragon landed on the outside of the huge mine, where there was an extremely charred forest. Lin Yu jumped to the ground and stretched his aching arms. Flying for a long time and long distance is actually quite tiring. In particular, he had to keep lying prone on the dragon's back, and his hands had to hold on to the edges of the wings. He had to endure both the violent wind pressure and the sound of the howling wind, which was indeed a bit uncomfortable. I really should open the box and get a helmet or something. The Tianlong War helmet doesn't seem to work. It's strong, but it also leaks. Lin Yu now desperately wanted to wear a pilot's helmet. He didn't want to fly out wearing earmuffs during the flight, so he had no choice. Ga Wu. Xiao Bai looked at Lin Yu and shook his head, indicating that he did not have such troubles. Wind pressure and all. How comfortable it is. Good guy. Are you okay here? Lin Yu lightly hit Xiao Bai, and then looked at the saltpeter mine that had become a little stranger. Even without a telescope, Lin Yu could still see the lizard people who had reappeared on the city wall and were patrolling. At that time, because the power could not be maintained under the giant hail, he directly removed the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun station, making the saltpeter mine an undefended place again. During the period when they did not arrive in time after the disaster, The lizard people reoccupied the place and started mining saltpeter again. Gawa. Xiaobai yawned and signaled to Linyu that there weren't too many lizardmen here. If they wanted to fight, it wouldn't take too long.
Oh, is that so? It seems like I can warm up a little. It feels like I haven't fought against these green-scaled monsters for a long time.
Although I felt that there were too many copper treasure chests, and nothing good could be found. Xiaobai seemed to be a little addicted to opening treasure chests. So he simply killed a wave of lizard men, and then saved some more for Xiaobai to open the treasure chests. Have a great time. Taking out the sniper pistol he had just fired, and hanging the MP5 on his back, Linyu decided to attack directly this time. It doesn't matter how many lizardmen there are, or whether there are any heavy guards inside. Just act recklessly and it's over. When the firepower is sufficient, there is no need for any tactics to deal with these lizard men. Just shoot one at a time to ensure that there is no delay. So,
Xiaobai, run directly to the city wall and start killing there. Condescendingly. Gaw.
Xiaobai spread his wings. The lizard men on the other side of the city wall also noticed this side. From the gap, a group of lizard men also rushed out. However, Linyu didn't want to kill them right away. Xiaobai hovered at high altitude, and after dodging the spear attacks of several lizards on the city wall, he also placed Linyu on the city wall, and it rushed directly to the mine, attacking the lizard men who had begun to gather there. Legion sprayed out a burst of fierce ice spray. Here, Linyu had already used his sniper rifle to instantly kill the 12 lizard men who were charging at him, shouting,
Sasa!
On the city wall. He set up his sniper rifle again and started to attack the lizard men around the city wall. Round of sniping. In the face of absolute superiority, the battle often does not last too long. This time, it's still the same. The lizard men on the city wall, and those hiding in the city wall fortresses were all killed by Linyu with one shot. The lizard men and beggars in the mine were like ants and bugs, being played with by Xiaobai. Then, they were driven to a small area. Xiaobai is very smart, and knows that the beggars should be killed first. It is also incredibly fast, and uses its sharp claws to cut off the heads of these crying trash one by one. As for the remaining lizard men, it was left to the master to deal with. Opening treasure chests is really fun. If you kill these lizardmen yourself, then the treasure chests will not explode. Without treasure chests, such a good thing as opening treasure chests will be useless.
Xiaobai, are you really keeping this little guy for me?
Linyu saw that there were no more beggars standing, so he directly took up the spray gun, put on earmuffs, and shot at the lizard people. There was a ruckus. Linyu had no mercy or other feelings towards them. As long as he spared these guys, maybe these guys would come back to kill him with more of their companions. There is no need for humans and lizard men to live together peacefully. Can't get along. Humanity itself is still fighting. Can there be peace with this kind of monster that has wisdom and regards eating people as a normal thing?
Boom!
After the last gunshot, Linyu looked at the copper treasure boxes on the ground in Xiaobai, who was full of expectations, and smiled happily.
Xiaobai, don't worry. I'll definitely let you go as far as you can when you turn around.
Chapter 383, Mass Production Plan for Treasure Chests. Lots of storage space for a beggar. On the green wasteland, among the grass that had grown to a height of nearly 20 centimeters without realizing it, a few lizardmen who had managed to escape looked at the wall of the huge saltpeter mine in despair. High above the saltpeter mine, a huge flying dragon was hovering and guarding the surroundings. Although they don't want to admit it, the saltpeter mine has changed its owner again. If they hadn't just entered the tunnel at that time, they wouldn't have been able to escape from the hands of the powerful humans and the huge flying dragon. At this time, a companion raised the iron gun in his hand and roared angrily at the flying dragon in the distance. Several lizardmen were so frightened that they quickly grabbed it and tried to hide it on the ground. However, when a strong wind struck instantly, they were so frightened that they knew it was too late.
Where did Xiaobai go?
Linyu was picking up the copper treasure boxes on the ground. In a blink of an eye, he found that Xiaobai, who was hovering in the sky, had disappeared. He turned around and asked, who had been busy making soy sauce, and didn't say much. Black spots and green claws. The two little guys shook their heads quickly and chirped a few times, indicating that they didn't know where Xiaobai had gone.
Really? It took a little longer this time.
Linyu was not worried about what Xiaobai would encounter. He was worried that Xiaobai, a little guy, would just catch all the lizard men who had managed to escape, and end up with a bunch of half-dead ones, with missing arms and legs thrown in front of him. Xiaobai seems to be really addicted to opening treasure chests. Should we raise some small scavenging beetles in the future? And then conduct intensive harvesting? And pop up more wooden treasure chests to satisfy Xiaobai's curiosity? The more Lin thought about these issues, and after picking up the last silver treasure box, a strong wind came again, and he saw that Xiaobai threw the seven-headed lizard man hanging on his claws to the ground.
No wonder. Cheeto!
Lin Yu was even more surprised. There were so many people running out of the saltpeter mine that he had just attacked. Looking down at the lizard men, Lin Yu found that their legs and arms had been cut off by sharp claws. They were twitching on the ground and were obviously still alive.
Good guy. Are you an owl catching voles?
Lin Yu smiled, knowing that this was another prey caught by Xiaobai. The battle was supposed to be over just now, but Xiaobai flew into the air and kept hovering over the saltpeter mine. From time to time, he caught several half-disabled lizardmen and also brought over 2 beggars. Seems very happy. Taking out the excellent iron spear, Lin Yu pierced several holes in the hearts and necks of the lizard men one by one. Soon, copper treasure chests burst out one after another.
Gaw!
Xiaobai clapped his big paws happily, and Black Spot and Green Claws also clapped their little paws.
Just be happy.
Are you so happy to explode a few more copper treasure chests? You are so easily satisfied. Lin Yu smiled, patted Xiaobai on the back, and checked the treasure chest harvest this time. This time, we captured the saltpeter mine again. It was a tough battle. There was no strategy. We just fought directly, in the face of absolute strength. Hot weapons are completely superior to cold weapons. What's more, there is a novice who is crazy about the treasure chest. Even if Black Dot and Green Claw are soy sauce, these lizards and beggars can't do it. They didn't last long. Indeed, the battle is a bit too simple. After Lin Yu happily put 137 copper treasure boxes into the storage space, he unexpectedly discovered 2 silver treasure boxes. You can just open the copper treasure chest directly to Xiaobai, but you should get the silver treasure chest yourself. Although it is a bit small, it is good to have it. Lizardmen who can explode the silver treasure chest are considered to be the captains of each team. Their attack power and combat power are slightly stronger than the ordinary ones. It is naturally better to kill more. After all, other survivors don't have the various weapons in his hands. When dealing with lizards and beggars, they may be in a tough fight. Lin Yu now felt that if there was really any way to bring hundreds of thousands of lizards and beggars together, he would really like to use an intercontinental missile launcher to give them a once-in-a-lifetime baptism of fire. In this way, the lizardmen and beggars will also receive an extremely powerful psychological and physical double blow, and thus they will no longer be able to cause any trouble to the survival of the survivors in a short period of time. Unfortunately, at present, there is no such information. If the lizard people want to gather on a large scale, unless they want to conduct a personal naval tactical attack on his refuge. But this kind of thing, how is it possible? The number of lizard people is extremely scattered. If there is really a way to gather them, Lin Yu feels that he will definitely not hesitate. Speaking of which, if the lizardmen really want to attack the shelter, now is a good opportunity. After all, there is no wall to block it, and there are no robot dogs or medium-sized electric sentry machine gun stations. The defense is very weak, although most of the little ice lizards are guarding there, and Xiao Liuzi's strength can be trusted. It's hard to say if the opponent really wants to bring a team of more than 10,000 people, unless Xiaoming and the others can come out of the underground ruins early. Although the lizard man's attack power is only that much, and even the beggars are meager. That is when he is in the shelter, and Xiaobai and Xiaoming are also in the shelter. Although the movements of the little ice lizards are fast enough, without a clear command, their combat effectiveness may rely on instinct rather than more rational utilization.
Ha. What am I worrying about? How could there be a situation where tens of thousands of people besiege the city?
Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt that he was thinking a little wrong. Because of the last extremely hot disaster, the lizard people migrated from the underground ruins to the high mountain areas to take shelter. It has only been 2 days. I am afraid they should be migrating back now or adapting to the underground ruins again. Even if there is any commotion, it will probably be on a small scale. With tens of thousands of people besieging the city? It's a dream. Shaking his head, Lin Yu returned his attention to reality. Although the number of corpses of beggars on the ground was not that large, Lin Yu did not want to just turn a blind eye and leave the storage space they left behind. Although there are already more than 1,000 cubic meters, who would have too much? You gain 5 cubic meters of storage space. You gain 10 cubic meters of storage space. You gain 7 cubic meters of storage space. You get Oops. It seems like I've stabbed a big boss this time? Why are all the storage spaces so huge? However, after thinking about it for a while, he understood why this was the case.
I'm afraid these beggars are migrating with the lizard people. After their companions died, they took away their companions' storage space. So they all have so many.
After imagining the cruel and tragic scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but laughed out loud.
I have to lose my human dignity and become the lizard man's lackey. I really deserve this. Right.
The beggars are still hanging out with the lizard men, so there shouldn't be any complaints when they are beaten to death. Chapter 384, Largely Increased Storage Space and the Great Role of Saltpeter Mines.
194 cubic meters of storage space, plus the previous 1030 cubic meters. My dear, has it actually reached 1224 cubic meters?
The storage space has been expanded again, and Lin Yu is quite satisfied with it. Finally, the space volume has been increased again, but it seems that it has been quite some time.
Yes, I haven't fought much for a long time. I have been collecting and building infrastructure. By the way, is there no other way to get storage space?
The storage space cannot be expanded by opening treasure chests. It can only be encountered by attacking each other or accidentally seeing a dead body. It has to be said that the storage space is simply the most intuitive manifestation of witnessing death. Because only after a person is killed or dies due to an accident, a shining white light will appear next to him. If this ball of light is picked up, the storage space owned by the original owner will be transferred to the person who picked it up, and will be added to the capacity of the original storage space. The various materials, food and water sources inside will be naturally transferred to the new owner. To put it another way, this thing is actually equivalent to a legacy. Lin Yu recalled the process of obtaining these heritages. Almost all of them were related to looters and beggars, and he encountered very few ordinary corpses. This large amount of storage space has also been continuously expanded and increased in the repeated battles with looters and beggars. Of course, it was at the expense of the other party's life that such horrific figures were piled up. After doing this, Lin Yu and Xiao Bai put the corpses of all the lizard men and beggars in one place, and then made a torch to light them directly. Although burying them in the ground was a good method, it would still take a lot of trouble to dig them up. No!
Puff! Pew! Pew!
Black Spot and Green Claw were still playing soy sauce throughout the whole process. They found that the master and Xiao Bai had taken full responsibility for the battle, and they couldn't help much with the transportation work. The most they could do, just in a daze.
You two forget it. Go to the saltpeter mine and search the surrounding areas for any enemies.
Lin Yu looked a little helpless when he saw the two little guys who were at a loss. He originally wanted to take them out to exercise and evolve, but it seemed that they didn't get any chance at all. Xiao Bai was looking for the treasure chest, and the lizard men would definitely not let them move. The number of beggars was too small, so the two little ice lizards really had nothing to do. After giving them some food, Lin Yu let them move around freely. If you can do something first. Lin Yu now also has an idea. After he finishes his work, he will decide whether the two little guys should experience life here. Everyone has evolved. It would be unreasonable for you two to not evolve.
Gawu.
Xiao Bai looked at the backs of the two men and seemed to understand his master's mood. Although his combat power had improved, it was still not enough. You must be able to stand alone.
Xiao Bai, come with me to the shelter. We have a lot of things to do.
Lin Yu greeted Xiao Bai and came to the underground shelter near the saltpeter mine.
It seems that those lizards and beggars also regard this place as a resting place. Xiao Bai, look there are some bedding and other things over there.
The last time I left the shelter here, I didn't pay close attention. It's enclosed, unlike those underground warehouses. Of course, this has also become the best resting space for those beggars and lizardmen. Of course, there are indeed some new stone shelters in the saltpeter mine, but the number is not that many, and it is comparable to the number of beggars he killed before. If we come here in 2 days, will we be able to hunt more enemies? Lin Yu thought like this, and started to build a power generation device here again. After erecting some photovoltaic power generation arrays, connect the power sources inside. Then, he used the alloy he brought previously from the main shelter to make 16 medium-sized electric sentry machine gun stations, which were placed in the 4 directions of the southeast, northwest, and northwest of the circular city wall on the periphery of the saltpeter mine. 4 units are configured to keep the distance between each other. Connecting the wires of these medium-sized electric sentry machine gun stations to the photovoltaic power generation arrays also successfully activated them. Of course, Lin Yu did not forget to set up blocked attack targets. It would be funny if he was hit by these machines with little intelligence. Next, Lin Yu took out 50 more robot dogs and edited their settings respectively. There are 15 units responsible for guarding. They are responsible for patrolling and guarding inside and outside the wall. They can also quickly attack enemies when encountering them. Although their number is not large, they are the necessary force to guard the inside and outside of this huge saltpeter mine. They are also an important auxiliary to the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform. Of the remaining 35, 20 are dedicated to mining. Saltpeter has indeed become an important prop for many evacuation villages to successfully survive during extremely hot disasters. However, the role of saltpeter itself is not just as a mineral specially used for making ice. Its most important task is to make ice. Gunpowder. When he was selling the saltpeter, Lin Yu had imagined something. After the disaster, those saltpeters that repeatedly turned water into ice, and finally could be taken out and used again. I am afraid that many shelters will later purchase them from shelters that do not see their value, and then use them in on top of making firearms. By then, I'm afraid there will be a considerable wave of technological advancement. Right? Of course. The premise is that they can find saltpeter mines other than Lin Yu's side. If it is not available elsewhere, then here, Lin Yu feels that it seems that he can catch up with other people's technological development level. No matter what, the saltpeter mine has to continue mass production. As for whether it can be sold or not, he is not worried. If others don't buy it, he will consume part of it to make various products. Explosives to enrich your offensive methods. Whether it is to deal with various large-scale attacks from enemies, or to attack fortresses and gathering places. Gunpowder has a wide range of applications. Therefore, mining is quite necessary. The last 15 units are responsible for specifically moving ores, as well as part of the warning function. They are responsible for stacking the saltpeter mines and other additional ores, and even stones, in flat places, waiting for his collection and transportation. As for the charging problem of the robot dogs, it is naturally the same as last time. It is set and edited that they come to the shelter to charge at night when the power supply is in short supply, and they charge with solar energy during their free time during the day. Dual mode, 24-hour working system. After doing this, things are not yet done. Lin Yu and Xiao Bai finally came to the large underground warehouse built here at that time, and looked at the large amount of alloys and various parts that were placed here last time.
There are as many things to do as mountains, but it seems we have made a good start.
After a simple tidying up, Lin Yu unexpectedly discovered that he had found the precision electric actuator that was necessary for the 21 robot dogs, but that he lacked. Chapter 385 Rain of Arrows. Empty city. Dozens of black smoke rose, and the continuous explosions turned the originally peaceful shelter into a battlefield in an instant. Continuous killing sounds, roars and screams arose one after another amidst frequent explosions. Spears and swords shining with metallic light also reflected rays of light one after another, as they were constantly waved.
Saw! Saw!
An armored lizard man raised a golden sword and roared at the motionless dragon in the distance ahead. Its green scales were shaking with this roar. The nearly 1,000 lizardmen around them also roared at the giant dragon in front of them. The long bows in their hands were also raised neatly, and the metal arrows with sharp arrows were also aimed at the hill.
Saw!
As the armored lizardmen roared, nearly 1,000 lizardmen raised their long bows together and pulled out the full moons. The arrows are like a meteor shower, and the sound is like the cry of 1,000 birds. An extremely dense rain of arrows erupts, which is also the rain of death that almost all creatures fear. However, the giant dragon didn't seem to care, bathing in the deadly arrows wantonly, letting the arrows that could easily penetrate the skin of the mutant creature bloom on its body. The lizard people were horrified to see that those arrows had no effect in front of the dragon's bone armor, and were bounced off and broken without causing any harm to it.
Gah!
The sudden roar of the dragon scared the lizardmen back, even overwhelming the frightened leader of the lizardmen in gold sword and armor. At the same time, nearly 100 silver flashes suddenly shot out from everywhere and rushed directly into the originally neat team of the lizard people. Their original arrogant roars were suddenly replaced by screams. In the eyes of the giant dragon, he saw that the lizardmen were being killed by the little ice lizards, and he immediately turned in another direction. Far away here, there are some human beggars with a completely different smell from those lizardmen.
Gah!
It knew that these enemies were really not simple this time. These enemies deliberately took advantage of the master's absence to mobilize such a huge force, and quickly surrounded the place with lightning speed. Without walls, these enemies are not easy to deal with. Xiaoming looked at the surrounding buildings and knew that if they were even the slightest bit sloppy, all the materials that the owner had worked so hard to collect and build would probably be reduced to ashes today. The enemy is coming fiercely, and seems to have been preparing for a long time. Although they have been defending and counterattacking, the number of enemies is simply too great. Moreover, they are attacking from all directions. They will even throw explosives that make loud noises and dazzling flames indiscriminately. Xiaoming had reason to believe that these enemies had planned all this long ago and were fully prepared to do this. It is now a little worried. Without walls and owners, can they kill so many enemies? At this time, another hail of arrows struck, and Xiaoming roared, ordering the little ice lizards to fight back again against the lizardmen charging from the other direction. Outside the battlefield, Levick was biting the grass root in his mouth, with a cruel smile on his face. The guards were strong. Stronger than the last time he was here. It has to be said that Lin Yu's strength is really bottomless. In just 20 days, he once again gained even more terrifying power. He remembered that the last time he led 500 people to attack this place. Lin Yu single-handedly killed them all without leaving a trace. If it weren't for the fact that there happened to be an ancient secret gate nearby, they might not be able to survive until now. Levick closed his eyes. He could still recall that Lin Yu was riding on the white flying dragon. He easily defeated their defense line with just 2 iron guns and successfully made them risk their lives. The mad dog fear switch was turned back on. Then, he hurriedly entered the ancient gate of the secret realm with a large number of desperados, who were so aggressive that they seemed to be able to strangle Lin Yu to death at any time, and luckily managed to save his life. Opposite the ancient gate was a shelter. Not long after they entered it, all the flying monster pterosaurs in the secret realm rushed over, almost annihilating them. Only less than 80 out of 300 people managed to escape from death and finally return to another world. At that time, he felt that it was outrageous to be tempted to attack Lin Yu's refuge and to kill Lin Yu. It's like hitting an egg with an egg against a stone. Now, the combat effectiveness of Lin Yu's shelter has been enhanced again. The terrifying dragon that can almost ignore arrows was not there at all last time. There are also an astonishing number of those invisible white things. If they had encountered this kind of fighting force when they came here last time, then none of the 500 people would have been able to escape, and all of them would have been killed here. Levick glanced back at several large lizardmen, and then at the position further behind them, where the leader of the lizardmen was sitting firmly on a wooden chair. This was the furthest back, almost 2 kilometers away from Lin Yu's shelter. Even if the giant dragon attacked, they would still have time to escape. This time, there were about 15,000 lizardmen dispatched. Less than 200 of them, the survivors, followed. And he is the leader of these 200 people, and his purpose is to adapt to changes at the rear. This battle was actually somewhat accidental. They did stay nearby with one of these people, waiting for that person to arrive with his army. However, during their investigation, they suddenly discovered that the walls of Lin Yu's shelter were disappearing bit by bit. Lin Yu himself even rode on the huge flying dragon and headed east. According to the analysis of his subordinates, Lin Yu should have gone to the saltpeter mine, and there was also a not too small lizardman force guarding there. If he had gone there, he would indeed be able to defeat him in a short time. Unable to return, this is also a good opportunity to attack Lin Yu's refuge. Lin Yu is a very strong person. That's true. But now that his refuge has no walls, only the giant dragon with higher defense is considered a trouble, and the others are nothing to be afraid of. It would be best if the attack of 15,000 lizardmen could be captured. But if it could not be captured, he was confident of escaping from this place. No matter what, I don't care about others, but I will never die. When that person leads an army to attack, I will have a share of the pie. Levick listened to the shouts and roars of the battle in the distance, and then glanced at the entrance of the cave behind him, calculating how many seconds it would take him to retreat there and leave if Lin Yu came back. However, suddenly a strong wind blew up, and he was looking around in confusion. However, he suddenly found that his neck felt warm. His vision suddenly tilted, and then he fell into the weeds on the ground at an extremely fast speed. He looked around in disbelief. The heads of more than 30 people also fell to the ground, and the huge amounts of blood spurted out from their necks, and their eyes slowly became lifeless and empty. Chapter 386: The Worst Plan.
It should be about right after it's done like this. My dear, I'm quite tired.
After Lin Yu once again divided a large number of parts and alloys into categories, he also felt a little tired. Originally, I wanted to arm the saltpeter mine a little bit, and then go back to Berg Lake to transport the stones back. What he didn't expect was that he just wanted to clean up the various alloys, scrap electrical appliances and parts that he had put here in exchange for saltpeter. But he wasted all his time in a hurry.
Xiao Bai, let's go to Lake Berg first. We'll probably do this here first, and then we'll talk about it later.
It is best to finish the city wall today and then clean up the oil mine. Although there is still plenty of time. This is only the first day of this disaster cycle. But in this world with various threats in another world, there shouldn't be too many that can be called enemies. The defense pressure of a shelter without walls is still quite high. So go back and cover it as soon as possible. Lin Yu greeted Xiao Bai and had just walked out of the underground warehouse. Just as he was about to jump on its back and start flying again, suddenly, bursts of machine gun sounds suddenly sounded. And 15 robot dogs almost simultaneously run in one direction.
Gah!
Xiao Bai quickly flew up to the wall on that side with Lin Yu. And Lin Yu soon discovered the abnormality.
Lizard people? Why do you think of attacking here again? But it's a bit like attacking the stone with an egg.
Xiao Bai landed next to a medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform. Lin Yu discovered that the machine gun had not even fired many times before the large group of lizard men in rags had completely lost their lives.
Gawu.
Xiao Bai didn't seem to understand why this happened. The lizard people appeared and died quickly. At this moment, the robot dogs have returned to the saltpeter mine to continue patrolling and guarding. And the machine gun stations have returned to their original calm appearance.
Xiao Bai, go over and take a look.
Lin Yu still felt strange. Hundreds of lizardmen had already been here before. How could these less than 100 lizardmen think they could attack with a charge? Don't have the ability to learn? Soon, Xiao Bai led Lin Yu to the location of the lizardman corpses, but found that there was nothing noteworthy about them. Just a pile of dead bodies.
What's going on?
Lin Yu muttered, feeling that this matter seemed a bit strange. And, suddenly, another burst of machine gun fire rang out again. Xiao Bai took Lin Yu and quickly flew there again, only to find that it was actually the opposite direction from here. But those lying on the ground were not all lizard men. There were also mutated sheep running from nowhere.
I'm sure that the lizard people are up to something.
Lin Yu put the mutated sheep into the storage space. There was no reason to let go of these white ingredients. But indeed, they were too weird. Ta-ta-ta-ta. There was a burst of gunfire. This time from the other side. Lin Yu didn't move.
Xiao Bai, you fly in the sky for a while. I'll go back to the mine.
Tune the tiger away from the mountain? Making noises in the east and attacking in the west? Waiting for work. It doesn't seem like much. The lizard people do not have the strength to capture this saltpeter mine. Even if they can bypass the machine gun stations. There are still so many robot dogs waiting inside. There are also black spots and green claws where the robot dog can't reach. Lin Yu, the defender of the saltpeter mine, was not worried. He was just curious about the lizard man's behavior. It's like they're delaying time on purpose, etc. Wasting time? Lin Yu suddenly felt a chill. After he took Xiao Bai out of the main shelter. Even counting the flight time. It did take a long time. If the lizardmen want to waste time, and support him through the constant impact of themselves and those mutated creatures just like this. So, a shelter without walls seems to be not much different from an undefended shelter. Right? If Xiaoming and the others were delayed in the underground ruins, then the little ice lizards led by Xiaoluzi alone would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the large-scale lizardman army. Xiao Bai suddenly fell down, drew a circle with his arms, and pointed in the direction of the shelter. It seems that Xiao Bai also thought of it together.
Tell Black Spot and Green Claw, and we'll go back to the shelter immediately.
At this time, another burst of machine gun noise rang out briefly. Lin Yu had no time to care about this. So he asked Xiao Bai to tell the two little guys, and left a freezer there, and put a lot of it in it. After the food, a lot of water was placed there. The two little guys will probably have to stay here for a while longer. If they encounter a situation that is more difficult for the robot dog, then they will have to rely on the two of them to solve it. Although it has not evolved, its combat effectiveness is still guaranteed.
You two, keep a good look over here. If we hurry up, we might come over tonight. You hear me?
Lin Yu didn't expect whether the two little guys could understand. It was all left to Xiao Bai. After confirming that nothing was missing, Lin Yu thought for a while, and went to the warehouse to install a lot of alloys and parts. And then immediately rode on Xiao Bai's back. But Xiao Bai pulled him down again, and held him tightly with his broad arms.
Gaw!
Xiao Bai let out a roar, and stretched out his wings. And in an instant, he had led Lin Yu into the sky. Lin Yu now has no chance to see what's going on underground. At this moment, he is constantly thinking about all this in his mind. It was obvious that everything the lizard man had done up to now was for some purpose. And the most likely purpose of this is to directly attack his main refuge. If the main refuge is occupied, then indeed, he will be completely passive. It is true that the main shelter can be defended without walls only by the active fighting of the little ice lizards. But if it falls into a state that cannot be defended, then it will become a very difficult fortress to break. Whether it is the main shelter itself, the greenhouse, the small ice lizard world, or the food processing plant, any one of them is an ideal fortress for excellent defense. Especially the main shelter with an outer layer of rock and an inner layer of alloy. There is an alloy shelter hidden underground. As long as the lizardmen enter, it will be difficult to take it back easily. Even if he takes it back, the lizard people will never simply return it to him intact. If Xiao Liuzi and the others couldn't withstand this battle, the entire refuge would be burned to the ground. At this moment, the strong wind roared in Lin Yu's ears. He could feel that Xiaobai was flying towards the main shelter at the fastest speed, using the greatest strength. Time is indeed of the essence. And be prepared for the worst. Time passed minute by minute. But Xiaobai's flight continued. However, after finally feeling Xiaobai begin to swoop and hover, Lin Yu immediately calmed down. He had just calculated in his mind countless times on how to break through the enemy army, and how to defeat possible enemies from all directions. Even if he is alone, with the abilities he has honed countless times on the battlefield and the various weapons in his hands, he can make tens of thousands of lizards and beggars fall into despair. So, Lin Yu opened his eyes, and was gently placed on the ground by Xiao Bai. However, everything in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. Chapter 387. Is he that person? At this moment, outside the main shelter, in front of Lin Yu's eyes was a scene that he had not expected. What on earth happened? There were countless corpses surrounding the entire shelter, and the blood flowing out had dyed the entire land red. The pungent smell of blood filled Lin Yu's nose. The corpses that died in various miserable conditions on the ground were almost all monster lizard men with green scales. There are also a small number of beggars. Although the number is not large, their heads are arranged quite neatly. There are still countless arrows and spears on the ground, and some gray-black traces left after the explosion are still clearly visible. What happened here? Lin Yu took a breath of cold air. Sure enough, the main shelter was attacked. His ominous premonition really came true. The lizard people took advantage of his absence, and immediately led an army to invade after the walls of the refuge disappeared. And the purpose of the faint attack at the saltpeter mine was really to delay his time. Ga Wu. Xiaobai looked around, then tapped Lin Yu's shoulder, and pointed to the outside of the food processing factory in the distance. Over there was a giant dragon lying on the ground covered in blood. It had its eyes closed at the moment, and was motionless. There was no dark red blood on its scales. Xiaoming! Xiaoming! Lin Yu's heart jumped suddenly, and he ran over quickly. No way. No way. However, the giant dragon lying on the ground seemed to hear his voice. After trying hard to open his eyes, he raised his big paw and waved at Lin Yu to express that nothing happened to him, then closed it again due to exhaustion. Asleep. These little guys are really awesome. After careful inspection, he found that there were only some scratches on the scales of the snoring little Ming. After he had not suffered any damage, he finally recovered from the tension just now, and breathed a sigh of relief. The other little ice lizards all laid down on the ground behind Xiaoming. They all seemed to have been soaked in blood. But if you look closely, you can see that except for some minor scars on their bodies, their stomachs are all the same. Fu seems to be sleeping soundly. Lin Yu counted carefully, and found that even Hong Xian and the 150 little ice lizards he led were included. And no one was missing. Not a single thing is missing. So good. Lin Yu was completely relieved this time. And at the same time, he felt that all the worries in his heart had disappeared. These little guys are really working hard. This time he carefully observed the large circle of lizard and beggar corpses outside. And he no longer felt as nervous as before. I took out a lot of food from the storage space. And the fragrance that came out of them quickly made the little ice lizards, who were sleeping just now, get up one after another, and start to fight for food with big mouthfuls. Lin Yu took out a large piece of roasted mutton chop, and put it to Xiaoming's mouth. The little guy bit it into his mouth. After a while, he got up again, and sat on the ground to feast. It's okay. It's delicious and don't choke. No wonder Xiaobai didn't have any special reaction at that time. It turned out that this guy already knew that they were fine. Walking to the corpses of the lizard men, Lin Yu discovered that most of them died from wounds on their necks. Some had their heads cut off, and some looked like they had been hit by a dump truck. It turned directly into a puddle of meat. The fatal wound on the neck was caused by the little ice lizards. Although they were fast, their weapons were limited to their teeth. As for the head being cut off, it was probably due to Xiao Liuzi and Hong Xian. As for the author of those meat pie, there is no doubt that it must be Xiao Ming. When he and Xiao Bai were away from the main shelter, Xiao Ming and the others seemed to have experienced unimaginable hardships. After all, judging from the countless arrows left here, the traces of explosions, and the number of corpses that should be 3,000 to 4,000 at random, their battle is definitely fierce. There was nothing interesting about the lizard man's corpse. Lin Yu took out all the things in the storage space. After freeing up the space, he put away the lizard man's corpse one by one, and then walked to another one in the distance. The tools were piled together like a hill. This task took him nearly an hour. Finally, he walked for a while, and came to the 70 or 80 corpses of beggars almost 2 kilometers away from the shelter. Their manner of death was fairly uniform.
The heads were neatly cut off at once. The one who can do this must be Xiao Liuzi.
Lin Yu made a simple judgment. There were not many lizard man corpses nearby, and the corpses of the beggars were all concentrated here, and there was no sign of resistance. They were probably suddenly attacked from the air, and Xiao Liuzi used his sharp claws to suddenly attack them. He looked further away, and the corpses of 2 rather large lizard men caught his attention.
Is this body shape a genetic mutation?
Lin Yu looked at the 2 corpses, which were at least 3 meters high, and couldn't help but be surprised. The lizard men I have seen before are generally about 1.61 meters tall. Whether they are ordinary soldiers, squad leaders wearing armor, or even lizardmen priests wearing black robes, they are all about the same. High. The height of 1.6–1.7 meters has never changed. But this was the first time I saw these 2 big lizard man corpses.
They can't be evolved or something.
Lin Yu found that not only were they big, but their heads seemed to be a little mutated. Their big mouths were like crocodiles, much larger than ordinary lizard people. Moreover, the way they die is also very special.
3 throwing knives stuck in the neck? What a guy!
Lin Yu was now certain that this was what Xiao Liuzi did. He had put a throwing knife launcher on it before, and Xiao Liuzi seemed to have used it as a tactical method, and also successfully killed 2 big lizard men. All in all, not bad. You gain 4 cubic meters of storage space. You gain 113 cubic meters of storage space. Lin Yu? How many cubic meters of storage space did you just get? 113 cubic meters of storage space? Lin Yu thought for a moment that he had heard something wrong. He looked again at the corpse that provided such a high number of storage spaces, and suddenly felt that this person's face seemed to have been seen somewhere before.
It looks familiar. Who is it?
Lin Yu thought for a long time to no avail, and finally decided to take a photo of him. Using the system's built-in camera function, Lin Yu took a close-up of the big head, but he couldn't get rid of the background of a bunch of corpses next to the head.
Forget it. That's it.
It would be nice if someone knew me.
Lin Yu muttered to himself and posted the photo on the World Channel.
Does anyone know who he is? Picture.jpg.
Now! The survivors who were still talking about what they had, and what they didn't have suddenly collectively took a breath of cold air on the other side of the screen.
What the H.L.? What the H.L.? Whose head did Mr. Lin Yu chop off? Heads. Wait. This has only one head. Where is the body? And what is the pile of corpses behind him? It seems like a battlefield? Wait. I think I saw a lizard man. Lin Yu was fighting a lizard man beggar. Right. I must have just experienced a big battle with the lizard men and the beggars. But this man's face looks so familiar to me. Who is it? Don't guess. This is Levick. We were his scouts last time. Fortunately, Lin Yu didn't kill indiscriminately. Otherwise we wouldn't be alive now.
Lerwick! Lin Yu looked sharply at that head. Lerwick! It turned out to be Lerwick. It really was him.
Lerwick, it turns out that this guy is still alive. No. It should be said that he has actually survived until now.
Lin Yu stopped paying attention to what the World Channel said. At this moment, he was looking at Levick's head intently. Lost in thought. Lerwick brought 500 people last time, and he said something grand about asking these 500 people to capture his refuge. In the end, he and Xiao Bai simply killed them all, leaving them crying for their father and mother. In the end, Levick and the remaining defeated soldiers fled into the ancient gate of the secret realm and disappeared in front of him. Since then, they have not appeared again. Linyu thought at that time that Levik should have died in the secret realm, along with his subordinates, who were running around. But now it seems that they don't have as simple a dog leash as they imagined. But he was so tenacious that he survived, and then led an army of lizard men, where he was beheaded by Xiao Liuzi again.
It's not that I won't kill him. The time has not come yet.
At that time, he led 500 people to attack the shelter. This time, he led thousands of lizard men to attack the shelter. It failed last time, and it will fail this time too. The difference is that last time this guy left the body of his companion. This time he left his own body. Is there a difference? Doesn't it seem too obvious?
113 cubic meters. This old boy can really hide. Wait. 113 cubic meters?
Linyu suddenly thought of something. In Area C of the underground ruins, there seems to be almost this many cubic meters of storage space, which has been picked up. Could it be that the mysterious man who has been hiding in the dark side is actually this guy? He looked at the various supplies originally in Loic's storage space and searched them carefully. Water, bread, handmade crossbows, longbows, arrows, diesel generators, shelter plans, field tents, ladders, and steel guns. That's all. Nothing beyond imagination. Something is wrong. How could there be only this little bit? Oxygen tanks, and all kinds of good things that come out of treasure chests. Where did these supposed to go? Linyu thought for a while, then looked at the corpses of other people around him. After searching carefully for a while, he still felt a little strange. Is Levik really that person? To simply die, instead of first telling a lot of conspiracies and tricks, solving some mysteries that he has never figured out, and finally threatening him with his weaknesses. At least he looks like a villain. However, there are none. Even before he returned to the shelter, this man's head was so divided that he didn't even have the consciousness of a villain at all. Is it really not him? Linyu continued to collect storage spaces with doubts. I have to say that the quality this time is also very high. Everyone has a lot of storage space. 82 people collected a total of 408 cubic meters.
This is a great harvest.
Linyu was not dissatisfied at all with the massive increase in storage space. Who would be bored with being able to take more things in this different world? Including the previous 1224 cubic meters. There are now 1,632 cubic meters.
Why do you feel so rich all of a sudden?
Linyu piled the corpses of these beggars together and lit a fire. Before he could do anything else, Han Xian ran over again and motioned for him to follow. Linyu followed and found that there were more than 30 corpses next to the greenhouse. It seems that there is a lot to gain from the underground ruins.
Linyu began repetitive mechanical work to collect light spots in the storage space. You gain 4 cubic meters of storage space. You get, while continuing to gain storage space. Linyu once again lamented that the system's voice was emotionless, cold and mechanical when broadcasting these reports. It's like a machine. Just when Linyu received the 14th body, he suddenly discovered that the next body did not have the light spots it should have. What's the situation? Did you actually collect it just now? No. There is no such impression. After collecting all the storage spaces on the other corpses, he looked at the only one with nothing coming out and squatted down to take a closer look. And he quickly saw the problem. Still alive? At this moment, he saw that the chest of this corpse was constantly rising and falling. It was very weak at first, but as time went by, it became more and more powerful. Moreover, Linyu also noticed that although there was a lot of blood flowing out of his abdomen, when he used a dagger to cut open it, he found that this guy was actually wearing a layer of chain armor, and the wounds on his abdomen were also caused by sharp claws, caused by scratching the chain mail. But if you look carefully, you can see that the wound is only relatively large in length and looks a bit scary on the outside. In fact, it is not serious, and it is even just a scratch on the skin. Still alive. Moreover, it won't take long for him to wake up. It seems that it was Xiaoming or Hong Xian who didn't know who attacked them when they encountered these enemies, and then carried them back without careful inspection. So, what to do next? One shot killed him. Easy is very easy. But what if you keep him and force him to reveal some information? If you have correct information, that would be the best. If not, just a single blow would be enough. Linyu looked at the man with the same face as Yalu, thought for a moment, and immediately made up his mind. He first tore off a piece of cloth from the clothes of the person next to him, thickly covered his eyes, and tied them up. Then he used a strong rope to trap him tightly. After that, He recruited Xiaoming.
Did you bring it back? Gaw.
Xiaoming nodded. But when he saw what he thought was a corpse, breathing slowly, his eyes almost popped out of his head. It waved its hands repeatedly and immediately lowered its head.
It's okay. Just check him more next time. Help me move this guy to the alloy shelter. When he wakes up later, let's interrogate him properly.
Xiaoming got the order, and immediately picked up the thing as if he wanted to make up for it, and went straight to the underground alloy shelter. When he arrived at the entrance, he called out the little ice lizards and carried him little by little. Go down. Lin Yu walked there immediately, closed the exit on the ground, walked to the main shelter, and locked the inside from there.
You guys are responsible for guarding him. If he wakes up or does anything big, please notify me immediately.
Lin Yu ordered Han Xian and several little ice lizards to come over and explain the mission. They nodded repeatedly, and then sat obediently at the door. When can I wake up? Take your time. Don't be in a hurry. And even if the guy inside breaks away from the current situation and takes out something from the storage space, Lin Yu won't care. This extremely strong alloy shelter, as well as these little ice lizards outside, can trap any survivor in this other world except him.
It seems that we gained another 194 cubic meters just now. Is that 1,826 cubic meters?
The storage space is getting bigger and bigger, and I can just go to the berg or pit to collect stones. The business is not done yet.
Xiao Bai, you stay at home for a while. I'll go and come back.
Lin Yu drove the tactical vehicle out of the main shelter and shot a flaming arrow at the pile of lizard man corpses. Flames burst into the sky instantly. Chapter 388 The Precious Thing. The city wall is finally completed.
There is an old saying, old man. I don't know whether to say it or not.
In the deep and hollow underground ruins, this old voice with a rather weird tail tone continued to echo in the passage, which was quite unpleasant and harsh.
Go on. I've already lost my face anyway, so I don't need you to tell me this. Lao Sunday.
The gloomy voice answered without any emotion at all. Bright red light spots flickered on and off around his mouth, and bursts of smoke continued to rise. Lao Sun laughed twice, but no one in the group of people around him dared to laugh. They all know that with just a smile, that person can take their intestines out of his mouth without even using his hands.
You can't steal a chicken. Erosion of rice. He!
Lao Sun's voice was sharper and harsher than before. The laughter was even more unbearable.
What's the next sentence?
The man's tone remained unchanged. He had a dagger in his hand and whittled a piece of wood in his hand.
Ha ha. You kid. Don't let me tell you. Old man. You already took out the knife. I don't think you'll live long.
As he spoke, Lao Sun suddenly coughed twice, and after that, the entire space fell into a deathly silence that made it difficult for everyone except the two of them to breathe. After a long time, the man lit a third cigarette and turned the dagger. The wood in his hand had been carved into a sharp short wooden sword. He walked up to Lao Sun and put the short wooden sword into Lao Sun's hand.
Throwing away more than 3,000 stinky lizards and 80 people. It doesn't matter. They are all useless garbage anyway.
The man turned and looked at the huge mural at the deepest part of the room.
It failed once. But it doesn't matter. It's not that there is no gain at all. At least we know how much combat power Lin Yu and the Flying Dragon have when they are not around. The craftsmanship is good. Have you done this before?
Old Sun took the short wooden sword and started playing with it in his hand, as if he didn't hear what the other party just said.
I learned carpentry from that old guy for 10 years. And then I quit and ran away. But I'm the best at this thing. Ha ha. Not bad.
Old Sun picked it up and gestured.
What do you want to do next? I went more than 210. But only 130 came back. And the two neon boys also, it seemed like someone had killed him.
This time, the strength has decreased instead of increasing. People died, and the supplementary combat power was also destroyed halfway. How many times do you think you can make those stinky reptiles obey with the thing in your hand?
Lao Sun stood up and handed the short wooden sword in his hand to the man. The smile before was gone. The man did not answer or take the short wooden sword, but walked directly to the huge mural and looked at the picture in the corner. What the picture depicts is an ancient and strange ritual. Under the two full moons, strange-shaped stones were placed on a huge platform among the lizard people. In the next scene, all the strange rocks were inlaid on a pillar, and all the lizard men knelt on the ground at the same time, not daring to get up. Then, countless flying monsters emerging from the ground, and monsters from all directions appeared. They rushed towards the platform collectively, but ended up kneeling on the ground together with the lizard man. The scene suddenly stopped here.
I still know where the other things are, so I can't die.
In the man's hand, suddenly there was a basketball-sized luminous pearl that exuded green fluorescence.
As for how to capture the remaining ones, I think it won't be a problem for the stinky lizards to borrow tens of thousands more troops after this time.
Right. At this moment, Lin Yu was putting the last stone on the shore of Berg Lake into the storage space, and happened to receive a notification from the system. The remaining capacity of the storage space is insufficient, and items cannot be added. 1826 cubic meters should be considered ridiculously large, but when collecting a large amount of materials, it seems not that sufficient.
There are quite a lot of stones, iron blocks and coal, with the ones that were transported back before. There shouldn't be any problem in building the wall. Maybe there will be a lot left.
He had just gone back and forth twice, and after filling the storage space for the third time, he started the engine of the tactical vehicle again and sped towards the shelter on the asphalt road, because he felt that he was likely to encounter another lizardman attack. He placed all the remaining robot dogs next to the main shelter to assist Xiaobai and Xiaoming in guarding. Xiaoming, Xia Luzi, Han Xian, and all the little ice lizards were actually exhausted in the last battle. If so many lizardmen came to attack again,
Lin Yu believed that they could do it. Things will be extremely limited. Xiaobai also spent a lot of energy in several flights, and he probably can't stand up to anything, even though their combat power is indeed amazing. To be honest, it is really difficult to withstand another wave of attacks. Therefore, the existence of robot dogs has become very important. 120 robot dogs. 50 were left in the saltpeter mine, and Lin Yu also put the remaining 70 at the shelter. This was all he could do for the time being. If he wanted to make a new robot dog, he didn't have enough parts.
Speaking of which, did someone place a price on those grass carp and other things that were released before?
Lin Yu drove the car halfway. After remembering this incident, he immediately checked the panel and found that it was true. There are so many offers, and quite a few of them require fish.
Good guy. I usually hide it, but now I take it out just for a few fish.
However, he doesn't have extra storage space for those precision electric putters now. After starting the car again, Lin Yu hadn't driven a few hundred meters this time when he noticed a black shadow rising into the sky in the direction of the shelter and flying towards him again.
Xiaobai, what happened again?
Lin Yu drove the car, and it didn't take long for Xiaobai to land on the side of the road not far in front of his car.
Gah!
Xiaobai suddenly pointed and lay on the ground, closed his eyes, then opened them immediately, and then stood up again. Lin Yu laid his hands on the steering wheel, thought for half a second, and clapped his hands.
Is the prisoner awake? Gah!
Xiaobai nodded repeatedly, opened his mouth and roared, and imitated Lin Yu and clapped his big paw.
Ha ha! That's it. Let's go back quickly.
Lin Yu started the car again and sped towards the shelter as fast as possible. The prisoner actually woke up. I didn't expect him to be quite good at timing, but it was indeed time to wake up, and it had been a while. Soon, the car drove to the shelter. Lin Yu first unloaded all the iron blocks, coal, etc. on the open space, then came to the place that had been measured before, and began to build the wall. Although the prisoner is awake, there is no need for an interrogation immediately. Let's get down to business first. You built a thickened city wall. You established. Lin Yu had no intention of listening to what the system said. He was like a ruthless construction machine. As he continued to move, huge city walls were rising from the ground.
Finally finished.
Lin Yu was now standing on the roof of the main shelter, looking around. Nearly 250 meters away from the center of the shelter, a thick and tall gray city wall enclosing the entire shelter is standing. Each side is 500 meters long, and it forms a square, enclosing a vast space of 250,000 square meters. How big is this place? A standard football field is 105 meters long and 68 meters wide, covering an area of 7,140 square meters. The land in this shelter is enough to accommodate 35 football fields. The vast space also effectively alleviated Lin Yu's increasingly tight shelter building space, and at the same time left enough room for development of new buildings. And the 5-meter-high city wall, with a thickness of 2 meters, is enough to withstand the bombardment of giant hailstones like last time. Not to mention the attacks from those lizard men. It is even more difficult to break through. Neither those cold weapons nor the explosives that were loud enough but averagely powerful could not easily break through this city wall. It is conceivable that if the lizardmen and beggars had had this city wall, when they besieged the city before. They would have been unable to do anything about it. And there would be no way to capture the refuge. The battle between Xiaoming and other small ice lizards will also be easier. And he can even kill those enemies with less effort and more abundant methods.
It's finally completed. So, let's install medium-sized electric sentry machine gun units here first. How many? 10 units in each direction should be enough. Right.
With enough alloys in his hands, Lin Yu now dared to do whatever he wanted. Whatever worked, and what was most suitable. Soon, the 40 medium-sized electric sentry machine gun units connected to the power supply were fully deployed on the walls around the city wall. And their attack vision was completely coherent. They even formed a line, because they were juxtaposed closely enough. An extremely dense cross-network of firepower. Of course, this is also a guaranteed choice for now when Xiaobai and Xiaoming are not around. These medium-sized electric sentry machine gun stations are used on the wall for short and long distances. And the near and medium distances are supplemented by robot dogs. There are still 70 robot dogs left. 50 of them will be used as guards in the main shelter. And the remaining 20 will be used elsewhere. Then, place a certain number of small ice lizards in the shelter for use in guerrilla and flexible operations. Among them, things like Xiaoluzi and Red Line will also be placed for correct command. In this case, this place will become an unshakable and solid fortress, leaving the lizards and beggars in despair. Just like before, it was useless for them to come over with more than 10,000 people, and 20,000 to 30,000 people had to be left here, so there was no way to break through the pit. Then, in order to prevent the lizard men from digging holes under the ground, Lin Yu used stones to cover every part of the 250,000 cubic meter space with a stone SHL. In this way, it also eliminates the possibility of the lizard people cooperating with each other and launching a sudden attack from the inside. So, next, Lin Yu got off the roof of the main shelter and walked into the shelter. The defense outside is ready, so the next thing to do is to wake up the guy inside. After walking through the door of the shelter, Lin Yu went directly down to the basement. Then, he walked straight to the direction of the emergency passage leading to the alloy shelter. When Lin Yu arrived, the little ice lizards rushed over to greet him, chirping, as if to remind Lin Yu. And in his ears, a dull crashing sound gradually came out. Also, there were bursts of roars, like wild beasts. Lin Yu walked to the door, and sure enough, the noise coming from inside became a little clearer, and it was roaring quite loudly. Even the alloy shelter, with fairly good sound insulation effect, could not control it at all. Similar. But, is this shouting really in Tang dialect? They are all various C languages, which are quite standard. It seems that I left it right. Fortunately, I didn't say neon or kimchi. Otherwise it would be difficult to interrogate later. From the sound of the voice, it should be that he hasn't broken free yet, and is still in the stage of incompetence and rage. So, let this guy spend some energy first, and then slowly process him. The strength of the alloy shelter. Even if the guy inside takes out an RPG rocket head, it will definitely not be able to blast it. Not to mention some backward cold weapons and the like. Want to destroy the alloy sanctuary, unless this guy is the Hulk.
Little guys, keep a close eye on this guy inside. We still have some things to do before we can come back. Don't let this guy really escape.
Everything is possible. Who knows what big stuff the prisoner inside can pull out from the storage space. But as long as this guy really runs out, there is no need to think about anything else. Just let the little ice lizard show their fangs, and give him a momentary dog leash. After instructing the little ice lizards, Lin Yu walked outside again. Xiaobai had been waiting for a while, and Xiaoming was also beside him, seeming to want to follow him.
Xiaoming, we still have to rely on you to guard the shelter. We may have to go there for a while longer, so I'll leave this place to you.
Xiaoming and the other little ice lizards have all gone through the battle, and are still very weak in physical strength. There is no point in forcing them to follow them there. After all, there is no fighting there, so there is no need to follow. Besides, if you want to take Xiaoming there, you have to drive a heavy truck. And if you want to drive a heavy truck, you have to pave a road. The stock of asphalt pavement is not enough to pave it from here to the other side of the Oil River. So we can only start with stones. But stones are still very precious now, and the amount on hand is not that much. Just build the road and get there. If there isn't enough to build the city wall, it won't be fun. Lin Yu picked up all the necessary alloys, stones, and other materials, and filled the storage space. After finishing other things, we finally went to the Oil River.
Xiaobai, come with me. There's something. I still care about.
Lin Yu walked out of the shelter and looked at the weeds on both sides of the asphalt road. Unknowingly, the grass had grown to nearly knee height. They have almost completely covered this wasteland. Only some stone hills or hills are not painted with their yellow-green paint.
It's grown so much again. What will happen next?
Lin Yu increasingly felt that the next disaster must be related to these wildly growing weeds. But are weeds the only ones like this? The small forest before had already been wrapped up in the shelter by the city wall without leaving any trace. What happens to trees elsewhere? Wait, what will happen if there are too many plants? At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly remembered a disaster related to the increase in plants.
Wait, if that's true.
At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew out of the grass next to it and hit the asphalt road with a thud. And Lin Yu soon discovered that it was actually a beetle the size of a large plate. Chapter 389 Prediction of Fatal Disaster. Entering a new stage of technology. There are many types of disasters. Disasters are divided into two types: man-made disasters and natural disasters. It can be said that meteorological, biological, environmental, etc. disasters that cause loss of life and property to mankind have played an extremely important role in the entire history of mankind. Disasters have accompanied the entire process of human development. And they have also witnessed the history of human beings becoming stronger. Snowstorms, earthquakes, acid rain, floods, hurricanes, thunderstorms, extreme heat, fire tornadoes, giant hailstones. These disasters that have been experienced countless times in the history of human development are also happening in this other world. However, so far, mankind has not experienced a disaster at all. In other words, this kind of disaster had disappeared long before the birth of human beings.
The Oxygen Age. A period when the oxygen concentration was much higher than the proportion of oxygen in the air on modern Earth.
Lin Yu murmured to himself. He was quite familiar with this period of time. During the time when he worked at the meteorological station, he was able to browse various weather-related books on the big bookshelf in the office during his free time. This oxidation-rich era was introduced in a book about ancient climate and meteorology. The Earth's oxygen-rich era occurred between the Devonian and Permian periods. The concentration of oxygen even reached 30%, which is much higher than the current level of about 21%. In that era, plants were extremely prosperous and countless creatures were born. The reason why I can remember it so clearly is because the book contains many illustrations of giant insects from that time, which fascinated Lin Yu, who was quite interested in these things. But later when he went to the library to read some books about the Devonian period and the Permian period, he discovered that the giant insects did not actually arise due to the increase in oxygen concentration. The prosperity of plants turned the earth into a green world at that time. And there were also a lot of algae growing in the water. Plants release a large amount of oxygen and extract the greenhouse gas carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, causing the earth to cool down. Not only does it completely eliminate the greenhouse effect caused by supervolcanic eruptions, it also causes the earth to fall into an ice age. The excessive temperature difference made it impossible for many organisms to adapt and died in huge numbers. As a result, the mass extinction event of life in the late Devonian period was born. He had never thought about the disasters that plants could cause before. If he hadn't accidentally seen the big bug popping out, he would have really forgotten about it.
The giant bugs are probably gone, but the ultimate result of the oxidation-rich era is a major cooling, which is probably not too far away.
Although this is an extremely long time on Earth, in this other world where anything can happen, this kind of thing may just happen suddenly. Just like the last extreme heat disaster. Who would have thought that the weather that was considered comfortable at 20 to 30 degrees every day would eventually soar to 60 degrees? This would never happen on Earth. But it happens extremely easily in this other world. Lin Yu felt that this disaster would definitely not be too simple. The crazy growth of plants brings more than just cooling. The plants that are getting taller and denser also hide those little bugs who don't know where they are. And they can also make the various mutated creatures that can provide food extremely difficult to deal with. The survivors finally changed their stance with sharp weapons and those ferocious mutant creatures. But after the plants grow wildly, they may return to the past again. At the same time, the mutated creatures that are the main food become more difficult to capture. So famine may come unexpectedly. Not only that, overly tall weeds will also become the most suitable hiding place for lizards and beggars, allowing them to ambush inside and attack the survivors. Lin Yu, the more he thinks about it now, the more he feels that what will happen next is too terrifying. The weeds grew up to the knees in one day. But what happens next? If it really develops as he thinks, then indeed, The next triple disaster will probably plunge the entire world of survivors into a terrifying situation.
Too fatal.
Lin Yu shook his head. Triple disaster? If this can be considered a disaster, there are 2 more disasters waiting for the survivors to survive. This is by no means easy. This time, if we don't think of a solution carefully, maybe half of the remaining 2 billion people can be considered excellent.
Gah!
Xiaobai didn't understand what his master was thinking at this moment, and his understanding of this was completely blank. However, he did feel that the air in this wasteland smelled much better than before. Those small insects in the grass cannot get into its eyes at all, and a single sweep of its tail can kill a large area.
Well, Xiaobai, let's go. We can't waste any more time.
No matter what happens next, he still has very important things to do in front of him. The oil river cannot be left to others to exploit, let alone lizardmen and the like. Although he doesn't know how much the reserves are, every chemical product he produces will be the most important help when he reaches a higher level in the future. As an energy source entering a new era, the importance of oil extraction is unquestionable. Moreover, Lin Yu always felt that his final goal was closely related to this energy. Xiaobai opened his huge wings and soon flew high in the sky. He flew straight to the south. Lin Yu looked down from the dragon's back. The wild grass covering the entire wilderness, like a huge blanket, had occupied the entire field of vision. Boundless. From time to time, some black spots walked through the grass, forming groups. What will this grassland look like tomorrow?
When the time comes, we must think of countermeasures. Otherwise, even I will be in trouble.
He hoped that the disaster he imagined would not really happen. Otherwise, this disaster will have a serious chain reaction, causing quite complex problems, and will also make the survival of the survivors more difficult. And this is just one disaster. What if there are more? What about a more horrific disaster? This kind of thing is simply terrifying to think about. However, I can talk about this issue with Fei Yu later. He is already one of the few people I can trust. Speaking of Fei Yu, it seems that this guy hasn't contacted him since yesterday. Did he encounter something? Or are you focusing on exploring secret places and unable to extricate yourself? While Lin Yu was thinking about this, Xiao Bai was also flapping his wings. In the distance, the oil river and the large pit of the underground fortress could already be seen. As Xiao Bai continued to spiral downward, Lin Yu also stopped thinking. Xiao Bai finally landed on a relatively flat place near the oil river.
Very good. Xiao Bai, you stand over there and eat something while I build this huge machine.
Lin Yu looked at the
oil extraction and refining platform
in the manufacturing column in the system panel and confirmed the various materials required.
So, let's start building.
You built oil extraction and refining platform. The familiar white light was not dazzling, and there was a power residing in it that made Lin Yu even more excited. As the light disappeared, a medium-sized machine as huge as a house appeared in front of Lin Yu.
This big guy, which is more than 10 meters long, wide and tall, is really spectacular.
Lin Yu looked at this huge machine and couldn't help but admire it. The huge, technologically looking crane that looks like a giant hammer is even more powerful, although it is completely different from the original oil mining equipment on the Earth. It also has many similarities, but obviously, it is more sophisticated and more powerful. The whole body is almost made of metallic color, which shines with dazzling light under the sunlight. Countless complex and regular pipelines are closely arranged. And in the other direction, there is a rather large storage tank.
It can actually be built directly at the outlet of the oil river. But it seems that a separate power device needs to be built to operate properly.
Lin Yu finished arranging the medium-sized photovoltaic power generation array not far from this huge device. At the same time, the system also issued a prompt tone again. The oil mining and refining platform and the medium-sized photovoltaic power generation array have been detected. Do you want to connect them? This is of course necessary. Lin Yu also complained in his mind. Fortunately, he could still use the system to make such an effective connection. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to connect the two things. For such a delicate and huge device, he would probably have to spend a lot of energy and time. And it might even fail. The system is really convenient. After Lin Yu confirmed, several extremely thick cables successfully connected the two. Successfully connected to the oil mining and refining platform and the medium-sized photovoltaic power generation array. The medium-sized photovoltaic power generation array is being charged. The current power is 1% and continues to be charged. Has the system been so smart before? Does it also have a charging reminder? However, since it cannot be started within a short period of time. It would be a good time to do something else during this time. For example, building city walls and doomsday bunkers?
Xiao Bai, take me to the sky and circle around a few times. Let me see how wide the city wall should be.
Flying into the sky again, Lin Yu carefully observed his surroundings. And after roughly calculating the storage of stones in the storage space, he made a decision. Xiao Bai landed near the oil mining and refining platform again. And Lin Yu immediately took out a box ruler and started measuring. Soon, he stopped 50 meters away from the south side of the platform and made a point here, following the example of the gourd. For points were quickly completed. Then, following the method of making the city wall last time, he quickly connected the 4 points at equal distances on the extension line of each point again. The next step was to build the city wall. You built a thickened city wall. After the first city wall is built, the next time is very boring. You just need to keep moving the position and click to build the city wall. Soon, a thickened city wall with a length of 100 meters on each side surrounding the oil mining and refining platform was successfully completed. After the city wall is completed, the next step is to build a medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform. The shooting range of the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform is 5 to 200 meters, and the horizontal design range is 180 degrees. In fact, you only need to install one in each corner of the city wall. Lin Yu had enough alloy on hand. After thinking about it, he indeed placed 4 machine gun stations at the 4 corners of the city wall. Next, he built 4 more and put them in the storage space. Arriving at the top of the city wall near the center between the 2 machine gun platforms, he used stones to build a reverse inclined platform with an inclination of about 30 degrees, and then placed the machine gun platform on it. Looking at the machine gun station again, 2 machine guns were already pointed diagonally at the sky. This is a defensive possibility that Lin Yu suddenly thought of just now. In this different world, mutated creatures don't just attack from the ground. The previously called hawk-winged insect, as well as the strange bird called the three-eyed owl that I accidentally encountered when I went out at night, are all mutated creatures that can fly. And in the secret realm, there are still those flying storm lizards. If the lizardmen later figure out how to put those storm-flying lizards into another world, then these medium-sized electric sentry machine gun stations will also play some role at this time. After connecting all of them to the power supply, Lin Yu also entered the information of himself, Xiao Bai, Xiao Ming, and the little ice lizard. They also immediately turned on their activation lights, ready to attack unrecognizable enemies at any time.
However, this defensive power still seems not enough.
Lin Yu looked at the remaining stones and saw that there was still a lot that could be done. Successfully connected to the oil mining and refining platform and the medium-sized photovoltaic power generation array. The medium-sized photovoltaic power generation square is being charged. The current power is 23%. It continues to be charged. The oil mining and refining platform can be started. Do you want to start it? At this moment, the system suddenly sounded a beep. Oh! Can it be turned on? Start now. A roar sounded instantly, and the ground began to tremble. At the same time, the pendulum used for mining, which was like a huge hammer, was also driven by electricity and quickly started operating. At this moment, Lin Yu unexpectedly discovered that the oil river that was originally flowing outside seemed to be slowly shrinking. After a while, it quickly shrank by about a quarter. The oil mining and refining platform has been successfully opened. The oil mining platform can produce 200 units of gasoline, 100 units of kerosene, 150 units of diesel, 200 units of asphalt, 50 units of fuel oil, 30 units of lubricating oil, 50 units of paraffin, and 50 units of solvent gasoline. Oh! It sounds very efficient. But what exactly is this unit? 1 unit of output is 10 liters/kg. That seems pretty good. But the question also arises. Is it time to start manufacturing some storage equipment? All output products will be stored in iron barrels. Please put the corresponding amount of iron blocks into the raw material input port. If the iron block storage is insufficient, the oil mining and refining platform will not continue to operate. Good guy. Why is the system so excited? It feels like there weren't so many explanations before doing anything else. This time it was definitely a little unusual. But,
whatever you get. You get. No matter how you say it. This time you can get extremely important materials such as oil. Then, it seems that you can be self-sufficient to a certain extent in the future.
Lin Yu's mood began to rise at the moment. The importance of oil is self-evident. Now that he has obtained this precious energy, he will also enter a higher stage in all aspects. Thus, he continues to exist as the pinnacle above everyone else in the entire different world.
Self-sufficient, not dependent on others at all, and able to continue trading other and use resources with others in exchange for more needed things. It seems that in some aspects, I don't need to do everything at all.
Lin Yu felt that he had now entered a new stage at this moment. And in this stage, he would also be able to spend more time on the things he wanted to do more. Chapter 390. Petroleum Resource Point Arms Upgrade. Owner of 160 robot dogs.
The armed forces are actually a little bit behind.
Listening to the roar of the flames coming from the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform, Lin Yu saw dozens of mutated creatures named Durusta that had completely turned into a tower of dead corpses. Some of those who were seriously injured but did not die were immediately blown to pieces by bullets as soon as they dragged their bodies to their feet.
Not bad. But it does cost a bit of bullets?
Lin Yu walked to the machine gun that had just attacked the mutated creatures. Its barrel was now hot. He looked at the number of bullets he had just fired.
123 shots. Indeed, is a bit too much to deal with more than 20 mutated creatures.
Look at the one on the other side. 82 rounds. Fire cross network is really exciting. And it can make people feel the ultimate enjoyment, both auditory and visual. But the efficiency of bullets in killing enemies is much worse. The medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform is not without its weaknesses. It can even be said that there are many. Under continuous firing, the shooting accuracy of bullets cannot be guaranteed, as the bullet consumption just now proves. Secondly, the penetrating power of its bullets is still quite limited. If you encounter something harder, you can only rely on a pile of bullets to kill the opponent. The most deadly thing is the magazine. The current magazine can store about 3,000 to 4,000 bullets. As can be seen from the attack just now, one attack costs more than 100. If there are 10 such attacks a day, it will have to be replenished every 3 days or so. Magazine. This is even when there are not many enemies. If more than 10,000 lizardmen line up to attack, use a wave of human sea tactics, then I'm afraid that these medium-sized electric sentry machine gun units will burn out all the bullets in the magazine in a short period of time. Kill the lizard man at the front and completely misfire, becoming completely a display. The magazine cannot be upgraded. But the disadvantage is that he also consumes nitrocellulose to make bullets to replenish these magazines. As for nitrocellulose, there really isn't much left nowadays. There really isn't much. It seems that at present, the only person who can sell nitrocellulose to him is Xingling Feng. And this Xingling Feng is most likely the Xingling Feng that the first-generation survivor mentioned. After all, many things are completely consistent, and the principles are explained clearly. So basically there is no escape. But this Xingling Feng seems to be the only one in the entire world channel who can provide him with nitrocellulose.
I definitely don't know what I guessed about this guy at the moment. But despite this, the transaction should still be done.
Lin Yu stood on the city wall, opened the system panel, and first looked at the world trading channel. Before, he put vegetables, grass carp, etc. in exchange for the precision electric push rods needed by the robot dog. It has been a while, but he wonders how much the price will be. However, if you don't know it by looking at it, you will be really shocked when you look at it.
There are so many people who have this thing.
He couldn't help but sigh. It has to be said that vegetables and grass carp are quite popular. In this other world, there are still very few people who can eat vegetables. You get the precision electric actuator X109. With the disappearance of the grass carp, vegetables and the like in the storage space, his storage space now contains enough of the most important materials necessary to make 109 robot dogs.
Haha. Although I expected a lot. The materials I brought this time are only enough to make 40 robot dogs.
Lin Yu felt that this was really a trouble that could be regarded as happiness. He believed that there would be no other survivors besides him in this different world. But at present, his number has reached a high of 120. Now, another 40 robot dogs will be produced soon. This time, Lin Yu felt that he was already stable. If he could drive these 160 robot dogs to directly attack any refuge village in the world, and then eliminate everyone within an hour. Although, he didn't want to do this. After all, it doesn't make any sense, unless the other party takes the initiative to provoke him. Lin Yu, who is afraid of trouble, will still use these robot dogs as one of the main forces for guarding and defense. Of course, they will also be used in battles against lizards and beggars, and they will be quite active. After looking at the storage space, Lin Yu opened the dialogue box with Xing Lingfeng again.
Xing Lingfeng, I need nitrocellulose here. How much do you have?
Judging from the previous transactions, Xing Lingfeng's refuge village is full of ordinary food and daily necessities. And he likes wine and the like. And wine is precisely one of the resources that Lin Yu wants to get rid of most at the moment. The reason is that he has too much inventory. Whether it's wine or whiskey, he has a lot of reserves. And because he hasn't traded them for anything recently, he has been exchanging saltpeter and the like for resources. Now, it seems to be just right. However, after Lin Yu sent the conversation, Xing Lingfeng didn't respond for a long time. Busy? Or? Lin Yu remembered that Xing Lingfeng had deliberately pitted him and Lily Carahao against each other and wanted them to fight. Maybe this guy is doing something else? Lin Yu waited for a while. But after receiving no further response, he walked down the city wall, opened the alloy door, and came outside the city wall. About 10 meters away from the city wall, Lin Yu started construction again. But this time, what he built was the original 35 centimeter thick and 3 meter high wall. This kind of wall did not require any sentry machine gun stations for defense. It only needed to be high enough. Lin Yu quickly built a new wall around the city wall. And the area within this wall and the city wall was also paved with a layer of stones, just like the other side within the city wall. The main function of this is to prevent lizardmen and beggars from digging holes in it and attacking from the inside. After doing this, Lin Yu laid out the remaining 20 robot dogs. Moreover, Lin Yu also upgraded each of these robot dogs with a sniper rifle, with 30 rounds of bullets. Sniper-type robot dogs are very useful. And Lin Yu also believes that they can easily hit the enemy with a headshot from an extremely long distance. In order to make it easier for them to snipe, Lin Yu also set up some slopes for moving up between the outer city wall and the ground, making it easier for these robot dogs to patrol and snipe directly. Lin Yu set up and edited each of their patrol routes and strategies when encountering enemies, etc., which took a little time. After that, he worked non-stop to build 40 robot dogs. These robot dogs are equipped with dual MP5 submachine guns, and are responsible for close to medium range mopping up and guerrilla action when the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform misfires, or when the lizard man breaks through. In this way, with the dual cooperation of the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun station and the robot dog, basically speaking, the defense at 3 distances, near, middle and far, will be no problem.
The only thing left is to build a doomsday bunker and go back and bring the little ice lizards over. Then,
at this moment, the system suddenly made a sound. Congratulations. You and your pet have developed an emotional bond. And your pet has evolved a bond. Evolved? Who? Congratulations. You and your pet have developed an emotional bond. And your pet has evolved a bond. Congratulations. You and your pet have developed an emotional bond. And your pet has evolved a bond. Please confirm pet information. Pet race, black umbrella lizard. Pet name, black spot. Status, adult body. Please confirm pet information. Pet race, scythe blade flying lizard. Pet name, green claw. Status, adult body. This. What's going on? Why did these 2 lazy little guys get upgraded? Moreover, is it still hindering evolution? What did I do to me? It's obviously still dozens of kilometers away from the saltpeter mine. Right? Lin Yu, who felt strange and surprised by this, looked at the race information of the 2 little guys and roughly guessed their status. Even if you don't see these 2, you can still tell them apart. One is running on land, and the other is flying in the sky. Just like Xiaobai and Xiaoming. Just like Xia Luzi and Hongxian. They all evolve in pairs like this. Those who specialize in flying will have some speed and attack bonuses, while those who run on land are very good in terms of resistance to attack and physical strength. However, there is also a problem.
Xiaobai, Xiaoming, Black Spot, Green Claw, Xia Luzi and Red Line actually have 6 evolutionary branches? The evolution alone is already outrageous. And there are 6 more evolutions? What about the remaining little ice lizards? There are 500. Aren't there 500 kinds of evolution?
Lin Yu still didn't understand a lot about this world, especially the evolution of creatures like ice lizards, which made him completely confused. After all, there are no evolved creatures on the earth. Butterflies can transform from insects to butterflies, and that is something that only insects can do. But no matter how you look at the little ice lizards, even judging from their names, they are also vertebrate reptiles. But just like that, they just evolved. except for the black spots and green claws. He didn't see them with his own eyes. He almost witnessed the whole process of Xiaobai and Xiaoming. After 2 consecutive evolutions, there is another state evolution called sloughing. But so far only Xiaobai has achieved it. Xiaoming has not seen any signs yet, and no similar situation has happened to others.
However, it seems that there will be 3 players who can fly, and it seems that there will be more tactical options in the future.
Lin Yu was not dissatisfied with the evolution of Black Spot and Green Claw, but he did it unintentionally. There were indeed some accidents. He really wanted to know how these 2 little guys came up with the idea of a bond evolution. After all previous bond evolutions were due to a
special opportunity.
For example, Xiaobai evolved for the first time because after accumulating a lot of combat experience in several operations with him and living together for a long time, the relationship became closer before he finally evolved. Only the second evolution of Xiaobai and Xiaoming's bond is really related to
rescuing each other in crisis.
That time, Xiaobai fell into a coma due to a high fever and was unable to fight. Xiaobai stepped forward and killed many enemies before he successfully evolved. Xiaoming ran to the underground ruins in order to cover the black spots in them. He was attacked by the lizard man's explosives and was seriously injured. He spent a lot of effort to save Xiaoming's life and went to the underground ruins for it. Revenge was taken. As for Black Spot and Green Claw, it is true that they have been with him for a long time, but have not evolved. Although they were a little concerned about it before, they really felt that they could not force it. Xiaoming came with them and has evolved twice. Xia Luzi and Han Xian have always been with them and have evolved. So they are a little anxious, and taking them to the saltpeter mine and letting them face many enemies alone. I'm afraid these 2 may have thought that this was a special mission or something. So they evolved.
Having said that, I'm really happy that they can evolve. Xiaobai, go back to the shelter first and help me bring 20 little ice lizards over. Remember to add the red line inside. Ga Wu.
Xiaobai had just gone outside the wall to play a mutated creature hunting game for a long time. After hearing Lin Yu's order, he immediately rushed into the sky and flew towards the main shelter. Lin Yu walked outside from the alloy gate of the second fence and stopped at another location about 2 kilometers away from the oil mining and refining platform, opposite to where the Doomsday Bunker was originally located. There are rolling hills here, also covered by wild grass. There were indeed not many mutant creatures around. They all seemed to have been beaten to death by Xiaobai and were piled together.
Xiaobai has gone too far. I guess there won't be any mutated creatures within 3 or 4 kilometers. Right.
Lin Yu walked up to the surviving mutated creatures and took out the excellent iron spear. Putting on the mechanical arm, Lin Yu effortlessly gave them a pleasant leash.
67. Not bad.
Lin Yu did not dissect them directly, but put the corpses of these mutated creatures directly into the storage space. These will be of great use later. 42 iron treasure chests, 35 copper treasure chests, plus the previous 137 copper treasure chests, and 2 silver treasure chests. This is a lot of treasure chests that have not yet been opened. It seems that Xiaobai can finally experience the feeling of opening a treasure chest until he vomits.
There seems to be no problem around here.
So, Lin Yu looked at the design drawings in the system panel. Doomsday Bunker. A name that, to be honest, I don't like very much. The end? What is the end? After 100 million people traveled through time, did almost all of them die in the
end of humanity
in this unknown world? So, now that all 7 billion people have traveled to the same different world for the second time, is this considered the second
end of mankind?
Lin Yu disagreed, and he would never let this happen. Although he doesn't want to be the hero who saves the world. If necessary, he will, at the necessary moment, as the most powerful person in the world, destroy all the enemies that push all mankind to the end. For example, lizards and beggars.
Doomsday Bunker. Although I don't like the name. But speaking of it, its appearance is actually quite scientific. It is quite suitable as a safe fortress in this wilderness. However, it can indeed be modified,
Lin Yu said, using this design drawing. At the same time, a large number of stones in the storage space disappeared at the same time. Make a stone one first. Then after upgrading it, fully alloy it. Since you have to do it, you must do your best. In the previous Doomsday Bunker, only the entrance, corridor and first floor were made of alloy, and the rest were made of stone. In fact, it was not perfect. Otherwise, the place would not be invaded by those mutant bugs through the gaps in the end. and it would even be connected to the underground ruins in the end. However, the settings of each room are actually quite scientific. Although some are superfluous, most of them are still acceptable. White light slowly bloomed under the feet, and at the same time, there were bursts of roars. Soon, as the light fell, an entrance, like a well, appeared in front of him. Chapter 391. Excellent Design. Doomsday Fortress? Looking at the entrance, that looked like a manhole cover that he had seen before, Lin Yu felt that it was necessary to start making changes from here. After all, Xiaobai and Xiaoming would never be able to get through this narrow entrance, and it was quite inconvenient to have only such an entrance. The so-called Cunning Rabbit's 3 caves require an emergency exit at least. Just like the main shelter, there are 3 emergency exits in each direction in the basement. These 3 emergency exits can provide him with great convenience in quickly leaving the main shelter when an emergency occurs, and can also become his special detective method at some times. Therefore, Lin Yu's utilization rate of them is still very high. But this so-called Doomsday Bunker seems not to have considered such a thing at all. There is only one exit and entrance. If you want to get to the ground from the 4th underground floor immediately, you have to go up one staircase after another. After reaching the underground floor, you have to go through a long passage and then climb up a ladder before you can come out from the entrance. The result is that, after the miserable old man in the library went crazy because of being green, everyone who was being chased didn't even have a chance to escape to the exit. If there were some emergency exits at that time, I'm afraid this guy wouldn't be able to kill a few, and the others would be able to escape.
The gate is the first step. First, let's enlarge it. Then make the alloy gate. Then,
soon, under the familiar light, an alloy door 3 meters wide and 2 meters high appeared in front of him. Then, Lin Yu placed the door next to the original door. As he expected, the system sound successfully sounded. Upgrading the shelter door to an alloy door requires a universal upgrade design drawing.
Of course, it's confirmed. So next, there will be more than just a little bit of transformation.
After successfully upgrading the door, Lin Yu's next goal was to create downward passages, emergency exits, expand the corresponding levels of the shelter, as well as simple room modifications, etc. After spending 12 universal upgrade design drawings and mini shelter design drawings, Lin Yu finally built this Doomsday Bunker into what he wanted.
The entrance is expanded. The downward passage is changed to a slope style, and the height of the underground floor is lowered to 10 meters underground. There are 2 emergency exits on the 1st to 5th floors, and about 10 vents on each floor. In addition, increase the area of the 3rd and 4th floors to keep them consistent from top to bottom, and add a 5th floor. But the space and height are larger and higher than the other 4 floors. It will be used as a swimming pool and a living space for the little ice lizards. And then,
pushing open the door, Lin Yu walked out of the Doomsday Bunker, which had undergone many changes in structure and layout. Xiaobai came back at some point, and the 20 little ice lizards headed by Red Lion also looked at Lin Yu with interest. They seemed to have come directly here.
Oh, it's just in time. But things haven't happened yet. Just wait a little longer.
Lin Yu took out the high-precision research workbench from the storage space and touched it. Next to the gate of the Doomsday Bunker, you have obtained the design drawing of a highly enhanced Doomsday Bunker. At the same time as the sound of the system sounded, after the original door on the ground disappeared, a rumbling sound was heard instantly. Lin Yu kept retreating, and the smoke raised by the dust hitting the deep pit also floated out. Soon, an extremely deep pit appeared where the Doomsday Bunker was originally.
We can make a small pond here. We can look back and see where the water is more abundant. And then lead it over, huh? The one over there seems to be good.
Lin Yu saw that it was almost a kilometer away. And it was just right. There is a low-lying area that has formed a wide water surface. Lin Yu and Xiaobai went over to take a look, and unexpectedly found that there were even some black shadows swimming in the small lake. What's going on? Is there that kind of strange fish here too? Lin Yu observed for a while, and found that the size of this strange fish seemed to be quite large. He reminded himself of the blind hunting fish before. But where did they come from? He came to the shore of the lake, and those black shadows swam directly from everywhere, and approached the shore.
Gawu!
Xiaobai suddenly roared, and the black shadow in the lake instantly set off a mess of waves, and instantly fled to the depths of the lake.
Good guy. Is this a natural enemy?
Lin Yu said while assessing the lake water. No problem. Just drinkable. He glanced at the storage space, took away nearly 1,000 cubic meters of water, and then returned to the big pit.
How about making a swimming pool?
Lin Yu thought, then looked at the big pit, planning the rough shape and many ideas in his mind. The bottom of the pit is about 20 or 30 meters high from the ground, and its length and width are close to 20 meters. It is actually quite huge. If you want to fill it up, you will need a huge amount of water of about 12,000 cubic meters. If you just cover the surrounding soil with stones, it will be a quite deep pit. Although there is plenty of water, it seems meaningless to be so deep. The place where the little ice lizards originally lived was a cave with a very low temperature, and the water source where they played in the water was an underground river that was not too deep. Then there is no need to be so deep. As long as it is large enough, they can still play happily.
First take soil to raise the depth here, and then adjust the height difference.
Lin Yu had his own idea, and he quickly followed this idea and implemented it step by step. Lin Yu walked to the hill on the other side and started to pick up the soil, and then took the trouble to put the soil into the big pit. The depth of 20 to 30 meters was soon gradually filled in, and finally reached a position nearly 8 meters above the ground. Then, he came to the bottom of the pit and completely covered it with stones, finally forming a completely integrated molded product. Since it is going to be a swimming pool, it must have a deep water area and a shallow water area. After all, the size of Xiaobai and Xiaoming is very different from other small ice lizards. After considering this, Lin Yu began to build a huge swimming pool at the bottom of the pit. This swimming pool is actually quite easy to get. Just get it to the desired height, and then block one side. It didn't take long to build a swimming pool that was 20 meters long and wide, with the deepest point less than 3.5 meters, and the shallowest point only 1.5 meters. Then, Lin Yu poured the water he had obtained before into it, and then went back and forth several times to finally fill the pool with enough water. However, Lin Yu also discovered that the water in the small lake over there was really inexhaustible, and it didn't go down at all for a long time. After finishing the swimming pool, Lin Yu was brought directly to the land by Xiaobai. He immediately built a huge lid with alloy to cover the big pit. After that, he used a lot of alloy to support it. As for the entrance, it is naturally the doomsday bunker that will be built later.
It seems to be quite large scale.
Looking at the completed roof of the fully enclosed swimming pool, Lin Yu couldn't help but get excited. The next thing to do is to build an all-alloy doomsday bunker. Soon, white light also lit up under Lin Yu's chosen feat. You built a high-strength alloy-reinforced doomsday bunker. Kubin.
Damn it! What are you talking about? You seem to be talking about Lin Yu doing something big again. Right.
Gregory.
Are you here to eat melon? The melons are almost rotten. Lin Yu seems to have defeated 15,000 lizards and beggars just by relying on the guards when he was not in the shelter. In the end, the gang left more than 4,000 corpses and ran away.
Sean.
The group of surviving beggars seemed to have severe PTSD in the end. Just now a large number of people came over and said that Lin Yu was too scary and horrible. And they also sent a lot of dead bodies on the battlefield. The photos are simply outrageous.
Hifugui.
What you two are talking about upstairs is not the point. Okay. The point is that Lin Yu had asked here before if anyone knew the head. Have you ever seen someone ask someone whose head it belongs to? It's scary. A good badge.
Hisato Fuji.
Loic is a pretty strong man. Right. It seems like just yesterday that 500 people stormed Lin Yu's shelter. He escaped directly at that time. But this time he brought 15,000 troops to storm Lin Yu's refuge. Yu's shelter resulted in heavy casualties.
And he even set up camp in it.
Kubin.
No. What you guys are talking about is a myth.
Right.
I know Lin Yu is young, but he can defeat that Lerwick with an army of 15,000 without him? Isn't that ridiculous?
James.
Fact. Buddy. Who wants to increase others' prestige and destroy their own morale? I would have been closer to the hole. Otherwise my head would have been cut off by the black shadow flying over. Then, that giant dragon would have led countless white lizards kept charging towards us, and the entire formation of the lizardmen collapsed. Okay. The leader finally lost his armor. So the more than 100 of us who survived are now separated from the beggars. Do you want one in person? I have a lot of supplies and would like to chat privately.
Cassandra.
I'm a girl. I like boys. And I'm looking for support.
Caspar.
This refuge village has been recruiting people for a long time. It is rich in resources. The work is not tiring. And there are many beauties. It is a pleasure to come here.
Kim Jae-suk.
If someone asks for spicy cabbage, I'll exchange it for something good. We can negotiate terms. This world heritage belongs to us.
Tang Fei.
Good guy. It's okay to feel proud when eating pickles. In this other world, are you still trying to steal this Tang Dynasty thing from you?
Kim Jae-suk.
What did you say?
Tang Fei.
I said to compare the size with you. Yours is 1 millimeter. Right? Pinch your fingers. JPG.
Kim Jae-suk.
By 100 meters? Your picture has seriously hurt us. Report your location and I will kill you.
As night approached, more and more people spoke on the World Channel. After a tiring day, everyone poured into the World Channel. After several upgrades, today's World Channel has changed the original limit of 2 messages per person per day to 10. After the population of all mankind continues to decrease, the system seems to be to make the remaining people be more lively and make changes. And this caused more useless information to pour in. What was originally a good topic was quickly diluted by other useless information, and finally fell into a farce. After Lin Yu had just finished building the alloy Doomsday Fortress, he opened a door between the first floor of the Doomsday Fortress and the swimming pool. After seeing the little ice lizards running into play, he also took out the sofa and put it here the lowest level of the new subshelter rested. But he discovered that when taking a break, he should just take a break instead of watching some boring World Channel. Although the World Channel has indeed been upgraded to some extent, Lin Yu also feels that this is not a convenience provided by the system, but a malicious intention to disturb the survivors. The large amount of useless information made Lin Yu feel that by watching the World Channel, he was wasting his time instead of resting.
Speaking of which, Xiaobai is really energetic.
Lin Yu lay on the sofa, closing his eyes and relaxing his body. Xiaobai went to the small lake now, and seemed to be very interested in catching all the strange fish in it. The bright light shone on him, and he felt the power of technology. The people in the previous Doomsday bunker did not have access to
electricity,
and seemed to have always used relatively backward torches or fuel for lighting. This seems to be completely incompatible with the rather high-tech oil mining and refining platform outside. After building this Doomsday bunker, Lin Yu quickly laid out a small photovoltaic power generation array nearby to supply electricity here. Electricity is the most basic guarantee for enjoying many conveniences, and these guarantees also show their power in the Doomsday bunker that he has transformed. In the room on the first floor, he has placed 2 fresh-keeping freezers, filled with various kinds of food. If the little ice lizards want to eat, just ask Han Xian to open the freezer door and take it out from inside. If you want to eat it cold, eat it directly. If you want to eat it at room temperature, just leave it outside for a while. All in all, no trouble. The food in the fresh-keeping freezer is probably enough for these little guys to eat for about 3 days. If there is any shortage, Xiaobai can just fly over and take it and put it back in the freezer. As for water, you can just drink water from the pool or the small lake over there. But there is no need to prepare more. As for the work of Han Xian and the other 19 little ice lizards,
they would start from here and then enter the vicinity of the oil mining and refining platform through the ventilation holes that Lin Yu had set up on the wall and city wall before, specifically responsible for patrolling and guarding, no matter day or night. They are responsible for guarding the safety within the platform walls. Medium-sized electric sentry machine guns and robot dogs cannot be placed around the platform at all. Their firepower can easily ignite crude oil. If a bullet hits the platform and causes a leak or other incidents, the place may become terrifying again in an instant. After the explosion, it turned this place into a terrifying sea of fire. It can even cause more terrifying problems. That's why Lin Yu put so much effort into designing. The medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform was placed on the 5-meter city wall on the first floor, with the barrel pointing outwards, while the robot dogs, which are strong swimmers and like to attack flexibly, were placed between the city wall and the fence. The fence was 3 meters high, and their bullets will not accidentally hit the platform because they will cross the city wall. If the enemy comes, even if they are lucky enough to break through the double blockade of the robot dog and the sentry machine gun station, and enter the wall where the oil platform is located, then these little ice lizards will fight hard under the leadership of Red Line. The location selection of the Doomsday Fortress also considered issues such as the distribution and depth of oil deposits to prevent oil from pouring in, making the Doomsday Fortress uninhabitable. Gawu. At this time, Xiaobai suddenly walked in from the outside, all wet, but seemed quite happy. He kept his arms behind his back, which was different from usual. Have you found anything good? It's mysterious. Ha. Lin Yu stretched out his hand to Xiaobai, waiting for a surprise. Gaw! Xiaobai shook his tail and stretched out his big left paw from behind, and in its big claws, there is a huge gem. Wait, this gem looks familiar. Chapter 392, obtaining rough gemstones again, making a bold guess. Gem? Emerald rough stone. The system immediately identified the true name of the huge translucent green stone in Xiaobai's big paw. Lin Yu weighed this huge gem and couldn't help but be secretly surprised.
This must weigh 2 or 3 kilograms.
The huge gem shone with an incredibly beautiful green light under the light, and seemed to contain a mysterious power, making Lin Yu unable to move his eyes. But where did this thing come from?
Xiaobai, where did you find this thing?
Are there any minerals nearby? Or...
Gawu!
Xiaobai pointed outside and led Lin Yu out of the doomsday bunker. Lin Yu followed Xiaobai from the exit with doubts, and immediately saw a big fish lingering on the ground and still jumping.
Is this blind hunting for fish? No. Why is it so huge?
However, the size of this blind hunting fish was much larger than what he had seen before, nearly 4 meters in size, with a mouth full of sharp teeth. There is a crouching lizard man with only half of his body left next to his mouth. The lizard man's claws are bent, as if he has been tightly grasped. It seemed like there was a whole empty space. Lin Yu understood that what Xiaobai meant was that the emerald was taken out of the lizard man's arms. Lin Yu also discovered that this lizard man was wearing armor, and seemed to look like a team leader who could explode a silver treasure chest. Looking at the blind hunting fish again, Lin Yu was surprised to see that its hind limbs were different from those he had seen before. The previous hind limbs were actually more like appendages like legs. And this one, the hind limbs of blind hunting fish really look like those of a lizard. Even the forelimbs have some clues, and they have the meaning of the hind limbs of ordinary blind hunting fish. This thing made Lin Yu feel like an ancient creature that was about to evolve into a dinosaur, rather than a fish. Is this thing also evolving? Or does it mean that when you grow up, you have more appearances, just like a tadpole, slowly degenerating its tail, gradually growing its hind legs, and finally becoming completely different from what it was when it was a child? Lin Yu felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't explain it. It seems that after this cycle of disaster started, everything became a little different. This blind hunt for fish only appeared at the beginning of this round of disasters. It had never happened before, and according to the original understanding, they should have escaped outside after the underground river gushed out. Before, they only appeared on the Berg Lake side. Later, Fei Yu also reported to him about being attacked by strange fish, and there were many rumors of sightings on the World Channel. This thing is something that no one has ever witnessed in previous disasters, but it appears in large numbers in this disaster. Could it be said that it has something to do with this disaster? Lin Yu also hoped that he was not overthinking this, but this strange mutation forced him to associate these with new and unknown disasters. When Lin Yu used the excellent iron spear to kill the blind hunting fish, he discovered that the system called it a blind hunting beast. Even the box that exploded was a silver treasure box. Good guy. Is this confirming that the strange fish he just discovered will evolve? Lin Yu felt that as he continued to obtain new information and intelligence, there were more and more such mysteries. If he doesn't continue to explore newer information and intelligence, these mysteries will always remain a mystery. After putting the body of the blind hunter into the storage space, Lin Yu went to the lake again and saw the 32 blind hunter fish that Xiaobai had caught on the shore, as well as a blind hunter beast. By simply killing them, he also obtained the corresponding copper and silver chests. After putting them into the storage space, Lin Yu asked Xiaobai to emphasize again that he wanted Red Line to lead the little ice lizards to guard this place. After looking at the sunset that was about to set, he knew that he had to go back to the shelter quickly this time. Looking at the huge emerald stone in his hand, he thought of the other three. The rough diamonds, sapphires and rubies were all things he had found in the deepest part of the underground ruins before, and each one was almost the same size as the one in his hand. Even the shape is not much different. Is this a coincidence? Lin Yu knew very well that this was obviously not the case. Several rough gemstones are closely related to the lizard man. The first three were found in the secret space of the underground ruins, and the emerald rough stone just obtained was also the lizard that Xiaobai got from the mouth of the blind hunting beast, taken out of human hands. These rough stones are closely related to the lizard people, and they may also involve some mysterious thing that he can't imagine now. What could this matter be? Gemstones are very valuable on Earth. They can be exchanged for extremely large amounts of money, and can even give people a certain status. Just like these 4 pieces in his hand, they are enough to make him a billionaire instantly. But that's Earth, not this other world. The method of transactions in other worlds is not money, but always barter. Before the birth of money that truly measures the value of items, these gems were not much different from some ordinary stones. The lizard people are even more unreasonable. Before the arrival of the beggars, they had always been in the Stone Age. They were not even as far away from such things as money as the beggars, even though the beggars taught them a lot and improved them. At the same level of civilization, they will be in the stage of bartering just like humans. So, what are these stones for? Lin Yu kept thinking in his mind. The lizard people are a Stone Age civilization. They have quite a few altars and underground ruins. And their murals also depict many mysterious scenes. Stone statues of various mutated creatures. Strange sacrifices. Patterns of lines and circles on the gate. And those clay pots. And those 2 moons. For gemstones of the same size. Etc. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something.
Perhaps these gems are used for sacrifice or something? It can even be said that they are important props used to summon something from those 2 moons?
Suddenly feeling a numbness on his scalp, Lin Yu became more and more frightened as he thought about it.
However, this may just be my guess. Before I find definite evidence.
While Lin Yu was thinking, he came to Xiao Bai's back. The sunset was gradually setting in the west, and it was time to go back. Chapter 393, A Long Day. Setting up a box opening area. Feeling the strong wind pressure, Lin Yu was currently high in the sky, closing his eyes and waiting for the moment of landing. Not long after, Xiao Bai circled and lowered his altitude. His flying speed also slowed down, and he was able to open his eyes and look at the wasteland under the night sky. But as Xiao Bai continued to lower his height, he finally reached the sky above his shelter after the sunset completely sank into the west. One day passed again, and this day is quite long. Even without exploring the secret realm and underground ruins, Lin Yu felt quite tired.
There are still so many things to do. Why do you feel like you can't finish them no matter what?
The light in the shelter is quite bright, but it is also the loneliest star in the entire wasteland. Xiao Bai landed firmly on the ground, and Lin Yu also saw Xiaoming and the others standing in front of the door, as if to greet them.
Good guys. In just a few days, the little ice lizards have stood up straight and lined up very neatly. They really look like a well-trained army.
Lin Yu was also very happy with the remarkable progress made by the little guys in the past 2 days. After all, before, most of them were living a self-sufficient wild life in the ice lizard cave. But now, they have experienced several battles and are even under the command of Xiaoming. Next, he successfully fought off tens of thousands of lizards and beggars. Fighting bravely.
Good.
Xiaoming gave the order, and the little ice lizards straightened their backs. After they called in unison, they all even looked to the right collectively. Oh, it's really good. Xiaoming's training is quite good.
You performed well today. Let's eat some boiled noodles. Instant noodles cooked in a big pot. Like a pile of meat.
Undoubtedly, cooking noodles is the most convenient and fastest way to cook. Especially now that he has a lot of pots and stoves in his hands. It is actually not difficult at all to cook noodles for so many little ice lizards. Little White and Little Ming at once. It will take a little effort to tear open those sauce packets, powder packets, etc. But these little ones can do it perfectly. It didn't take long before pots of fragrant noodles came out one after another. The plump noodles were soaked in rich soup, and there were a lot of mutton slices piled on them. The aroma was even more fragrant and unbearable. Of course, Lin Yu also put some chicken feather vegetables in it as side dishes to ensure a balanced nutrition. After heavy physical work, instant noodles are actually one of the best foods to eat. Although it is said to be high in calories, high in salt, etc. When you have been busy all day like today, it is indeed the best source of energy to replenish your physical strength and salt in your body. After eating 2 bowls in a row, Lin Yu felt that his lost strength was gradually coming back. At the same time as he felt full, he also felt sleepy.
Ga Wu!
Xiao Bai, who had just filled 2 large pots of boiled noodles, walked up to Lin Yu and looked at him with extremely expectant eyes. At the same time, he kept rubbing his 2 big paws up and down.
Ha ha! I knew you couldn't help it!
Lin Yu came to the living room. Xiao Bai followed closely, and Xiaoming seemed to be quite curious. He even ate only 3 pots of instant noodles before running over and entering the living room together.
Are you also interested?
Regarding the copper treasure chest, Lin Yu now wanted to open it less and less. Moreover, he felt that he had not opened anything good recently, so it was obviously better to let Xiao Bai do it directly. Of course, it would actually be better if Xiaoming could share his worries.
There are a total of 42 iron treasure boxes, 204 copper treasure boxes, and 1 silver treasure box. Why are there so many? Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. He saved so many treasure boxes in one day, which is indeed quite a lot. It's scary. If you do it yourself, it may take a lot of time and make your mood worse. Why bother? The ability to explode treasure chests 100% makes him even more powerful in the early stages, and it also makes his development more rapid. But after the initial violent development, he also found that only higher-level treasure chests could increase his productivity development level and allow him to obtain benefits from construction, exploration and collection in all directions. Stronger assistance. When those mutated creatures, lizardmen, etc., that no longer pose any threat to him have to be defeated, the low-level treasure chests that burst out will put him in a certain amount of distress. Come on. There's nothing too good. Don't open it. It feels like a waste. So since last time, he asked Xiaobai to open the treasure box for him, which satisfied Xiaobai's curiosity and prevented him from being irritated by it. It can be said that killing two birds with one stone. 204 copper treasure boxes. Xiaobai, can you do it? After Lin Yu spread the copper treasure boxes all over the living room this time, he found that he could continue to build a second layer. It turned out that after the second layer was placed, he even not enough. The living room is a bit small. Should we create a larger space below the basement and create a dedicated unboxing area? Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt that it was really necessary to set aside a space specifically for opening treasure chests. After all, the number of treasure chests would not be too small in the future. We still have a lot of materials on hand, so we can just use the shelter design drawings to add a second underground floor to it, which can be connected to the other two giant warehouses. The previous two giant warehouses. One was the one behind the main shelter, which was merged with 4 large warehouses, and the one built later was the one directly below it, which was also merged with 4 large warehouses. Lin Yu thought of this, immediately opened the system panel, and quickly used the numerous shelter design drawings on hand. As slight tremors came from under his feet, Lin Yu also knew that his second underground floor had been completely established. The second underground floor is completely made of pure alloy, with a stone SHL on the outside. There is no doubt about its sturdiness. And as a support, it is enough to support the weight of the 2-story building above. Taking advantage of the convenient functions of the system, he quickly turned on the power here, installed the light set, and used some partitions to simply divide the huge space, which is nearly 23 meters long and wide, into 3 parts. A small part is still a bedroom, and the remaining 2 are larger. One is an unpacking area, and the other has not yet decided what to do, and will figure it out later. Putting all the copper treasure boxes into the storage space again, Lin Yu took Xiaobai and Xiaoming to the empty second underground floor. He looked at his new work with satisfaction. After taking out all the copper treasure boxes just now, he took out 42 iron treasure boxes. After placing all these treasure boxes, the floor of this room was not covered. Spacious is good. Xiaoming, you come first this time, and the iron treasure chest will also bring out very good things. Come on, little guy. Jigu. When Xiaoming suddenly heard his master say this, he couldn't believe what his ears heard. But when those iron treasure boxes were placed in front of it, it was a little overjoyed now. It's just that, after all, it is a giant dragon, and the expression on its face cannot be that rich. But Lin Yu can see from its wide grin, and its tail that starts to wag, that it seems to be quite happy. Xiaobai, be prepared. The task is very difficult. Lin Yu watched Xiaobai go to the copper treasure box in the edge corner, and he also took out the only silver treasure box. Well, let's start unpacking. Chapter 394. The reward has arrived. A new type of treasure chest. I have to say that Xiaobai is a bit evil. When this guy opens a treasure chest, the probability of getting food is even more than 50%. Lin Yu kept sighing while putting the various items in the copper treasure box that Xiaobai opened into the storage space. All kinds of grains, instant noodles, snacks, even dried fruits, beef jerky, etc. can be opened for him to see. The most outrageous thing was that Lin Yu actually saw that there were red arrow chewing gum, big and small bubble gum, and even stinky tofu and other stuff inside, which made him laugh and cry. However, there are some other things. Especially what makes Lin Yu quite excited is that this time Xiaobai opened a large number of regional map fragments. There are 98 regional map fragments, and many of them also add some key locations on the map. This wave of birds is really worth it. Now, Lin Yu discovered that his own regional map fragments had almost filled in almost all the area of the entire Wasteland area.
He glanced at the rest and found that there were only about 30 or 40 fragments. And most of them were the mountains and fringes that don't matter. It can be said that he now has almost the most important information about this wasteland area.
Oh! The area to the south has been completely revealed. Now I don't need to continue exploring the surrounding area.
This time, even the area around the petroleum river in the south was fully displayed. So detailed that even the small lake where he drew water was marked. Lin Yu continued to flip through the area maps section of the system panel. The more he read, the more surprised he became. I don't know when it started, but the regional map has also undergone quite a few changes, with many additional functions. Some of the previous functions will continue to be available, such as the shelter shown previously. His activity icons, etc. still exist. He still covers the shelter he built, and even the paved roads, with a layer of light blue. Lin Yu saw that at this moment. The vast area centered on his refuge, heading eastward through the asphalt road, passing Lake Berg and reaching the saltpeter mine, was completely dyed with light blue, completely marked as his sphere of influence. The sulfur mine in the north is still standing alone, and the oil river in the south is also enclosed and becomes his territory. In this vast area, the three important mineral deposits of saltpeter ore, sulfur ore and petroleum are each marked with a black triangle, which has not been seen before. And it's not just that. Lin Yu discovered that the system also marks Xiaobai and Xiaoming, whether it is the black spots and green claws in the saltpeter mine, the red line troops in the oil river, or the small white fears and other small ice lizards here in the main shelter. The number and color are also clearly marked. He noticed that Xiaobai and Xiaoming were represented by larger black light spots. The black spots, green claws, Xiao Liuzi and red lines were all dark blue, while the remaining little ice lizards were all white. Express. This is quite intuitive and allows him to check his own distribution and arrangement at any time. In normal times, he can check his own status and quantity in real time to ensure that no sudden situation will occur. During battle, it can also be used as an auxiliary to accurately issue various orders and deploy troops. It's a very convenient function. Looking at other areas, there were also many tiles dyed in various colors. And in the center of these colors, Lin Yu could clearly see the icons of the refuge villages marked with black squares. Just click on one, and white bright spots will appear around the black square. These are probably the survivors. Lin Yu glanced diagonally upward. Fei Yu's refuge village was also dyed the same light blue color as his, indicating that it had a certain relationship with him.
I still don't understand. Does this system consider Fei Yu and me to be allies? Or am I dominating him?
Lin Yu felt that Fei Yu was considered a powerful new force at present, and being ranked 9th in the world was enough to explain the problem. And when it comes to domination, the other party has a very high degree of freedom. Although the other party's resources are shared with him, he does not directly order the other party to do anything, but maintains a close and cooperative relationship.
This is probably an alliance.
Lin Yu looked at the wasteland again, where some identical color blocks were scattered, and he probably made a guess. Although the various forces in the wasteland are also distinguished by different colors, there are really not many similar colors, because the wasteland area is too vast. The spheres of influence of each refuge village have not reached the level of bordering each other, and some are even very far away. They are definitely not the same colors that are created to distinguish the spheres of influence. The relationship between him and Fei Yu is indeed more like an alliance. And currently it seems that Fei Yu will not betray him for anything. In this different world, it never hurts to have another reliable ally. Although Lin Yu believed that in terms of offense and defense, the survivors, mutated creatures, lizards and beggars of this other world should not be able to threaten him. But no one can tell when a force like the
Anti-Lin Yu Alliance
will emerge and finally besiege him. By then, if Fei Yu can stand on the same front as him, then he will feel a little better, no matter whether I can help or not. Just a peace of mind. When the time comes, he will kill everyone else without any scruples. By the way, can everyone see the new functions of these regional maps? Or is it just him? After looking at the world channel and searching for keywords, Lin Yu discovered that it seemed that only he could really see this.
Fei Yu, are there any new changes in your regional map?
The system did not explain this, so it would be better to ask this, little ally. Soon, Fei Yu responded with a message.
I just came back from the secret realm, and the harvest this time is not bad. By the way, speaking of regional maps, when we fought those strange fish and lizardmen before, we obtained a lot of treasure chests, and then opened some regional map fragments.
Oh, by the way,
They were once besieged by lizard men and blind fish hunters. The other party shared the regional map with you. And your regional map has been updated. Can it be shared directly? What's the situation? The previous time, Feiyu took pictures of the map he had drawn and sent it to him. Then he added some fragments to the map last time. Is there a new method this time? Congratulations. Your Wasteland area map collection rate has reached 100%. All functions of this region's map will be available soon. You become the first survivor to reach 100% area map collection rate. Congratulations. You have received the corresponding reward. You got Palladium Treasure Chest. The treasure chest will be airdropped later. The treasure chest will not disappear after it is opened. Chapter 395 Obtain the Palladium Treasure Chest. Get double rewards. A series of sounds from the system sounded, and then fell. Lin Yu, on the other hand, has not yet recovered from the impact of the information just conveyed by the system. Palladium Treasure Chest? What the system just said was a Palladium Treasure Chest. As for the regional map, after Feiyu shared the map fragments of their refuge village, Lin Yu also completely unlocked the regional map of the Wasteland. And the system's reward suddenly arrived at this moment. Although Lin Yu did think that the reward would be a treasure chest. A platinum treasure chest. Or an airdrop or something like that. But he never thought that at this moment he would obtain a palladium treasure chest that sounded more advanced and precious than a platinum treasure chest. Who would have thought that there would be a higher level treasure chest on top of the platinum treasure chest? At this moment, Lin Yu had not fully recovered from the shock. After all, it was the 37th day since he came to this different world. This was the first time that he had heard of a reward more powerful than a platinum treasure chest. After all, platinum treasure chests can unlock extremely powerful things such as intercontinental missile launchers, anti-aircraft missile launchers, and Katyusha rocket launchers. If it were a higher level palladium treasure chest, will there be an unimaginably huge reward? Lin Yu closed his eyes and tried to slow down his heartbeat. Indeed, no survivor in the world except him should have obtained the platinum treasure chest. And he should be the first to obtain the palladium treasure chest. Right? He vaguely remembered that when he got the first platinum treasure chest, there seemed to be another reward. Will it come next? Ga? Guao. At this moment, Xiaobai and Xiaoming looked at their master, who was in a daze and didn't understand what happened. So they couldn't help but call him. It's okay. It's okay. You two should take a rest. Are you tired of opening the treasure chest? Lin Yu looked at the little guys and recovered a little. It would be a lie to say that you are not excited. Who can remain completely calm before the equivalent of winning a lottery worth 100 million? Besides, this palladium treasure chest is much more valuable than 100 million. Especially in this different world where everything is important. Anything found in the treasure chest may save lives at an extremely critical moment. Some can even turn the entire battle situation around in an instant, completely overturning the disadvantage and making a comeback. Gawu, Xiaobai and Xiaoming both shook their heads. They were both very excited now. After all, opening a treasure chest is a beautiful thing. At this moment, Xiaobai has finished opening all the copper treasure chests. And Xiaoming, even before Xiaobai finished opening them, was already looking forward to Lin Yu taking out something good from the treasure chests. But it seems that the owner has been in a daze since the beginning, and they are all a little impatient while waiting. Really? That's good. I'll put away all the contents of the remaining copper treasure chests and iron treasure chests first. Lin Yu took a deep breath. The airdrop was coming soon, and he had to be prepared to open it. Before that, all these things must be dealt with to make room. In addition, I have to give Feiyu another reward or something later. After all, if it weren't for this guy, he wouldn't have been able to get the palladium treasure chest so quickly. Right? By the way, aren't there diamonds on the platinum treasure chest? After collecting the remaining copper treasure boxes opened by Xiao by one, Lin Yu found that apart from food and regional map fragments, most of the remaining items were various survival gadgets, which were of no use to him. Big things like batteries, vernier calipers, kerosene lamps, etc. Just put them on the shelf and wait for them to be pulled out. You can't tell when it will be used. As for Xiaoming, although the iron treasure box is even worse than the copper treasure box, and the various items that come out are more focused on basic survival, what is unexpected is that he actually got a lot of toilet paper and wet towels, and a large number of design drawings like iron pickaxes. After collecting them, Lin Yu found that his various primary equipment had reached excellent quality. Who wouldn't want a toilet scraper of exceptional quality?
Lin Yu was very satisfied with this. Although the iron treasure box was a little tasteless, it was enough if Xiaoming could open it happily. Right? However, Lin Yu also had a hunch. Judging from how happy these two little guys were now, maybe after the next battle, they would not kill all the enemies. Instead, they would bring them to him one by one and let him kill them. Come and get various treasure chests from these enemies.
Actually, it's not bad. I didn't want to do it myself before. It wasn't because I didn't want to kill so many people, but because I really disliked opening copper treasure chests all the time. It would cause mental fatigue and serious psychological damage.
Lin Yu also sighed again. Now he is also a little drifting. I am becoming more and more envious of those survivors, whose treasure chest explosion rate is very low. Is this Versailles? Maybe. He looked at the silver treasure chest in front of him. Because he was attracted by Xiao Bai's rich harvest, he never had time to open the silver treasure chest. But now, in the entire treasure chest area, the only treasure chest that has not been opened is this one. At this moment, Xiao Bai and Xiaoming were waiting quietly, with their eyes fixed on the silver treasure box, as if they were also waiting for Lin Yu to say a word, and the two of them would rush over to experience the excitement of opening the silver treasure box.
Ha ha. You two are really serious. I'd better do the silver treasure chest myself first. It wouldn't be appropriate to share it with both of you.
Right. Next time. Next time. Lin Yu looked at the two men who were eager to do something. The little guy waved his hand. When the two little guys heard Lin Yu's explanation, they were no longer so excited. Their little heads were now thinking about how to go to the underground ruins, or somewhere to bring lizard people or mutant creatures, and then send them to their owners. In front of him, let the master burst out the treasure chest. Lin Yu put his hand on the edge of the silver treasure chest, took a deep breath, and opened it. You got 10 kilograms of nitrocellulose. Nitrocellulose. Moreover, it is 10 kilograms.
Good guy. Is this just a matter of words? Isn't it? Nitrocellulose was actually prescribed, and the amount is a bit scary.
What is the concept of 10 kilograms of nitrocellulose? The number of various bullets produced would probably be quite outrageous. Lin Yu felt that he probably wouldn't have to worry about bullets for quite some time. The only disadvantage is that the storage conditions of nitrocellulose are very harsh. It is easy to burn and explode when exposed to open flames and high heat. It can react strongly when in contact with oxidants and most organic amines. If you are afraid of this or that, the most suitable place to stay is actually the storage space. And 10 kilograms of nitrocellulose is quite large, and it cannot be accommodated in an average-sized storage space. But for Lin Yu, who had 2,000 cubic meters of storage space right away, this was nothing.
It's a good start before welcoming the palladium treasure chest. I feel more happy than launching any anti-personnel weapons.
Lin Yu was very excited to be able to fire this. No matter how much bullets the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform could consume, there was no need to worry this time. Fight as you like. This is enough. The follow-up problem of nitrocellulose, which I was quite concerned about before, was solved at this time. And there was no need to look for Xing Lingfeng anymore. Being self-sufficient belongs to Yes. Speaking of Xing Lingfeng, this guy still hasn't responded to his message. I don't know what he is doing. Could it be that he noticed that the side of the oil river has been occupied by him? After all, he is not the only one who has the regional map. Of course, he might be busy with other things. Maybe going to a secret realm or something. Forget it. Ignore him. It doesn't matter if he doesn't reply anyway. If you really want to trade, he will have the final say when the time comes.
Xiao Bai, Xiaoming, you two come out with me. Let's go get the airdrop.
Bringing the fire axe with him, Lin Yu and Xiao Bai Xiaoming quickly came to the first floor from the basement. But Lin Yu did not go out immediately. After putting on his night suit and smearing both Xiao Bai, Xiaoming and himself with the sweat and blood of the lizard man, he opened the door and walked out. Although they are strong now, after this disaster that is not extremely hot, those flying mutant creatures that only move at night are still a potential threat. If you are not careful, then these seemingly powerless gadgets will become it can cause him great damage. Lin Yu is very cautious now, and he also knows that he must continue to be so cautious in the future. For survival.
Gah!
Suddenly, Xiao Bai beside him flew into the sky. Lin Yu put on his night vision goggles and looked at the dark night sky. He didn't know why Xiao Bai was so anxious. Usually, this little guy has no experience of flying up and then taking the initiative to pick up the airdrop because the airdrop is too slow. However, Lin Yu soon understood. He saw, in the night sky, under the 2 full moons. A black shadow, with a parachute falling downwards at an extremely fast speed.
What's going on? Are you going to hit the shelter?
The parachute could obviously no longer hold the extremely heavy wooden box. And the direction in which it fell was heading towards his shelter. If this big metal bump hits his alloy shelter directly, with such a huge acceleration in the sky, even if his shelter had a thick layer of alloy, it would probably be crushed or even broken through. Not to mention other losses. Even if it is dented, it is impossible for Linyu, who has some obsessive-compulsive disorder in this regard, to accept it. If it was smashed through, it would be a direct and serious loss. Not to mention, the box will probably be severely deformed and ultimately unable to be opened. Linyu looked up at the sky. Under the moonlight, among the stars in the sky, the giant dragon flew high into the sky and turned into a black shadow. This shadow approached the direction of the parachute at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly it hugged the falling wooden box and flapped its wings violently to reduce its impact, and then slammed outwards. And this collision also sent the parachute and the treasure box in another direction. Boom! A few seconds later, the wooden box landed next to the smelting furnace. The wooden box rubbed against the outermost side of the smelting furnace and broke directly to the ground. The unknown mutated creatures on the surrounding roofs were also frightened by the impact, and finally ran away without a trace. At the same time, the exhausted Xiao Bai also fell to the ground, lying panting, as if he could never stand up again.
Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Bai, are you not injured?
Linyu quickly checked to see if there were any injuries on Xiao Bai. After all, it was indeed a bit risky just now. It felt in advance that the treasure box would hit the shelter, so it flew up quickly, and this time, it was indeed a bit reluctant.
Gaw!
Xiao Bai waved his big paw to indicate that it was okay. But Xiaoming on the side signaled to Linyu that Xiao Bai seemed to be a little strained. As soon as it touched Xiao Bai's arm, Xiao Bai would show some aggravation. Painful expression. No way. Injured? Or a broken bone? Linyu's heart skipped a beat. No way. If there is a fracture, it will still be quite difficult to deal with. After all, his medical skills are extremely limited. Using various surgical tools in the first aid kit, he can also treat some skin injuries. He has never done any internal injuries. Linyu was worried and asked Xiao Bai to lift his big paws on both sides and move them. Although his expression was in pain, he quickly did the bending and stretching as he said several times. The wings seem to be in the same condition, but they don't seem to be as serious. I'm afraid Xiao Bai was just holding the treasure box and trying to slow it down, but he ended up trying too hard.
Fortunately, it's really just a strain. Xiao Bai, don't do such a thing next time.
This little guy really values this place.
Gawu.
Xiao Bai called out reluctantly and nodded again.
Xiaoming, please carry it to the sheepskin mat in the living room. I will help it with it later.
Guh. Xiaoming nodded. But as soon as he picked up Xiao Bai looked in the direction where the wooden box fell, and pointed again with his big paw.
No way. You want to see the palladium treasure chest now?
Linyu even saw that Xiaoming was also learning to point there with his big paw. And he also looked like he couldn't do it without looking.
Okay. Xiaoming. Then you can take Xiao Bai down to the treasure chest opening area. The space there is relatively large. If something larger is opened, I can fit it in.
Although it is okay to drive directly outside, it feels safer to drive indoors at night. And the interior is more like that. 2. When opening high-level treasure chests, Linyu likes to wash his hands first. It is best to take a shower and change into cleaner and fresher clothes. There is actually something mysterious about this black face and white face. Even if Linyu didn't believe it, he did do it slowly. After all, what comes out of the treasure chest is an unknown number, and everyone hopes that this unknown number will be better. Just like the previous platinum treasure chest, it can unlock big killers, and it can also unlock things that are currently unused, such as siege engines. Not to mention the design drawings of micro-robots. You can't even find the parts, and it is extremely difficult to manufacture them. Soon, Xiaoming, who is extremely strong, carried Xiao Bai down first, and Linyu walked directly to the broken wooden box, took out a fire axe and chopped it into pieces. Then, a silver-gray treasure chest that was larger than a platinum treasure chest also revealed its true appearance.
Is this a palladium treasure chest?
Linyu stroked the thick SHL of the box. Suddenly, the sound of the system rang in my ears again. Congratulations. You have become the first survivor among all survivors to obtain a palladium treasure chest. Airdrop rewards will be distributed soon. The reward is a platinum treasure chest. Chapter 396. They are all beggars. Cool. How can I express it? Linyu felt at this moment that he was at an emotional peak. And this comes from nothing else. The reason was that when he touched the palladium treasure chest that had just been airdropped, the system reminded him again that there was a new reward. And this reward is a platinum treasure chest. One weight. Another weight added. The palladium treasure chest is a valuable treasure chest that is extremely difficult to obtain. After finally gathering the regional map fragments and unlocking the entire Wasteland map, the system gives you the most precious reward at present. Before the appearance of palladium treasure chests, the highest level reward was platinum treasure chests. If you want to get the platinum treasure chest, you have to do things like break through underground ruins guarded by lizards and beggars who are all eyeing and extremely dangerous, or kill giant creatures with extremely huge sizes and amazing attack power, or become the number one existence in another world. No matter which one, it is actually an extremely difficult thing. Basically, it requires huge efforts. Some have no chance of even trying. The platinum treasure chest is such a hard to obtain and extremely precious thing. So far, Linyu seemed to have never seen or heard of anyone else who had obtained a platinum treasure chest, because he discovered that when the system distributes platinum treasure chests, it will also announce it on the entire world channel, as if no one else knows about it. As for the release of the palladium treasure chest this time, Linyu knew without looking at the world channel that there had been an extremely terrifying wave. After confirming the system's reminder, Linyu looked at the sky again. This time, there was no accident like just now, but it slowly floated down, and finally fell in front of the main shelter door. Linyu picked up the fire axe and quickly chopped the wooden box into pieces and opened it, and immediately saw his old friend inside. The platinum treasure chest. This is a big gift for a small one. Right. 2 treasure chests can be opened in a row, and both are of extremely high level. It was obviously unreasonable not to take a shower and change clothes. After opening a treasure chest of this level, Linyu felt that using the shower gel alone was too little. However, we still have to take a look at Xiaobai's injury first. Although it doesn't look serious, it still needs to be examined carefully. Taking out the emergency medicine box, Linyu went straight to the treasure box area and saw the little ones waiting expectantly for his arrival. However, Xiaobai just laid down on the cold ground. Although this guy likes to cool down, he was injured, so it was better not to lie on the ground directly. Linyu took out 2 thick sheepskins from the storage space. Xiaoming, move Xiaobai up. You have to feel comfortable opening the treasure box. Right. After that, Xiaobai, please let me check your specific injuries. After arranging the medicine box, Linyu quickly took out the white medicine spray from it. After Xiaobai was moved to the sheepskin mat by Xiaoming, he obediently stretched out his arms and let Linyu control him. Here? Linyu slightly touched the center of his upper arm, the connection between the shoulder and the arm, and the connection between the big paw and the lower arm. These are the places most likely to be injured. Xiaobai also nodded immediately. Linyu recalled that when he was a child, he climbed the wall of the orphanage and ran out, straining his arm countless times. He remembered that it was almost the same position every time. This can be regarded as a good doctor after a long illness. He has been injured too many times and knows exactly where it is. But having said that, the structures of ice lizards and humans do seem to be quite similar. Linyu took out the white medicine and sprayed the insurance on Xiaobai first. After 5 minutes, he found that there was no stress reaction or serious symptoms. And then he took out the main body and sprayed it on Xiaobai's arms and joints. And on Xiaobai's arms and joints, it was sprayed all over the wings. Xiaobai, you have to endure the smell. Xiaoming, if you cover your nose, go over there and cover it. It smells so good. Linyu still liked the taste of baiyao. He didn't know why, but he just thought it smelled good. Just like some people like the smell of gasoline, and some people like the smell of Wuxiang Jingqi water. He only has a special liking for the smell of baiyao. This was probably because he was injured too often, and the deputy director of the orphanage always brought white medicine from home to give him a strained arm. Why was the wall of the orphanage so high at that time? And the last section was still so far from the ground? Every time he climbed over the wall and came down again, he would have to hang his arms there at the end before jumping to the ground. From top to bottom in the orphanage, the deputy director is a good person and has always taken good care of everyone in the orphanage. But it's a pity that good people don't live long. Others, like the dean, all regard it as a cash cow, thinking about how to make money every day. By the way, is that Dean still alive? Anyone else? While Lin Yu was waiting for the buyout to take effect, he opened the world panel and checked it out. The old Dean is still alive. And so is the old witch who always pinches his arms with her sharp nails. It's true that good people don't live long. And bastards live for 1,000 years. For such a long time. These people have lived well. And the hardships in the other world have not done anything to them.
However, it's not a good thing. Those gangsters don't seem to belong. And without belonging, at this time, they can basically be judged as beggars.
Since the last system upgrade, every person's information that can now be found will have the logo of the refuge village to which it belongs. Even a lone wolf type survivor like him would have a suffix like
Lin Yu's refuge village.
If there are no signs, it can basically be regarded as a beggar. The system did not give this group of people who had taken refuge in the lizard people this name. But because of his previous appeal on the world panel, almost all survivors now used to call them survival beggars when mentioning these people.
Yes. Speaking of beggars, Lin Yu now also discovered that Lu Kai, the leader of the refuge village, who was his trading partner before, is also a beggar, and Du Ping, who has never shown up and has been
resurrected,
is also a beggar. The living. These people have sold their souls to the lizard people and have lost their bottom line as human beings. If he could come across them in the future, Lin Yu felt that he would not simply let these people escape.
Those who are begging for life are the biggest problem for those who are seeking to survive.
The thing that understands humans best is humans themselves. Lin Yu took out some plasters from the medicine box, tore them open and applied them to Xiao Bai's joints and muscles, which made Xiao Bai look quite funny.
It will cool down for a while. And then, you should feel comfortable.
Lin Yu patted his friend.
The plaster is very interesting. Put the treasure box here first. You two don't move around here. I'm going to buy an orange. No. I'm going to wash up and come back. Do you hear me?
The palladium treasure box and platinum treasure box were placed in front of the two little guys. After giving instructions, Lin Yu walked upstairs. The two little guys waited for a while, looked at each other, and then looked at the treasure box in front of them, which was shining with a strange and alluring light under the light. At this moment, a strange feeling suddenly emerged quietly in their hearts. Chapter 397 Unpacking? This face is so pale. White face or dark face is a metaphysical question. The ability to explode treasure chests 100% makes him no longer anxious about the shockingly low explosion rate of treasure chests. But on the other hand, when it comes to opening treasure chests, he is actually no different from anyone else. Should he be the European Emperor, he should still be the European Emperor. Should he be the non-chief, he should still be the non-chief. Just like when the iron treasure box was opened for the first time. Although 3 items such as tinfoil were directly released, it seems now that those 3 items are actually very useless, and can even be said to be garbage. Lin Yu didn't want to admit that he was a dark face player, but in front of the treasure box, it seemed that if the base and quantity were not large enough, most of the things he opened would have to be put in the warehouse to eat dust. And after the base number came up, the garbage he produced was indeed too much, and the warehouse was filled with a huge area. But there are still times when you become pale, especially when you open high-level treasure chests and obtain various weapons and important architectural blueprints, and even open extremely powerful missile launchers such as intercontinental missile launchers and defensive missile launchers. It can even be said that there is a high chance that he will turn pale when he opens a high-level treasure chest. As for the increasing number of cases like this, Lin Yu has now summed up a set of explanations that he thinks are quite reasonable.
When you shower and change clothes, your face will turn pale unexpectedly.
He finally rinsed away the foam on his head with water, put on a pair of clean underwear, put on a fresh coat, walked out of the bathroom, and went straight to the unpacking area on the second basement floor. However, as soon as he arrived at the box opening area, he saw Xiao Bai nodding vigorously at Xiaoming, and in Xiaoming's big paw was his platinum treasure chest.
Stop! 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 Xiaoming!
Lin Yu couldn't help but shouted directly. Xiaoming seemed to be startled,
and the box in his hand also hit his big foot hard.
Gaw!
Xiaoming lay directly on his back, holding his big right foot and wailing. Lin Yu quickly walked over to take a look and found that the thickest part of this guy's feet had been directly swollen by the treasure box. After a little inspection, Xiaoming was not seriously injured. It was just a bruise that was swollen after being hit. But the big foot will probably take 2 days of rest to heal. Fortunately, The platinum chest is not that heavy. Good guy. Because of the two treasure chests. These two silly guys Xiaobai and Xiaoming can only stay in the shelter. I don't know what to say. Gawu. Guh. The two patients were now lying on the big sheepskin mat together, still staring at the treasure box, as if they would never leave until the treasure box was opened. After Lin Yu sprayed white medicine spray on Xiaoming's feet, he finally stood in front of the two big treasure boxes.
Xiaobai. Xiaoming. You can't secretly open the treasure chest without my permission in the future. Do you hear me?
The two little guys nodded repeatedly, which was considered a lesson, although they didn't cause any serious problems. After this time, I guess they will be able to remember it a little longer. Lin Yu didn't think that harsh criticism would have any effect on these two highly intelligent little creatures. It might be counterproductive. Anyway, once the meeting is over, these two guys have to go back to their houses by themselves.
Then, let's open the platinum treasure chest first and press the button.
You have obtained the backpack-type flamethrower X1 and the large motor design drawing. Wait, a large motor design? Lin Yu didn't even care about the aircraft and directly appraised it. If it was really what he thought, then he would be so embarrassed when he opened this thing. Large motor design drawing. Special power generation motors can be designed that can be connected to large and medium-sized diesel generators, large photovoltaic arrays, and large wind turbines.
Good guy. Isn't this what I've always wanted? I didn't expect that I couldn't find it without going through the iron shoes. I didn't go to the secret realm to find it, but I just came up with a design.
The European emperor won this time. Now, there are two buildings in his shelter that have been in an idle state. One of them is a smelting furnace. That thing lacks fuel and is currently in a state of being unusable. And the other one is the multifunctional large-scale cold and fresh food processing plant that was upgraded from a small food processing factory and a medium-sized food preservation cold storage. The power required by a multifunctional large-scale cold and fresh food processing plant must be stable and powerful. And if two medium-sized photovoltaic power generation arrays are added together in his shelter, it can also provide power to this huge factory. However, the medium-sized photovoltaic power generation array plays an extremely important role in generating electricity in shelters. It is impossible to use it in this processing plant without alternatives. Now that there is this large motor, the previous diesel generator can work smoothly, and the multifunctional large-scale cold and fresh food processing plant will naturally start up immediately to help him.
Now, the fish meat from those blind hunted fish can be canned, and food preservation will become much simpler. Even in the future, a large amount of food will not occupy your own storage space. This wave, it's a profit.
Not only that, all the materials needed for large motors are all materials that Lin Yu can find now. If possible, the materials he has on hand now are enough for him to make dozens of them. The previous large diesel generator can also be broken down into design drawings, and production is not a problem. As for diesel, I have purchased a lot of it from Xinglingfeng before, and starting from tomorrow, the Oil River side will continue to increase its production. Even when he needs more oil in the future, he will be able to create more oil mining and refining platforms. In short, there will really be no shortage of diesel in the future. In other words, even if this platinum treasure chest can be opened, he will feel that it is worth it, let alone a backpack-type flamethrower. Lin Yu put down the design drawings of the generator, and when he took the almost pure white machine out of the treasure box, he was immediately impressed and shocked by its futuristic and technological appearance. The overall thickness is not too big, but it has a structure similar to an exoskeleton, which can be opened from the folded state and fixed on the arms, legs and waist. The appearance is like a backpack, with two rocket-like injectors at the bottom. The jet port in the left and right arms have small powerful generators, which seem to be used for steering and stabilization, and have a futuristic feel. Backpack Jet Flyer. The jet flight kit has a main turbojet engine on the back to provide flight, and smaller and powerful motors placed on the hands as stabilizers and steering devices. The jet kit weighs 27 kilograms. The total engine power reaches 1050 horsepower, can accelerate to 85 to 88 kilometers per hour, and can fly medium and short distances. The fuel only requires ordinary gasoline. The flight duration is more than 50 minutes, and the flight altitude is less than 500 meters. And according to the control, you can hover in the air. What a magical thing this is. Does this mean that as long as you wear this and are familiar with the operation, you can even perform a variety of complex operations at high altitudes and completely become a flying man? Lin Yu began to look forward to tomorrow morning. These two good things can make him even more powerful.
Finally, Lin Yu looked at the only remaining palladium treasure chest. What good things can it produce? Chapter 398 Palladium Treasure Chest. Open! The platinum treasure chest in the finale yielded quite good things. So, what exactly can the palladium treasure chest in the major axis reveal? Lin Yu was looking forward to it more and more at this moment. The silver treasure chest made a good start, and he got enough nitrocellulose for a while, allowing him to produce enough bullets. The platinum treasure chest revealed the design drawings of a large motor and a backpack-type flamethrower. The former directly solved the problem of electricity, allowing him to build a large cold fresh food processing plant that had not been put into operation in the future when there was sufficient diesel. Operate successfully. This also solves the previous problems of food storage and processing in one fell swoop, and can even open up a new era of food development. Lin Yu could imagine that in the future, canned food will become one of the most popular products in this other world. This kind of thing, which is durable in storage, easy to carry, and tastes quite good, will eventually be used when this disaster strikes. It has become a common and abundant food reserve in many refugee villages. As for the backpack-type flamethrower, although I haven't tried wearing it yet, it has made up for some of Lin Yu's shortcomings in the unused space in the air, and it will surely exert more energy in other aspects in the future. Now that the platinum treasure chest has been opened, what will come out of the next palladium treasure chest? Lin Yu took a deep breath, while Xiaobai and Xiaoming behind him were also very curious and nervous. One of them had a swollen foot, and the other had a strained arm and wing, but they were still holding on. In order to satisfy their curiosity, these two little guys have ignored the pain. Lin Yu took a few deep breaths again. This is the most advanced treasure box currently available, and because of its special nature, it can even be retained without disappearing after opening the box. What could be inside? According to legend, the white face of the European emperor can last for a while. So now that the silver treasure chest and platinum treasure chest have fully shown off, what will the palladium treasure chest reveal? Gaw! Gaw! Xiaobai and Xiaoming seemed to have been unable to wait for a long time. They stared at the palladium treasure chest and struggled to stand up. Lin Yu's hand touched the edge of the palladium treasure chest. Okay, let me see how powerful the palladium treasure chest is. Lin Yu roared and suddenly opened the lid of the treasure box. You have obtained Mineral Resource Reserve Detector. Lin Yu? What are these? It feels like the sound alone is different from anything you've ever driven before. It's more like something on another level. In other words, it gave him a future sense. Yes, that's the feeling. Completely different from before. Lin Yu's heart was beating very fast. He took a deep breath, looked back at Xiaobai, Xiaoming and the others, and found that they were also quite curious about what was coming out, and kept craning their necks to look this way. They probably don't know how shocking the things released this time are. So let's use a more intuitive method to let them understand. Lin Yu quickly took out the Mineral Resource Reserve Detector from the storage space. At the same time, the two little guys couldn't help but scream. Its length and width are nearly 2 meters, and its height is nearly 3 meters. The whole body is covered with a layer of bright silver metal. There are extremely complex various pipes and lines on it, as well as many electronic displays and instrument panels. And even the huge display screen also has a fingerprint touch button. Good guy. This thing feels a bit outrageous. Such a large volume. And it is definitely something that has never been seen on Earth. So, identify it? Mineral Resource Reserve Detector, after being placed stably near the mineral deposit and the mineral deposit area. Through complex calculations, the total reserves and exploitable amount of mineral resources can be detected within half an hour. It can also detect the quality of mineral resources. The number of uses is unlimited. Limit. Wait. Does this mean that the specific reserves of mineral resources can be detected? And if you want, you can also measure the quality of minerals? What kind of magical machine is this? Just imagine. If you put it at the saltpeter mine, you can immediately detect the reserves. If there are not many reserves left, you can make preparations there in advance and withdraw all kinds of things. It is necessary to deploy so many troops there. If the reserves are sufficient, then increase the mining volume, increase the mining efficiency, and achieve maximum benefit utilization. At the same time, corresponding strategies can be specified according to the specific time. Lin Yu felt more and more that the treasure chest opened this time was simply too European. The first one is so strong when taken out, and the remaining two are good just by looking at their names. What will happen? Full AI Intelligent Bedroom Transformation and Space Sleeping Capsule Set, using the shelter-related interface in the system panel. The bedroom can be transformed into a fully AI intelligent coverage.
and the operation can be extremely convenient based on the user's voice and movements. At the same time, personalized modifications will be carried out according to user needs. The accompanying space sleep capsule has excellent sealing, is equipped with oxygen supply equipment, and has constant temperature and humidity, allowing people to quickly enter deep sleep and achieve full rest. It can also be adjusted appropriately according to the user's personal preferences. At the same time, the space sleeping capsule is also explosion-proof and bulletproof, so you can hide in it in times of crisis. Good guy. This means it's really long enough.
It means that it is possible to realize the sci-fi life where the whole house is AI intelligent, as we have seen in science fiction movies?
Lin Yu discovered that the fully AI smart bedroom transformation function has been embedded in the system panel. As long as he wants to, he can call it out at any time and then carry out a unique transformation of the bedroom. The space sleeping capsule, which was as big as a small boat and had a transparent hatch, was also taken out and placed on the ground by him at this moment. When the power was turned on, the bottom of the space sleeping capsule flashed green fluorescence several times, and soon made a soft startup sound. The hatch slowly opened, revealing the white mattress inside. Lin Yu pressed it gently with his hand, and a feeling of comfort quickly came through.
This is really high quality. Many times better than my wooden bed.
Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time, he couldn't help but lie down on it. When his head rested on the pillow, the hatch slowly closed downwards, and at the same time, a soft voice suddenly sounded. Whether to adjust humidity and temperature can be adjusted by voice according to physical comfort. This sound is very similar to the sound made by women on Earth, but you can still hear some mechanical flavor. He looked at the hatch on the left, which showed 24 degrees Celsius and 55% humidity.
Adjust to 26 degrees Celsius.
Lin Yu immediately tried the voice adjustment, and soon he felt that the temperature had increased. At the same time, sleepiness swept over me like a mountain. Chapter 399, A New Way of Traveling in the Future. Decomposing treasure chests.
I can't sleep. I can't sleep. Good guy. This thing is too strong. I almost fainted.
I have to say that the effect of this sleeping cabin is really great. As soon as I lay down and set the temperature and humidity, feeling the wrapping feeling brought by the soft and comfortable mattress, and feeling the unprecedented relaxation of my neck, Lin Yu almost immediately comatose.
No, we have to put it in the bedroom. How can we sleep in this place?
Lin Yu pressed the button at hand, and soon the door of the space sleeping cabin opened. Before Lin Yu had time to jump down, he found two pairs of extremely curious big eyes next to the sleeping cabin.
You also want to come in and give it a try? But it seems that the size is not enough.
Ha. Lin Yu patted the two little guys standing next to him. They seemed to be extremely interested in the space sleeping capsule. Even if you are dragging your
sick and broken body,
you still want to satisfy your curiosity and get close to the side to observe carefully. What kind of spirit is this? Discover the spirit of intellectual curiosity.
Okay. I'll put it away first. When I have nothing else to do, I'll make a design for it. See if I can design it for you too and enjoy this good thing.
After experiencing this space sleeping capsule, Lin Yu has already given it a 5-star rating, which is really good. It would be even better if Xiaobai and Xiaoming could also sleep on it. However, Lin Yu also noticed that many of its devices seemed to be quite complex, and even contained a microcomputer. If you wanted to copy them, you might need to find a suitable chip. Of course, this mattress seems to have to be found in the secret realm. There is no corresponding thing in the other world. Even though the thick wool is not bad, it is far from the best.
Okay, what we want to look at next is the last thing we got, which is the medium and short distance rapid rail trains and track design drawings.
Lin Yu put away the space sleeping capsule and took out the last thing in the treasure box. The appearance of the light blue drawing is no different from other design drawings, but the name of this design made him extremely excited. Design drawings of medium and short distance rail type express trains and tracks. In fact, to put it simply, it is the design drawing of the train and rails. Design drawings of short and medium distance rail type express trains and tracks, platforms, and express trains running above the tracks can be established at short and medium distances, within 100 kilometers. The train speed can be adjusted as needed. The default constant speed of 110 kilometers per hour, driven and stopped by electricity and fuel, with a service life of 10 years.
If there are enough materials, then I can build a high-speed passage between shelters.
The railway is one of mankind's greatest inventions. It can almost be said that to a certain extent, it has promoted the progress of modern Earth civilization. Railways connect cities and cities, while continuously transporting goods. They also drive the economy, greatly promoting the circulation of goods, promoting exchanges between regions, and making bulk resources more accessible. Mobility is no longer as costly as it used to be. Trains have also evolved from steam trains to fuel trains, trams, and even maglev trains. From carrying goods and people to transporting important weapons and so on. Trains also play a crucial role. It can be said that without the invention of trains and railways, perhaps the advancement of human civilization would have been much slower than before. Now, in this different world, all human beings were teleported here, with a population of more than 7 billion. In the end, after 5 disasters, only 2 billion people were left. 2 billion people have established millions, or even tens of millions of refuge villages on the vast land of another world. There is an extremely vast blank and unknown area between the refuge villages, and the connection between them is limited to using the system's group function or the world channel chat function. Various modes of transportation on modern Earth have never appeared in this desolate and barren wasteland world. After humans came to this different world, all the ready-made conveniences they originally enjoyed disappeared, and all kinds of equipment that could make construction machinery and various industrial products naturally no longer existed. And human beings are also unable to reproduce the various convenient means of transportation and the construction of basic roads, railways, etc. in the past due to lack of materials, lack of resources, and even gaps in knowledge. In the end, I could only survive by walking around in the traditional way from ancient times. Whether hunting or gathering resources, humans have to use their legs to move. There is no way. Or rather, there is no way, after all, whether it is a road or a railway. Not to mention how much resources and materials are consumed to make it. Just how to make it is a question. Even if you go to the secret realm and go through all the trouble to carry those scrapped cars, bicycles, trains, etc. back here, in the end you can only slowly let them collect dust. Just like himself, when he first drove off-road bicycles and ordinary bicycles, he was indeed happy for a while. But soon, because there were no roads, they had no effect. Riding an off-road vehicle on this bumpy, uneven wasteland, you have to get off 3 or 4 times in less than a minute. So it's better to walk. Until later, he found a car from the secret realm, and then found an ATV. Finally, he used a high-precision research workbench to decompose it into design drawings and parts, and finally created the only drivable car in this different world. At the same time, he continued to collect asphalt roads, used his workbench to break them down into design drawings, and successfully built the first road in another world. And this road has now successfully extended from this main refuge, through the vast wilderness, to Berg Lake, and then continued eastward from it to the saltpeter mine further away. This distance is almost more than 100 kilometers. Even for a novice, it would take nearly an hour of long-distance flight, and consume a lot of physical energy. Driving is almost the same. You have to waste an hour here, and you have to make sure not to encounter any mutant creatures during this time. Otherwise, it will take longer. Moreover, the road is almost built on the surface of the wasteland, making it easy for mutant creatures to pass. If you are driving forward in a car, and a mutated sheep happens to rush out in front of you at an extremely fast speed, that must have been a pretty tragic accident. Fortunately, Linyu has never encountered such a thing until now. But it does not mean that he will not encounter it in the future. Ordinary fences can't stop those mutant creatures that are everywhere, and have a strong desire to attack. Maybe one day he will encounter such a thing while driving. At that time, if any accident occurs because of this, the gain will really outweigh the loss. Linyu didn't want to encounter that kind of thing. Now, with the acquisition of this medium and short-distance rail-type express train and track design drawings, there is no doubt that his means of transportation will be further increased. And it will also allow him to travel quickly to where he wants to go. Sub-base of saltpeter mine and oil river. Short-term movement will also make the extraction and collection of resources more efficient, and will also allow his living standard to reach a higher level. Who doesn't want to be able to reach their destination while sitting or lying down? Linyu knew that if there were enough materials, he would soon build a proprietary railway in this other world. Let me see what is needed. What is needed for the rails is naturally steel. There is still some of this stuff, and there is quite a lot. There was a lot left over after the Tokyo Tower was demolished last time. There is also a lot of wood, gravel and the like. It can be made from stone. There are not many types of materials required for a short section of track, such as carbon steel, wood and stone. Of course, if you want to lay an entire section of track, you will also need some wires. There's just a problem that needs to be solved. This other world is not as peaceful as Earth. There are not a lot of mutated creatures here. In fact, their number is simply astonishing. Putting aside other issues, if they regard the orbit as their residence and occupy it, then what he will face is the endless work of expelling those mutated creatures. This kind of thing will take up a lot of his not enough time, thus turning this convenient thing into a burden. So, if you want to build this thing, you have to consider a method that will not be attacked, occupied, and harassed by mutated creatures.
Viaduct.
Linyu thought of this method to solve all problems almost instantly. Yes, if there is a viaduct, then everything can be easily solved. Originally, on Earth, railway tracks were all equipped with viaducts. Even in the era of high-speed rail, viaducts have even become the main means of laying. When passing through some complex terrain, residential areas, rivers, mountains, and other areas, viaducts have become an extremely convenient and useful means, allowing the track to be laid forward and allowing the train to make up for the terrain difficulties caused by the height difference. In another world, viaducts with a height of more than 10 meters or more will become untouchable by mutant creatures. If there are shortcomings, they are there. The first is disaster, which is completely unavoidable and can only be ensured through reinforcement and preparedness. The second is giant creatures. Although he has wiped out all the giant creatures nearby, there is no guarantee when the lizard man will drag them and appear from nowhere. If it were a giant creature, it would indeed be able to cause some damage to the railway. Is there no other way? After thinking for a long time, Linyu discovered that indeed, all methods have their own shortcomings. But if you hesitate like this, you will not be able to move forward at all. However, it's late today. It's time to go up and rest. We can't stay here all the time. The treasure chests have been opened. Right? Xiaobai and Xiaoming were still circling around the mineral resource reserve detector, seeming to be very curious. In other words, they both seemed to have opened so many treasure chests that they didn't seem to get bored at all. Especially Xiaobai. How many times has this happened in a row? How come he has always maintained curiosity?
Okay, let's go up there. It's nothing. You two can really wait.
Linyu took a deep breath. He looked at the palladium treasure chest still there, under the light. Its whole body still shines with light. And as a special reward, it will not disappear just because it is turned on.
This thing can be considered a treasure. Right.
Linyu stroked this huge palladium treasure box. Its weight was beyond his reach. The system's treasure chests were actually made of realistic materials, and made of real materials. And it has the thickness it should have. For Linyu, the only purpose of the treasure chest that would not disappear was to be beautiful. But it is beautiful and cannot be eaten. In his eyes, such a big thing placed here is just taking up space. Moreover, Linyu cared about something else. The main material of the palladium treasure chest is palladium. You know, this thing is ridiculously expensive on Earth. The main reason why it is expensive is not due to hype, but because it is indeed rare and difficult to mine and smelt. Palladium is a metal with excellent physical and chemical properties. High temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, wear resistance, and extremely strong stretchability. It is an indispensable key material in high-tech fields such as aerospace, aviation, navigation, weapons, and nuclear energy, as well as in the automobile manufacturing industry. This, of course, is what the systematic appraisal just told him. The palladium treasure chest in front of me must weigh several hundred kilograms no matter what. If all were converted into equivalent units of palladium nuggets, then it seems that this thing is more valuable than the ones in the box.
So, it seems more correct to proceed without further delay?
Linyu took out a high-precision research workbench and touched it to the palladium treasure chest.
Broken down into raw materials.
Linyu did not hesitate. Who wants the design of the palladium treasure chest? You got palladium X8. The treasure box in front of Linyu quickly disappeared. And 8 silver-white cubes with a side length of 20 centimeters appeared instantly. Palladium is available. This thing is not only a beautiful decorative thing. It will definitely be used in many places in the future. Aerospace. Although nothing related to these two has been developed so far, Linyu feels that if it can be developed one day, palladium will also have a place to play. Moreover, the amount of palladium on hand will not always be limited to this amount. After taking a look at Xiaoming's injuries, he saw that his feet were swollen to the point of being unable. Although there were no fractures or anything else, it was probably impossible to pick up Xiaobai again. Xiaobai himself couldn't go up directly. It seems that these two poor little guys really can only rest in this unboxing area. Lin Yu took out a few thick sheepskins and spread them on the ground, letting Xiaobai and Xiaoming occupy 3 of them, and put enough water and food next to them.
You too. You can only have a good rest here for 1 night. I will think of a way to pick you up tomorrow. You two can stay here well. Do you hear me?
Although I also want them to go up, I still have to do what they can. Let's see how their injuries turn out tomorrow. After spraying white medicine on each of them and applying plaster, Lin Yu went directly upstairs to his bedroom. The 2 little guys could only slowly close their eyes, with a mood that had not yet changed from excitement and excitement. Somewhere, underground ruins, a huge army is gathering. Chapter 400. We have no future. Among the dark and deep underground ruins, countless figures were moving, and the dark heads were crowding forward. In the spacious passage, there were dense footsteps. Under the leadership of the leader, everyone gradually passed through and headed towards the larger and more spacious room. The leader kept shouting and chanting, urging the older people behind not to stop and to continue moving forward. There were also some who couldn't keep up, who would be kicked down by the leaders, picked up again, and pushed to keep up with the troops. This time, what is needed is the dispatch of the entire army, regardless of gender or age, as long as they have combat strength. Even if they can only pick up an iron gun or a long bow, they must keep up with the large army. The purpose is, of course, to fight. There is no doubt about it. Not only are they nearly 1,000 people, there are also more troops gathering in other underground ruins. These humans, called survivors, are no longer what they were before after another update of the system. They can still hide among the survivors and survive by exchanging various resources for food and drinking water, without any labels or suffixes of the refuge village. It became difficult for them to make any move, whether in transactions or in conversations with survivors. The survivors don't trust them. It can even be said that the vast majority of survivors despise or even hate them. Reason? That's probably because they have now separated themselves from ordinary survivors and have chosen an easier path. They are also ordinary people, but they are different from most people who want to rely on their own efforts to survive, either because of their old age or because they have lost the ability to work. Or maybe I'm just lazy and just want to lie down. No matter what the reason is, what they all want to do is not to survive, but to survive. All I think about is how to live more easily, rather than using the system to survive hard. Disasters that occur once every 7 days make these people continue to see people around them die for various reasons. While they become more and more psychologically fragile, they also become more and more panicked. Will he be the next one to die? Hunger, thirst, ferocious mutated creatures everywhere outside, and disasters that become increasingly terrifying and dangerous every 7 days. Every reason may be the last straw for them. Some people began to look for other ways out, while others were at a loss. There are also people who eventually collapse in this kind of hardship. However, a turning point also occurred at this time. Before the 3rd disaster, they were blocked by the system countless times in the world channel. But everyone understood that they could use underground ruins to avoid the disaster, which also stimulated their brains and allowed them to find their own way to survive. Stepping into the underground ruins, they gradually found similar people who were equally cowardly, timid, lazy and afraid of death. And the number exceeded their imagination. After spending the night of the disaster in the underground ruins, and nothing happened in the end, they decided that they would never return to the surface again, and would always use this underground space as their new refuge. However, before this group of people had time to adapt to life in this underground ruins, everyone received messages from someone who belonged to someone who claimed to be an executor. From that moment on, as long as those who stayed at that time abandoned everything of survivors and completely accepted the new identity of survivors. At the same time, they also have a partner who lives together in the underground ruins. The lizard man. The monsters they were originally afraid of suddenly laid down their weapons against them, and even allowed them to enter the underground ruins. They would never go to war with each other. Although there is a language barrier, the lizard people really no longer fight with them, nor will they attack them. Moreover, they also unexpectedly discovered that the lizard people suddenly evolved from the barbaric civilization that used stone tools in the past to an advanced civilization with iron tools and gunpowder. And they were shocked. There is no so-called strict superior-subordinate relationship between them and the lizard people. Nor is there any relationship between domination and being dominated. Although some people usually call the lizard people Master Tianlong. These are just some people who want to get more information. Just a villain who takes advantage of the lizard people. if they were dominated by anyone. They felt that only the mysterious man who commanded the executors was their leader. On weekdays, they and the lizard people only need to keep moving together, and there is no mandatory relationship between them. For that mysterious leader, the so-called price they paid was just to help the lizard people collect food and mine mineral deposits. The enforcers also stated that they would never stop the survivors who wanted to go back. But as long as the survivors had lived an easy life here, who would want to be a hard-working survivor, compared with fighting against horrific disasters and facing terrifying mutant creatures? This kind of life is simply too comfortable. But not long after such a day, they were called survival beggars by Linyu, the strongest survivor who has always been #1 on the world rankings. This group of people was quite repulsive to this beggar. But after several raids and attacks by the lizard men and survivors on Linyu and his shelter, all of which ended in almost complete destruction, they could only wait for the opportunity to act and wait for orders from above. After the last extreme heat disaster, although their number has decreased somewhat, overall the losses are not that great. After hibernating for 2 days and returning to underground ruins in various places, they gradually began to recuperate and restart their original lives. As for dealing with Linyu, they have been waiting for the opportunity to receive orders from the executors above. But this time, the opportunity came. The enforcers mobilized them who were in various underground ruins, asking them to gather from various places. Those with fighting ability should be dispatched and moved together to the designated location to assemble. There will be a strong man who leads the human troops and more than 70,000 lizardmen waiting for them. In the end, after they join up with the strong men, they will use their absolute numerical superiority to surround Lin Yu's refuge. Finally, they will directly launch a general attack on Lin Yu's refuge. Everyone knows what this means. Lin Yu, the strongest survivor in the world, has an unimaginable amount of supplies and various reserves that can make anyone greedy. It also has the appeal that responds to hundreds of responses among survivors. His fighting power cannot be underestimated. But this huge piece of cake is even more eye-catching. What's more, as long as Lin Yu is eliminated, survivors like them will no longer have to fear this terrifying demon king. The future of the survivors will only come if Lin Yu is killed.